Chapter 1. The Fallen Coruscant, One Must Survive. Qin Lu clenched his fist against his chest, pledging an oath to himself, his emotions resolute yet tinged with a hint of exhilaration, as they had been in every life-and-death situation before. In truth, his current predicament was perilously dire. Coruscant had transformed into an inferno. The last elite of the clone army, the capital garrison corps, had been vanquished in the initial engagement with the insurgents. At present, the rebel fleet was encircling the garrison's fleet in the atmosphere, while small groups of Jedi and rebel commandos had infiltrated the planet's surface, engaging in fierce combat with the garrison troops. Lombard, the headquarters of the clone army on Coruscant, housed hundreds of identical clone officers who were busily attending to the influx of battle reports from both the planet's interior and outer space, ensuring real-time communication with the frontline commanders. Behind them, in the control tower, a Sith Lord clad in a black robe scrutinized the information streaming across the screens. He was the commander responsible for directing the offensive and defensive operations on Coruscant, Sith Baron Ibelu Duranan. Qin Lu was a traveler, if one considered his arrival in this era of star warfare and his embodiment of Ibelu Durantan. This year marked the 10th anniversary. Over the past decade, he had evolved from an ordinary youth into a member of the Sith Order, his experiences not merely splendid, but rather fraught with challenges. Merely 2 days prior, upon discovering the insurgent forces breaching the capital perimeter, the Emperor hastily appointed Qin Lu as the garrison's commander. Frankly, this sudden elevation to command had plunged his emotions to the brink of collapse in a remarkably short span. The screen overhead displayed the dire situation in outer space. The battle clearly beyond redemption. The insurgents had prepared meticulously for this assault, and due to significant misjudgments by the military command earlier, the majority of clone legions had followed the Black Duke to the Death Star, Narstak. Following the explosion of Narstak during the Battle of Kobairo, the Empire had lost a substantial portion of its elite forces overnight, when the main insurgent force launched an assault on Coruscant. The Imperial nobles were astonished to find that the once mighty Galactic Empire, boasting tens of millions of elite warriors, could scarcely muster 100,000-strong legion near the capital star. Moreover, the quality exhibited by the insurgents was equally astonishing. They were far from the rabble depicted by the Empire's propaganda. It was evident that they were a fierce, disciplined, and formidable force. In stark contrast, the despondent clone army was bereft of the will to retaliate. My lord, the fleet commander has sent word. They are at a disadvantage in the aerial combat. The enemy outnumbers them 6 to 7 times, and the fleet shields are nearing their breaking point, reported the communications officer. Qin Lu's expression revealed no signs of emotional fluctuation. I have seen it. Relay a message to the fleet commander to relinquish the left flank and reinforce the central cluster with all available forces. My lord, doing so would effectively cede the left flank entirely to the insurgents. They are likely to launch a landing operation immediately, a staff officer exclaimed in disbelief. Qin Lu shook his head. If we stubbornly maintain an extended line now, that would spell disaster. We must extricate our forces from the attrition of aerial combat. While we still possess anti-aircraft firepower, we must utilize the landing zones to delay their advance, providing cover for the main force and crucial departments to evacuate. Execute the order at once, Lieutenant. The young lieutenant saluted and hastened to relay the command. Qin Lu furrowed his brow. The overwhelming numerical superiority of the enemy rendered any meticulously crafted tactics on the Empire's part ineffectual against the insurgents' relentless onslaught. This battle could not drag on any longer. Qin Lu approached the center of the command tower, overlooking the scene below. This had once been the position from which the Black Duke issued his cruel commands to millions of clone troops. Now, standing here, Qin Lu was the object of the clone officer's attention. His tone remained calm and raspy as always. If death is inevitable, let the Grim Reaper wait a while longer, perhaps in the eyes of some. The lives of clones are worthless, but do those wastrels realize that countless clone soldiers are defending our homeland with their blood and lives? In the year 223, when the Churans invaded the galaxy, during the Battle of Bagutabai, 4.5 million clone soldiers perished, while 127 Sith warriors fell on the battlefield. Our result was victory. Hundreds of officers responded in unison. In the year 226, the Ingramites, along with their mercenaries, surged into the northern galactic expanse, slaughtering 17 planets along the way. Throughout the war, the clone army engaged in 457 battles, even after losing 18 generals and the designations of 50 battalions. Our result was victory, the clone officers shouted. Some veteran officers weeping openly, as many of their contemporaries had perished in that great conflict. In the year 227, the Charans tore up the peace treaty, and overnight, 80 000 clone soldiers and 20 Sith warriors lost their lives in their sleep. Did we ever feel fear? Baron Ibalu's voice boomed from the high tower. No, all the clone officers shouted hoarsely. And what was the final outcome? The collective response surged like a tidal wave. Victory. Yes, victory. Our objective has never changed. Only victory is worthy of pursuit by the Empire's legions. Now we must let these traitors and barbarians understand that when the clone army roamed the galaxy, they were still playing in the mud in some corner of the universe. Qin Lu's battle rally ignited cheers and resonance among the clone officers. Yes, my lord, teach them a lesson they won't forget. My team will show them what we're made of. Let these scoundrels witness the might of seasoned veterans. Qin Lu's impassioned address temporarily reversed the morale crisis plaguing the clone army. Subsequently, he issued a series of commands. In the name of the Empire, send orders to all anti-aircraft fortifications to enter a state of heightened combat readiness immediately. All laser cannons and anti-air missiles must assume firing positions. Awaiting unified directives from the anti-air command. Qin Lu's aide approached the control console, his expression peculiar. My lord, we received a message from the airport. They report that members of the Imperial Council have just clashed with the guards. They violated regulations and insist on carrying their valuables while evacuating with the troops. Qin Lu, overwhelmed with tasks, had no time to deal with such trivial matters. Let them take their belongings. Once they reach space, they'll realize those treasures won't even buy a bottle of water. The aide chuckled wryly, but they wish to take far too much. The guards say that just the possessions of Counselor Pear require an entire starship to transport. If we acquiesce to the Counselor's demands, none of the troops currently gathered at the airport will be able to board. Qin Lu's eyes widened in disbelief. He never anticipated that even at this life-and-death juncture, these high-ranking officials would be a source of trouble. Inform the airport guards that from this moment onward, all non-combat personnel boarding the ships may only bring the clothes on their backs. All excess belongings must be discarded, and anyone who defies this order will be executed. The aide hesitated. My lord, won't this be too extreme? Several of the council members are elders. Their orders could see us ousted. Qin Lu smirked coldly. I would welcome such a move. Tell the airport guards that the stricter the search for these individuals, the better. If anyone dares to bring aboard anything larger than a toothbrush, I'll have them thrown into the battlefield's suicide squad. The aide saluted. Yes. My lord, we will ensure that no items larger than a toothbrush are taken aboard. Qin Lu lowered his voice to the aide. Prepare a corvette immediately, the fastest you can find. His Majesty may require it. The aide complied. As a Sith Lord, Qin Lu had no choice. Since the moment he arrived in this world a decade ago, his fate had been intricately linked with the Galactic Empire and its calculating. Cunning Emperor Palpatine. Although he had just issued grandiose declarations in front of the clone commanders, he understood that in this defense, the Sith had missed their last opportunity for victory against the overwhelmingly superior numbers of the insurgents. Coruscant could at best hold out until tomorrow evening, and the nearest Imperial Legion would require at least a week to reach the capital. However, Qin Lu did not succumb to despair. He was confident that for the vast Galactic Empire, the outcome of a small-scale battle was of little consequence. Even if they were to lose the capital star, as long as he could ensure that the Emperor escaped, the political structure of the Galactic Empire would remain intact. And the conflict between the Sith and the Jedi Order was only just beginning. In his recent arrangements, Qin Lu had positioned the primary defensive zones of the clone fleet near the space windows closest to the palace. Once the Emperor granted permission, the Imperial high-ranking officials still stranded on the surface could depart Coruscant immediately. Now, while the clone army's fleet still retained control over a portion of the airspace, it was time to request the Emperor's evacuation. Having organized the operational plans for the clone army, Qin Lu hastily departed the military headquarters, accompanied by 2 guards. His destination was the palace, once the revered Jedi temple. Upon entering the grand edifice, Qin Lu quickly discerned that the situation was dire. Not a single guard was in sight within the vast palace. Had it already been besieged? A tinge of regret washed over him for having been overly audacious, arriving at the palace with only 2 personal guards. Yet, he soon found solace in the thought that such a decision was inevitable. Emperor Palpatine of the Galactic Empire was a man of suspicion and caution. Bringing too many guards would have raised awkward questions. Moreover, even if they encountered a strike team of Jedi, the ordinary clone troopers would surely be outmatched. The palace was not garrisoned by clone troopers. It had inherited its former purpose from the Republic era, transforming into a sanctuary and cathedral for the Sith. According to regulations, there should have been no fewer than 200 Sith warriors residing and studying here. yet an eerie silence pervaded the premises. Devoid of any presence, Qin Lu tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword, muttering to himself, "What a foreboding atmosphere for broad daylight." The Grand Hall of the Masters, the largest chamber within the palace, boasted a uniquely designed structure. The floor gradually ascended from the periphery towards the center, forming a small mound at its heart, atop which was a magnificent high-backed chair surrounding the base of the mound. 12 high-backed chairs stood prominently against the walls, each adorned with intricate engravings depicting tales of legendary Sith warriors' battles. These chairs served as the seats for the Sith Council, while the opulent seat at the chamber's center, elevated above all others, was the Emperor's throne. In the past, it was here that the Emperor conferred with the upper echelons of the Sith on matters of state. This was Qin Lu's first venture into the Grand Hall of the Masters. Although appointed as the commander of the capital's defense, he was, in essence, merely an untested Sith apprentice, lacking the entitlement to enter such a sanctum. The internal governance of the Sith was notoriously stringent. Typically, lesser Sith warriors were strictly forbidden from entering this hallowed ground, with violators facing dire consequences. Yet, Qin Lu was not one to be restrained by such rules. He had always possessed a particularly audacious spirit. As he stepped into the Grand Hall, he was astonished to find Emperor Palpatine seated alone upon the throne, lost in deep contemplation. Having spent a decade within the Sith Order, Qin Lu had encountered countless experiences unimaginable during his previous life on Earth. He had witnessed unspeakable brutality, participated in morally bankrupt interstellar wars, endured treacherous scheming, and partaken in the slaughter of countless foes deemed necessary. Yet, one lesson had remained clear throughout the years: never to defy the seemingly affable Emperor. For even the mightiest Sith would meet a grim fate should they do so. The weight of 10 years instilled a sense of caution within him, and he approached the throne, bowing respectfully, "Your Majesty." Today, the Emperor was devoid of his cloak, rendering his visage all the more menacing that it was difficult to fathom how fiercely the battle had raged 2 decades prior, leading the Emperor, now a paragon of Sith wisdom, to exhaust his vitality and barely claim victory. Aided by the treachery of the Dark Duke, as Qin Lu observed the deep creases etched upon the Emperor's forehead, he mused inwardly. If he could endure until now, he truly embodies resilience. Palpatine remained silent. Qin Lu, puzzled, ventured again, "Your Majesty, it is time to depart." The Emperor continued his silence, igniting Qin Lu's ire. Was the Emperor engaging in some form of performance art at such a critical juncture? Suddenly, a chilling thought crossed his mind, causing him to recoil in fear. He hastened to the Emperor, gently touching his cold, rigid body. Panic surged through him as he realized the Emperor was unresponsive, and he quickly checked for breath beneath the Emperor's nose. None. His first thought was, someone has conspired against the Emperor. However, upon a thorough examination, he discovered no signs of external injury on Palpatine. It appeared that the Emperor had simply succumbed at the twilight of his life. Despair engulfed Qin Lu, particularly at such a crucial moment. He could foresee that news of the Emperor's demise would spell immediate doom for the Galactic Empire. The surviving Sith warriors lacked the strength and authority to seize control. Perhaps the Dark Duke could be counted among them. Yet he had defected back to the Jedi ranks. The gravity of this blow to the Empire was staggering, and Qin Lu felt that the Emperor's passing might have been precipitated by the weight of this dreadful news. As he mourned, he frantically searched the Emperor's body for any final edicts or messages. Alas, he could only find a metallic box, its surface crafted from a frosted material, reminiscent of an advanced video recording device. Perhaps it contains his final will, he speculated, though he regretted his ignorance of how to operate it. "My lord, we have established a perimeter at Hangar 66. The ship is ready for immediate departure," reported Qin Lu's aide, accompanied by several guards. Hastily, Qin Lu concealed the metallic box within his cloak. Matters that eluded his understanding could be unraveled later, once he was safely away. "The Emperor has passed," he announced with a heavy heart. His sorrow was genuine as he lamented internally. "Why must I be so unfortunate? Others find themselves in positions of power and luxury upon traversing realms, yet here I am, thrust into a harsh religious order, subjected to relentless training in this Sith purgatory for a decade, only to witness its collapse at the brink of my ascension. My plight is more tragic than that of Doi." Overcome with emotion, tears streamed down Qin Lu's face. The surrounding guards and aides were visibly moved. Who could claim that Sith warriors were devoid of compassion? Those who asserted such sentiments ought to witness the depth of Lord Ibi Lu's loyalty to the Emperor. "My lord, we must leave at once." The task of defeating the insurgents and restoring the empire requires your leadership, urged his aide, jolting Qin Lu from his sorrowful reverie. Why am I wallowing in self-pity? The emperor has fallen, and the order has crumbled, which means the shackles that bound me for a decade have vanished. I can finally go where I please and do as I wish. I should be elated. Wiping away his tears, Qin Lu felt a bittersweet mixture of sorrow and joy as he declared, "Let us depart. You shall not escape." A voice interjected abruptly. Chapter 2. The struggle in the Grand Hall in mere seconds. Over 20 warriors clad in brown robes, wielding lightsabers, surged into the hall. They swiftly positioned themselves to encircle Qin Lu and his entourage. Qin Lu recognized several of the leading warriors from the wanted posters. The foremost among them, a diminutive green-skinned figure, was none other than the legendary Jedi Master Yoda, who had become the foremost Jedi Knight 20 years prior. Beside him stood a formidable middle-aged man with flowing golden hair, General Obi-Wan Kenobi. The former commander of the clone troopers, the youthful figure accompanying him was undoubtedly the famed second apprentice of the Jedi, Luke Skywalker. Yet, amidst them, one individual commanded attention unlike any other, clad in black armor. Qin Lu could never forget the imposing figure of Darth Vader, formerly known as Anakin Skywalker, the most favored disciple of Palpatine. Qin Lu's composure had returned. Words now seemed futile. This was a genuine existential crisis. Devoid of hope. This is the last one. General Kenobi's first words sent a chill down Qin Lu's spine, his gaze fixed upon Qin Lu as though he were a corpse. No one would relish being regarded in such a manner. Who is he? I thought the Sith were concentrated among the first wave of fleeing forces, Master Yoda inquired, but the question was directed at the Dark Duke, whose presence loomed large behind Qin Lu. I be Lu Du Longtan. Disciple of Eugene, the Dark Duke stated, his tone devoid of emotion. At that moment, he was even more terrifying than during his time with the Sith. He added, the Empire's foremost swordsman. A collective gasp escaped the Jedi warriors present. To them, the Dark Duke embodied the essence of the Sith problem and was the most formidable Sith warrior. The fact that he would bestow such an acknowledgement upon the Sith before them hinted at something remarkably unique about Qin Lu. However, the Dark Duke's next remark elicited both laughter and disbelief, yet his mastery of the Force is abysmal. Luke could not suppress a chuckle. The true terror of the Sith lay in their unparalleled mastery of the Force. During confrontations, the Sith wielded formidable techniques such as Force pull, gravity control, and Force lightning, leaving the Jedi at a significant disadvantage. While the Jedi excelled in swordsmanship, they faced dire consequences if they relied solely on their blades to prevail, especially in an era dominated by the powers of the Force. This is precisely why, for the past 2 centuries, despite the immense societal influence wielded by the Jedi Order, it has consistently found itself beleaguered by a mere handful of Sith warriors. Even 20 years prior, Palpatine, alongside his 2 apprentices, successfully dismantled the Jedi's dominion with nothing more than a few cunning schemes. Though the Jedi harbored deep-seated animosity towards the Sith, an undeniable truth had taken root in their hearts over the centuries. The Sith are powerful. Long time no see. Your Grace, has the specter of the Death Star ever sought you out? Upon Qin Lu's utterance, the Dark Duke felt an overwhelming urge to kill. The obliteration of the Death Star left an indelible wound in his heart. Marked by the demise of millions of clone troopers, such a defeat could not be mended simply by switching allegiances. Now, Qin Lu unceremoniously tore open this wound, causing the Dark Duke's previously calm demeanor to boil over. The core of the Force shifted several degrees towards the dark side. I hear you personally severed your own son's arm. Quite ruthless, weren't you? Qin Lu smiled, adding fuel to the fire. Enough, the Dark Duke roared. Abruptly drawing the hilt of his lightsaber, the blade ignited in a flash, slicing through the air with a resounding crack as it broke the sound barrier. This surprise attack was swift and vicious. Qin Lu himself was taken aback by the Dark Duke's sudden assault. In an instant, the speeding lightsaber had surpassed the speed of sound. In fact, not only was Qin Lu unprepared, but the surrounding Jedi were equally caught off guard. Many newly arrived Jedi bore expressions of shock as they realized. So it begins. Most of them had not even glimpsed how the Dark Duke had launched his strike, nor how the Sith had managed to parry it. Clang! Qin Lu deflected the incoming lightsaber, with only Masters Yoda and Kenobi among the Jedi present recognizing the finesse with which he executed his counter. The Sith warrior named Iblar had his left hand poised on his lightsaber hilt. In a split second, he flicked his thumb, sending his lightsaber flying. The hilt spun in the air, radiating light as it intercepted the incoming blade. Upon contact, Qin Lu's lightsaber rebounded, allowing him to effortlessly retrieve it. It was a masterful display of skill, showcasing Iblar's prowess. Surrounded by numerous young Jedi, many began to envision themselves in opposition to the Sith. Contemplating whether they could withstand such a technique in combat, the mere thought sent shivers down their spines. Iblar was indeed a formidable Sith warrior, possessing an unfathomable level of skill in close combat. All 23 Jedi stood poised, lightsabers drawn, filling the chamber with the resonant hum of their blades. The heightened force levels created an atmosphere so dense it felt almost tangible. This was a tactic employed by the Jedi, utilizing their force presence to elevate the surrounding energy, thereby increasing the resistance faced by the Sith within the field. The more Jedi present to amplify the force field, the more formidable it became. Now, with 23 Jedi, including several masters, channeling their energies, the ambient force levels rendered Iblar's movements considerably more arduous. As the tension in the air thickened, Qin Lu suddenly smiled and gestured, "Wait." The surrounding Jedi paused, momentarily bewildered. "Let them go. This is a matter between the Sith and the Jedi, and does not concern them." Qin Lu indicated towards the few clone troopers and his aide, who were now pale and trembling. Their expression shifted from fear to surprise, then gratitude. The Jedi turned to Master Yoda, realizing he was their true commander. Yoda's demeanor remained calm. "Very well, you may leave," he commanded the clones. Qin Lu felt a wave of relief wash over him. "Master, we cannot let them go. They will bring more clone soldiers here," General Kenobi interjected suddenly. Qin Lu's heart sank. He had forgotten Kenobi's presence. Such a minor scheme would hardly escape his keen eyes. Qin Lu endeavored to maintain an indifferent faade, unaware that his smile would appear more akin to a grimace, rendering his expression meaningless. The surrounding Jedi perceived only a strange grin upon his face. Yoda shook his head. "He speaks the truth. This is a matter between the Jedi and the Sith." With Yoda's endorsement, General Kenobi could only acquiesce. No one dared to disregard the wisdom of the Greenskin Master, whose guidance had steered the Jedi from the brink of annihilation and firmly grasped the opportunity for victory. To all present, this diminutive Jedi Master seemed to possess an inexplicable connection to the divine essence of the Force. His words invariably held weight. Qin Lu exhaled, watching as his aide and soldiers fled the palace in disarray, hoping they would swiftly return with reinforcements. Regardless, this afforded him a glimmer of hope for escape. Master Yoda is right, and I too shall seek vengeance against the traitor through this battle. The tone of Baron Iblar abruptly escalated, his voice hoarse with fury. All the Jedi recognized his trembling finger aimed at the Dark Duke. "Anakin, you have betrayed the Jedi and the Sith. How many times must you betray before you become a loyal subject? Ask yourself, are you worthy to wield the Force?" Qin Lu's fury was genuine. He believed the Empire had shown the Dark Duke more than enough mercy. The Emperor had even promised that if the Dark Duke surrendered his son, their family would become the rightful heirs of the Galactic Empire. It must be said that Palpatine often treated the Dark Duke with the same affection as a father, perhaps attempting to compensate for his own lack of ASON. In this regard, Palpatine was merely an elderly man harboring unusual sentiments, rather than a steadfast warrior. Yet, when the moment arrived, the Dark Duke chose betrayal. A treachery that struck a lethal blow not only to the Empire but to the Emperor himself. This explained why Qin Lu believed the Emperor had perished from the Dark Duke's betrayal. For the Empire, this act of treachery was far graver than the loss of the Death Star. After all, the Death Star was merely a weapon. Lose one, and the Empire could construct 10 more. But the Dark Duke was different. He symbolized the Galactic Empire. In a certain sense, he had transcended humanity and become a deity. He was an integral part of the Empire's indomitable might, a testament to its legitimacy. In the collective consciousness, he embodied the Empire's crown prince. Yet now, he had turned traitor. Since the Dark Duke's defection, the morale of the Empire's main force, the clone troopers, had collapsed, spreading like a plague through their ranks. Clones were merely clones, combat machines conditioned to execute orders under the Dark Duke's iron fist. Once stripped of their commander, they lost their combat spirit. Qin Lu had never viewed himself as a mere passerby in this world. The joys and sorrows that unfolded around him deeply affected his emotions. Regardless of the Sith's sentiments towards him, he felt a personal connection to both the Sith and the Galactic Empire, which fueled his loathing for the Dark Duke Anakin. "The Sith always find a way to rationalize their anger," Obi-Wan remarked sarcastically from the sidelines, eliciting laughter from the surrounding Jedi. According to the tales passed among the Jedi, the source of the Sith's formidable power lay in their anger and hatred, emotions that empowered them through the dark side of the Force. Ignoring the Jedi's mockery, Qin Lu unfastened his cloak and set it aside, the only remnant left by his master, and the sole possession he cherished outside of his life. Qin Lu's apparent nonchalance incited outrage among many of the younger Jedi. "What arrogance! He shows no understanding of a villain's resolve. Drawing his lightsaber with his right hand, Qin Lu executed a flourish before pointing it at a nearby Jedi, Luke Skywalker. I, Sith warrior Baron Ibler de Longton, challenge you to a duel. I accept, Luke replied before Master Yoda and General Kenobi could react. At that moment, all Jedi, including the Dark Duke, were taken aback. They had anticipated a challenge directed at the Dark Duke himself, never foreseeing that Qin Lu would propose a duel with the Dark Duke's son. Indeed, this could be construed through the lens of hatred, yet the most infuriating aspect was Luke's immediate acceptance of the challenge. A testament to his youthful impulsiveness, falling prey to the Sith's cunning, Master Yoda and General Kenobi exchanged glances, pondering the situation. According to Anakin, although this Sith was exceptionally skilled in swordplay, his inadequacy in the Force rendered him unworthy of being considered a top-tier opponent. Thus, both the Dark Duke and the Jedi Masters were confident they could vanquish him within 20 strikes. However, Luke has not yet attained such prowess, although he is among the foremost experts of his generation. Facing a swordsman of such extraordinary talent, despite being a Force novice, leaves the Jedi Masters with little assurance. After all, lightsabers have no eyes, and should the Sith unleash a few more of those ferocious techniques seen earlier, who could guarantee that Luke would not falter? Yet, according to the code of the samurai, once a duel is agreed upon, there is no room for retreat. In this regard, both the Sith and the Jedi uphold their principles. If the battle turns unfavorable, we will take action. The Jedi Masters communicated through glances. Those adept in the Force possess an astonishing sixth sense. At such close quarters, achieving a simple mental communion is not a challenge for these masters. The surrounding crowd silently cleared a circular space for the two individuals at the center of the room. However, under the tacit approval of Master Yoda and the Dark Duke, the Jedi did not dissipate the Force field. The Force levels in the room surged anew, reaching a staggering value of over 30,000, according to Qin Lu's mental calculations. Under the constraint of such an intense Force field, even the most formidable Sith would have to pay a heavy price to move. These Jedi Knights were far from the righteous figures they appeared to be. When it came to setting traps and employing underhanded tactics, they showed no mercy. Qin Lu remained unperturbed, in his view. This was the best outcome he could hope for. He first provoked Luke with words, knowing that anyone would be incensed at hearing their father insulted, especially someone like Luke, who had been chosen as a Skywalker at such a young age. With teachers who were Jedi Masters, although his father had initially been an enemy, he was ultimately a figure of great respect. Such an individual, who had navigated life with relative ease, was bound to harbor a certain pride, making him susceptible to provocation and manipulation. Qin Lu aimed to exploit that pride. It was precisely because Luke held his father in such high regard that Qin Lu had earlier detected the fury igniting in Luke's eyes, a look that seemed to scream for a duel as a means to vent his pin-up rage. Thus, after thoroughly inciting the emotions of the Jedi, Qin Lu promptly challenged Luke to battle. As expected, the anger-clouded Skywalker accepted without hesitation. All is proceeding smoothly. Qin Lu raised his lightsaber. Were circumstances different, even with Luke's superior mastery of the Force, Qin Lu felt confident he could subdue him in a matter of moves. In Qin Lu's eyes, the swordsmanship of these alien warriors was utterly inferior, subpar beyond measure. Although due to certain limitations, he could not advance his own Force abilities nor grasp the Sith's arcane techniques. He focused instead on honing his swordsmanship. Coming from Earth and steeped in a martial arts tradition, Qin Lu's perspective was not one that any ordinary Sith warrior could match. Thus, he carved out a domain uniquely his own within the realm of swordsmanship. The saying "with grain in hand, one remains calm" held true for him. Hence, he faced the encirclement of numerous Jedi with composure. Just moments ago, he had discerned through observing the Jedi's movements and breathing that only Master Yoda, General Kenobi, and the Dark Duke could rival him in swordsmanship, while the rest were mere dregs. However, the intensity of the current Force field far exceeded his expectations. In fact, Qin Lu was nearing the limits of his mobility. To put it vividly, his lower body felt like a wooden post. His only strategy was a singular move to break the impasse. Truth be told, after his earlier outburst, Luke still harbored a flicker of curiosity. The Empire's foremost swordsman. Such grand claims. Does he possess genuine skill? Reflecting on this, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of self-mockery. How absurd of me. No matter how formidable this individual may be, can he truly surpass my father? I managed to withstand over a dozen moves against him back in the day. Besides, how formidable can a warrior who merely wields a sword truly be? Such a person would only be deemed useful by the Sith, among the Jedi. He would merely be a lackey. Not just Luke, but no one present believed Qin Lu could easily triumph over him. Even if Qin Lu gained the upper hand, it would likely come after 20 moves. The three closest Jedi Masters had yet to draw their lightsabers. At that moment, Qin Lu made his move. He assumed a peculiar starting stance, his right hand forming a circle, the lightsaber held horizontally across his chest. His right hand gripped the hilts in with 3 fingers, the muscles at his bent wrist taut and defined, like steel wire. To the astonishment of onlookers, his left hand pinched the tip of the blade. In truth, he was using the force to grip the blade's tip with the very tips of his left fingers. The abrupt clash between the concentrated force and the photons at the blade's tip erupted violently, sending forth twin jets of sparks and heat, the sizzling sound piercing the silence of the council chamber. Under the immense force, the lightsaber's tip twisted slightly in space. To those observing, Qin Lu resembled a drawn bow, his coiled body brimming with terrifying power, ready to unleash at any moment. This was the ancient Japanese swordsmanship technique known as the meteor, demonstrating precise control of the force that left the audience in awe. Good heavens, that is a lightsaber, yet he dares to grip it with unprotected hands. What magnitude of force is required, and what precision of manipulation must one command to coalesce the force into a cushion? Even if one could create such a cushion, how much energy would the force need to counter the photon pulses from the lightsaber? Most of the Jedi present found themselves questioning if they could muster enough of their own force to withstand even a single strike from the lightsaber. In a moment, many Jedi began to glance down at their own lightsabers, the sharp, luminous tips drawing their attention, the sound of swallowed breaths echoing in the room. Luke felt as though he were a rabbit caught in the gaze of a tiger, a profound sense of danger igniting his instincts. Gritting his teeth, he stomped his foot and thought, "Then I shall fight." With that, Luke lunged forward, bringing his saber down in a strike. "Not good," General Kenobi exclaimed. And in the next moment, he sprang into action. A blinding light erupted, and before most could process the visual stimulus, the outcome had been determined. The Jedi Masters instantly recognized that they had been a heartbeat too slow. The majority only perceived that Qin Lu's motion had shifted from holding the saber to raising it, the attack executed with such swiftness that it left no trace. A select few, like General Kenobi, managed to glimpse the trajectory of the strike, yet seeing it and grasping it were two entirely different matters. Kenobi's heart sank, realizing that what he perceived was merely an afterimage etched onto his retina. Luke's cry echoed through the council chamber, as the meteor strike was devoid of any embellishments. Its sole advantage lay in its speed, an unmatched velocity that transcended all techniques. The meteor strike swiftly severed Luke's left forearm and most of his right wrist. And after cleaving through Luke, the lightsaber spun nearly a full circle while simultaneously deflecting an attack from behind. In the aftermath, Luke's dismembered limbs and lightsaber fell to the ground. The battle concluded with an astonishing swiftness. In the moment of success, Qin Lu exerted every ounce of his force to take a step forward, bringing his saber to bear against Luke's neck. In the blink of an eye, Master Yoda, General Kenobi, and the Dark Duke had their sabers poised at Qin Lu's vital points. "Release him," the 3 Jedi Masters commanded in unison. "Release him," Qin Lu shouted even louder. "A life for a life. I consider it worth it." The 3 looked at his wrist. For Qin Lu had drawn his saber in a reverse grip. Even if they were to kill him in an instant, Luke would be at risk of losing his head to the counterattack of the saber held in reserve. General Kenobi smirked. Master Yoda's brow furrowed, revealing his frustration. Whether born of his own underestimation or Luke's recklessness, it was unclear. The Dark Duke said, "Let him go. Do you think you can escape here even with a hostage?" At that moment, Qin Lu's presence surged. "How would we know unless we try? Disable the force field. You and you. No tricks. Sith are always resorting to despicable tactics," a female Jedi warrior nearby remarked, unable to tolerate Qin Lu's methods. "I do not possess the lofty ideals of a Jedi. I am neither noble enough to orchestrate a 20-plus person assault on a single individual, nor am I noble enough to bind someone as a target during a fair duel." Qin Lu retorted without hesitation, dismissing their high-mindedness, insisting that according to their standards, he ought to sit idly by and be cleaved into pieces to earn a heroic death reputation. Chapter 3. The subtlety of search. The moment the force field in the room was deactivated, Qin Lu immediately felt a wave of relief wash over him. Among all the Jedi techniques, the one that had always vexed him the most was this ability to restrict movement. Unlike the Sith's mastery of gravity, which bore weaknesses that Qin Lu was confident he could exploit, the force field exerted a broad influence over the area as long as one remained within its confines. All opposing forces would be subject to its effects. Generally speaking, the strength of a force field pales in comparison to gravity manipulation, serving only as a minor hindrance in combat, with a typical Jedi's effective radius being a mere 5 meters, far inferior to the Sith's gravity control, which could be applied over any distance and with great power. Most Jedi regarded this skill as a mere supplementary ability. Yet today, Qin Lu had nearly met his end at the hands of this seemingly trivial skill. What was particularly infuriating was that this force field could be layered. The combined aura emanating from 23 of the most formidable Jedi in the present day was akin to the weight of dozens of elephants pressing upon Qin Lu's neck at this moment. Should Qin Lu attempt to move, he would surely discover that his feet had sunk deeply into the alloy-crafted floor beneath him. What Qin Lu remained unaware of, however, was that such a concerted exertion of the Force by more than 20 Jedi, including several top-tier masters, was an unprecedented occurrence, even for the Sith warriors of his Master-S lineage that spanned many generations. Once the oppressive aura dissipated, Qin Lu stretched his body, and a cacophony of cracking bones echoed around him. Now, he felt a newfound confidence in his ability to escape this perilous situation. With the captured Luke Skywalker in tow and a throng of Jedi trailing behind, Qin Lu began his slow retreat from the palace. At that precise moment, his aide, Lo Song, arrived with a contingent of soldiers. Lo Song, a land shark from the planet Anova, was even taller than a clone trooper, like all land sharks. He possessed a flattened head and a crescent-shaped grin that revealed a mouthful of sharp teeth. A sight that was quite unsettling. It was rumored that he had once served as the captain of the Imperial Honor Guard, composed entirely of land sharks. Qin Lu had overheard the clones joking about how half of the Empire's notorious reputation for brutality could be attributed to him. One could only imagine how dire the situation would be with such a figure leading a band of equally fearsome comrades to greet guests. Lo Song swiftly dismounted from the hovercraft, and his troops quickly formed a crossfire formation, with 2 speeder bikes in the sky providing supporting fire, all aimed squarely at the Jedi. Lo Song excitedly reported to Qin Lu, "My lord, Lo Song and the 13th Guard Battalion have arrived to reinforce you. Please allow me to bear the punishment for my tardiness." The soldiers who had retreated with Lo Song were equally exhilarated to see Qin Lu unscathed. Still holding a wounded Jedi captive, they had braced themselves for the worst, but were astonished that Lord Yibalu had not only managed to inflict significant damage upon the enemy, but had also gained the upper hand in this precarious situation. "You have performed admirably. Keep a watchful eye on him. If they make any move, shoot to kill," Qin Lu commanded, tossing Luke to Lo Song. Instantly, 3 clone troopers trained their weapons on Skywalker's head. The Jedi, upon realizing the dire circumstances, erupted in furious exclamations. Lo Song whispered, "My lord, the main force of the 13th Battalion and the Tank Division are just behind us. They should arrive in approximately 20 minutes. A wave of relief washed over Qin Lu. It appeared that all he needed to do was stall the Jedi for 20 minutes. Witnessing the reinforcements arriving at Qin Lu's side, the faces of the Jedi darkened considerably. Lo Song guided his team to create distance between Qin Lu and the Jedi. And although they dared not fire their weapons just yet, a temporary safety had been established, allowing Qin Lu to finally ease the tension that had been coiling within him. "Release my son and depart with your men," the Dark Duke's voice rang out from behind. "That is acceptable, but I require guarantees," Qin Lu retorted inwardly, amused by the thought of releasing Luke only to have a horde of Jedi descend upon him. "Anakin, do not agree to his terms," General Nobi interjected suddenly. "Obi-Wan. He is my son, my only son," the Dark Duke insisted, his voice rising with emotion. "I am aware, Luke is also my apprentice, but we must uphold our oaths," General Nobi urged. "Darth Vader, mind your tone. Do not let your past as a Sith cloud your judgment," a female Jedi suddenly shouted from the rear. Qin Lu noticed that several other Jedi had rallied behind her, their gazes toward the Dark Duke mirroring those they cast upon Qin Lu. The Dark Duke sneered, "Orlando, concern yourself with your own affairs. You should count yourself fortunate and grateful to be alive." The female Jedi was one of the remaining elders among the Jedi Council, and his words struck her like a slap in the face. The Jedi surrounding her immediately displayed expressions of outrage. Among them was the earlier female Jedi who had mocked Qin Lu, now reiterating her infamous quip, "A Sith is a Sith." Qin Lu regarded her. This young woman, no older than 16 or 17, was undeniably human, adorned in a yellow skirt, her beauty marred only by the arrogance that emanated from her demeanor. "She will inevitably learn the true power of the Sith," Qin Lu mused inwardly. "Enough bickering. Let the Sith witness this farce," Master Yoda admonished. Exasperated with the Jedi's bickering, all eyes turned to Qin Lu. During the discord among the Jedi, additional reinforcements had arrived for Qin Lu, and he hoped fervently for a chaotic escalation, raising his hands. He declared, "Do not concern yourselves with me. Continue. To sacrifice a Jedi for a Sith is not our way. Master Yoda proclaimed, rising. His deep voice carried an enchanting authority, compelling the other Jedi to bow their heads in respect for the Master's counsel. Baron Yibalu, I propose we establish an agreement. Only Luke bowed his head, reflecting on how his own arrogance had led to his capture, placing the Masters in this precarious position. Very well, I can hand over the individual. But the Jedi and the rebels must guarantee my safe withdrawal to Kintoon. Once both forces disengage, I will return Luke to you. This was the ultimate goal Qin Lu had envisioned. The Sith Council will have abandoned us by the time we flee. I can assure you that neither I nor my contingent of clone troopers will partake in the conflict between the Sith and the Jedi any further. At this moment, Qin Lu was prepared to make a promise. Knowing that boasting bore no consequence, and besides, even if he managed to escape, he had no intention of serving the Sith Council any longer. No, the individual must be surrendered to us immediately, and then we will transport you and your soldiers to another planet, the Dark Duke interjected. Qin Lu ignored him entirely. The individual must be handed over now. Luke's injuries cannot withstand further delay, the Dark Duke insisted, presenting his rationale. Qin Lu glanced back at Luke, who was indeed bleeding profusely from the stumps of his severed arms. Without prompt medical attention, he would not only succumb to blood loss, but also face the dire threat of infection. I cannot release him. I require a hostage to ensure safety. A hostage was imperative, as Qin Lu's forces were still vastly outmatched by the Jedi. Even if Luke were to bleed out, he could not allow his life to be lost on his watch. I will take his place. That should reassure you. The young woman who had previously mocked Qin Lu and the Dark Duke suddenly proposed. All eyes turned towards her, her beautiful visage calm as if she were discussing the most mundane of matters. Agreed, disagreed, came the responses, with Qin Lu and the Dark Duke in agreement, while Luke, surprisingly, shouted, "No, don't do it." Eve. Oh, both Qin Lu and the clone troopers exchanged knowing glances, realizing the two shared a deeper connection. Oh, the Jedi warriors also exhibited expressions of dawning comprehension, recognizing the nature of their bond. Master Yoda and the Dark Duke appeared distinctly uncomfortable. "It is all right. I am volunteering," the girl named Eve replied with poise. Casting a disdainful glance at Qin Lu. "It is up to you now, do you dare, Sith?" "Of course, I consent. I have always believed that a fruit forced from the vine is bitter," Qin Lu replied with a smile. With Master Yoda's tacit approval, the girl discarded her lightsaber and approached slowly as she neared. Qin Lu signaled for the clone troopers to release Luke. Luke cast a deep, meaningful glance at the girl who was taking his place. Biting his lip as he urged, "Be careful, I will come for you." The girl named Eve did not respond, and the clone soldiers trained their weapons upon her. Standing before Qin Lu, she finally had the opportunity to scrutinize the formidable and cunning Sith warrior up close. He was unlike the typical Sith, who often appeared as grotesque alien beings easily categorized as villains. This Sith was human, and in his presence, she felt his imposing stature, though his voice bore a raspy quality. He radiated an aura of authority that required no anger to command respect. Despite appearing to be in his 20s, the flecks of gray in his hair indicated a seasoned warrior with substantial experience. Then, the seasoned warrior's hand slipped into her robe. "Ah," the female Jedi gasped, her face alight with alarm. The Jedi across the way stirred restlessly. Luke's rage flared as he shouted, "Do you have no sense of a warrior's honor? Release her." However, their protests quickly fell silent as Qin Lu explored for a moment before extracting a lightsaber from the girl's ropes. "Next time, it would be wise to conceal your lightsaber on the inner thigh. That is a location most would overlook," Qin Lu remarked with a grin directed at Eve. Her face flushed crimson, and she glared at him with intense loathing. Qin Lu discreetly withdrew his hand, the sensation still lingering on his fingertips, although he had recognized where the girl had concealed the lightsaber at first glance. He had still feigned a search before dramatically presenting it. "What an abomination! What an abomination!" Lo Song exclaimed nearby, prompting Qin Lu to cast a sharp glare in his direction. At that moment, both parties received a fresh wave of reinforcements. After much anticipation, the support troops finally arrived on time. Yet the irony lay in the fact that both sides' reinforcements had arrived simultaneously and were of comparable strength. Qin Lu's awaited arrival included 2 AT-TS and a battalion of clone troopers. With the addition of the 20mm rapid-fire cannons mounted on the AT-TS, Qin Lu felt a sense of reassurance wash over him. In stark contrast, the quality of personnel arriving from the Jedi side is significantly superior. Although more than 20 rebel infantrymen have come, among them is a newly arrived female Jedi. Draped in a white cloak and wielding a white lightsaber, Qin Lu immediately focused on her upon her appearance. The force emanating from this female Jedi is incredibly powerful. Amidst the vast assembly of Jedi Knights, she stands out like a 45-watt bulb among a cluster of candles. Goodness, this individual surpasses even the Dark Duke. Her presence alone is equivalent to 10 Jedi. However, what vexes Qin Lu even more is the sight of an individual he least wishes to encounter among the clone soldiers rushing to his aid, a young girl clad in Sith robes. The moment Qin Lu lays eyes on her, his frustration mounts to make matters worse. Upon the arrival of the female Jedi in white, Master Yoda immediately made a decision. Qin Lu is certain that he issued an attack command through telepathy the moment he sensed her presence. The Jedi, seizing the advantage, launched a simultaneous assault, unleashing a concentrated wave of force energy within mere seconds. With the aid of the female Jedi, the surrounding force levels surged to an unprecedented degree, equivalent to the pressure of a 12-fold gravitational field, rendering the clone soldiers immobile as if encased in shackles. Qin Lu barely had time to knock out the hostage Eve, who attempted to flee. Before engaging in combat with General Grievous, the other Jedi Knights joined the fray, slaughtering their foes with the ferocity of a tiger among sheep. Fortunately, the clone walkers promptly deployed force frequency disruptors, disrupting the force field and providing a tenuous defense against the Jedi's onslaught. Qin Lu tossed the unconscious hostage to Lo Song and plunged into battle against General Grievous. Grievous' swordsmanship is predominantly defensive. Yet each of his attacks sends chills down Qin Lu's spine. Qin Lu employs a close-quarters rapid assault strategy, preventing Grievous from utilizing his force powers, but soon finds himself beset by both the Dark Duke and Master Yoda. Qin Lu stands alone against 3 opponents, demonstrating extraordinary prowess to avoid defeat. Life and death hang by a thread. Qin Lu cannot afford a moment's negligence in this brief span. He seamlessly transitions through 25 different sword techniques, now swift and fierce, now graceful and ethereal, at times bizarre and unparalleled, and at others utterly unorthodox. The trio has never faced such an eccentric swordsman, leaving them momentarily perplexed. Grievous, whose style leans heavily towards defense, retreats to the periphery to observe. After employing the 25 sword techniques, Qin Lu discerns the most effective moves to counter the diverse styles of the 3 adversaries, wielding his lightsaber with an uncanny agility that amplifies its power. In an instant, General Grievous, the Dark Duke, and Master Yoda find themselves at a disadvantage. The surrounding Jedi Knights stand in astonishment, never having imagined that reaching a certain pinnacle in swordsmanship could yield such formidable prowess. Is this individual truly a Sith, primarily focused on the Force? Suddenly, the Dark Duke retreats and unleashes Force lightning, a torrent of energy the size of an arm shooting towards Qin Lu in midair. Qin Lu performs a backflip to evade the strike, retaliating with a slash that grazes Grievous' calf. By the time the 3 regroup, Qin Lu seizes the opportunity to leap out of their encirclement. Master Yoda and the others pursue from behind, while Qin Lu dashes ahead, his strikes swift and precise, felling 6 or 7 Jedi Knights who attempt to block his path, infuriating the trio of Jedi Masters trailing behind. Amidst the chaos, the main force of the 13th Legion finally arrives. Chapter 4. An era where one dares to rebel with a lightsaber. Accompanying the main force of the 13th Legion are 2-inch Scorpion-class gunships. Under the bombardment of the gunships, the formation of the Jedi Knights falters momentarily, and with the surrounding clone soldiers providing cover for Qin Lu, Master Yoda and his companions are compelled to temporarily abandon their pursuit of him. Qin Lu, having only a fleeting moment to feel relieved, must swiftly address another pressing issue in his eyes. The one who should have retreated long ago is inexplicably lingering, as if intentionally adding to his distress. At this moment, the newly arrived Sith girl has already joined the fray alongside the clone soldiers, but to the Jedi Knights, capturing a Sith is undoubtedly more enticing than targeting clone soldiers, especially such a youthful opponent. She must still be an untrained Sith apprentice. Capturing such a foe would be a low-cost yet highly rewarding endeavor compared to confronting that Sith Baron. With this thought in mind, within just a few minutes, the girl has already engaged several Jedi Knights in combat. However, to their astonishment, despite her youthful appearance, seemingly only 17 or 18 years old, she proves to be a nimble fighter, displaying remarkable agility and favoring leaps in battle, flitting through the lightsaber strikes like a butterfly, making her a formidable opponent. Yet, even more frustrating for them is that the arriving Iberi is even more ruthless. Each strike from her blade invariably draws blood. Several Jedi exchange glances and promptly retreat. What a joke. Such a monstrous Sith warrior should be left to the elders to handle. Qin Lu finally makes his way to the girl, exasperatedly shouting, "What are you still doing here? Where have those Sith supposed to protect you gone?" The girl, upon seeing him, breaks into a delighted smile, but is momentarily taken aback by his shout. Stammering, "I was looking for you." Strangely, Qin Lu's anger dissipates like snow in winter when doused with water. With numerous clone soldiers around, he refrains from looking at her youthful, foolishly cheerful face, instead grasping her hand as they fight and retreat. Although they hold a numerical advantage, these Jedi Knights are not the pampered academy types of 20 years ago. Most are survivors and new blood nurtured by the Jedi elders during 2 decades of guerrilla warfare. From the moment they chose the path of the Jedi, they have faced battles at every turn. Those who have survived until now are the elite of the elite. Although the clone army has the firepower of gunships and walkers, they have only managed to take down 4 Jedi amidst half a day of combat, suffering losses 3 to 4 times greater than that as Qin Lu leads Princess Darth Sherry of the Empire. He reflects, what kind of world is this? Hot weapons can't compete with cold ones. A few people wielding lightsabers dare to rebel. What the hell is going on? Where is the justice? Where is the law? Under the relentless charges of the Jedi, the clone army's formation gradually loses its edge. This place is no longer tenable. Qin Lu pulls Sherry's hand, desperately searching for an escape route amidst the chaos. Unbeknownst to him, Sherry gazes at his back, her pretty face gradually flushing, entirely uncharacteristic of someone in the midst of battle. As the two of them run farther away, the white-clad female Jedi grows anxious and suddenly charges in like a berserker, cutting down the clone soldiers in her path. Her audacious display inspires the Jedi Knights behind her, forming a cohesive offensive formation to breach the clones' defenses. Just as the two are about to break free from combat, the female Jedi grits her teeth and, risking it all, leaps over the walker blocking her way. With a powerful leap, she manages to intercept them just before their escape. The female Jedi, lightsaber crossed before her chest, menacingly declares to Qin Lu, "Release her hand, Sith." Qin Lu, infuriated, retorts, "What nonsense is this? Don't think I won T-strike just because you're beautiful." Sherry interjects, "Who are you? You've been chasing me since this morning." It turns out they have encountered each other before, and it seems to have been an unpleasant experience. Qin Lu harbors no fondness for this female Jedi. Not only is her swordsmanship formidable, but she also possesses immense force strength. Such a Jedi is precisely Qin Lu's nemesis. The female Jedi suddenly blushes, saying, "I am Jedi Master Lissy Waiki. I am your godmother." Seeing the incredulous expressions on both Qin Lu and Sherry's faces, she hastily adds, "I am here to rescue you." Qin Lu and Sherry are utterly unconvinced by her words. Sensing her hesitation and deceit, while others may be unaware, Qin Lu knows that Sherry has never had a godmother. Although Sherry is a princess of the Empire, her arrival was rather abrupt. 4 years ago. Under the secret directive of the Council of Elders, Qin Lu found Sherry on a junk planet in the Cybertron system. At that time, Sherry was merely a small girl struggling to survive on the junk planet. When he discovered her, although she was already 12 years old, her prolonged malnutrition made her appear merely 7 or 8. During his thorough examination of her body, Qin Lu found no signs of any baptismal marks or scars, which are typically a part of the religious baptism ritual in the Empire. Remembering the examination he conducted on Sherry, Qin Lu couldn't help but glance at her now. She is no longer the small girl from 4 years ago, but has blossomed into a young lady. Her figure now revealing the curves and contours that captivate the EYE.IT seems they are both reflecting on the same memories, as Sherry coincidentally looks at Qin Lu, and they both instinctively turn away to avoid each other's gaze. After returning from the junk planet, Sherry was bestowed the title of Princess of the Empire as a Sith-approved princess. She naturally would not acknowledge any religious baptism, since she has never undergone baptism. How could there be a godmother? I thought I was the most cunning, but it turns out I've encountered a woman who is even more so. Can one simply shirk such a maternal role? Qin Lu had never harbored any faith in her. Observing Vexuachi's age, which seemed to be around 24 or 25, it was clear that with Shirley now being 16, Vexuachi could not have been more than a mere years old when Shirley was born. Was it conceivable that someone of such tender years would assume the role of a godmother? Confronted with Qin Lu, Vexuachi's demeanor shifted dramatically. She huffed and in an unexpected display of aggression. Struck out, Qin Lu was caught unawares by the suddenness of the attack, disregarding her own identity. The proximity of their encounter left Qin Lu with a sharp pain in her abdomen, propelled backward by a formidable, piercing force of the Force. Damn it, including the Black Duke. This marks the second time a formidable Jedi has ambushed me. Who are these people? They possess none of the grace one would expect from masters. Should I ever encounter them again, I too shall resort to ambushing. Qin Lu thought bitterly, clutching her agonizing wound. Upon witnessing Qin Lu's injury, Shirley let out a piercing scream, drawing her sword to rejoin the fray. Lvexu Weiqi's expression twisted in agony. Faced with Shirley's onslaught, her previously sharp and intricate swordplay faltered, her speed diminishing. This female Jedi appeared genuinely reluctant to inflict harm upon Shirley. Her skill far surpassed that of a mere half-baked Sith like Shirley. Despite Shirley's commendable performance, Lvexu Weiqi's defense was impenetrable. With her right hand wielding the sword, she effortlessly parried all of Shirley's attacks, while her left hand summoned the Force, launching a precise strike that struck Shirley directly. Shirley felt a sudden numbness wash over her left side, leading her to involuntarily collapse. "It's over," was her last thought. In that fleeting moment, she strained to glance back at Ibi Lu. Where was he? Was he gravely injured? He lacked the means for Force protection, making him exceedingly vulnerable to such an assault. Qin Lu, with her meager resistance to Force attacks, was no more resilient than an ordinary person. The force that struck him was overwhelming, unmistakably demonstrating that Lvexu Weiqi was an adept master of Force techniques, her strike reminiscent of the Sith's signature move, Death Spiral. Qin Lu could distinctly feel the gaping wound in her abdomen, akin to the size of an apple, with nearby ribs no longer intact. Chapter 5. Tears do not become you in a daze. Shirley glimpsed Ibi Lu leaning against a nearby iron pillar, though his complexion was ashen. He remained composed, calling out to her, blood streaming from his wounds. Suddenly, Shirley caught wind of Qin Lu's urgent words. Use the Force to attract. With a swift motion, Shirley unleashed a force pull, the potent energy drawing Qin Lu toward her as he clung desperately to the iron pillar. As Shirley retracted her hand, the Force propelled her towards Ibi Lu, much to Lvexu Weiqi's growing ire. Lvexu Weiqi was now certain that this Sith, who had been thwarting her efforts, was a formidable adversary. Few knew the secrets of manipulating the Force in reverse. At that moment, a walker and several soldiers emerged from the building, providing cover for Shirley and Qin Lu as they retreated into an adjacent structure. Although Lvexu Weiqi was anxious, she had no choice but to fend off the oncoming assault from the clone soldiers. The walker was akin to a nimble, agile tank with no blind spots, and the dual 20mm rapid-fire cannons mounted on it gave Lvexu Weiqi considerable trouble. Shirley supported the injured Qin Lu as they stumbled into the building, only to discover in their panic that they had inadvertently entered a dead end, one of Coruscant's forbidden zones, the Extraterrestrial Technology Deconstruction Center. The facility possessed only a single exit. Inside the various experimental halls, there were machines acquired from unknown alien sources, obtained through trade or war by the Empire, all gathered here for technological research. They found themselves in a vast hall, dominated by a colossal circular structure forged from steel. Elegant metallic lines adorned the ring, tracing mysterious symbols. The base of the ring was embedded with energy conduits, indicating that it was a device requiring immense energy to activate. Had it been any other time, Qin Lu's insatiable curiosity would have compelled him to explore this place thoroughly. Yet, in his current state, he was devoid of such inclination. His condition was dire. Exceedingly dire. Qin Lu realized he had grossly underestimated the potency of the death spiral. The wound inflicted upon his abdomen was not simply a penetrating injury, but rather a spiral-shaped laceration. Despite his utmost efforts to maintain composure, the wound in his abdomen began to unravel, and he could feel his blood gushing forth like a stream, siphoning away his strength and vitality. Is today to be my last? The premonition grew ever more pronounced in his mind. Qin Lu had contemplated death before. He had imagined perishing in a grand interstellar conflict or in a flawless duel with a master. At the very least, he had considered the possibility of facing execution due to his defiance against the Emperor's inexplicable orders for massacre. But he had never envisioned meeting his end in such a manner, in such a moment. Qin Lu was not one to be indecisive, yet the severity of his injuries was overwhelming. Unless a miracle occurred, He feared he would not survive the day that moment. He found himself yearning for the parents he had left behind on Earth, memories of his mischievous childhood replaying in his mind like a revolving lantern. The final image lingered on his father, joyfully announcing that they had spent $170,000 to secure him a civil service position in the province. Then, in a mixture of happiness and shame, he had gone out to celebrate with friends, only to be struck by lightning and transported to this world. If only he could tell his father that after arriving here, he had ascended to a high-ranking official governing a planet. Although his body had betrayed him, through sheer determination, he had acquired his own fiefdom and title. How he wished to share this with his parents. Perhaps then, he would have no regrets. He wondered how his father and mother were faring. A wave of indescribable anguish washed over him. His parents had sacrificed so much for him, yet he would never have the opportunity to repay them. Shirley noticed something amiss with Qin Lu. His complexion was as pale as a sheet, and his gaze was growing increasingly unfocused. To glance behind revealed a crimson trail, extending from his wounds to the path they had traversed, forming a stream of blood. Panic seized Shirley as she hurriedly gathered whatever materials she could find to dress Qin Lu's injury. It proved futile. The magnitude of the wound rendered any attempt at bandaging utterly ineffective. Shirley removed her white robe, pressing it against the wound, transforming the once pristine fabric into a crimson shroud. Thoroughly saturated with blood, Shirley was left in shock. As Qin Lu's body temperature continued to plummet, she realized for the first time that the one who had rescued her from the trash planet and had been by her side for 4 years was on the brink of leaving her forever. This was the person who had endured the mockery of other Sith, who had nurtured her like a caretaker, teaching her to speak, read, and wield a sword, and introducing her to the art of dining with chopsticks and forks rather than with her hands. Transforming a voiceless wild girl into the princess everyone spoke of. He was the only one who had never changed, treating me like a princess from the very beginning, the one who took me over walls to see the galactic songstress perform, assuring me that I would grow to be even more beautiful than the sister on stage. Upon returning, he had faced the Emperor's wrath alone. He had taken on greater responsibilities, racing across the galaxy from one end to the other. With the graduation ball nearing, I finally saw him again. I told him that I didn't know how to dance, and asked him to teach me. In the palace ballroom. It was just the two of us. I deceived him. I had already mastered all the dance steps, even better than he could. I simply wished to dance with him, to be with him. Then the rebels attacked, and the Empire was on the brink of destruction. Why did I feel a twinge of happiness? But now, tears, like beads, flowed uncontrollably from her eyes. Do not cry. Tears do not become you, Qin Lu said with a smile, straining to prop himself up, striving to keep his voice calm. Shirley, you must remember my words clearly. There's a kitchen behind this building. Find the ventilation shaft there. With your lightsaber, you can carve out an exit. Then take a shortcut to Hangar 66. There's a fast ship there, guarded by a squad of clone soldiers. They will obey your commands and protect you. After you escape, do not trust the Sith Order. Seek out the clone army. I have another legion at Kentun that I can summon. No, I want to leave with you, Shirley protested, sensing something was amiss in his tone, hastily wiping her tears and speaking defiantly. Foolish girl, listen to me. You must survive. Remember, you aspire to be a songstress one day. Qin Lu chuckled. Were it not for the dire circumstances, he would not have made such arrangements. Shirley gazed at him, her beautiful eyes reflecting deep affection. It was evident even to the most oblivious observer. She drew forth her lightsaber, her gaze resolute. The powerful force within her instantaneously dismantled the mechanism of her lightsaber. She discarded the now useless weapon. Letting you chase me away, the young girl teased with a playful smile. Qin Lu looked at the enchanting girl before him, his heart racing with alarm. She is only 16, just 16. Chapter 6. You are my bride. Shirley delicately untied the ribbon from her hair, allowing her cascading locks to fall like a waterfall, gently resting her head against Qin Lu's chest. With a hint of shyness and anticipation, she murmured, You once expressed a fondness for girls with long hair. Ahem. In truth, I am more enamored with the fragrance that lingers in long hair, Qin Lu replied with a playful glint in his eye. Shirley cast him a charming glance, lifting her chin and fixing her gaze upon his nose. Well, go ahead and smell. Her pearlescent lips hovered before him. Qin Lu pondered, is she inviting me to smell or to kiss? Alas, this little imp is becoming increasingly captivating. My resistance is nearing its limit. Amused by her antics, he began to entertain the notion that perhaps this outcome was not so bad after all. The sweet scent of youth enveloped him, gradually dispelling his morbid thoughts. As he cupped her delicate face, he found himself entranced by Shirley's purity and beauty with every glance. Though he often chose to avert his gaze, he had never envisioned being with her. He had always regarded her as a younger sister. Admittedly, there were moments when the girl's devilish figure stirred feelings of delight within him. He understood that within the ranks of the Sith, his status was far too lowly, preventing him from even guiding her, let alone assuming the role of her mentor. Moreover, she was already betrothed to another. As the sands of time trickled away, he found clarity. Shirley had never concealed her feelings for him in the slightest. In contrast to her bravery, he questioned whether he was too cowardly. Given that the lifespan of a Sith was inherently brief, why was he unable to cherish this fleeting affection without waiting for Qin Lu to act? Shirley was unfazed. This was his nature, and it was no wonder that he had never been favored by women. A wave of sweetness washed over her. At least no one can take him away from me. She reached around Qin Lu's neck, embracing him, her entire form draped across him. There's blood all over you, Qin Lu murmured. It's fine. I enjoy it this way. Their eyes locked, and the cacophony of battle outside seemed to fade. In the next instant, they shared a kiss. It was evident that neither had ever kissed before, and Qin Lu felt her hold her breath. Fortunately, I had seen some adult films in my previous life. Otherwise, this life would be too tragic, he mused as he captured her delicate tongue. Savoring the moment, after their kiss, Shirley rested against Qin Lu, her cheeks flushed. Ibi Lu, is there truly a soul face of the Force? There certainly is. That's what the Jedi claim. They assert that they never lie. Silly, big silly, she replied. Then, can people there live as we do here? For instance, 2 people together? Qin Lu smirked. Absolutely. But it could also be 3 or 4 people together. With a peck, Shirley kissed him. Silly people say silly things. If that's the case, then I will keep a close watch on you. Should you dare to invite any more, I will sever the ties. Qin Lu was drenched in sweat. I will accompany you to that place, Shirley declared, her voice laced with determination. Suddenly, she froze, her gaze shifting downward as Qin Lu pressed her hand away from the lightsaber she was attempting to draw. Standard procedure. Dangerous items are confiscated, Qin Lu said through gritted teeth. Do you wish to give me a heartache? Little girl, I must properly educate you. Yes, a thorough re-education. Shirley's gloom dissipated in an instant. This moment, perhaps, truly, it was best to do nothing, merely await the arrival of death. In that instant, within the metallic hall, an unusual romance flowed through the once frigid room. A cough reverberated through the spacious hall, startlingly abrupt. A figure clad in a black Sith robe emerged from behind a column. Duke Nietzsche, Shirley exclaimed, while Qin Lu widened his eyes, both feeling the awkwardness of the moment. After all, in name, Shirley was indeed the fiancée of Duke Nietzsche. Qin Lu suddenly felt a pang of guilt, akin to stealing another man's wife. However, this feeling was short-lived as he swiftly took action, wrapping his arm around Shirley's waist, a gesture reminiscent of an animal asserting dominance over its rival. Shirley squirmed, protesting his brazen conduct. As an imperial princess, she had some understanding of her fiancé. Nietzsche, whose full name was Nietzsche Leonidas, was the eldest son of the prestigious Leonidas family of Sith. Merely 26, he had already replaced his father Bruni as the family's heir, becoming the youngest Sith Grand Elder of his time and a formidable contender for the next Sith monarch. Palpatine's choice of him as the husband for his granddaughter seemed to affirm this fact. In the public eye, Duke Nietzsche was regarded as both humble and accomplished, free from the vices typically associated with aristocracy. His courage and decisiveness, combined with his wit and humor, made him an idol among the Empire's youth. With a handsome visage and starry eyes, complemented by lips that perpetually curled into a mischievous smile, he had driven countless young women to madness. It was said that on the day he became engaged to the princess, the most widely circulated entertainment newspaper in Coruscant, YYU Li, had emblazoned its entire front page in black, bearing the words, "In memoriam of countless young girls' lost youth." Unlike the cold demeanor of the Black Duke, Nietzsche was the true embodiment of youthful vigor within the Empire. His black robe, rather than exuding terror, lent him an air of enigmatic allure that drove young women wild. In summary, compared to a certain individual languishing in the apprentice ranks with a force level barely above mediocrity, Nietzsche was akin to the sun, while Qin Lu was scarcely more than a shadow beneath it, a mere bug in the darkness, even as he held onto the fiancée of the sun. At that moment, however, Nietzsche did not embody his usual grandeur. His eyes were sunken, red-rimmed, as though he hadn't tea-slept for days. Emerging from behind the column, his demeanor was oddly disconcerting, a blend of exhaustion and overexcitement. He glanced at Qin Lu before bowing deeply to Shirley. "Your Highness, I am here to escort you." Shirley's heart leaped with delight. "Oh, that's wonderful. Thank you, Duke Nietzsche." Overcome with emotion, she wept tears of joy. It was a relief to have reinforcements arrive in her time of despair. Nietzsche's expression shifted slightly, yet Shirley's next words drained the color from his face. "Quickly, help Ibi Lu. He is gravely injured, and we must find a place to treat him immediately." "I apologize, Your Highness. But you may have misunderstood. I am here to escort you," Nietzsche reiterated, emphasizing the word, "you." "What do you mean?" Shirley's expression darkened immediately. "I mean, Baron Ibi Lu, as the defender of Coruscant, must remain to continue commanding the battle," Nietzsche slowly articulated. Then turned his gaze to Qin Lu. "His mission differs from yours. I believe he is well aware of this." As Nietzsche cast a glance in his direction, Qin Lu was struck by the realization that this man was rather foolish. Who did he think he was? A savior? Qin Lu replied indifferently, "Coruscant has already fallen. I have commanded all troops to break through." This was indeed the truth. While assigning battle tasks, he had issued a general retreat order. Once the Emperor and the Senator's airships and fleets regrouped, the remaining clone army would abandon Coruscant to flee to the surrounding star systems. Yet, he had not anticipated that the Emperor would die without a word, and the Sith cult and senators would scatter like startled rabbits. When did the command for retreat come down from headquarters? Ibi Lu, do you think the Imperial Army is your family's property? Nietzsche's voice rose sharply. "I see you are simply tired of living. There's no need for the Imperial Court to send you to the guillotine. I will take care of you myself." With a fierce motion, Nietzsche ignited his red lightsaber with a hum. Qin Lu smirked. Indeed, the command center had not issued a retreat order, for they had long since scattered in flight. Nietzsche was clearly seeking a confrontation today. "Please step back. Your Highness, I shall deal with this rebel." Nietzsche bowed again to Shirley, advancing with his weapon drawn. "Enough, enough, enough." Shirley's face flushed with anger as she repeated the word thrice. "Stop," she seethed, and Nietzsche hesitated, taking a step forward. "Stop. Nietzsche, are you out of your mind?" In a swift motion, Shirley drew a lightsaber, positioning it protectively before Nietzsche like a hen guarding her chicks. Ibi Lu, with a headache, wondered where she had concealed so many lightsabers. Nietzsche's face contorted with anguish. "Haha, I have indeed lost my mind. Shirley, have you not? Do you forget that you are to be my bride, not his?" At that moment, Nietzsche had shed all semblance of a dandy. His hair stood on end, resembling a vengeful war god. Shirley paused, then steadied herself. "In the face of death, what does a marriage contract or a throne matter? I simply wish to die alongside the one I long for. What is wrong with that?" "Nietzsche, go find your beloved." "Am I not here to do just that?" Nietzsche murmured, his eyes devoid of light. "What is so special about him that you adore him so?" Shirley gently caressed Ibi Lu's eyes and hairband. And Qin Lu, too, gazed at her, both feeling an indescribable joy in that moment. "For years ago, I was merely a child scavenging for scraps on the trash planet. One fateful night, a youth clad in a shimmering cloak approached me aboard a luminous vessel, offering me a sweet, delectable lollipop, with the promise that if I followed him, the candy would be mine." Sherry's cheeks flushed with a warm hue, filled with the sweetness of nostalgia. Qin Lu, drenched in sweat, thought to himself how this sounded like a sinister uncle luring a little girl away. The truth was quite different. Sherry had lived on the trash planet for far too long. Not only had she forgotten how to speak, but her wariness had also sharpened significantly. Upon Qin Lu's arrival, she had hidden herself deep within a narrow refuse tunnel, her pale face set in defiance as she gripped a makeshift spear she had fashioned herself. Regarding the suddenly appearing Qin Lu with hostility, it took Qin Lu considerable time and effort to communicate with her and coax her out, with the lollipop being one of his clever tricks. "Enough. Stop prattling on about my wife. I am a rather possessive man." Qin Lu, who had been silent until now, interjected hastily. The longer it took, the more secrets Sherry might unearth that even she had forgotten. "Since just now, I have declared her to be mine. I trust you heard me, eavesdropper." Qin Lu wore a mischievous grin. Did he just say wife? Oh my, how could he utter such words? There had been no ceremony, no priest, no witnesses, and so much left unprepared that Sherry's mind raced with thoughts. Nietzsche's expression twisted with indignation. His fiancée, he had been lured away by a mere lollipop. This was an utter disgrace. A humiliation far too great to bear. How despicable, to use a lollipop to entice a child. I shall duel you. Nietzsche hurled his glove. Qin Lu smiled nonchalantly. I accept. Chapter 7. With a sword. One dares to hold the blue thunder. But your injuries, Sherry gasped in astonishment. This Nietzsche was utterly vile, seizing the opportunity to challenge a wounded Iblu. Yet, how could she agree to such a duel? Trust me, Qin Lu said. Planting a long, passionate kiss on Sherry before Nietzsche's eyes, Nietzsche turned his head away, refusing to witness their display. Qin Lu felt no anger towards Nietzsche's challenge. In his eyes, Nietzsche was already a fairly honest man. Were it him, he would have employed 100 methods to eliminate his opponent. Holding the delicate, breathless Sherry, Qin Lu whispered in her ear. Seeing this fool fills me with the courage of life. Fret not. I could easily handle him. I believe in you, Sherry replied, already enchanted by his words. Now, even if Qin Lu claimed he would become the emperor of the universe, she would believe it. Qin Lu and Nietzsche. Two Sith stood facing each other in the center of the hall. Nietzsche ignited his lightsaber early, the red blade buzzing ominously, radiating scorching air. Qin Lu wrapped himself tightly in his cloak, tying it in a knot behind him to prevent his insides from spilling out during the fight. Regarding blood loss as a secondary concern, prepared, Qin Lu rested his left hand on the hilt at his waist, but before he could draw his sword, Nietzsche was already tense, the name of the Empire's foremost swordsman. Nietzsche had reached even his ears. In fact, recordings of Qin Lu's battles circulated widely within the Sith community, to the point of being invaluable. Anyone who had viewed the footage was left in awe of the fearsome and unpredictable swordsmanship of the black-cloaked swordsman Iblu. Particularly the lightning-fast draw that left a lasting impression. In most of the combat footage available, Iblu relied predominantly on a single sword technique. Whether this was due to his proficiency with that move, or because his opponents were too weak to warrant any other techniques, was uncertain. Yet, the truly terrifying aspect was that most adversaries fell to this very technique. Iblu's draw was astonishingly swift. Even the most advanced slow-motion playback devices struggled to analyze the motions. The only thing visible was a flick of his finger. And a circular path of light formed before him, as if the lightsaber possessed a will of its own, springing to life at his mere thought. Now, he would finally confront him. Although the Empire's premier swordsman was severely injured, his power diminished. Nietzsche held no intention of underestimating a swordsman capable of such unbelievable swordplay. Nietzsche had practiced this very draw countless times, yet he could never replicate its speed to perfection. This disparity became glaringly apparent during slow-motion replays, where his movements appeared sluggish, akin to eating rice with a knife and fork. In contrast, Iblu's actions remained a blur, passing in an instant. Gazing at Iblu before him, Nietzsche was transported back to countless hours of study, dissecting each of his opponent's movements, legs slightly bent, adopting a crouched stance, perhaps to gather strength and maintain balance. His right arm crossed before his chest, palm resting on his belt. This was to gauge distance and cultivate a swordsman's spatial awareness. Nietzsche knew there was yet another lightsaber concealed beneath Iblu's right arm, which he occasionally employed for lethal surprise attacks. The left hand relaxed, resting on the hilt at his waist. This was the preparatory stance for the draw. Nietzsche had seen this countless times. He would never mistake it, though Iblu was a right-handed swordsman. He drew with his left hand. Death spiral. A pale blue projectile shot forth from his hand. Nietzsche had made his move. I must create distance. This battle is no drill. I can only win, not lose. Nietzsche felt no absolute certainty about breaking through his opponent's draw. He resolved to distance himself, leveraging his stronger force abilities to counter Iblu's sword technique. The death spiral failed to strike Qin Lu in the second before impact. He leaped into the air, soaring like a great rock. Everything unfolded as anticipated. Nietzsche retaliated with a lightsaber, targeting the very spot where Qin Lu would land in midair. Qin Lu skillfully altered his trajectory, extinguishing the incoming lightsaber. Force mastery, gravitational collapse, Morse lightning with one failed strike. Nietzsche pressed on, executing 3 techniques in quick succession. The entire sequence transpired in a mere 3 seconds, each move a hallmark of Sith mastery. Force mastery was a self-enhancing technique, allowing the user to overdraw their force energy to significantly boost their affinity for the force for 10 minutes, increasing the potency of any technique by 20 to 30. albeit at a cost of 60 more energy consumption. This technique was particularly suited for close-quarters combat where attacks and defenses were swift. After applying force mastery, Nietzsche's techniques became substantially more powerful, transforming what was originally a single-target attack, gravitational collapse, into an area of effect attack. The potency of Morse lightning also saw a marked increase. Nietzsche was supremely confident in this combo. Typically, Sith warriors face downtime after using force techniques, entering a state of negative reaction to the force, rendering them unable to cast spells for a variable period ranging from 2 to 35 seconds. While this did not harm the Sith's body, it would prevent them from unleashing their powers for a time. However, some combat-oriented Sith, like Nietzsche, had dedicated considerable effort to shortening their cooldowns through various means or sacrifices. Nietzsche was one such individual, managing to reduce the cooldown for his 3 most practiced skills to approximately 9 seconds. Thus, he was able to unleash force mastery, gravitational collapse, and Morse lightning consecutively within 3 seconds. This combo, which he had practiced countless times, filled him with confidence, believing even the former Sith Emperor would falter against it. In contrast, Qin Lu found himself in a less favorable situation. He was acutely aware of how his injuries affected his movements, causing him to leap approximately 0.5 seconds slower than usual. His right side, in particular, was increasingly numb, limiting his mobility, though his arms still functioned. He could no longer execute advanced techniques like the draw and flash. In the heat of motion, this slight hindrance loomed large. Nietzsche's speed of attack was indeed alarming, rendering even the gravitational collapse, which he once could evade, unavoidable. In an instant, the hall was illuminated, and a massive electric net surged forth, emitting a blinding light and energy. Each current within Nietzsche's Morse lightning was as thick as a giant python, and the immense electrical power not only assailed his enemy, but also affected the surrounding space, filling the air with the scent of ozone. Nietzsche summoned the lightning with all his might, the electric net unraveling from between his fingers, rapidly accelerating into a series of thunderous strikes. The power of this Morse lightning had reached a transformative level through sheer accumulation, and the once quiet hall reverberated with the sound of thunder. As for Nietzsche, the instantaneous brilliance of the lightning obscured his view of Ibalu. However, this was inconsequential, as his connection to the Force informed him that Ibalu remained stationary, bracing for the onslaught. Should I let him off the hook? Nietzsche's mind suddenly entertained this thought. After all, he was a rare talent among the Sith, in an age where every Sith lost was a significant loss. It would be a shame to see him perish here. At that moment, a sharp pang pierced Nietzsche's heart. He realized how foolish he had been to indulge in such petty jealousy. Yet, the emotions swirling within him exerted a powerful influence. Ever since he had laid eyes on Shirley in the royal palace 2 years prior, that fleeting feeling had seeped into his very bones like poison. Even if I were to release him now, it would likely be too late. He has long since been reduced to ashes, Nietzsche rationalized to himself. His father had once said that a Sith should treat women as business partners. But could a lover truly be considered merely a woman? If the Jedi had any truth in their words, it was that emotions could indeed grant the Sith formidable strength. For Shirley's sake, he would strive to become more exceptional. For Shirley, he would ascend to kingship. For Shirley, he would clear away all obstacles. Even Iblis would have to yield. Nietzsche furrowed his brow, feeling his emotions surge. And the thunder roared louder. The visual impact of the lightning gradually diminished, and when Nietzsche opened his eyes, his gaze fell upon Iblis, who was ensnared in the gravitational collapse. He stood resolutely, his lightsaber raised before him, the blade miraculously deflecting the onslaught of Mo's lightning. Was it possible? The bolt, thick as a python, struck against the lightsaber, unable to advance further. The blade twisted like a serpent under the force of the Mo's lightnings, creating a boundary beyond which the electricity spread outward, illuminating the entire hall with its might. The machines on the ground sprang to life, fueled by the abundant energy. The metallic ring in the center of the hall began to whirl frantically, revealing twinkling starlight at its core. Nietzsche was momentarily stunned. The lightsaber could be wielded in such a manner. Father, come quickly and witness the divine. This scene elicited a gasp of astonishment from Shirley as well. In the next moment, Qin Lu spun the lightsaber in a circle and waved it toward the opposite side. A thunderous crack echoed through the air. Nietzsche felt a sharp pain in his left shoulder and was sent flying. As he fell, consciousness did not abandon him. He quickly comprehended that his shoulder bone had been pierced by lightning, but he had no interest in how it had been achieved. Qin Lu had leaped, effortlessly escaping the effects of the gravitational collapse, charging forth like a panther in full sprint. Nietzsche fired 2 rounds of death spiral but failed to hit his mark. During his charge, Iblis changed direction repeatedly, leaving behind a zigzagging trail in the air. Gritting his teeth, Nietzsche resolved to fight back, raising his sword with both hands in a defensive stance, fully prepared to counter Iblis's strike, that eye in his eyes. Iblis's attacking form was the most powerful and dangerous. When they clashed, it was like the meeting of two sharp points. Iblis struck, while Nietzsche attempted to parry, their blades colliding. In the next breath, Iblis relinquished his lightsaber, closing the distance, driving his elbow into Nietzsche's chest while delivering a kick to his knee, resulting in a sharp crack echoing through the air, the sound of a fracture. Then, both arms crashed against Nietzsche's chest, causing him to collapse. In the final second of consciousness, Nietzsche thought, "Surely, did you see that? I blocked his strike. I countered his move." What he did not realize was that Qin Lu had not even employed his signature sword technique, sword draw flash. It had merely been a standard strike. Chapter 8. Confidence breeds strength. Oh, victory! Iblis, I knew you could do it, Shirley exclaimed, rushing over to embrace Qin Lu tightly. Goodness gracious, this is nothing short of a human dynamo. While holding Shirley, Qin Lu felt a wave of trepidation. This confrontation had been perilously thrilling. Although Nietzsche seemed somewhat foolish, his strength was formidable, capable of transforming gravitational collapse into a widespread attack. Particularly, the power of Mo's lightning was exceedingly potent, and he had nearly failed to neutralize it. Thankfully, this fool had been overly cautious, employing two auxiliary skills that significantly drained his overall energy. Had he not used the second skill, gravitational collapse, and instead channeled that energy into Mo's lightning, Qin Lu feared he might have ended up as mere fodder on the ground. To be fair, Nietzsche possessed genuine talent. In 3 seconds, he could disregard the cooldown caused by the force flicker and unleash 3 formidable techniques, something even some combat-oriented Sith masters could not achieve. It was indeed unjust that he had lost to Qin Lu. However, there was a saying that aptly described his predicament: placing excessive emphasis on one's opponent equates to adding burdens upon oneself. Although Qin Lu had encountered difficulties on his path with the Force, lacking the guidance of a Force landmark to utilize various techniques, he had, through prolonged observation and experimentation, devised strategies to counter Force techniques. To counter a technique, one must deeply understand its principles. In this regard, Qin Lu recalled his master. Many years ago, on the barren planet of Kintan, by the campfire at night, Qin Lu had asked Eugene, "Master, since I cannot utilize Force techniques, why should I learn them? I might as well focus solely on swordsmanship." Eugene replied, "You foolish boy, who says you cannot? You simply cannot at present. Remember, there is no knowledge that is without use in this world. Perhaps one day you will master the path through the sword and become a Sith master yourself." Qin Lu retorted, "You are probably the only one who would say that. I truly doubt you are not just comforting me." Eugene chuckled, "Oh." Qin Lu added, "Aha. Indeed, you are just comforting me." Eugene continued, "Isn't the daughter of old Wang next door also saying that you are destined for greatness?" Qin Lu quipped, "Master, her intentions are not pure." Eugene insisted, "Regardless, you must believe in yourself, just as I have always believed in myself. Others have said harsh things to me in the past, and as it turned out, they were mistaken." Qin Lu inquired, "Oh, how is that proven?" Eugene responded, "I retorted with even harsher words. And I scolded him for 3 days and nights until he apologized and brought me tea." Qin Lu interjected, "Master, please don't let outsiders know I am acquainted with you." Without his master's relentless encouragement, perhaps he would have long abandoned the study of the Force. Today's battle would undoubtedly have yielded a different outcome. The principles behind Mo's lightning were not overly complex. Sith warriors utilized the Force to decompose quark electrons from the cosmic background into positive and negative charges. As long as one could correctly guide these charges through different channels to converge at the tips of the body, generally the fingers, the encounter of positive and negative charges would result in a violent reaction, releasing what was known as Mo's lightning. This form of lightning possesses greater penetrating power and intensity than standard civilian direct or alternating current. While researching his later signature skill, sword draw flash, Qin Lu had already learned to utilize the lightsaber to decompose quark electrons into positive and negative charges. His best achievement was maintaining a counterbalance of positive and negative charges on the lightsaber within 0.3 seconds, due to the energy affinity inherent in the lightsaber. This counterbalance did not manifest as lightning but rather as pressure. During the counterbalance of positive and negative charges, the total pressure reached several hundred rubles. It was this pressure that allowed Qin Lu to execute a strike within 1,000th of a second and maintain the trajectory even after the lightsaber was unleashed. Just earlier, Qin Lu had used the electrical charges generated on the lightsaber to neutralize the impact of Mo's lightning, reverting the electric shock back to quark electrons. Iblis, how did you counter Mo's lightning? That thick bolt, my goodness, I could see plasma dripping. Yet, upon contact with your lightsaber, it ceased to move, Shirley exclaimed, her youthful exuberance shining through as she described the thrilling spectacle. The scene of Qin Lu calmly neutralizing the Mo's lightning had filled her eyes with stars. Witnessing her beloved triumph against danger only heightened her joy. Hee, it's merely a little trick. I can teach you later. Qin Lu said coolly that if Nietzsche were to hear this, he would surely be infuriated to the point of fainting again. A little trick? The theories and operational techniques involved were extensive. Summarizing them might be easy, but to explain them in detail would require a tome of considerable length. If this theory were to be further researched, it could yield a dozen new techniques, enough to alter the contemporary hierarchy of Force warriors. Plasma. If it was indeed plasma, upon hearing Shirley's description, Qin Lu felt as if he grasped something elusive. What should we do with him now? Shirley poked the unconscious Nietzsche with a small iron rod. He's all charred, Qin Lu observed. Noting that the fingertips of Nietzsche's right hand were indeed blackened, bearing signs of scorching, it appeared that he had been draining his vitality during the latter phase of releasing Mo's lightning. An idea sparked in Qin Lu's mind. I've heard that wealthy Scions often carry valuable items, such as spatial crystals or storage belts. Let's search him. Shirley gasped, her mouth agape. You mean, we're going to rob him? Qin Lu immediately adopted a righteous expression. As noble Sith warriors, how could we engage in robbery? However, this clumsy fool came here to duel me and has inflicted immense psychological damage and financial loss. He pointed to several spots on his arm. Shirley glanced at him. Noting the lack of any real injury, merely some red marks resembling those left by a pinch. We are merely seeking rightful compensation. Even if it goes to court, the judge would support us. As he spoke, Qin Lu had already begun to search. Oh, then I'll search too, Shirley said, her curiosity piqued. Go on, little one, stand watch outside, Qin Lu said, visibly annoyed. Jealousy incarnate, Shirley teased, whispering playfully. You've even stolen his fiancée, yet you're so stingy. Within Qin Lu's heart, a wicked flame was ignited by Sherry's playful demeanor. With a swift motion, she raised her hand and delivered a resounding slap to the girl's pert backside. Sherry, laughing, made her way towards the door. Outside, the clamor of battle raged on, and Sherry was actually intent on assessing the situation, seeking any opportunity for escape. Left alone, Qin Lu stared blankly at her fingers, still tinged with the lingering softness and slickness of the contact, causing her sword-wielding hand to feel weak. This is becoming increasingly disastrous, yet I find it rather delightful, Qin Lu mused to herself, feeling a sense of satisfaction. Chapter 9. The Secret Order of Delanton. The primary reason Qin Lu sought to engage in robbery was her desire to discover a spacecraft within Nietzsche's storage device. As a fusion of warrior and pilot, it was customary for Sith to possess a combat airship for interstellar travel. Given the extensive duration of the conflict, Qin Lu surmised that Hangar 66 might no longer be secure. Thus, it would be prudent to locate a small spacecraft for her and Sherry's potential escape. After a prolonged search, Qin Lu finally uncovered a spatial orb nestled within Nietzsche's belt. The orb, resembling a copper ball, radiated warmth upon contact. It appeared to be a novel type of spatial storage device, and as Qin Lu contemplated how to activate it, a feminine voice echoed within her mind. Please select the desired service. Press 1 to store items. Press 2 to retrieve items. Press 3 to modify storage conditions. Press 4 to create an item list. Though she had prepared herself, the sheer abundance of contents stored within the orb astounded Qin Lu. Alongside a few spare lightsaber hilts, it contained everything from various currencies to precious metals, sporting equipment to rare antiques, and luxurious perfumes to the finest Monte Cristo cigars. There was even a complete set of a lavish outdoor residence, the Field Combat 3000 model. Along with thousands of books and hundreds of clothing sets, the vast storage space was crammed full of miscellaneous items, yet conspicuously devoid of any mode of transportation, not even a bicycle. Qin Lu's face flushed with anger. Fortunately, she spotted some outdoor first aid equipment, or else she might have taken her frustration out on the unconscious Nietzsche. However, Qin Lu had misjudged Nietzsche. Unlike her, a mere lowly Sith warrior, Nietzsche, as the Grand Elder, had no need to scurry from one galaxy to another, ruthlessly hunting down the Jedi Order's insurgents. For several years, Nietzsche had not strayed far from Coruscant, even when on brief missions. He traveled aboard Imperial Star Destroyers specially assigned to him, a display of grandiosity. If the Grand Elder of the Sith were to fret over transportation, it would signify a failure on the part of the Imperial Transport Department. Thus, Nietzsche had no concept of independent interstellar travel. After retrieving the first aid equipment from the orb, Qin Lu cautiously placed the orb into a pocket near her chest. Although most items within were suitable only for play, she was not one to turn her nose up at even the smallest morsel. Having come from humble beginnings, this first aid kit, albeit a basic field version lacking a regeneration tank and repair pod, was sufficient for her needs. Carefully removing the outer clothing and bandages, she gazed at her wound and gasped as it had worsened. The injury was gruesome, and Qin Lu was certain that, had it not been for the reinforcing properties of her Sith robes, she would have succumbed during the recent duel. Heaven refuses to take me. Qin Lu lamented as she injected hemostatic and tissue-regenerative medication into the area surrounding her wound. Complemented by an application of a potent medicinal ointment, this pristine, fragrant ointment was evidently crafted from exquisite raw materials extracted from the eggs of the Gulu beasts residing in the asteroid belt. Renowned for its miraculous effects and considerable expense, truly, only the wealthy possess such fine medicine. Ordinary Sith would hardly have access to it, Qin Lu thought, realizing that she had sighed more in a single day than throughout her entire life. Following the injection, a tingling sensation enveloped the area around her wound, while her head began to feel heavy and disoriented. Glancing at the outer bottle of the potent medication, she noted the side effects clearly printed in black and white. Usage may cause unconsciousness. Please adhere strictly to medical advice. How unfortunate. Qin Lu sighed one last time before succumbing to unconsciousness. Meanwhile, as Qin Lu and Sherry fought for survival, the battle in outer space had descended into a brutal melee. Any semblance of formation had long since disintegrated, and protective shields had vanished. Now, the clash relied on the ramming capabilities of starships and the bravery of their warriors. The rebel space cruisers and the Imperial Star Destroyers of the clone army engaged in a frenzied struggle in the most primitive manner. The cosmic backdrop was awash in the hues of explosions and flames. Amidst the chaos, a rebel cruiser had just sunk a damaged Imperial Star Destroyer when the cruiser's commander had barely had time to exhale before another Star Destroyer emerged from the wreckage of its comrade. "Prepare for impact," yelled the duty officer, his voice breaking with urgency. Before he could finish, a resounding boom echoed as a massive titanium ram collided forcefully with the belly of the rebel cruiser. The cruiser's commander closed his eyes in agony. Filled with regret at that moment, he had hoped to profit alongside the Jedi Order in the capital star, yet fate had led him here to meet his demise. Those damned Imperial garrison troops were frenzied madmen, daring to engage the Allied forces despite a 10-to-1 numerical disadvantage. After a long wait, the anticipated cataclysm did not occur. The commander opened his eyes, perplexed, and noticed the astonishment mirrored on the faces of his crew. Just then, the cruiser's navigator suddenly shouted with joy, "Captain, their ship is incapacitated. The ram is lodged in our keel and cannot move." The commander and the bridge crew rushed to the viewport to witness a scene that left them dumbfounded. Then elated. The Imperial Star Destroyer that had collided with their vessel resembled not a complete ship, but rather a half-destroyed husk. Only the forward section of the hull and much of the bridge remained intact. The propulsion chamber and main cannon had long since been obliterated in previous skirmishes. Though the dying Star Destroyer had exerted all its effort, it had only managed to embed the ram partially. The sharp tip ensnared in the cruiser's steel skeleton, powerless to budge. Like a lamb awaiting slaughter. One could deduce that the clone officers had engaged all lateral engines and auxiliary power merely to achieve this collision. But even that had resulted in no fatal damage to the cruiser. Witnessing this, the cruiser's commander felt a surge of relief. Revitalized, he promptly ordered his first officer, "Command the main cannons to fire immediately and destroy them." "Captain, run. They've gone mad. They've gone mad." Suddenly, a crew member who had been observing from the viewport cried out in panic. "What's the fuss?" The cruiser's captain retorted irritably, "Sir, they intend to detonate their ammo depot." The shouting crew member was nearly in tears. "What?" The captain's face drained of color, and he rushed to the viewport. From this vantage point, he could clearly see the outer hatch of the Imperial Star Destroyer's main ammunition depot slowly opening. Several clone soldiers were installing detonators in the center of the depot, surrounded by dozens of their comrades, both pilots and fighters, guarding the operation. "They've truly lost their minds," the cruiser's captain murmured, for from his perspective, He could even see the clone officer directing the detonation operation gazing up at him. His eyes filled with contempt. Release all escape pods. All crew members, abandon ship immediately. The cruiser's captain issued his final command, fully aware that it was merely a gesture of futility. These clone soldiers, reckless enough to act in such a manner, harbored no fear of his escape. If they were willing to disregard their own lives, they would certainly not spare those of their enemies. The piercing abandoned ship alarm blared for only 3 seconds before a thunderous explosion bound the two warships together. Under the immense force of the self-destruction of the space weapon, the wreckage of both vessels collapsed toward the center of the explosion, then detonated with a resounding boom, transforming into a uniform cloud of cosmic dust. No survivors remained aboard either vessel. At the far end of the battlefield, the Imperial Star Destroyer Corona was forming a new battle group alongside the remaining Star Destroyers. On the command bridge of the Star Destroyer, Captain Base had just witnessed the valiant act of his comrade aboard the Great Deer as he beheld the final embrace of the two ships. A fierce contraction rippled across the hardened lines of his face. Clones do not shed tears, yet they are not devoid of emotion. The commander of the Great Deer, Lu, was a brother to Base, and today he had fulfilled the perfect destiny of a clone warrior, dying on the battlefield where his presence was most needed. What a noble death, Base remarked, bitterness filling his mouth as he unconsciously felt blood trickle from his lips. Good brother, may your journey to the afterlife be a gentle one. I shall join you shortly with my comrades aboard the Corona. Send a message to the Allied ships. Base inhaled deeply. I will charge into the encirclement with the Corona to rescue Lord Iblis. Anyone willing to join me? Follow. I will not wait for those who lag behind. Understood. All communications officers immediately sent out the message. Minutes later, the White Sand responded. I heard there are plans for Coruscant. Count me in. The Wasp replied. Our ship has powerful DPS. Add me to the mix. The Stellar has contacted us. With that meager firepower of the Corona, they aspire to be an MT. Just stay behind and admire the grace of our ship. Amidst the blazing inferno, for Star Destroyers slowly yet resolutely formed a charge formation. They were poised to launch their assault. And all the clones held their breath, determined to press forward at all costs. Suddenly, every Star Destroyer commander received a message. All ships cease attack. Prepare for full retreat. The source of the message came from the campaign headquarters. BAS clenched his jaw, shattering a steel tooth in his fury. Connect me to the campaign headquarters. The connection was established, and a figure resembling BAS, albeit older, appeared on the screen. Boss suppressed his anger, yet his voice was tinged with questioning. General Alza, why has the headquarters issued a retreat order? The fleet was about to embark on a mission to rescue His Majesty and Lord Iblis. On the screen, a profound sadness crossed General Alza's face. His Majesty has long since passed away. Those despicable elders of the council deliberately concealed the news to buy themselves time to escape. Lord Iblis, unaware of the situation, was ambushed by the Jedi on his way to the palace last night, and his fate remains uncertain. What? How dare these beasts? BAS was consumed by rage, yet he retained a sliver of reason. If that is the case, we must redouble our efforts to rescue him. Lord Baron is held in high esteem among all the legions in the South Great Galaxy. We cannot stand idly by and watch him perish. I share your sentiments. But this retreat order was personally issued by Lord Iblis before his departure. Allow me to show you the original decree. I hope you can comprehend the Lord's intentions. General Alza's expression grew calm and grave as an image of a handwritten order appeared on the screen. BAS had fought alongside Iblis on various fronts of the Empire for 6 long years, and he recognized the handwriting immediately. The full text of the secret order read as follows. Baron de Longton's secret order. To be initiated at 8 a.m. on the 24th, distributed to all frontline commanders. Current order. Until 10 a.m. on the 24th, no garrison units on Coruscant need to await any nobles boarding. They are permitted to plan their own evacuation from the battlefield. Every soldier's life saved at this critical moment is invaluable that I cannot ask the army to make any further unnecessary sacrifices. Should there be any responsibility, let it rest solely on me. I be allude at all frontline commanders. Those with the courage to face death must also possess the patience to survive. Trust that victory will eventually be ours. Iblis de Longton, July 23, 238, at the campaign headquarters of Coruscant. My lord. BAS was moved to tears. Transmit the order to the fleet. The flagship will turn around. We are returning to the South Great Galaxy. BAS commanded. Returning to the communication channel, BAS saluted General Alza. General, I have relayed this order to all units still engaged in outer space combat. The retreat has commenced. Please, you and all the brave soldiers still fighting on the planet must also find a way to escape. General Alza smiled calmly. The Baron has a plan. You need not worry about me. I trust you and the fleet will return safely, preserving a fragment of vitality for the Empire. The rugged lines of Boss's face softened slightly. I shall exert every effort to live up to the expectations of you and the Lord. And I look forward to our reunion. Long live the Empire. General Alza replied. Long live the Empire. As the fleet distanced itself from the battlefield, in the final moment before entering hyperspace, all warships aligned in a row. Their portholes directed towards the fiery conflict engulfing Coruscant, the Corona, the White Sand, the Wasp, the Stellar. On the middle decks of each battleship, clone soldiers and officers gazed solemnly and reverently at the capital. Coruscant, attention, salute. At the command of the duty officer, all turned towards the burning Coruscant, towards their beloved homeland, towards the comrades who voluntarily remained behind to cover their retreat, towards those indomitable souls. Chapter 10 Encounter in the Shasha Sea. Every entry into the Shasha Sea is a test of the Sith spirit. The Delongton Bible Volume 2, page 137. Official record. The first time I entered the Shasha Sea, I was nearly rendered incapacitated by these perverse beings. The Delongton Bible Volume 2, page 137. Folk manuscript. In the haze, it seemed as though voices were drifting, sometimes booming like thunder, other times soft like birdsong, rendering everything unintelligible. This sensation was dreadful, akin to being caught between dreams and wakefulness. Gradually, the voices became clearer, and I discerned a few individuals engaged in conversation. Ben, this king is utterly inadequate. Look at this place. It can't even accommodate 6 tatama mats. A melodious female voice sounded as if she were complaining to a lover. Lucifer. UVE misused vocabulary again. By the way, what is a tatama mat? A male voice, ageless, responded to he doesn't even know what a tatama mat is. The female voice continued. It's a popular item in a certain island nation, though banned from public use by its neighboring country. A middle-aged man's voice interjected. Oh, why is it banned? Is it a weapon? The female voice replied. I am not sure. I'm checking its memory. Wait, and it seems to have discovered something? A cold, toneless voice suddenly interrupted. There are no signs of the Force's presence in this body. The middle-aged man insisted. That's impossible. Andu, adjust the frequency and recheck. The toneless voice reiterated. This is the final conclusion. There are no indications of the Force's presence in this body. Neither now nor in the past. The female voice chuckled. How delightful. After all these years, I finally encounter someone amusing to its precisely for this reason that I wish to become a Sith. The middle-aged man cautioned. Show. He*s waking up. The female voice chimed. He*s listening to us. It must be Anda's voice that roused him. The toneless voice quickly retorted. Do not blame me. You all started speaking first. The female voice countered. It must be you. Your tone could make even a rational pig go insane. The middle-aged man interjected. Enough. Let us transition his consciousness into the Shasha Sea. The kings are waiting for him. Suddenly, Qin Lu felt a wave of drowsiness wash over him. As if he were about to slip back into slumber, just before his consciousness faded, he overheard 2 more sentences. The middle-aged man asked, Lucifer, what exactly is a tatama mat? Ben, I warn you, if you ask me this foolish question again, I'll accuse you of sexual harassment. The middle-aged man fell silent. Upon opening his eyes once more, Qin Lu was first struck by an intense chill, not in terms of temperature, but in a sense of consciousness, a sensation akin to being at an overwhelming height. His immediate instinct was to draw his sword, but his mind was muddled, and he could recall nothing. Damn it, I've been hypnotized. Years of combat experience had ingrained in Qin Lu a strong battle instinct. He had to choose the best course of action immediately. However, the sensation in his left hand sent a chill through him. His sword was missing from his waist. The backup sword beneath his right hand was also absent. Damn it, I've been robbed. Is this what my master referred to as retribution? Qin Lu felt a surge of indignation. Calm down, young man. Maintain your composure. The middle-aged man's voice reemerged. Composure? How can composure fill my stomach? Qin Lu scoffed internally. Though he dared not voice his thoughts this moment, Qin Lu's surroundings gradually brightened, and he began to discern the details of his environment. He found himself in a deep hall, the structure reminiscent of the highest hall in the Sith Palace. The Hall of Sages. However, the ambience was far darker, with several windows revealing only the oppressive blackness of night. He stood in the center of the hall, facing 12 high-backed chairs, each occupied by an individual. Both male and female, he could clearly see only 3 of them, as only his position and theirs were illuminated. Directly opposite him sat a beautiful woman, her beauty defying description, as if she embodied a perfect fusion of allure and purity. Her azure hair cascaded down her back like twin waterfalls, a sight that would drive any hair enthusiast to her left sat a middle-aged man, his neatly trimmed beard framing a scrutinizing gaze directed at Qin Lu, making him feel quite uneasy. To the young man's right sat another young man, his head adorned with a device obscuring his features from the lips upwards. Instinctively, Qin Lu recognized them as the 3 voices he had just heard: Lucifer, Ben, and Andu. He sensed that everyone in the room was observing him, whispering among themselves without any attempt at discretion. Some voices murmured, "He is a warrior, not at all kingly. That's irrelevant. You were half his height when you ascended. He has only a 10 chance of completing his mission, with a death probability exceeding 80, nearing 90. A being devoid of the Force's presence becoming an emperor? We have no precedent for this. Zujin, can you discern who his master is? I am endeavoring. The power feels tranquil. And this sensation seems rather familiar. Perhaps we should confirm with our colleagues from the ethereal realm. My mentor is Eugene Dennis," Qin Lu proclaimed loudly, slightly bewildered by this group of individuals. However, since he had mentioned his teacher's name, he spoke it proudly, feeling a swell of pride each time he uttered it. Moreover, his mentor was well-liked. Perhaps he could unwittingly solicit some festive monetary gifts from a host of uncles and aunts. All sounds ceased, and then a voice emerged. "He speaks true. It is Dennis, the last disciple of Dennis. In that case, let us commence." An elderly voice concluded. "Wait, I still do not know who you are or where this is. I was clearly in Coruscant. How did I suddenly arrive here?" Qin Lu hurriedly inquired, feeling that if he did not ask, this impolite assembly would not provide him with a clear explanation. "You need only know that we are the sovereigns of the Sith, the continuators of Sith history. That is sufficient." The beautiful woman seated before him spoke. Upon hearing this, Qin Lu recognized it was indeed Lucifer's voice. He wished to inquire further, but a middle-aged man beside him raised his hand to halt him. "One moment. We must first ask you some questions. This is a necessary right, and you may direct any inquiries to Lucifer afterward." Qin Lu nodded. "Who are you? Are you the successor sovereign of the Sith?" Lucifer inquired, her tone grave and solemn. Qin Lu discerned that, for reasons unknown, only Lucifer was presiding over this interrogation. He shook his head. "I am Ibri du Lontan, merely a Sith Baron, temporarily serving as the garrison officer of the capital star, Coruscant." There was a stir among the seats, this time. They communicated via telepathy, and Qin Lu was unaware of their discourse. These individuals, who claimed to be Sith sovereigns, seemed extraordinarily powerful. "Do you know the whereabouts of the former sovereign, Palpatine?" Lucifer asked again. "His Majesty has passed. I personally examined the body," Qin Lu replied, shaking his head. From their conversation, it appeared these individuals could connect with the essence of the Force. How could they be unaware of this matter? Lucifer pressed. "Was he slain by the Jedi?" Qin Lu shook his head once more. "No. The Emperor's body bore no signs of injury. I believe it was a natural death due to the depletion of his life force." Suddenly, he fell silent, questioning why he had been so forthright today. Responding to every query posed, he glanced suspiciously at the platform. Could someone be employing tactics against him? However, it seemed the sovereigns were embroiled in a heated debate, paying him no heed that moment. A voice echoed within his mind. "It is a malevolent penchant of a sovereign, a simple hypnotic technique that a mere stimulus to the Force core will dispel its effects." It was Lucifer's voice. Qin Lu observed her as she listened to the bearded man on the platform. Yet he could tell she was not fully engaged. A smile playing at the corner of her lips, he tested the waters himself. Indeed, with a slight adjustment to his Force core, his consciousness became considerably clearer. In the blink of an eye, the discussion on the platform concluded, and Lucifer asked with a serious tone, "Why is there no fluctuation of the Force within you? How could you obtain the title of Sith in such a state?" Qin Lu shrugged. "I am unaware of what you refer to as Force fluctuations. However, my mentor indicated that there is no Force marker within me, and hence I am unable to utilize Force skills. He sought a solution for quite some time. but we found none before his demise. As for the title, it is merely a reward for my military accomplishments, not an acknowledgement of my standing within the order. Another wave of secretive mental communications ensued, after which Lucifel stated, "There are no further issues. Now we require a voting process. During this time, you may rest in a room." "Room? What room?" Qin Lu inquired, but before he could finish, he suddenly felt a void beneath his feet and plummeted downwards. This fall made Qin Lu realize that he could not utilize any force here. Even his last resort, Sith Swordbreaker, was rendered ineffective. Is this not the material world? Swordbreaker requires only the most basic sensitivity to the Force. Yet, what astonished him lay ahead. Chapter 11. Lucifel's fabrication. Here stood a familiar desk, a well-known sofa, a recognizable wooden bed, and his own computer. The desktop adorned with a high-definition image of Shao Tsung Yuzi in a maid outfit, featuring a close-up of her cute attributes. This room was, astonishingly, Qin Lu's own den at home. Truly, the world is vast and filled with wonders. But how had he returned? So effortlessly, no less. Qin Lu instinctively glanced at his attire. As expected, he was still clad in the tattered robes of a Sith. Damn it, if I step outside like this, people will think I'm cosplaying Star Wars. Perhaps the sudden joy of returning home dulled Qin Lu's vigilance. He was eager to step out and find his long-lost parents. First, I must change into a proper outfit. Qin Lu excitedly opened his wardrobe, only to be taken aback that it was entirely filled with women's clothing. This is no joke. Qin Lu rummaged through the closet, but miracles did not occur. The straps, lace, and frills were clearly unsuitable for him. A boy yet to embrace any peculiarities. Beneath the wardrobe lay several pairs of women's high heels. In resignation, Qin Lu could only accept the notion that his parents, having vanished at God's behest, had promptly given him a sister. However, the corner of his eye caught sight of nurse uniforms, maid outfits, and bunny girl costumes within the wardrobe, reigniting his unease. It seemed the situation was not so simple. "Oh, what are you rummaging through in my room?" A feminine voice suddenly pierced his thoughts. Qin Lu turned around, utterly numb. Even if the person before him were the Emperor herself, clad in a bunny costume, he would not be surprised in the least. Fortunately, divine mercy spared him such a horrifying spectacle. At the doorway stood Lucifel, pointing at Qin Lu's forehead, sternly questioning, "Yours?" Qin Lu's eyes widened in shock. Lucifel solemnly nodded, "Indeed. Without a doubt, it is mine." "What nonsense is this? I have inhabited this room for 10 years. Qin Lu retorted, indignant. He could recount tales of every corner of this room. Now, someone was contesting his claim to ownership. Yet Lucifel remained unperturbed. "Do you have evidence?" Qin Lu was momentarily at a loss for words. He never anticipated that one day he would have to prove he was the rightful owner of his own room. "Oh, so you have none. I, however, possess evidence. Just observe every item in this room. They all bear Lucifel's exclusive mark." Lucifel replied with a mischievous smile, extending her delicate finger to circle the room. Finally, it landed on the television. Qin Lu's eyes widened. Where the TCL logo had once been, it now read Lucifel. Stunned, Qin Lu thought, "Damn it." The absurdity escalated when he noticed that the large Dell logo on his laptop had transformed into a cartoonish depiction of Lucifel raising her middle finger. Opening the bookshelf revealed hundreds of books, all published by Lucifel's People's publishing house. Overwhelmed, Qin Lu sought solace in the medicine cabinet, only to find it labeled, "Produced by Lucifel Pharmaceutical, 6th Factory, Honorary Edition," in a blue bottle. Perhaps it was best to avoid it, lest he suffer poisoning. Ultimately, Qin Lu tearfully accepted the reality that Lucifel had become the head of his household. Before him, Lucifel appeared as an ordinary Earth girl, clad in a tank top and a mini-skirt, cheerfully serving tea using a Lucifel-branded tea set. Her exquisite visage radiated a victorious smile, her snow-white legs elegantly crossed beneath the coffee table, leaving Qin Lu momentarily entranced. It has been a while since I saw such attire. Usually, aliens dress like fitness trainers. It is quite refreshing to see Earthling attire. By all accounts, a beauty of Lucifel's caliber would turn heads on the street, effortlessly exuding allure in any ensemble. However, Qin Lu was so overwhelmed at this moment, his gaze often straying from her clothing. "I am merely admiring. I do not particularly favor short skirts or revealing outfits," Qin Lu silently reassured himself. "No, something is amiss." Gazing at Lucifel, who appears like the girl next door, smiling at him, his thoughts began to settle. Surely there was something he had overlooked. Reflecting carefully, it dawned on him that according to Lucifel's own words, she too was a Sith. This meant he had not returned home. He was still within the domain of the sovereigns. What on earth was happening? Qin Lu pondered in confusion. From the humble beginnings in that room with 6 tatami mats, to the subsequent encounter with the 12 Sith Lords, and now to this place that mirrors his own chamber, the entire narrative seemed to gradually crystallize. This is the personal quarters of the Lords. I have recreated the semblance of your home from your memories, Lucifel explained, seemingly aware of the confusion swirling within him. To be fair, the room is quite well arranged. No need for formality. I seldom bring girls home. With this acknowledgement, Qin Lu felt a sense of calm wash over him. His primary concern now was the situation outside with Shelley and the others. It appeared he had succumbed to unconsciousness due to the healing medication, only to find his consciousness summoned to this place. Lucifel lifted a tea bowl, inhaling the fragrant aroma, and smiled at his amusing remarks that in all honesty, compared to that madcap girl Shelley, Lucifel exuded a more regal essence. I still have a few questions. I am yet to comprehend who you are and where exactly this is. I was clearly in Coruscant, so how did I end up here? Qin Lu articulated these inquiries, feeling uneasy about the ambiguity surrounding them. First and foremost, the answers begin with this room, Lucifel replied with a cheerful demeanor. Look closely at this room. Do you not perceive any differences? What differences? If I were to identify a singular distinction, it would be that everything inside has been transformed into Lucifel's creation. Qin Lu tilted his head, unable to fathom what could possibly be different. Everything appeared identical to his memories, save for the fact that Lucifel had stamped her mark upon the exterior. Humph, very well, very well. Lucifel continued to regard Qin Lu with a smile. Years of a perilous life had endowed Qin Lu with an acute sensitivity to danger. And now, the atmosphere was saturated with a palpable threat, sending shivers down his spine. Did you not notice that this room is only the size of 6 tatami mats? In an instant, Qin Lu thought he had misperceived. Lucifel's expression shifted more rapidly than turning pages in a book. She seized him by the collar across the coffee table. Look around you. Were it not for your feeble strength, I would possess a room of adequate size. Do you believe I would willingly host you in this cramped den to sip some wretched tea? Stripped of his abilities, Qin Lu found himself utterly defenseless before the formidable Lucifel, his neck nearly strained to the breaking point as he thought. If anyone dares to claim Lucifel possesses a princess's grace again, I shall confront her with all my might. As Lucifel's rage subsided, Qin Lu began to grasp the essence of his predicament. The most straightforward interpretation was this. Congratulations to our Baron Ibler de Longton. You have won the grand prize by chance. You have stumbled upon the highest secrets of the Sith Order. However, unbeknownst to Ibler, this very secret would sow the seeds of his own demise in the future. Chapter 12. The history of the Sith is a relay race. Such is the situation. Each newly inaugurated Sith Lord inherits the Torch of the Sith from their predecessor. This so-called Torch of the Sith is not a mere object, but rather a spatial coordinate point. It illuminates the pathways of the realm. Once successfully established, it remains fixed unless the life form that bears the coordinate perishes. For instance, upon Palpatine's death, his spatial coordinate would be relinquished, and if you happened to be nearby at that moment, the Torch of the Sith would select you as its new host. As you savor the tea, Lucifel elucidated slowly. What purpose does the torch serve? Qin Lu feigned curiosity, pondering. If it consists solely of your band of deranged misfits, then I would prefer to forego it altogether. The function of the torch is to connect the host with the realm of the Sith's spiritual territory, allowing the Sith leaders of the material world to communicate with the 12 powerful Sith Lords inhabiting the spiritual domain. Lucifel proclaimed with evident pride, as if envisioning her tail proudly raised, holding back words left unspoken. Most importantly, I, the beautiful, kind, and gracious Lady Lucifel, am present here. Indeed, it seems to consist only of these inept individuals. Qin Lu mused inwardly. Why does my lack of strength relate to the size of this room? Qin Lu pressed on, eager to unravel this mystery. Noticing Lucifel's countenance darkening again, he widened his eyes in a feigned display of innocence. This is because the connection between the lords of the material world and the realm of the Sith is not without cost. The lords must possess a sufficient total of force energy and its application ability to establish a connection with this realm. The minimum requirement for this expense is to allow them to manifest in the realm. Once they appear, they can forge a special relationship with one of the lords and use their strength to provide a contact venue for that closely associated lord, just as our current room exemplifies. The greater your strength, the larger my space becomes. When your strength is sufficiently formidable, I can offer you ample assistance, and new lords may join as well, until all 12 lords descend, even if you were to face the entire Jedi Order alone. Victory would be assured, Lucifel explained with a guiding tone. Of course, summoning all 12 Sith Lords is an almost unattainable feat historically. The most powerful Sith I encountered managed to summon 7 lords from the realm. His name was Darth Sidious. Darth Sidious is a notorious figure in history, a super Sith tyrant who nearly exterminated the Jedi Order during his reign, and under his rule, the Galactic Empire achieved the monumental feat of conquering the entire galaxy. Even the Jedi could not entirely dismiss this cruel tyrant's historical contributions. Wait a moment, are you implying that I am now the new Sith Emperor? Qin Lu finally unraveled the core of the issue. Indeed. My Tatami Emperor, hence you must take care of your special relationship with me. Lucifel teased, licking her lips and winking flirtatiously at Qin Lu. In that moment, Qin Lu felt that compared to Lucifel, Nietzsche's energy was vastly inferior. This beauty was the true human generator. Hold on, what was the purpose of your earlier vote? What mission am I meant to accomplish? Qin Lu pressed further, determined to uncover the truth. Well, upon noticing Lucifel's shifting gaze, he discerned that she was concocting a fabricated tale. Each time Shelley attempted to deceive him, she bore this very expression. Who was Qin Lu? He was the caretaker warrior, known throughout the Sith. Having endured countless trials to nurture the Sith princess, he could glean a fair sense of a young girl's thoughts with just a glance. That is a secret. Ultimately, Lucifel refrained from lying, for reasons unknown. Qin Lu felt a sense of relief. The ensuing conversation became much more relaxed, akin to two friends engaging in casual banter. I cannot remain here for too long. Others are waiting for me outside. No worries. When your life is in danger, I shall naturally awaken you. My time is quite precious. Thousands of beautiful women in Coruscant await my heroic rescue. Do not be absurd. You are 22 years old. Having traversed from Earth to this realm, inhabiting a 12-year-old body for a decade, in these 33 years, you have had no girlfriend. I am well aware of your memories. Dear lady, has no one informed you that it is improper to pry into the memories of a young man? I must warn you of potential violations of privacy. I only perused the memories of an old virgin. Dear lady, I suspect this is your first encounter with a client. Truth be told, I believe we make a fine match. Qin Lu, allow me to escort you to the interface of the Force's soul. There is no need to go that far. Simply return me home. You might as well give up. Your injuries are too grave. Even if you return, you will be unable to accomplish anything. Lucifel scoffed, her lips curling in disbelief at his tenacity. How would I know unless I try? Qin Lu replied with a smile. In the narrow confines of the room, Lucifel faced Qin Lu's confident grin, and a peculiar sensation stirred within her. If it is this person, perhaps it could be. Want to leave? Simple, just defeat me. Lucifel smiled as well. This woman left Qin Lu speechless. Yet, deep down, a flicker of joy emerged within him. Even in a completely unfamiliar environment, he had not allowed these self-proclaimed lords to weigh heavily on his mind. For him, merely surviving another day felt like a victory. What delighted him was the existence of someone who bore no malice toward him, yet was aware of his true identity as a time traveler. She was different from Shelley. Shelley was his beloved. Yet she remained oblivious to his history of traversing dimensions. Thus, in an unspoken manner, Qin Lu had already imposed the role of a confidant upon Lucifel. Engaging in light conversation with her amid the chaos of battle was indeed a delightful affair. Unbeknownst to him, he had begun to cultivate a budding trust in Lucifel. On the very first day of his arrival in the realm of the Sith, Qin Lu had successfully forged a bond with the Sith Lord, Lucifel. This could not be dismissed as mere coincidence. However, unbeknownst to Qin Lu, during his slumber, a cataclysmic upheaval had transpired outside in Coruscant. Additionally, after the battles outside came to a close that day, Sherry returned to find Qin Lu ensconced in a deep slumber. Although her heart was fraught with urgency, the extraordinary circumstances left her with no alternative but to conceal herself, along with Luo Sang and several loyal clone soldiers, within the Alien Technology Deconstruction Center. Fortunately, the insurgents were preoccupied with their pillaging, and the Deconstruction Center, being a cold outpost within a cold outpost, attracted little attention due to its lack of spoils. Remarkably, Sherry and Qin Lu managed to elude danger and remain safe there for 3 days. Chapter 13. The secret meeting of the Prince of the North Palace. Attention shifts back to the planet Coruscant. The fleet battle at the planet's periphery was drawing to a close. With the clone army that could escape following the directives of General Derlanton scattering to break free, now, only a fraction of the forces had chosen to remain behind to engage in fierce combat against the pursuing insurgents, many of whom opted to plunge into the atmosphere before their ships capsized, leaving no intact vessels for the rebels. It can be said that the Coruscant campaign was nearing its conclusion, with the insurgents emerging victorious, albeit at a significant cost. Nevertheless, the outcome was deemed worthwhile in light of their achievements. The demise of the Sith Emperor had been confirmed, as had the collapse of the Sith Order. Major media outlets across the galaxy, including the Galactic Broadcasting Network and the Empire's Communications Center, had broadcast these developments in real time. Upon hearing this news, the inhabitants of the galaxy were made acutely aware that in the conflict between the Jedi Order and the Sith, the Jedi had once again executed a remarkable counteroffensive, heralding the imminent rebirth of the Galactic Republic. All of this filled the Jedi with a sense of triumph, although it was slightly marred by the treachery of the despicable Sith Baron who had meddled in their affairs. The next course of action for the Jedi Order was to eradicate the remaining clone forces and the fleeing Sith. Presently, however, their immediate task was to thoroughly cleanse the battlefield of the capital planet Coruscant and eliminate any remaining resistance. Striving to re-establish the capital of the Galactic Republic from Coruscant and refine its political framework. Yet, the unfolding events were far beyond the expectations of the Jedi Council. Instead of becoming tranquil after the battle, Coruscant had transformed into a hotbed of chaos. The situation began with a gathering of high-ranking rebel officers. The Prince of the North Palace served as the flagship for General Lu Chuan, the commander of the Allied Expeditionary Corps. This meeting was convened aboard this grand vessel. As a newly commissioned space cruiser, the Prince of the North Palace bore an elegant design inherited from its predecessor, the Shakespeare class, with a blue cigar-shaped hull that exuded a sense of power and beauty. However, as the rebels had requested, the Prince of the North Palace was not a gentleman but rather a butcher, more akin to its half-brother, the Karapika. Strength and brutality were its essence. The warship was equipped with 12 380mm main cannons capable of firing high-energy plasma shells with explosive power spanning a square kilometer. 4 out of the 6 turrets could aim in all directions, with the remaining 2 having a blind spot of no more than 25 degrees. Once the Prince of the North Palace secured its firing position, the 12 main cannons unleashed a barrage every 35 seconds, creating a rain of shells along the ship's firing line. In the recent confrontation with the Imperial garrison, both the Imperial destroyers Star Eye and Lion King sank after being struck at their vulnerable points by its main cannon salvo. Jedi Knight Revan was presently aboard a transport shuttle, slowly making his way to the hangar of the Prince. Being able to view this magnificent warship up close was indeed a rare pleasure. Revan widened his eyes in awe. After the shuttle came to a halt, he thanked the pilot and followed the crew member who greeted him to the bridge's frontline command center. This time, he was there to represent the Jedi Order at the high-level meeting of the Allied forces. To be fair, General Lu Chuan was quite handsome. Although he was in his 30s, he maintained an impressive physique. Unlike many of his subordinates who sported protruding bellies and unkempt appearances, the glasses perched on his nose lent him an air of sophistication and refinement. At first glance, Revan almost mistook him for a researcher from some institute. Upon their first encounter, Revan felt a favorable impression of the general. General Lu Chuan took his seat at the head of the table with a relaxed demeanor, appearing approachable, yet within a 3-meter radius around him. No one dared to come close. All the officers and envoys stood in 2 lines before him. Revan understood that this was customary in the military. The commander must possess supreme authority. Thus, he refrained from emphasizing his non-military status. After saluting General Lu Chuan, he instinctively positioned himself at the front of the line to leave space for him. "My lord, this is the unconditional surrender document sent by the Speaker of Coruscant. Zigfi. All 30 major cities on Coruscant have voluntarily joined the ranks of the Allied forces." A portly general presented a document to the general. Lu Chuan did not even glance at it. "I have no interest in such cheap sincerity. Get to the point." The rotund officer was not taken aback by the general's reaction and continued. "Yes, our troops have landed at all designated drop zones. But curiously, there have been no encounters with the remnants of the clone forces. The general staff believes they have scattered and fled. At that moment, a slender colonel beside him nodded in agreement. Although the enemy's retreat was sudden, it appears to be a coordinated and planned withdrawal. The remnants of the clones should still be hiding somewhere on Coruscant. Luchuan smiled indifferently, neither agreeing nor disagreeing, noticing that the two appeared somewhat hesitant, seemingly contemplating how to articulate their thoughts, growing impatient. Luchuan interjected, "Speak quickly. If you're an old rogue, don't pretend to be a virtuous maiden." Revan stifled a laugh. This general was indeed quite unconventional. The portly officer continued. Additionally, many commanding officers have requested if the general would permit them to carry out hunting expeditions in the occupied territories as previously agreed. Luchuan burst into hearty laughter. "Ha! These little rascals. I was wondering why you were all so timid. I approve of this matter." The Slender Eight said, "General, should we confirm this with headquarters? After all, Coruscant is the capital of the Empire, and countless eyes in the galaxy are upon us." Revan recognized this slender officer as Zheng Xian, nicknamed the Wolf Aide, a trusted commander of General Luchuan. His notoriety stemmed largely from his ship, the Grey Wolf, which he had personally modified and which stood out in the fleet. That a cold smile crept across Luchuan's face. "And what if the command center disagrees? Are you to heed my orders, or theirs?" Revan was taken aback by Luchuan's sudden declaration, but quickly realized that the general was not posing a question. It was merely a display for his benefit. In the very next moment, over 20 officers from diverse races and planets in the room snapped to attention and proclaimed in unison, "We vow to follow the general to the death." Their voices reverberated, causing the room to hum. Revan was astounded. It appeared these generals had long since submitted to Luchuan. Why was the Jedi Order and the command center completely unaware of this? He was further astonished that Luchuan had revealed his inner circle before a newcomer like himself. What was he plotting? A strong sense of pride surged within Luchuan, a pride characteristic of those in power. "You all treat me with utmost sincerity. How could I betray the promises made with you?" Luchuan gestured with his hand. "Issuing orders. Relay my command. The entire army shall mobilize. We are heading to Coruscant for a grand procurement." "Yes. Ha!" The officers responded with a brief acknowledgement before bursting into simultaneous laughter. Chapter 14. There is no hatred without cause. After the meeting concluded, Luchuan retained Revan for a private conversation. The apex of the bridge aboard the Prince of the North Palace lay the expansive personal quarters of the general. It was adorned with luxurious camel hair carpets, a well-stocked bar, and most captivating of all, a unique 360-degree panoramic viewport. From this vantage point, one could behold the sweeping vistas of the galaxy's northern and southern reaches. However, with the warship's approach, the view was predominantly dominated by the enormous golden planet before them. Coruscant was the earliest planet to develop a massive urban sprawl, with expansive rings of cities encircling it like the growth rings of a tree. Viewed from space, the planet exuded an opulent beauty. General Luchuan stood before the window, hands clasped behind his back, quietly gazing at the planet that, while vast, was now firmly within his grasp. Revan felt a sense of trepidation at this moment. He realized that before a general wielding such formidable power, his own prowess seemed insignificant. He silently recited the Jedi Code. Cast aside all distractions, calm the mind and body, embrace the Force. These nobles, perhaps, have forgotten how they once reveled in their tyranny under the Empire. Luchuan began, his tone surprising Revan with its blend of fury and despair, veiled beneath a facade of nonchalance. Yet, in an instant, he reined in his emotions. "When I received the message from the Council, I could hardly believe they would send someone as young as you to participate in this meeting. Are you aware that this meeting was originally intended to determine the next course of action for the Expeditionary Force? However, it appears that Master Yoda is aware of my alternate plans. At first glance, I felt a striking resemblance between you and my younger self. Perhaps this is why Master Yoda chose you to meet me. Yet, I cannot possibly compare to the handsomeness you possessed in your youth." Though Raven's words were not flattery, it was evident that Luchuan, in his younger years, must have been a notably attractive young man. Far surpassing Raven in that regard, Luchuan chuckled. "Raven, would you care to listen to my story?" The general approached the bar, pouring Raven a glass of clear water. "I am aware that Jedi abstain from alcohol. This is mineral spring water sourced from Kentun, beneficial for one's health." Luchuan's thoughtfulness left Raven pleasantly surprised. "During my youth, I studied at the finest university on Coruscant, delving into history." Luchuan began his tale. "At that time, I had a childhood sweetheart who loved me far more than I loved her. Do not mock me. Can a general not have a first love? Noticing Raven's smile, Lu Chuan continued, in order to study alongside me, she toiled for 3 consecutive years in our hometown before being admitted to the university on the capital planet. Lu Chuan became lost in his reminiscence, as if reliving his youth and first love. After graduation, I secured a position as a journalist at a newspaper. Although it did not align with my field of study or aspirations, it mattered not. I believed that through hard work, I could achieve great things on the capital planet, and I was already saving up for marriage. To be honest, I was somewhat hesitant. You see, there were many beautiful girls pursuing me at that time. Raven was taken aback. This chapter of history diverged significantly from what he had known. He had heard that General Lu Chuan had escaped from a mining planet before joining the Alliance, yet here he was, a distinguished scholar of history. This seemed to align more closely with the demeanor he exhibited. My girlfriend was highly regarded by her mentor, often accompanying her to numerous high-profile banquets that I believed she would continue her studies. But Lu Chuan paused, and Raven suddenly sensed a wave of intense fury emanating from him. But she vanished without a trace. I searched for her frantically, sleepless and tireless. Reaching out to everyone I knew, it was only then that I understood. One truly learns to cherish only after experiencing loss. That I loved her more than I loved myself, and my life plan could not exist without her. Lu Chuan's voice grew increasingly frantic. Raven, sitting beside him, regarded him with sympathy. 20 days later, a friend at the police station summoned me to identify a corpse. I beheld my Maineko, reduced to a shattered shell. My friend informed me that she was discovered at a wildlife feeding ground. Had it not been for the timely discovery, her remains would have been devoured by beasts. Do you know? When she was found, her body had been so violated that it could accommodate a beer bottle. Yet my Maineko had remained a virgin. She had promised to marry me. The coroner stated that Maineko suffered inhuman torment while alive, enduring it for over half a month. My Maineko. Lu Chuan suddenly clenched his fists and bowed deeply, the weight of his sorrow overwhelming even this iron-willed man. Raven felt dry and parched, realizing he had stumbled upon a grave secret, one that perhaps only Lu Chuan's most trusted subordinates were privy to. An ominous premonition washed over him. Lu Chuan seeks vengeance. He is not here to plunder. He is here to wreak havoc. Coruscant is doomed. Yet, Lu Chuan's narrative had significantly alleviated his feelings of guilt regarding the situation. Suddenly, he recalled a Sith adage he had once encountered. There is no love without cause, nor hatred without reason. I will find that bastard. I swear to torment him with the most cruel punishments until he finds death more desirable than life. A year later, I located my girlfriend's mentor, the very scoundrel who offered Maineko to her murderer. I threatened him with the life of his daughter to extract a name. Lu Chuan abruptly turned to look directly at Raven. Raven sensed that this name was suppressed within the general's throat. He struggled to contain his fury. What is that name? Raven inquired, striving to sound nonchalant. Chi Gufei. Raven's mouth fell agape in astonishment. Chi Gufei was the very chancellor who had submitted the surrender document. Raven could believe that what Lu Chuan told him was the truth. For the sweetness and emotion that surfaced on his face when he spoke of his girlfriend's love for him was unmistakably genuine. Why share this with me? Raven questioned, skeptical that the other was merely seeking idle conversation. Lu Chuan regarded Raven. I merely wish to convey this. Zheng Xin and the others are only aware that I harbor animosity towards a certain noble on Coruscant. They know neither the identity of this individual nor the nature of our feud. However, upon seeing you, I am reminded of my past self. I wish to tell you that if you hold someone dear in your heart, cherish her. Do not allow her to suffer harm. Do not wait until you lose her to realize your regret. Thank you. I shall remember. It seemed that Lu Chuan genuinely harbored no ill will towards him. Raven felt compelled to take his leave, eager to return to Master Yoda and clarify his muddled thoughts. Just as he was about to depart, Raven turned back and asked, "May I inquire about what happened to that mentor and his daughter?" Lu Chuan replied calmly, "I left them forever in the place from which I escaped, the mining site." Raven thought, a chill coursing through him. "Congratulations, your revenge shall soon be fulfilled." Lu Chuan smiled faintly. "Thank you, but I shall forego the champagne celebration. Vengeance? I merely cannot forget. To forget her would mean I am no longer myself." Chapter 15. In Times of Turmoil. Heroes and reporters arise. Raven was not foolish. On the contrary, he was quite astute. The Jedi's creed urged him to rise immediately and do everything possible to prevent this tragedy from unfolding. Yet, he suddenly recalled Master Yoda's advice. Keep your mouth shut and bring only your ears. Raven rationally chose to withdraw and return. Perhaps Master Yoda would have a solution. He hurried back to the Jedi flagship, the Heart of the Force, to report to Master Yoda the events he had witnessed, including the final story he had heard. Master Yoda stood before the enormous viewport of the Heart of the Force, gazing silently at the Coruscant below. With a sigh, he murmured, "Do you believe Lu Chuan seeks vengeance alone?" Raven was somewhat taken aback. Discussing Lu Chuan's motives seemed somewhat untimely. Anxiously, he replied, "Master, Lu Chuan is yet to act against Chi Gufei. He must be preparing his final bloodbath. We must find a way to stop him." This time, Master Yoda remained silent. After a long pause, he said to Raven, "You have worked hard. Go and rest." Seeing that Master Yoda was unwilling to elaborate further, Raven could only bow and retreat. He found himself perplexed by Master Yoda's inaction. It did not align with his usual conduct. Perhaps he had misjudged the situation, or perhaps Master Yoda possessed another method to prevent the military's excesses. However, merely 2 hours later, Raven realized he had been mistaken. No miracle transpired, and Coruscant had fallen. Regardless of how Qin Lu might have jested, a dire situation had emerged, with thousands of Coruscanti in need of rescue. Beginning on the evening of the 24th, the Reselyu Corps within the Alliance was the first to break military discipline, rampaging through major cities under the guise of hunting down clone soldiers. A joke, really. Do clones even need to be sought, as they all look alike? Rows of soldiers drove military Humvees, careening through the streets, invading upscale neighborhoods under the pretense of searching for deserters. Robbing at will. Should homeowners offer even the slightest resistance, they were executed on the spot. If they encountered a household with beautiful women, they would immediately abduct them under the guise of pursuing clone soldiers. Before long, one could find a naked corpse nearby, brutally violated, face marred beyond recognition by bayonets. As time passed, the chaos gradually spread from affluent districts to ordinary residential areas, embassy precincts, and the quarters of officials and nobility. Countless homes belonging to former imperial dignitaries were violently breached. Marauding soldiers charged in groups, some even driving tanks straight through walls. They showed particular interest in the noble and beautiful women residing within these imperial households. After the residence of former Minister of Culture Ronin was stormed, the soldiers of the Alliance executed all 37 members of his household. Ronin's 8-year-old daughter was murdered before his eyes. He himself was thrown into a burning building, perishing in the flames. His vast collection of antiques and jade, amassed over 30 years, was completely looted, and the larger, more cumbersome items were smashed on the spot. The Jedi Knights still present on the ground initially managed to collaborate with the gendarmerie to put a stop to the soldiers' outrages. However, as time wore on, the gendarmerie retreated to hidden corners, donning their uniforms backward, transforming into marauders themselves. Eventually, the commanders of various units grew dissatisfied with merely orchestrating from the shadows. They led groups of technical officers directly into banks and securities firms. Seizing whatever they could, Coruscant descended into a blazing inferno. In the aftermath of the chaos wrought by the marauding soldiers, numerous cities bore a resemblance to a nightmarish zombie apocalypse. Bloodstains and the carcasses of the fallen littered the streets and alleyways, rendering the scene even more tragic than that of war itself. In such turbulent times, heroes often emerge, and the planet of Coruscant was no exception. It was during this tumult that the intrepid journalist Helen made her grand entrance. A special correspondent for the Galactic Broadcasting Network, she had fortuitously been invited by relevant authorities to record a program on Coruscant when the Alliance forces launched their surprise attack. She and her assistant were caught off guard and found themselves trapped amidst the battlefield. However, she soon realized that the cutting-edge equipment her team had brought along could circumvent the communication jamming deployed by both warring factions. Thus, Helen and her crew became the sole source of unfiltered information for the entire galaxy, unaffected by the constraints of either side. Upon learning the situation, the proprietor of the Galactic Broadcasting Network swiftly appointed her as a war correspondent, allowing her to broadcast live updates from the front lines to the entire galaxy. During this period, nearly every viewer across the galaxy became acquainted with this innocent-looking young woman, who often spoke with a slight stutter and exhibited a hint of anxiety in tumultuous situations. Ironically, her unique broadcasting style proved exceptionally well-suited for reporting on the horrors of war. Helen, with her rich emotional depth and commendable eloquence, would describe the breathtaking aerial battles in poetic terms, captivating audiences who sometimes preferred her vivid verbal portrayals over the actual televised footage. Witnessing the innocent civilians caught in the crossfire, women and children falling victim to the violence, she would shed tears of sorrow and strive to aid those in distress, revealing the devastating reality of war. Principled and steadfast, Helen resisted external pressures, maintaining a neutral stance towards both combatants, refraining from biased commentary despite her personal inclinations. This integrity and noble dedication to her profession garnered her immense respect from many. People were drawn to the emotionally resonant and authentic Helen. During this time, the viewership of the Galactic Broadcasting Network soared, eclipsing that of its longtime rival, the Imperial Network Communications Center. Even the company's owner felt a sense of pride in having defied the odds to appoint this new reporter. The disparity in strength between the opposing forces was stark. The Imperial forces could muster only a feeble resistance for 3 days, just as everyone believed that the war was nearing its conclusion. And the young Helen might finally escape the battlefield and its perils, having garnered the concern of countless individuals, some of whom even formed a support group online to petition for her safety. An event that would shake the galaxy to its core transpired. If Helen had previously harbored any bias towards either side, she would have unhesitatingly supported the Galactic Alliance, believing wholeheartedly in the ideals of democracy and freedom they championed, convinced they were waging a just war. However, the brutal reality shattered her dreams. When she witnessed Alliance soldiers storming a university campus in their tanks, followed by hordes of marauding soldiers descending like ravenous wolves to pillage, burn, and commit unspeakable atrocities. She could scarcely believe her eyes. This was the very army that professed to uphold freedom. Soon, she became desensitized to increasingly horrific scenes: soldiers bombarding bank vaults, looting bags of cash, marauders committing heinous acts against young women and dragging their victims behind jeeps. She saw these brigands hosting beauty contests among their captives, selecting the most appealing to present to their commanders while executing the least favored on the spot. The peril was ever present, and Helen found herself infuriated by the consequences of such brutality. Although merely a young woman without any means of defense, she wielded her own weapons, a microphone and a camera. She resolved to broadcast the unvarnished truth of what she witnessed, faced with the shocking materials Helen provided. Her employer decided to take a gamble, banking on her notoriety and the belief that the Alliance could not unify the galaxy while risking his own life and livelihood. Life itself is but a gamble. And both the owner and Helen embraced this notion, opting to broadcast everything in real time, complete with timestamps and locations detailing the actions of the Alliance forces. The brutality depicted astounded the galaxy. Initially, the Alliance's propaganda department attempted to refute the authenticity of the broadcasts, but when concerned citizens located long-term residents of Coruscant to corroborate the accuracy of the footage, the Alliance found it impossible to maintain their stance. Faced with undeniable evidence, they shifted their narrative, claiming these acts were the result of rogue elements within a small contingent and that the front command had taken serious measures. However, this explanation faltered when it was pointed out that the marauders in the footage belonged to over 70% of the Alliance's expeditionary forces on Coruscant. This indicated a coordinated, premeditated collective crime, openly supported by high-ranking officials in the Alliance. Subsequently, an incriminating video surfaced that plunged the Alliance's propaganda office into a deep abyss. The footage, captured surreptitiously, featured a particularly striking scene. Alliance soldiers brandishing automatic rifles forced hundreds of captured female students to strip in broad daylight, lining them up for the leering gaze of officers who judged their appearances. The humiliation inflicted upon these young women ignited the basest instincts of the officers, who laughed heartily while objectifying their victims as if they were mere commodities. Following this grotesque pageant, the 10 deemed least attractive were executed in public, while the most beautiful were presented as tributes to the highest-ranking officer among them. In a shocking twist, when this officer, celebrated as a war hero and lauded as the embodiment of the Alliance's people-friendly image, made his appearance. The entire galaxy was left aghast. The propaganda department had plastered his likeness across their platforms and in the streets of non-imperial territories. This revelation sparked outrage, equating the propaganda office with deception. When they convened a press conference, not a single galaxy-level media outlet attended. Public sentiment overwhelmingly favored the Galactic Broadcasting Network and reporter Helen. Concerns arose about potential retaliation against Helen from the military. Yet she boldly declared, her face adorned with war paint, "If you fear death, you should not be a journalist." This statement reverberated throughout the galaxy at light speed, inspiring countless fellow journalists. Indeed, under pressure and temptation. Some may falter and produce misleading reports. Yet, the human spirit longs for truth. Each has the opportunity to reveal the unvarnished facts, to let the truth shine forth, unbeknownst to the layperson. Countless brave journalists sacrifice their lives each year to uphold the truth. Let those who have criticized us and looked down upon us witness that journalism, too, can breed heroes. Go, Helen, you are our idol. The War Correspondents Association enshrined her words as a guiding principle for future generations. However, the grave concerns many harbored soon materialized. The uninterrupted broadcast from Coruscant suddenly ceased. Anxieties surged regarding the fate of the pure-hearted and courageous young woman. What had befallen her? Where was she now? Concurrently, dozens of neutral planets dispatched inquiries to the Alliance, demanding the immediate restoration of order on Coruscant and severe punishment for the instigators of the chaos. Some major galactic coalitions adopted a stern tone. Warning: should the Alliance fail to provide a satisfactory account of its actions, we shall unilaterally reduce our level of cooperation, for we do not wish to face a fate akin to that of Coruscant. The Jedi Order, though not directly involved in the tumult, found its reputation severely tarnished due to the collapse of Coruscant, a result of the joint efforts of the Jedi and the Alliance. The severity of the situation far exceeded the Alliance's internal expectations. The headquarters of the Galactic Alliance, located on Naboo, was incensed, issuing various forms of pressure on the media while sternly reprimanding the heads of the propaganda department, demanding they devise a strategy to mitigate the fallout. Unsurprisingly, the brunt of the blame fell on General Lu Chuan. The commander of the expeditionary forces. Lu was somewhat taken aback. He had previously ordered an increase in communication jamming to halt broadcasts, never believing anyone would dare defy him openly. The public may be forgetful, but the military harbors long memories. Should any media outlet dare act against him, it would jeopardize their livelihoods. Yet, he had not anticipated the existence of exceptions in this world. This unexpected turn of events left Lu feeling somewhat disadvantaged. He first summoned the people-friendly image ambassador, who had been exposed, offering a simple assessment of his actions. That tactic is quite creative. After sharing a drink, he allowed the officer to return to his duties. Subsequently, Lu commanded the occupying forces reveling on Coruscant. Find that damned rat. Thus commenced a genuine manhunt. Chapter 16. The steel-framed tiger subduing fist. Prior to this moment, within the humble abode of Lucifer by the Sea of Sheksha defeat you. Qin Lu gazed at Lucifer, skepticism lacing her voice. Is it really that simple? Lucifer replied with a faint smile. Indeed, you may choose any method you can conceive. Whether it be wielding a sword, launching a force attack, unleashing a barrage from a machine gun, or firing a cannon. Rest assured, I shall provide the weapons that as long as you can best me, I will grant you your freedom post-haste. How does that sound? Quite a generous offer, wouldn't you agree? Qin Lu inquired. Is that the only condition? Lucifer responded. There is but one stipulation. All actions must remain confined within this room. Alas, it is a bit of a predicament for me as well. After all, someone has only managed to create a space of this modest size. At this, Qin Lu felt somewhat reluctant to criticize her. Given the broadness of her terms, it would be rather petulant not to engage. Defeating Lucifer, while not guaranteed, felt like a 7 or 8 out of 10 possibility to Qin Lu. Dismissing the previous encounter as an anomaly, having been ambushed and caught off guard, he had gleaned that this woman possessed extraordinary strength. However, brute force was merely an advantage, not an absolute. Throughout Qin Lu's past exploits, he had faced countless strongmen, having bested hundreds, if not 1,000. Thus, he harbored no fears. As for the notion of employing a lightsaber, Qin Lu swiftly dismissed it. Even unarmed, he had numerous methods to subdue this powerful woman. Casting a doubtful glance at Lucifer, he scrutinized her further. She remained charmingly playful, and upon noticing his gaze, she twirled gracefully, her short skirt billowing. Her azure hair shimmered like a cascade of silk threads around her. Qin Lu averted his eyes. Before battle, he ought not to be distracted by anything extraneous. Qin Lu mused. Yet her thighs are truly so fair. Suddenly, Lucifer snapped her fingers. A sensation akin to a gust of wind swept through Qin Lu's body. To his astonishment, he found himself once again able to wield the Force. Not only that, but his lightsaber had returned as well. Lucifer smiled lightly. Shall we begin? It is rather ungentlemanly to keep a lady waiting. Qin Lu nodded. He then assumed a stance reminiscent of traditional Chinese martial arts, his legs firm in a horse stance. Her engaged, abdomen squatting, hands pressed together at his sides, waist steady, his form reminiscent of a fierce warrior. It had been quite some time since he had employed this technique, the steel-frame tiger subduing fist. This martial art comprised a total of 108 forms, all built upon the foundation of the horse stance. Practitioners developed formidable strength, with tightly woven techniques, regulated movements, and a precise approach to both offense and defense. It was said that those who entered the school of Wang Fei Hung were first required to master this fist to stabilize their stance and strengthen their hands. Among the complete set of 108 techniques, a full 100 were devoted to upper body variations. Yet, hidden within the remaining 8 leg techniques lay lethal potential. These 8 techniques, in stark contrast to the upper body forms, were characterized by their sheer ferocity and unpredictability, akin to a sudden ambush in close combat. In his past life within the underground fighting arena, Qin Lu had been fortunate enough to witness a master adept in this style. This esteemed individual had simultaneously faced 6 opponents, emerging victorious with ease. Each of those fighters met their demise at the hands of that master's swift and brutal kicks. Their throats shattered in an instant, a memory that remained vividly etched in his mind. In Qin Lu's estimation, the title of Tiger Subduing Fist was a modest understatement. With the power inherent in this technique, one could easily subdue even the likes of Wu Song. While he doubted his prowess compared to the master he had once encountered, he felt quite confident in dealing with a brawny woman. Of course, Qin Lu had no intention of causing harm today. His aim was to utilize the upper body techniques of the steel-frame tiger subduing fist, focusing primarily on grappling. Please enlighten me. Qin Lu crouched slightly and leaped toward Lucifer. His form was swift, his attack precise. Lucifer sidestepped. Without waiting for the technique to fully unfold, Qin Lu pivoted, using the momentum from his previous move to strike again, only for Lucifer to evade once more. Adapting, he transformed his palm strike into a punch, feigning an attack to draw her closer. With a smile, Lucifer approached, prompting Qin Lu to suddenly unleash a forward punch, but she sidestepped yet again. This was futile. Ordinary techniques were utterly ineffective against her. The lack of success from his previous attempts left Qin Lu astounded. Observing closely, he noted the peculiar fluidity of Lucifer's movements. Her toes remained glued to the ground as she glided effortlessly, displaying an incredible agility. It seemed he would have to rely on lower body techniques. Qin Lu thought to himself. At that moment, Lucifer spoke up. Your techniques are commendable, though perhaps a tad slow. The match isn't over yet. You shall soon discover the true nature of speed. With such feeble strength, it is remarkable that you have survived under Palpatine for so long that I must commend you. Qin Lu intensified his efforts, retorting, The Emperor is benevolent. I have fared quite well over the years. Lucifer smiled, her demeanor shifting to that of a persuasive saleswoman. Why not become my disciple? Under my tutelage, I will impart the essence of Sith martial arts to you. Your understanding of martial arts is still so superficial by the standards of your former world. You're merely an elementary student who has yet to graduate, incapable of fully realizing the intricacies of those techniques you remember. Qin Lu remained silent, intent on landing a decisive kick. Meanwhile, Lucifer continued her coaxing. Consider this. You would gain unimaginable power. Your instantaneous attacks would surpass the transmission speed of your opponent's mental signals. Your movements could liberate you from the confines of gravity, rendering you undetectable even to bullets and beams of light. As Qin Lu battled, he felt a mix of awe and incredulity. If this individual was not exaggerating, then this world was indeed madness. Surely, she must be boasting, while the depths of martial arts are unfathomable. Who has witnessed such exaggerated prowess? Moreover, if these Sith Lords expected me to undertake some absurd mission, it would likely entail something akin to the reconstruction of an empire, a task fraught with peril. Year after year, I would be dancing on the edge of a blade, and eventually, I would be the one to bleed. In his heart, Qin Lu shouted, Damn it, I am a traveler too. I deserve to enjoy life. I wish to escape this service to the Sith. If I manage to flee this time, I will take Sherry and my loyal soldiers to explore the outer planets of the galaxy. Never to return, never to wade through this murky water again. Meanwhile, Lucifer continued to pitch her Sith martial arts training program. Think carefully. This rare opportunity lies before you. I can reveal the names and methods of these powerful skills right now. Would you like a sneak peek? A whole new door is opening for you, just waiting for you to take a slight nod. Alas, this is all for your own good. I refuse. Qin Lu shouted vehemently, completing his build-up and launching his right foot like a bolt of lightning. achieving a record time of 0.05 seconds. Chapter 17. Only by persuading the woman yet, the flying kick met with empty air, and a cold sweat broke out on Qin Lu's brow. In that instant, he lost sight of Lucifer. When she reappeared, it was as if she were a dragonfly, poised daintily upon the very foot he had kicked out. More terrifyingly, despite standing on his foot, Qin Lu felt no weight at all. An awkward silence enveloped the atmosphere. Lucifer's head hung low, as though she were the one who had lost. Her expression was as cold as ice. This was the first time Qin Lu had seen her devoid of her usual playful demeanor, excluding the previous questioning session, where she had clearly feigned seriousness. Her voice carried a hint of melancholy. Is that so? What a pity. And with that, she delivered a kick. This strike was powerful enough to shatter mountains and split stones. Qin Lu was sent flying, despite having mentally prepared himself and reinforced his body with the force. The impact on his left chest rendered him momentarily numb. Damn, he thought, as he collided with the wall, the sound of his impact echoing with a distorted tone. The force of this kick was tremendous. Qin Lu felt as though his entire body had embedded itself 3 inches into the wall, leaving him momentarily unable to extricate himself. From this vantage point, he could clearly see Lucifer's cold smirk across the way. Umph, let me show you this. This is the heart-crushing kick, and I used less than 1% of my strength. Before the words had even left her lips, Lucifer lifted her right foot and stomped down, causing the ground to tremble violently. The furniture in the room was obliterated, while several electric serpents slithered through the debris, igniting everything they touched into charred remnants. Fragments of cement and sparks flew into the air. This is thunder, Lucifer declared, sweeping her hand forward, unleashing a tremendous pressure that propelled all the airborne bricks and debris like a torrential downpour upon Qin Lu. Just as he had managed to free himself from the wall, he was struck back again, this time impaled by shards of stone, rendering him immobilized from the pain, lying on the ground, gasping for breath. Qin Lu heard Lucifer's voice. This is the touch of Mormor. She indeed did not deceive me. These techniques are all real, Qin Lu thought, enduring the agony that coursed through his body. A chill washed over him. Even when he was in perfect condition, he was hardly formidable, and now, in this state, he could only be likened to prey waiting to be slaughtered. Are you convinced now? Lucifer demanded, her voice tinged with fury. Qin Lu, clutching his wounds, struggled to sit up, forcing a grim smile. If you were to continue with seduction, I might consider conceding. Lucifer's eyes widened, her right index finger poised as if she were about to unleash another formidable technique, but she halted at the last moment. I thought you were clever. Lucifer's voice sliced through the air like a chilling wind. A person who has survived under that tyrannical emperor for 10 years must possess a keen understanding of survival. A man who can slay over 50 force masters with mere swordsmanship cannot be reckless. Lucifer inquired, so why have you shown no interest in my proposition? Her tone had shifted from anger to one of disappointment, revealing that Qin Lu's refusal had struck a significant blow to her. To say I am completely unmoved would be a lie. Qin Lu felt a pang of empathy. He recognized that Lucifer bore no malice towards him, had she wished him dead. That heart-crushing kick could have easily claimed his life. She genuinely desired to impart her powerful skills to him, yet he could not allow himself to become a mere tool of the Sith cult. 12 Sith monarchs awaited him, and having once been subjugated by a single king, he could not afford to repeat such folly, especially now that he had to consider Shirley as well. The thought of undertaking missions alone while having a partner like Shirley, or even potentially starting a family, was unfathomable. Though this deal appears to favor me, agreeing would be akin to signing a contract of servitude, one that binds my entire family, he proclaimed, his voice rising defiantly. I will never entrust the fate of myself and my family to another. I yearn to grow stronger, but the strength you offer is not the kind I seek. Rising to his feet, Qin Lu declared, even the strongest dog remains merely a dog. 10 years of living as a pawn for others is more than enough. So it is, Lucifer acknowledged. It seems you have misunderstood one fundamental truth. Strength is not a matter of desire, it is a necessity. With a snap of her fingers, Qin Lu was astonished to see the room return to its original state. His injuries healed as if nothing had transpired. Without strength, your fate will be beyond your control, Lucifer stated, drawing a luminous sword from behind her. As it stands, I could take your life at will. Draw your sword. This time, it is a fight to the death, and I shall show no mercy. Qin Lu's pupils dilated in terror. To speak candidly, he was quite frightened. Just moments ago, he had only been holding on, This Lucifel was disturbingly powerful. Her blows were as effortless as slicing through vegetables. He resolved that if she pressed him further, he would concede for now and seek a way to escape later. Actually, I am considering your suggestion. Perhaps we should sit down and discuss this properly? Qin Lu grimaced, realizing he had encountered someone formidable. She pushed him toward strength while simultaneously threatening him with violence. If you are afraid, just admit it. Lucifel smiled brightly. What a joke. I, Qin Lu, have always been the one to make women concede, he replied, attempting to mimic her smile, though his words were mere bravado that even Lucifel would not believe. Your strength is simply too weak. Fighting you is devoid of interest, so I intend to spice things up a bit, she said slowly. You can create excitement out of this. Qin Lu noted that he and Lucifel were indeed from different realms, even in the act of potentially killing. She sought to inject amusement into the situation. What a peculiar mindset. Lucifel snapped her fingers, plunging the room into complete darkness, an impenetrable void where even the hum of the sword in his hand could not be seen. This sensation sent chills down Qin Lu's spine. As the highest-ranking Sith monarch in martial arts, I can continue to fight even in a state where the senses are deprived. As for you, let us begin by taking away your sight. Chapter 18. The Blind Hero in the Darkness. Lucifel's voice remained clear, yet Qin Lu felt a creeping dread, for he could not discern the proximity of her voice. It was entirely possible she stood beside him with her sword. The mere thought was terrifying. Before his escape, he had already established himself as the Empire's foremost swordsman, confident in his abilities, even if others looked down upon him, dismissing him as forever unworthy of the elite ranks. He held their opinions in contempt. When you have the time, think of a solution for me. If you waste time gossiping, be wary of my retaliation. He had often found himself in brawls with other Sith over such matters, and had consequently made several friends. Looking back, he realized he had been rather arrogant. Lucifel had shattered all his techniques merely by depriving him of sight without employing any actual moves. A thud resounded as something struck the back of his head. Fortunately, the object was neither heavy nor sharp, possessing a certain elasticity and roundness. Qin Lu touched the back of his head, pondering, Lucifel wouldn't he have thrown someone's head at me? Would she? Fear not, it is merely a basketball. Lucifel's voice rang out. This is the first round of attacks. They are merely large, softballs. However, as the rounds progress, the objects hurled at you will grow smaller and more solid, culminating in my sword. You must learn to combat in a state of visual deprivation or face certain death. I have said it before. This is a fight to the death, and I shall not hold back. Qin Lu was alarmed. This was the true nature of her spicing things up, though their time together had been short. He understood that Lucifel was a person of her word. If she claimed the final blow would be struck with her sword, then it would indeed come to pass. The unfortunate reality was that she refused to disclose how many rounds of attacks there would be, meaning he had to treat every object thrown as if it were a lethal sword strike. He knew his own abilities. He hadn't even noticed the basketball that had just struck him. If he could not grasp the underlying principle in the shortest time possible, he would surely meet his end. Qin Lu's first instinct was to rely on the Force, although he could not use his advanced techniques. He still had a basic sense of the Force, which, when combined with sword-drawing movements, should suffice for the current predicament. Do not think to cheat with the Force. I have blocked your ability to sense it. Consider this. An outside opponent would easily suppress your Force senses. Lucifel's voice echoed, prompting Qin Lu to suppress his rising frustration. You little vixen, just wait until I master. Then we must seek alternative methods. As the situation grew dire, Qin Lu's thoughts became remarkably calm. Ignoring the barrage of objects striking overhead, which he could not stop, he pondered whether it was possible to develop non-visual control without external aid in this world. All things are understood through contemplation. After some deliberation, the answer became clear to him that it was indeed possible. Even if extraterrestrials could not achieve it, humans certainly could. The answer lay with the blind hero. Can a blind person wield a sword? Such a notion seems absurd. How could one fight without sight? Yet in the martial arts community, the consensus is unanimous. They can, and they are formidable. Blind heroes refer to practitioners who have lost their sight, either from birth or due to unfortunate circumstances later in life. However, in pursuit of their martial journey, they laid aside their existing martial skills and grasped slender swords, embarking on the path of the blind swordsman. This group predominantly possesses resolute characters, capable of enduring prolonged solitude, steadfastly pursuing strength through rigorous training. Consequently, upon emerging from their seclusion, These blind swordsmen became the most formidable assembly of masters. The history of blind warriors in China is profoundly rich. Dating back to the late Tang dynasty, when renowned blind swordsmen emerged in the northwest region. During the Ming dynasty, the infamous 12 blind thieves surfaced, having even devised specialized combat tactics suited for the blind, night engagements, and close-quarters battles. Imagine, in a pitch-black night where visibility is non-existent, encountering a cadre of blind warriors who move like the wind without relying on sight. Such a scenario is truly terrifying. Similarly, in Japan, during the flourishing era of swordsmanship, blind warriors also made their mark. Notably, during the Tokugawa shogunate, a master known as Mumming Nishio appeared, reputedly slaying a startled horse that charged at him while he traversed a main road, astonishing onlookers who believed him doomed. Thus, Mumming Nishio etched his name into legend with a single strike. In modern times, the practice of blind swordsmanship has transcended its traditional confines, attracting many-sided individuals who seek the pinnacle of martial arts. In a past life, Qin Lu once queried a senior practitioner of blind swordsmanship during a gathering. Is it truly possible to cleave a startled horse? The senior chuckled and replied, I cannot say whether one can slay a startled horse, but I can certainly cut through autumn leaves. Qin Lu diligently scoured his memory for any scraps of knowledge about blind warriors, regrettably finding his understanding limited to these few tales in that brief conversation. Lacking any profound comprehension, that he recalled a statement made by that senior. When you have eyes to use, you will not contemplate using your ears to practice blind swordsmanship. One must first relinquish everything to gain everything. When one has eyes, is it not possible to consider the ears? Qin Lu mused silently, then perhaps it is better to forego sight. He closed his eyes, immersing himself in a profound meditation, raising the light sword high, aiming to link his consciousness with the blade, allowing its trajectory to transcend technique and become instinctual. Presently, unbeknownst to Qin Lu, just above him, Lucifer gazed down with a smile, having affixed herself to the lofty ceiling. Clutching a collection of ping-pong balls, rulers, and thumbtacks, at times, she would execute solitary attacks. Other times, she would unleash a barrage, reveling in the play. She softly remarked to herself, You are indeed different from Darth Vader. Little Lulu, our lessons commence today. You must strive. This semester's curriculum will determine your survival in this world and whether you can ultimately ascend to become the Sith's monarch, regardless of the challenges you encounter. I shall accompany you in perseverance. Chapter 19. The monarch's first engagement in the shadowy confines of the room. Lucifer silently observed Qin Lu's fervent practice. As time progressed, she hurled objects at him from various angles, her speed increasing, her techniques growing more agile. Whenever Qin Lu found himself in a predicament or his thoughts reached a deadlock, Lucifer would cleverly interject with banter to guide him toward the correct path. She meticulously calibrated Qin Lu's pace, ensuring he remained within a motivating distance of a little more effort, a little more perseverance, and you shall achieve it. Had someone familiar with her witnessed this iteration of Lucifer, they would undoubtedly be astonished. Was this truly the same Lucifer known for her fiery temperament and perceived lack of intellect? The one who instilled fear in the souls of the realm's denizens. Dubbed Dawn Slaughter, now, she radiated a unique charm typically seen in gentle-natured women or those filled with love and compassion. In summary, this version of Lucifer exuded an indescribable, distinctive allure. In the stillness of the room, Qin Lu remained oblivious to his surroundings, unaware that the door had already swung open, and a shadowy figure drifted past him unnoticed. The figure ascended to the ceiling, halting before Lucifer. Ben remarked, Lucifer, it is evident that you were quite earnest this time. Lucifer flashed a charming smile, leaving even the typically composed Ben momentarily stunned. Of course, this is my first time hosting a guest. I must serve diligently. Ben shook his head. It would be wise not to expend too much effort. Currently, his approval rating stands at 4 votes in favor and 4 against. His fate is likely to be obliteration, rendering your efforts futile. Lucifer's hands fell. Little Ben, don't tell me you've cast a dissenting vote. Ben replied, Well, I would love to admit it. I shall refrain from provoking you. Both Ando and I voted in favor, as did Izira. Adding your vote, that makes Ford, if you wish for him to survive, your best course of action is to rally support. Be it collection votes, recommendation votes, or approval votes. Any support is better than none. Lucifer gently brushed her long hair, sighing, Alas, it seems I must resort to leveraging my charms once more, all thanks to this wretched fate. Ben chuckled. Have you noticed any changes since you accepted Ebel? Lucifer laughed. Oh, little Ben, are you feeling envious? Ben smiled back. I suspect it is perhaps due to your shared inability to wield the Force. Thus, you feel particularly inclined to care for him. Lucifer, her expression unreadable, stated, I merely wish for the 13th monarch to be born smoothly. Beyond that, I have not contemplated. Ben gazed at the diligently practicing Qin Lu and sighed. Many monarchs do not hold him in high regard. His aptitude is woefully inadequate, his background convoluted, and his origins humble. Within the Sith cult of the material world, he has virtually no supporters. Some monarchs, adhering to a better to wait for the right candidate than to settle for the mediocre philosophy, are reluctant to vote. They argue that having waited for 2 millennia, they are not in a rush to wait another few decades for a worthy successor. Lucifer suddenly erupted in fury. She turned to Ben and declared, Tell those fools that their desire for unearned gains is the epitome of folly. If they seek worthy candidates, they should endeavor to create them themselves. I am firmly set on Ebel. Ben beamed with satisfaction at her response, prompting Lucifer to realize she had been ensnared in his words. Her face flushed crimson, crackling with sparks of energy. Ben quickly altered his tone. Ahem. To be frank, the likelihood of securing 8 votes for approval is slim. Lucifer exhaled in relief. Now is not the time for playful banter with this troublesome friend. Ben, could you please have a modicum of faith in me? I sense something remarkably special in Ebel, something others cannot achieve. Perhaps he can. Ben inquired, What gives you such confidence? Lucifer replied, Simply my intuition, woman's intuition. Very well. Since you've said as much, I shall assist him in rallying votes. As Ben strode toward the door, he muttered, Last time, when I was inebriated, I lamented, What have I done wrong? Please do not blame me. For women are often perceived as lacking intellect and must rely on intuition. Behind him, Lucifer raised her hand, the touch of Momo or Colon. Rest assured, dear Ben. Helen commandeered a stolen Hummer, speeding recklessly. Beside her, the camera assistant. Paul held not a camera but a loaded automatic rifle. Trembling with fear, he watched as his boss navigated the 1-ton military vehicle at a blistering 120 miles per hour through streets and alleys. Helen, are you sure you're not a member of the Schumacher family? Perhaps your family has concealed some truths from you. Paul shouted, nearly on the verge of losing his stomach. Having always been a diligent, law-abiding photographer, he never imagined he would one day accompany a female journalist, brandishing an automatic rifle to hijack a military vehicle. Inwardly, he screamed, I was coerced into this. Stop your whining and check if there are any pursuers behind us. Helen kept her eyes fixed ahead, her heart soaring with exhilaration. Faster, faster, this is what life is about. There are none, not a single pursuer, not even a dog in sight that I suspect they're seeking aerial support. We should find a place to ditch the vehicle soon. Paul scanned the rear while shouting. That's unacceptable, with so many of us. We must find a sufficiently large hiding spot to ensure they can't locate us, Helen insisted firmly. Paul glanced into the back. Where 6 or 7 ragged young girls Saturday, this was the reason they had interrupted their live broadcast and resorted to armed robbery. Just hours earlier, at their newly established base, a drama academy, both had witnessed a group of rogue soldiers preparing to enact something truly horrifying upon these girls. Overcome by pent-up rage, Helen finally snapped. In a state of rampage, Helen's mental synchronization rate soared to an astounding 400. The disarrayed soldiers were no match for the formidable Unit 01, who swiftly sent them fleeing in panic, even confiscating their weapons in the process. Under the adoring gazes of a group of young girls, Helen finally vented the pent-up frustration that had been building within her for days. However, the arrival of rationality soon sent her into a state of alarm. This was not merely a matter of hiding in well-concealed corners and capturing candid shots. They had brazenly attacked the military and would undoubtedly face fierce retaliation. To their astonishment, they learned through the captured soldiers' radio that the rebel forces across the entire planet were hunting for them. With no options left and fearing for the safety of the young students, Helen could only flee with the rescued individuals. Chapter 20. Fateful encounters. Being a good person is no easy feat. And being one who upholds a sense of justice while avoiding retaliation is even more challenging. Helen recalled her mother's words, though these thoughts quickly passed. After all, who was she? She was Helen Shire. If anyone were to seek revenge, it would be enough for her not to retaliate against the disarrayed soldiers. Well, if you're looking for a sufficiently large hiding place, I might have one. A girl in the vehicle suddenly interjected. Oh, where might that be? Helen casually inquired, not truly expecting these young girls to be of much assistance. as finding a suitable hiding spot was indeed a formidable challenge. First, the location needed to be spacious enough to conceal both the vehicle and its occupants, eliminating many options. Second, it had to be remote, for they were in the midst of a global manhunt, and being in a crowded area would easily expose them. The most challenging aspect, however, was that the place needed to be unremarkable, as the entire planet was engulfed in plunder, slaughter, and chaos. Any location that could attract the attention of the disarrayed soldiers was off-limits, including residential areas, supermarkets, shops, banks, museums, and even places like schools or hospitals that might have women. Just thinking about it gave Helen a headache. Did such a building truly exist that met all these criteria? And if it did, what purpose would it serve? But when the girl named Tina pointed out a location on the map, Helen felt a surge of hope. The Alien Technology Deconstruction Center, she exclaimed, a veritable gem that seemed to have fallen from the heavens. According to Tina, the place was indeed spacious enough to not only hide a vehicle and a few individuals, but even a small spacecraft. Furthermore, it was isolated. The Alien Technology Deconstruction Center lacked both funds and personnel, and was somewhat dangerous. That IT was well known that alien technology often harbored risks, and much of what was deciphered turned out to be utterly useless junk for modern humans. One of the most widely circulated jokes is that during the Republic era, the Alien Technology Deconstruction Center spent 2 decades analyzing a complex and enormous alien machine, only to conclude that it was merely a processing device for the aliens' native food. Designed to their large size, countless brilliant scientists wasted their youth and abundant funding only to arrive at such a result. Rumor has it even the aliens are aware of this joke. Truly, that was a disgrace that echoed throughout the galaxy, and to this day, the phrase, "so it was a pod," remains a classic jest regarding similar actions. The only drawback of this location was that it wasn't particularly remote, as it was situated near the royal palace. However, Tina's subsequent explanation quelled their concerns. 3 days ago, a fierce battle erupted between the Jedi and the Sith there, leaving much of the area in ruins due to bombings from subsequent airstrikes. As a result, the location has become relatively secluded. All right, let's go there, Helen decisively concluded. Under the cover of night, Helen and her companions drove to the Alien Technology Deconstruction Center. From the outside, it was evident that the place had endured a brutal battle, with several large buildings, including the deconstruction center itself, suffering varying degrees of damage. Fortunately, the construction quality was robust, and there was no risk of collapse. Helen cautiously drove the vehicle into a corner of the courtyard to hide it. On their way, they had encountered a white-robed female Jedi, and as the Jedi approached for a closer inspection, Helen's heart raced with fear of being recognized. Strangely, the woman merely glanced at them before continuing on her way. Helen found it peculiar. Surely, the woman could discern their differences. A group of civilians armed with standard military rifles, driving a military vehicle, sneaking into a ruinous area at midnight was suspicious in any context. However, she soon set aside her worries. Upon entering the Alien Technology Deconstruction Center, they were immediately disarmed. Fortunately, before Helen transformed into Unit 01, they discovered that the controlling force of the building was none other than the Empire. Upon recognizing the familiar faces of the clone soldiers, the girl's eyes welled with tears. After days of living in fear and danger, the sight of the clone army brought forth all their exhaustion and grievances. As the capital planet, Coruscant had once housed a substantial number of clone soldiers, who had safeguarded the planet for decades. The citizens of Coruscant naturally felt a sense of familiarity with them. Moreover, long-term interactions had allowed the citizens to understand the clones better. Although they were human, they lacked many of the negative traits of ordinary people: greed, lust, and betrayal. Previously, such characteristics may not have seemed significant. Now, these selfless, virtuous clone soldiers appeared as angels in the eyes of the beleaguered populace. Upon realizing that the group consisted of civilians, the clone soldiers immediately lowered their hostility and began distributing food and drinks. One of the girls blushed and suddenly burst into tears. Her sobs drew the attention of Shire, who was inside the building, when the Imperial Princess appeared before them clad in a Jedi robe. Everyone was taken aback. Much like Nietzsche, Shire was a frequently seen political figure. However, she maintained her unique grace. In the eyes of the public and the media, the gentle and kind Princess Shire was an anomaly among the Sith, a rare flower that had miraculously blossomed in the harsh Sith order. In a society governed by stringent laws and imperial order, she served as a comforting angel for the oppressed souls. Princess Shire held a distinctly unique political status within the Galactic Empire. She enjoyed a lofty reputation all on her own. Thus, when news of her engagement to Nietzsche circulated, even the most fervent of Nietzsche's fans dared not direct their ire at Princess Shire. In this technologically advanced and increasingly restless society, this was nothing short of a miracle. The few young women raised in Coruscant hurried to curtsy before the princess. Even the usually boisterous Helen awkwardly performed a bow. Goodness! It's truly the princess, several girls whispered, their excitement palpable as they gazed at the beautiful maiden before them, striving to maintain their composure. Chapter 21. The flames of gossip burned brightly. Helen gazed at Shire, who sat gracefully among the crowd, exuding charm and poise. She felt incredibly fortunate to witness such extraordinary news. Her heart raced with exhilaration. Who could have imagined that the imperial princess, the only legitimate heir to the imperial throne, had not evacuated with the military but remained amidst the peril alongside her people, right there in the dilapidated building of Coruscant, mere moments away from her? If this news were to be broadcast, it would undoubtedly create a sensation across the galaxy. While mulling this over, her hand stealthily reached for the camera hidden behind her back. Stop! If this news were to be aired, it would become known throughout the major star systems. But the rebels would also catch wind of it, and our side would become the culprits, placing the princess in peril. Alas, what a pity! Helen hurriedly withdrew her restless hand. To her surprise, Shire approached her. You must be Helen, she said with poise. Yes, Your Highness. You recognize me. I saw your television report here. Your coverage was very authentic. Well done, Shire said, giving Helen a thumbs up. The princess offered no grandiloquent platitudes nor attempted to manipulate her in any way. She simply acknowledged Helen's work from the perspective of an ordinary person. For reasons unknown, this simple praise moved Helen to tears, igniting a strong fondness for the princess within her. It had been a long time since she had scrutinized someone so earnestly. Darth Shire, this legendary Sith princess, now stood before her. Perhaps this attire, this location, and this backdrop would forever remain irreplaceable. She wore a form-fitting black Sith robe, a slender golden chain wrapped around her waist, signifying her royal status, while accentuating the exquisite figure of a blossoming maiden. Despite the multitude who might fixate upon the luxurious fabrics adorned with golden threads, their contours accentuated by the way they drape upon her form, the hilt of a lightsaber, angled amidst the chains, alongside the tattered cloak trailing behind her, unmistakably signify her identity as a warrior, one who has undoubtedly engaged in battle against those brutal foes. These elements affirm her character, rich in the virtues of bravery and resilience, qualities that are among humanity's most treasured. Is she a Sith? We would prefer she is not, for upon her visage, one finds none of the stern or ferocious expressions typical of most Sith warriors. The beautiful girl, shyly smiling, complemented by her exquisitely delicate features and her cascading platinum blonde hair, forms an enchanting portrait. Particularly significant is the moment captured in the painting, where the princess extends her right hand, giving a thumbs up to the lady beside her, expressing her gratitude and admiration for her loyal subjects, steadfast in their faith and duty. Meanwhile, Boar, who had long been lost in a stupor, suddenly had a stroke of inspiration and captured this scene in a photograph. Years later, every viewer of this artwork, while marveling at Her Majesty's breathtaking beauty and noble character, would invariably ponder a question. Where was our great emperor at that time? In truth, when Boar took the photograph, Qin Lu was less than 10 meters away, peacefully slumbering on a military cot brought in for him. His source of vitality, however, lay in the torment endured in the Lucifeel cabin amidst the Shasha Sea. Clones and landshark guards stood vigilant outside the room, while inside, an array of alien devices filled the corridor. Shelley and the girls had been conversing near the door, oblivious to Qin Lu's deep slumber within. Indeed, she appears even more beautiful up close. Yu Yi, are you convinced now? Certainly, I am convinced, but I am so eager to inquire about her skincare regimen. Look at her hands, as white as jade. Do you think it would be too presumptuous to ask for her autograph now? Foolishness. At such a time, does the princess have any inclination to grant you an autograph? Alas, what a pity. Such an opportunity may only come once in a lifetime. Do you think Duke Nietzsche might also be here? At this, several girls' eyes sparkled with excitement. One girl bit her lip, hesitating for a long while before resolutely stepping forward to address Shelley. Excuse me, Your Highness, may I trouble you for your autograph? I realize this may not be the most opportune moment, but I have always admired you. As she spoke, Her voice dwindled to a mere whisper. Of course, Shelley replied graciously, believing that one must face life with optimism, especially in such times, having undergone a systematic Sith royal education. She clearly delineated between public and private matters, and she found joy in this group of innocent, romantic young girls, even if she herself was not much older than some of them. Wasn't it a stroke of fate to weather this storm together? Shelley inquired. What is your name? My name is Yu Yi, Your Excellency. Very well, I shall inscribe, to my dear friend Yu Yi. May we both overcome adversity and never forget this night spent together, Darth Shelley. As she spoke, she penned the words in Yu Ye's small notebook. Thank you, Your Highness. Thank you. Wishing you happiness. The little girl was overwhelmed with emotion. And upon returning to her companions, she instantly stirred a flurry of excitement, prompting several girls to flit like butterflies around the princess. Having encountered such situations numerous times, Shelley's inherent gentleness shone through. Her fierce warrior spirit only igniting on the battlefield to protect her loved ones. Observing these survivors, her maternal instincts surged, and she yearned to use her influence to help them forget the brutal experiences of the past few days. To escape the harsh reality that still loomed. However, she soon recalled that another individual might require attention. Qin Lu had been asleep for 3 consecutive days, though the clone medics insisted his condition was gradually improving. One would expect the effects of the potent treatment to have worn off by now. Yet, for reasons unknown, he remained in a deep slumber. During these days, Shelley devoted all her time, after rallying the defeated troops and fortifying defenses, to prayer, praying for the safety of Ibalu, praying for his return to her side. Well, it must be acknowledged that Qin Lu's appearance shattered the sanctity of the moment, upon witnessing the princess hurriedly rush to the bed to tend to a man. The curiosity of all the women present ignited into a blazing fire of gossip. Heavens, it is not Duke Nietzsche. Upon seeing Qin Lu for the first time, all the women shared the same thought. The gossip gods have truly manifested. Perhaps he is merely an ordinary Sith assigned to protect Her Highness, who sustained grave injuries while defending her during an escape. This speculation, which was the closest to the truth, was swiftly discarded as they observed the princess's expression. This is news, big news, far greater than the plight of Her Highness trapped on Coruscant. Helen's journalistic spirit flared, and she stealthily retrieved her camera. Chapter 22. The Uninvited Guest. Your Excellency, who is he? At this moment, Helen posed the question that had piqued everyone's curiosity. He is my mentor, Baron Ibalu, who was gravely injured in battle 3 days ago, Shelley introduced to those gathered around her. Oh. So he is the mentor. The surrounding girls breathed a sigh of relief. This provided a reasonable explanation. The mentor fell into a coma while protecting his student, and the princess prayed for his recovery from life-threatening injuries. Soon, the conversation veered toward Nietzsche, gradually shifting towards romantic rumors surrounding Shelley and Nietzsche. The young girl, Tina, sympathetically reassured the princess. Do not worry, Your Highness. Duke Nietzsche will surely arrive in time. Shelley was both touched and amused. These young girls had completely misunderstood the situation. There was nothing between her and Nietzsche. It seems I am destined to be the one who lets him down, she reflected, recalling the pained and oddly emotional gaze he had cast upon her 2 days prior as he departed. I hope he survives this war and finds his true love. Shelley clutched Ibalu's hand tightly. The girls, lost in their own thoughts, failed to notice that Helen had activated her portable camera, its tiny lens faithfully documenting all that transpired. However, she prudently refrained from broadcasting the signal. Let this serve as a memento of this unforgettable experience, Helen mused. Just as Helen and the others believed the danger had passed, uninvited guests had already arrived. Outside, 3 shadowy figures stood atop the ruins of a towering structure, gazing in this direction. Each of these figures wore helmets equipped with 4 electronic eyes, glowing an eerie red against the inky night. 16, 17, 18, and the 8 who just entered, totaling 26 individuals. Approximately 17 to 20 of them are armed, and 3 exhibit force sensitivity, one shadow reported. There are 8 armed personnel lying in ambush in the hall below, and a sniper team on the rooftop. The remaining individuals are scattered in several groups on the 2nd floor, another shadow added. Humph. Initially, I only intended to capture that troublesome journalist, but unexpectedly encountered a big catch. A Sith warrior accompanying her, the leading shadow remarked. With 3 Sith present, should we call for reinforcements? Another shadow inquired. Those useless fools are busy scavenging valuables elsewhere. Do you think they will come if there's a fight here? Moreover, the fewer who complete the task, the more lucrative the bounty, the leader of the shadows replied. The other two exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Yes, we shall heed the boss's orders. The leading shadow assigned tasks. Qianhai and I will enter through the front door and eliminate those on the first floor. Sha, you take care of the sniper on the rooftop, and then regroup on the second floor. Remember to act swiftly and quietly, especially you, Sha. Why must it always be me to deal with the sniper? Let Qianhai do it. I promise to be very careful if I enter with you from the first floor, Sha complained. Enough chatter. Listen well, if you make a sound like last time, I'll strip you of your skin, the leader warned fiercely. Pointing at Sha. Yes, I promise I won't make a sound, Sha hastily agreed. Let's move. The three shadows gradually blended into the background, losing their color as they became one with the surroundings. On the roof of the Alien Technology Deconstruction Center, 3 clone soldiers formed a sniper team, one of whom was observing distant structures through binoculars. None of them noticed the emergence of a dark figure with crimson eyes slowly taking shape behind them. The shadow was none other than Sha, who unsheathed a snake whip from his waist. With a swift flick of his wrist, there was a sharp crack, and 3 clone soldiers found themselves decapitated. Sha cast his gaze down towards the building below. His expression transformed into one of unwavering resolve, starkly contrasting with his previous demeanor as he observed 2 figures stealthily entering the edifice. After nurturing them for so long, tonight, the harvest shall finally commence. In the murky depths of night, the half-conscious Losong suddenly opened his eyes, jolted awake by the overwhelming scent of blood. Compared to humans, the Zhongshan were an ancient race, with a highly intricate sensory system, particularly sensitive to the aroma of blood. Just moments ago, as he teetered on the brink of slumber, Losong detected an extraordinarily potent waft of sanguine scent emanating from both above and below. It was evident that the soldiers lying in ambush below and the snipers stationed above had met with calamity. But who could possibly have stealthily slain more than a dozen vigilant clone soldiers in the dead of night? A cold sweat broke out over Losong as he sensed 3 bloodied figures advancing towards him. All personnel on alert. We are under attack, Losong bellowed, causing the sentinels on watch to cast bewildered glances at their suddenly animated leader. Pondering, is the chief dreaming? I see no signs of assault while he claims to have witnessed it in his slumber. In the enveloping darkness, only a handful responded to Losang's urgent call, as fatigue weighed heavily upon many, rendering them unable to rouse from their stupor. Just as the sentinels stood perplexed, 2 silvery streaks suddenly zipped through the air. And before they could utter a sound, the sentinels were cleaved in twain. The gleaming figures whirled swiftly through the corridor, leaving behind a trail of silvery afterimages that wove a web of death. In mere seconds, whether asleep or awake, armed or unarmed, all clone soldiers found themselves mercilessly slain, blood splattering against the walls, and dismembered limbs soaring through the air, as the corridor transformed into a veritable hellscape. Panic-stricken, Losong felt his sanity teetering on the brink, hastily retreating with the few remaining soldiers back to the main hall. Shelley, Helen, and several young girls had just caught wind of the attack. Shelley immediately drew her lightsaber. Bracing for confrontation, time moved with alarming rapidity. Within seconds, Losong had burst into the room, visibly shaken. How many enemies are there? How did they infiltrate? Shelley inquired urgently, bewildered by the absence of any prior alarm. Losong, his mind in disarray, responded, I detected 3 individuals. I have no idea how they entered. The soldiers outside are all dead. A wave of shock washed over everyone in the room. Several young girls huddled together in fear. Having just met their idol and enjoyed a few fleeting hours of safety, only to find themselves plunged back into peril, Shelley was equally taken aback. What manner of foes were these? This was no tactic of the Jedi or Sith. Yet, it did not take long for her to discern the nature of their adversaries. At the entrance, 3 figures strode forth. Unlike typical soldiers, and distinctly different from Jedi, they were clad in gray steel armor, each bearing a compact rocket pack on their backs, their T-shaped helmets illuminated by 4 pulsing red lights. The trio formed a wedge, blocking the doorway, faced with such combatants. Both Shelley and Losong were taken aback. What manner of beings were they? Thanks to the blessings of Aluni and the spirits of the Buffalo River, it seems we are in for a bountiful harvest tonight, the leader of the armored warriors proclaimed. Clapping his hands, one of his comrades chimed in. By the heavens, it's the Imperial Princess. Boss, we struck gold. And look, we initially thought there were 3 Sith warriors. It turns out they captured a female Jedi. Huh. and one Sith appears gravely injured. At that moment, Helen had already trained her camera on the intruders, gritting her teeth as she activated the transmission signaled. Chapter 23. The Bounty Hunter Trio on a distant planet in the heart of the galaxy. Within the headquarters of the Galactic Interstellar Television Network, the signal receiver suddenly lit up. Upon seeing the light, the technician monitoring the equipment promptly called the station's owner. "Boss, Helen's signal has come through again." The owner, Chud, who had been lamenting Helen's absence, felt a surge of joy upon receiving the news. The past few days had been tormenting for him, since the broadcast from Coruscant was interrupted, although the station's ratings had not declined. An avalanche of viewer complaints had nearly overwhelmed the reception department. Countless viewers demanded that the Galactic Interstellar Television take action to reconnect with Helen. The relentless barrage left him in a state of disarray. The news of Helen's signal being restored was akin to a lifeline, instantly brightening his mood. With no time to review the transmitted content, given that Helen's broadcasts were always real-time scenes and required no editing, he swiftly directed the station, immediately pull all current programs from every channel and replace them with Helen's broadcast. Notify other networks that they may rebroadcast it, and the fee will be based on previous standards. After hanging up, he turned on his television, eager to see what news Helen had sent this time. It would be fantastic if she could interview some significant figures from Coruscant. That would be a major score. Unbeknownst to Chud, his directive set off a wave of excitement among numerous interstellar television stations that had been closely monitoring the situation on Coruscant, amidst the chaos of the Allied forces' plundering and slaughter. The fate of Coruscant gripped the hearts of billions throughout the galaxy. Coruscant was no ordinary planet. It was the capital of the Empire, the nexus of political, economic, and cultural activity. Countless individuals flocked from the remote fringes of the galaxy to the capital in pursuit of prosperity. Their families, residing on distant planets, eagerly awaited news of their loved ones. Yet, with all external communications severed amidst the turmoil on Coruscant, only Helen's live broadcasts offered a glimpse into the reality of the planet's situation. Even if the broadcast lacked concrete news content, merely the imagery was enough to draw viewers, as they clung to the hope of discovering information about their relatives. The demand for such content was so immense and urgent that even the most disdainful head of the Empire's Network Information Center felt compelled to order his channels to immediately relay the signal from the Galactic Interstellar Television Network. After a brief wait, Chud watched as the television abruptly cut away from its previously scheduled program, and to his astonishment, the screen did not feature the familiar visage of Helen conducting a live report, but instead transitioned directly to a scene that a striking girl donned in a Jedi robe. Her long silver hair radiating brilliance appeared on screen. Her brow furrowed. She held her lightsaber at the ready. "It's the Sith princess." Chud leaped from his chair, exclaiming, "Well done, Helen. This is groundbreaking news. The princess hasn't escaped. She remains on Coruscant." In an instant, several thoughts raced through Chud's mind. Meanwhile, the same live news broadcast spread rapidly across major planets in the galaxy. On one of the busiest commercial streets, a massive advertisement screen suddenly shifted its imagery to display the vigilant princess out on the street. A small child, hand in hand with their mother, abruptly halted and pointed at the screen, exclaiming, "Look, Mommy, it's the princess." The mother, intrigued, looked up just in time to witness the shocking scene. Soon, the entire street was transfixed, gazing at the screen. They quickly realized this was no advertisement, nor a special effect. It was a gruesome reality unfolding on the capital planet of Coruscant. On screen, an armored warrior was counting on his fingers. Capturing a reporter counts as one. Capturing the princess counts as another. Capturing a Sith warrior counts as one more. Finding a Jedi Knight counts as yet another. The bounty exceeds our plans by several times. The leader of the armored warriors guffawed. "Fools, that's not how the tally works. That reporter counts as one, but that gravely injured Sith should be dispatched immediately for our report. His bounty is worth more dead than alive. The Jedi Knight's value will depend on what the Jedi are willing to pay. As for the princess, we'll keep her. Whoever offers the highest price, be it the Empire or the Alliance, shall claim her. But first, let her entertain my brothers for a few days." Shelley seethed with rage. "Who are you? What are your intentions?" The leader of the armored warriors chuckled. "Oh, we certainly have intentions, whatever those may be. The Imperial Princess and the renowned reporter? What luck I have. I initially intended to capture just one reporter, that I've struck the jackpot." Helen suddenly realized, "You've been tracking us all this time." The armored warrior replied, "Humph. Consider this a lesson. Never think you can escape the pursuit of bounty hunters. The princess has encountered bounty hunters at this moment. One must never presume that people would first contemplate the righteousness of the war. All were deeply concerned for the safety of the young princess. Countless individuals set aside their tasks, converging around their televisions. To learn that they were facing bounty hunters sent Shelley's heart plummeting to the depths. She had heard Ibble speak of these mercenaries before. The term bounty hunter was a mere euphemism. A more apt designation for their methods would be cosmic thieves. They were the true scourge of the universe, capable of any atrocity for the sake of profit. The Bounty Hunter Guild itself is a formidable armed organization, backed by several planets. It was utterly unexpected to find their presence among the insurgents. And even more surprising that I would confront them directly. Sherry cast a glance at Ibi Lu behind her. It seemed that today was fraught with peril. She tightened her grip on her sword. Resolute in her determination to thwart their ambitions, today it would be she who would deal with them. Lo Song, accompanied by the remaining two soldiers, was about to charge forward when a sharp crack of a whip echoed through the air. A serpent whip sliced through the atmosphere, effortlessly shattering a device on the ground. "Scram, you riffraff," commanded the whip-wielding bounty hunter. Lo Song, infuriated, declared, "I have fought for the Empire for 8 years. Before me, you are nothing but lowly scum. Daring to call me riffraff?" Just as he prepared to fire, a hand restrained him. "Lord Ibi Lu," Lo Song exclaimed with joy, recognizing the hand of the Baron Ibi Lu, who had been unconscious for 3 days. "Ibi Lu," Sherry cried out, elated, unsure of when he had awakened, as he had seemingly just lain in bed moments before. "He has awakened." Several girls shared her delight, though soon they pondered, what a coincidence. He awakens just as the enemy arrives. Perhaps he was merely feigning sleep to garner the princess's sympathy. Qin Lu felt a headache coming on, just moments ago, while he was on high alert against a potential lightsaber attack in his room. Lucifeel had abruptly ceased training, tossing out the remark, "Your little lover is in danger. I shall let you out," before awakening himself. Upon opening his eyes, he was greeted not only by a throng of dark figures, but also by 3 gray-armored bounty hunters who were intent on eliminating him for profit. Chapter 24. The First Comrade. Who might I be dealing with? "Ah, mere thong-wearing cultists," came a voice. "What are thong-wearing cultists?" Sherry inquired, her big eyes blinking innocently, feigning curiosity, although she had already discerned that Ibi Lu was intent on teasing the trio. For reasons unknown, with Ibi Lu present, her spirits lifted. She firmly believed these individuals were no match for him. They are a criminal gang of deviants who idolize thongs, using their shape as a totem. To distinguish themselves from ordinary folk, they brand their faces with this emblem, Qin Lu replied, spinning an elaborate tale. All eyes turned towards the bounty hunters, their gazes burning into the T-shaped visors atop the hunters' helmets. Sherry and her companions couldn't help but chuckle, yet after their laughter subsided, a tinge of worry crept in. After all, he was merely a recently awakened, battle-weary Sith. Even if capable, his combat prowess would surely be diminished. While before them stood 3 ruthless bounty hunters, dripping with the blood of their previous victims, the disparity in appearance was stark. Such thoughts were shared by viewers watching from their screens, while they were thrilled at the prospect of someone rescuing the princess. They couldn't help but doubt the reliability of this Sith, whose tattered attire and lack of charm drew unfavorable comparisons to Duke Nietzsche, prompting many to shake their heads in dismay. In truth, they were once impoverished children who, unable to afford schooling, were driven to society's fringes, becoming part of the thong-wearing cult, so do not underestimate them. Some among them possess a fundamentally good nature. Qin Lu continued his improvised tale. A shiver ran through the crowd. The lead bounty hunter, instead of reacting with anger, chuckled, "Huh, what a silver tongue you have. I would love to see how you speak without a jaw." No sooner had he finished speaking than he suddenly drew his weapon. His speed was astonishing. Without warning, the gunfire erupted. Bang! The energy beam from the blaster was intercepted by a lightsaber. The bounty hunter leader, confident in his quick draw skills, believed even a Jedi master would struggle to perceive his draw, let alone a Sith attuned to the Force. Yet, the ragged Sith's response startled him. Without seeing the opponent's move, the beam was blocked, revealing the mastery of blade manipulation. A true expert, the bounty hunter leader stated solemnly. "Few Sith possess such skill with a flying blade. Might I ask for your name?" "Certainly. I am Ibi Lu, and I would appreciate it if you would remove your disguises, Azkaban prisoners," Qin Lu proclaimed loudly. His declaration left the 3 bounty hunters reeling in shock. "He is the black-cloaked swordsman, Ibi Lu." The trio instantly adopted defensive stances, drawing their weapons. The bounty hunter leader bowed slightly. Ah, so you are the renowned hunter of the southern galaxy. My apologies. It appears we have mistaken you for someone else. We are but humble bounty hunters and have heard tales of your exploits. Today, it seems we are the ones who lack discernment. We shall take our leave. The rapid shift in the bounty hunter's demeanor left the girls speechless. And even those watching from other planets were astonished. What? They are surrendering? What manner of man is he? The moment his name is mentioned, these cold-blooded fiends flee like startled rabbits. Unbeknownst to them, many bounty hunters watching from their screens trembled upon hearing his name. So it is him. No wonder. The leader of the bounty hunters, along with his two subordinates, began to retreat towards the exit. Just when everyone assumed they would depart, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. As the bounty hunter leader reached the door, he suddenly fired a shot from under his armpit. A covert attack, made all the more deceptive by his earlier courteous demeanor. Even Sherry had begun to relax. Yet, they had not anticipated that he had harbored intentions of treachery from the outset. The beam shot forth like lightning. In that critical moment, a lightsaber shot from Qin Lu's right hand, soaring through the air to intercept the oncoming bolt. The lightsaber, undeterred, pierced through the head of one bounty hunter, named Qian Hai, who fell to the ground, writhing in agony before succumbing to death. Indeed, the hunter of the southern galaxy possesses remarkable skill. The bounty hunter leader clapped his hands, casting a glance at his fallen comrade, as if indifferent to the loss. Regrettably for you, today you have encountered me, the swallow of the southern galaxy. The bounty on your head and your title as a hunter of the southern galaxy shall be mine. I only know of. I am unaware of anything regarding Swallow, Qin Lu retorted. Losong and several soldiers erupted into laughter. Sherry playfully pinched his waist, knowing well that he would not speak kindly. Helen stared in astonishment at her action, reddening at the sight, observing the bloodstains on the bounty hunter's weapons. Qin Lu furrowed his brow. How many lives did you take upon entering? The bounty hunter leader chuckled. 16 or 17, I can't recall. Moreover, does it truly count as killing when it involves clones? Qin Lu narrowed his eyes. I loathe hearing such remarks. Clones are my comrades, and those who insult them must face consequences. Which of you two, the stronger, will face me? The victor claims all, while the loser meets death. The bounty hunter leader smirked, stepping forward. I shall gladly oblige. Qin Lu's eyes shut. Not you. I am referring to the other. The leader. Taken aback, turned to his subordinate, only to hear Shah respond. I would be delighted to oblige. Suddenly, Shah struck with lightning speed, landing a punch on the swallow's chest plate, from Sherry's perspective and that of the others. They could clearly see shards of shattered armor scattering through the air. The bounty hunter leader was sent airborne, collapsing to the ground in a contorted heap, resembling a boiled shrimp, convulsing for a time without managing to rise. How unfortunate that you wasted so much time bantering with me. Unaware that one of your own is an Azkaban prisoner. Qin Lu grinned. Shah, you are an Azkaban prisoner. The swallow murmured from the ground, his face displaying sheer terror. Sherry quietly asked, Brother Ibi Lu, what is an Azkaban prisoner? Qin Lu fixed his gaze on the bounty hunter known as Shah, unblinking, and stated, An Azkaban prisoner is among the most notorious of bounty hunters. They have a sinister habit of infiltrating other bounty hunter teams, waiting for the team to complete their mission and collect their reward, only to eliminate their comrades, thus seizing the mission's bounty and the group's assets, and even collecting the heads of slain bounty hunters to present to their enemies for a reward. Am I correct in my understanding? Miss Shah. The last remark was directed at Shah, yet it astonished everyone present, as this Shah spoke in a distinctly masculine voice and bore the physique of a man, leaving them puzzled as to how she could be referred to as a miss. You are well aware of our customs. Black Sword Hero, Shah's voice suddenly shifted to a melodic female tone, as pleasant as a lark. However, my motives this time extend beyond mere monetary gain. Shah produced 2 palm-sized silver discs from the fallen swallow's person. These are the very items that brought Swallow fame, the bounty hunter boomerangs known as Typhoon. Swallow used them to eliminate those clone troopers. Uncertain of Shah's methods, a soft click echoed, and the silver disc sprung open, revealing a pair of curved blades, 2 massive knife fans. Both Chuda and the viewers at home were left dumbfounded. Witnessing the earlier exchanges and the secrets of these top-tier interstellar masters, their eyes opened wide. Even Chuda was left in a daze. This fellow is incredibly cool. Qin Lu cast a glance at the silver disc, and a flicker of surprise crossed her face. I have seen this object before, but back then its owner was not Yin, but a young fellow named Phil. Shah's voice grew somber. He is my brother. The Typhoon was a weapon I gifted him. Yan's expression suddenly darkened. as he discerned the implication in her words. This menacing girl clearly suspected him of having murdered his own brother. Terrified, he hurriedly exclaimed, "I did not kill your brother. I have not slain anyone. I unearthed it from the grave of a bounty hunter." Sha's countenance fell instantly. The hope that had sustained her during her quest was that her brother was still alive. Hearing this news was akin to severing the last thread of hope in her heart that a wave of murderous intent surged forth from her being. Sha pressed several keys on her helmet, and with a series of clicking sounds, her armor transformed, with various pieces and liquid metal armor shifting in a rhythmic manner. Once the suit was complete, a tall and voluptuous feminine silhouette emerged from the armor. The entire suit then rapidly changed color from gray to crimson. The slender metal backpack behind her unfolded, raising two rounded plasma cannons that stood poised on either side, adjusting their focus with agility. Qin Lu's eyes sparkled as she exclaimed, "You are the Crimson Star, Qiao Sha, the Hunter of the Black Sea." Chapter 25. Red Against Black. The black-robed swordsman, Ibi Lu, was less impressive in person than in reputation. Sha maintained an air of haughtiness, which left Qin Lu feeling somewhat embarrassed. Yet, her words also implicitly acknowledged her identity. Clad in fiery red armor, Qiao Sha was equipped with a serpent whip at her waist, and the two plasma cannons on her back resembled ferocious little wings, exuding an aura of formidable power, especially with her restructured feminine mask, transforming her into an impressive female hunter. In stark contrast, Qin Lu appeared disheveled, wearing a tattered sword robe, his hair and beard unkempt. Having just risen from bed and barefoot, it was hard to believe he belonged to the same echelon of expertise as the formidable female hunter before him. At that moment, Sherry approached with a new sword robe for Qin Lu. "Fool, hurry and change your clothes. You're exposing yourself." Qin Lu chuckled heartily. He had not been overly concerned about his appearance, but having a beauty assist him in changing was undeniably delightful. Sherry, sensing the teasing glint in his eyes, tossed the clothes at him and dashed away. Although the two had already acknowledged their feelings for one another, she did not possess the audacity of Qin Lu to act so brazenly in front of so many onlookers. After changing into the new sword robe, which had been retrieved from Nietzsche's spatial orb, Qin Lu found it quite fitting. With a bit of saliva to smooth his hair, he felt rejuvenated, despite the girls glancing at him with disapproval, viewing him as a scruffy figure, at best a flawed handsome man. Qiao Sha was interrogating Yin nearby. Her interrogation methods were a stark reflection of the Black Sea's character. Strike if they do not speak, strike harder if they stutter, and strike mercilessly if their words are incoherent or grammatically incorrect. The whip, adorned with barbed spikes, sliced through the air with a menacing sound. Each lash would surely leave a trail of blood. Qiao Sha repeatedly asked the same questions. Where is the tomb? What is inscribed on the tombstone? Who killed him? If you know nothing, how did you know to rob the tomb? Yin answered rapidly, fearing that any delay would result in further punishment, be the end of it. Qin Lu realized that this fellow had been a tomb raider, who had transitioned to a more glamorous life as a bounty hunter after chance encounters following the looting of several bounty hunters' graves. "Sister." "No, my lady, I only took these two items. I left everything else untouched. Before I departed, I even bowed and paid my respects to Phil." Yin lay prostrate, groaning in agony. Without a moment's hesitation, Qiao Sha struck again. This time without restraint. The barbs on her whip stood erect, and with one decisive lash, she severed Yin's neck, even if Yin bore no responsibility for Phil's death. His audacity to plunder Phil's tomb was sufficient grounds for Qiao Sha to administer countless punishments. At that moment, Qin Lu had just finished reprimanding Helen, having noticed the girl filming from a distance. However, Helen's intentions had been well-meaning. After all, in such a critical moment, perhaps we could summon assistance through a live broadcast. Qin Lu realized this was indeed a valid point, facing three formidable bounty hunters. Her actions had been commendable. He instructed her to turn off the camera and prepare for a swift exit, as the Allied forces and Jedi were undoubtedly on their way. After dealing with Yin, Qiao Sha turned to Qin Lu and asked, "Do you know Phil?" Qin Lu's heart skipped a beat, anxiety gripping him. "We have had some business dealings." This time, Qin Lu did not speak the truth. He not only knew Phil, but also had some connection to his demise. Qiao Sha nodded, and suddenly she said, "I hope you are prepared for the battle ahead. I do not wish for anyone to accuse me of taking your life while you're injured." Qin Lu shook his head. "Weapons are blind. We have no enmity between us. And I do not wish to fight you." Qiao Sha scoffed. "Humph, coward." Qin Lu merely smiled, disregarding her words. Such provocations were insufficient to pierce the armor of his thick skin. You cannot evade this battle, Xiao Sha stated coldly. Just now, orders were issued to capture all units in the vicinity, and the Jedi are also en route. You must defeat me to have any hope of escaping before their arrival, and I must capture you before they arrive. Yin was correct. The fewer who complete the mission, the more lucrative the bounty. The sudden shift in circumstances left Helen and the other girls reeling, only now realizing that Xiao Sha was a bounty hunter. One on a mission, slaying other bounty hunters beforehand served both personal vengeance and the elimination of competition to monopolize the bounty. After all, she had never claimed to be aiding their side. In a flash of inspiration, Sherry exclaimed, "Wait, you are a bounty hunter, right? We can hire you. I am a princess of the Empire and can offer you a satisfactory price. Alternatively, if you agree to protect us until Kenton, I am willing to offer 1 year's tax revenue from an administrative star as compensation." It must be said that Sherry possessed an innate political acumen, having inherited the full extent of her grandfather's tactics. 1 year's tax revenue from an administrative star was an astronomical sum, considering that a standard administrative star would have at least 1 billion inhabitants, and the Empire's tax system included personal taxes, deed taxes, stamp duties, and customs duties, along with numerous smaller taxes. Just the customs duties alone represented an unfathomable fortune. It is worth noting that during the uprising, the rebels had gained strength by plundering the Empire's tax revenue to acquire warships and recruit soldiers. Qin Lu silently approved. The little girl had merely promised a payment without specifying when, allowing for the possibility of excuses to delay payment for decades, or even using this sum to recruit more powerful warriors and bounty hunters to fight for the Empire, truly a lucrative endeavor. Nearby, Helen and the other girls were astonished. So this is the Empire's princess. No ordinary wealthy individual could compare, as everything is calculated by the planet. Such a grand proposal from the little girl. I like it, Qin Lu mused. So my wife is wealthy. Does that make me a kept man? He shook his head. Finding such thoughts utterly tedious, Xiao Sha laughed. Whether the Empire can endure is still uncertain. We bounty hunters live day by day, earning only what is visible, with the allure of bribery failing. It seemed a confrontation was inevitable. The sound of bullets being chambered echoed as Lo Song and the other clone soldiers prepared for combat. Qin Lu suddenly made a decision. I accept this battle, but I wish to duel with you alone. Chapter 26. Reluctance to depart. Very well. Xiao Sha was already inclined to engage him in a life-or-death duel, and this proposal suited her perfectly. In her eyes, aside from Ibi Lu, the rest were merely easy prey. Qin Lu said, "Wait a moment. I need to speak with the princess." Xiao Sha gestured gracefully. "Please, proceed." Qin Lu and Sherry stepped aside. Sherry clutched his hand tightly. "I am sorry. I was too selfish earlier. I will immediately tell her I'll offer an entire planet as payment." Qin Lu broke into a sweat. The little princess had not considered the implications and was merely too anxious. However, this was extravagance beyond reason. Who would use an entire planet to buy someone else's loyalty? He quickly replied, "No, that is your dowry. If you are not concerned, I certainly am." Sherry's face flushed with embarrassment. Now, Qin Lu's body shielded the curious gazes from behind, allowing the little princess to unabashedly express her emotions as she gently nestled into his embrace. "Yibalu, I do not wish to witness your duel. No matter how strong or formidable you are, I implore you to refrain from fighting." Qin Lu felt a slight dampness in his chest and looked down to see the little princess covering her mouth as she sobbed. "I cannot bear to see you hurt. Especially if it is for my sake. I do not wish to be a princess anymore." Deeply moved, Qin Lu found himself at a loss. He had indeed never experienced love, and after a decade of toil in this world, he lacked the emotional bandwidth for it. Yet, he could sense the sincerity and sadness that surged within Shirley as she spoke those words. "Shh," Qin Lu interjected, placing a finger upon Shirley's lips to silence her further words. "Promise me you shall never utter such sentiments about relinquishing your role as a princess again. A year ago, or even a few months ago, I would have whisked you away without hesitation, but now I cannot do so. Nietzsche once said correctly, you have your responsibilities, and I have mine. Look at those clone soldiers who have always protected you. And then consider Lo Song, who has served the Empire for many years as a land shark. They now protect you in the hope that you will one day be able to protect them. Should you abandon this responsibility, then they and their families will be cast into despair by those scoundrels. Therefore, my Shirley, please do not utter such words again that I will protect you, as I always have. Not only because you are my princess, but because you are my destined wife." Qin Lu's heartfelt declaration left Shirley trembling. This was his first confession to her, even just days prior. During a moment of peril, he had shown little, but his words today were undoubtedly the most profound response to Shirley's feelings. Do not worry. In order to someday marry you, I will persevere and grow stronger. Qin Lu suddenly felt an overwhelming surge of confidence. Perhaps the legendary notion that when one cherishes something dearly, fear dissipates. I just had a brilliant idea to defeat her, but I need you all to leave here first. Do you remember what I told you before? Exit through the kitchen. Losong will inform you of the destination, where General Alza will escort you out of Coruscant with some soldiers. And you? Shirley grasped his hand and inquired. Will you not come with me? Qin Lu kissed her cheek. I will deal with Xiaosha first. Then follow. All right, I will wait for you. Shirley kissed Qin Lu's lips. They indulged in a fleeting moment of intimacy. Since their first kiss, this soul-stirring act had become exhilarating and addictive for both, yet unbeknownst to them. After this kiss, they would have to wait many years before they would reunite. To the surprise of the girls, after the princess whispered to the disheveled Sith warrior in the corner, she returned with a flushed face. Immediately, under Shirley's direction, everyone began their retreat, except for the female Jedi, Eve. Losong found it peculiar that Lord Yibalu requested a handgun. He could not fathom how a mere handgun could be of any use against someone like the Red Star. The women were unaware, but Losong knew that Xiaosha was a formidable figure in the galaxy, a true master who had earned the title of the Black Sea Hunter through her own prowess. Unlike Lord Yibalu, who wielded a vast army and battleships, Xiaosha operated independently. Frankly, Losong had little faith in Yibalu's chances. In his eyes, Yibalu's insistence on having the princess retreat first indicated he was prepared for self-sacrifice. Before departing, Losong expressed his deep respect for his former superior. My lord, you truly care for the clones and us, the remnants. With you here, we have hope, no matter the challenges we face. Please, do take care of yourself. Qin Lu chuckled lightly. Rest assured. I shall not perish. One day, I will swim and bask in the sun on the planet Inova with you. Xiaosha displayed the poise of a true master, watching them depart without interference. Once the hall was left with only the two of them. The battle between Xiaosha and Qin Lu was set to commence. This battle, as Losong had anticipated, left Qin Lu with little confidence. He was gambling, betting that his injuries had healed sufficiently not to hinder his swordsmanship, that his newly acquired skills could be unleashed effectively, and that a secret he held would prove advantageous at the last moment. After all, he had been gambling these past few days. Sometimes he had the means, and other times it was pure chance. Now that he possessed these three tokens, he felt emboldened to wager. Qin Lu had heard whispers about the Red Star, claiming she never used weapons, but today, that rumor was grossly misaligned with reality. Not only did she wield weapons, but she wielded them proficiently. The snake whip in her hand, the plasma cannon on her shoulder, and two boomerangs dubbed Typhoon, indicated she was an adept in both ranged and close combat. Black-robed Swordmaster Yibalu. I had only heard tales of your swordsmanship. I never expected you to have the audacity to involve the Imperial Princess, Xiaosha remarked, having witnessed the intimacy between Qin Lu and Shirley. That indicates you do not know me well. I only pursue the finest, Qin Lu replied without reservation. In fact, I find you quite intriguing as well. If you win this battle, I shall leave you to your devices, Xiaosha replied with a light laugh, clearly believing Qin Lu had no chance of victory. I am curious as to why you did not accept Her Highness's offer. You must know that with her status, she need not worry about any debts. Qin Lu was indeed curious and added, your reputation for avarice is well known in our circles. If I must provide a reason, it is simply that those riches are no longer necessary for me. As her words fell, the plasma cannon activated, and two beams of light shot forth from Xiaosha, one after the other. Qin Lu's pupils constricted as he immediately realized that the second plasma round had sealed off the direction he was preparing to leap towards. This was the preemptive shooting technique. The marksman calculates the target's evasion route before they can dodge and fires beforehand to block their escape. In a moment of crisis, Qin Lu contracted his feet, crossed his legs, and executed a spin, gliding across the floor in a manner reminiscent of roller skating. Tracing an intricate and deceptive path, the barrage of plasma rounds missed him entirely, leaving deep craters in the marble floor, the eroded stone emitting a pungent odor into the air. Chapter 27, Chaotuxis Alloy. What an unusual footwork. You indeed possess some skill, however. Mere evasion will not secure your victory over me, Xiaosha remarked, oblivious to the cold sweat that had broken out on Qin Lu. What skill? This was merely an improvised tactic born from his panic. In retrospect, It likely stemmed from having seen Lucifer employ a similar style in the Sha-Sha-Si. Combined with the inspiration from roller skating, allowing him to instinctively execute this somewhat juvenile maneuver in a moment of peril. He dared not use his lightsaber to intercept the plasma rounds, given their explosive and corrosive nature. A lightsaber would trigger an immediate detonation upon contact. Xiao Sha showed no signs of slowing down, unleashing volley after volley. Generally, the plasma cannon required a cooldown period of 15 seconds between shots, yet her rapid-fire technique condensed that to a frenetic 0.75 seconds per shot. Even more terrifying was her ability to calculate the firing parameters and predict target positions with astonishing speed, managing to contain the entire computation process within approximately 0.8 seconds, effectively maintaining a relentless barrage while leaving Qin Lu with little opportunity to act. Though he found himself in a dire situation, Qin Lu was not overly anxious. He was waiting for an opportunity. Humans are not computers. Just as computers cannot execute preemptive shooting techniques, humans cannot endlessly calculate predictive trajectories. Each marksman employing preemptive shooting has a specific computational limit. Since Qin Lu could not counter the shooting style, he opted to wait for that moment. The most formidable marksman he had encountered previously, who utilized preemptive shooting, had a limit of 9 shots. Yet, the Xiao Sha before him had already surpassed that threshold. And the difficulty of evading her plasma rounds increased. It appeared she had begun incorporating data about his footwork into her calculations. The longer she sustained her shooting, the more precise her calculations became. Leading to the moment of impact, the most recent shot had barely grazed his body. Should another round come, it would spell danger. An entire second elapsed without a new round fired, indicating that Xiao Sha's calculations had finally reached their limit. 18 shots. With such computational ability, she could easily fend off an assault from 5 Jedi. Qin Lu was drenched in sweat, and Xiao Sha, panting heavily, remarked, "Indeed, executing 18 consecutive calculations was a strain. What a pity." The next shot had a high likelihood of hitting. Qin Lu raised her gun and fired. Bang! 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 The sharp echoes of gunfire resonated through the air, shattering all 4 illuminating lights in the hall. This chamber, nestled deep within the building, relied solely on these few lights for illumination. Every source of light vanished. The entire hall was instantly engulfed in a profound darkness, where only the crimson glow emitted by the 4 electronic eyes on Xiao Sha's head stood out starkly. "Did you think extinguishing the light sources would render a bounty hunter blind? I had thought you were more astute than that." The moment the lights went out, Xiao Sha switched to her low-light night vision. In this mode, the surroundings transformed into a sea of green. Almost simultaneously with Xiao Sha's adjustment, a sun-like intense light source erupted within the room, so powerful it illuminated the entire space in an instant. Xiao Sha's vision was flooded with blinding white light, rendering any attempt to revert to the normal light mode futile. She realized she had fallen into a trap. The white light had imprinted upon her retina, and she would require at least 5 seconds to regain her sight. One unassailable truth is that in order for an image to form on the human retina, one must rely on the assistance of light. Even in the darkest night, there exists a trace of light, which is what the low-light vision mode utilizes to achieve its effect. However, this mode bears a fatal flaw. If one suddenly encounters intense light while in low-light conditions, it can cause severe stimulation to the night vision apparatus, often resulting in temporary blindness for the user. Many Sith carry various gadgets with them. As for me, I possess a magnesium tritium flare, which has lain dormant in my pocket for years. Qin Lu ignited her lightsaber, pressing the tip firmly with her left hand, her eyes wide with determination. Meteor was drawn back. Xiao Sha remained unflustered, fully alert. Although her plasma cannons lacked visual targeting support, they began methodical probabilistic firing. This adversary was far too dangerous. The previous individual, whatever their name was, paled in comparison to her. The moment of drawing her saber, Qin Lu hesitated slightly. The entire situation felt peculiar. She instinctively felt that Xiao Sha's invitation to battle was somewhat excessive. Xiao Sha appeared intoxicated, seeking a form of release, and for her, the most effective means of achieving this was through combat. Unfortunately, it seemed that standing here was the only option to engage in a life-or-death atmosphere. Allowing her to fight with abandon, time was of the essence. If she did not act soon, Xiao Sha would regain her sight. Qin Lu was acutely aware of her own capabilities. She merely possessed a plethora of unexpected techniques. She was not like Palpatine, the Sith Emperor who wielded the supreme power of the Force, nor was she akin to Nietzsche, a master of intricate Sith techniques that in her hands, formidable moves like Meteor were exceedingly scarce. Lacking in her strength, what use were her martial skills? Without the Force, she was a Sith in name only. The title of Southern Galactic Hunter was as distant from her reality as the sun was from her. Had she been intoxicated by such hollow accolades, she would have undoubtedly perished in some obscure corner of the galaxy long ago, that if not now, then when? If there were to be regrets, one must possess a life to lament them. Qin Lu thought, and with that, Meteor was unleashed. If there was indeed something Qin Lu would come to regret, it would undoubtedly be that moment of hesitation. Meteor was unexpectedly intercepted by Xiao Sha, rather than merely blocking the saber. It was as if she had calculated its trajectory that in the instant before Meteor was unleashed, Xiao Sha raised her arms defensively, barely managing to shield herself with her forearms. The radiant glow of the red saber pressed against the armor of her arms but could not penetrate. The armor was forged from cortosis alloy. Qin Lu cursed inwardly, lamenting the squandered opportunity. After this exchange, the two figures abruptly separated, both now wary of each other. Qin Lu pondered what other techniques she could employ against this individual clad in cortosis armor. If she were fully armored in such a material, then her lightsaber would be rendered ineffective, and that would pose a significant problem. Chapter 28. A familiar face unbeknownst to her. Xiao Sha was also drenched in cold sweat. In the fleeting second that the Iberi's lightsaber hovered before her, the intense heat radiating from it allowed her to vaguely sense its position. In that moment, she risked activating her computational abilities to predict the possible paths of the saber. Ultimately, she deduced there was an 80 chance it would strike at her head along 4 possible routes, with a 20 probability of cleaving through her chest. She took a chance and chose 3 of those 5 paths. And miraculously, the lightsaber followed the route she had wagered upon, narrowly allowing her to evade disaster. However, she was all too aware that only the outer sides of her arms were equipped with the cortosis alloy armor. If she were to suffer another strike from the Iberi's lightsaber, such fortune would not repeat itself. Cortosis alloy was exceedingly rare. Having been invited to hunt on Coruscant, Xiao Sha had anticipated encountering Sith warriors or clashing with Jedi, thus investing a considerable sum in preparations. Little did she know that it would save her life at such a crucial moment. The flare made from rare metals was overwhelmingly powerful, completely obliterating the sensitive optical instruments within the bounty hunter's helmet. This is truly a grave predicament, Xiao Sha mused. She removed her helmet and flung it to the ground. Illuminated by the flare's light, the magnesium tritium flare was exceptionally long-lasting. It was the first time Qin Lu beheld Xiao Sha's true visage. At this moment, he was rendered speechless, unable to contain himself as he exclaimed, "Miss Yuko, have you also traversed dimensions?" Before him, Xiao Sha was revealed to be a stunning beauty, her face an adorable oval, with round, bright eyes akin to apricot pits, and soft, rosy lips paired with flowing hair, resembling Qin Lu's favorite Japanese star, Yuko Ozawa, as though she had been sculpted from the same mold. In that instant, Qin Lu felt as though he had found his comrades. "You have mistaken me. I am not the Yuko you know," Xiao Sha replied, furrowing her brow, a gesture that, combined with her youthful appearance, rendered her irresistibly charming. "It seems I bear a striking resemblance to someone named Yuko familiar to Iberi, which has excited him. Could she be a past relative or lover?" At that moment, Qin Lu spoke, and Xiao Sha was taken aback to see that her unmasking had invigorated Iberi, enhancing his combat prowess several-fold. Had she foreseen the consequences of removing her helmet, she would undoubtedly have refrained from doing so. It matters not. However, your appearance reminds me of a particularly formidable martial art, Qin Lu chuckled. "Allow me to show you the prowess of rope techniques." Qin Lu unfastened his sword robe, shedding the inner shirt. This action caused Xiao Sha to take 2 steps back, exclaiming, "What are you doing?" Yet, she soon became astonished, her gaze fixed on the scene before her. Oh! Qin Lu's upper body unexpectedly concealed a large net that he spun in place, and the net unfurled automatically, the golden strands, thick as a thumb, spiraling outwards as if possessing a will of their own, settling into Qin Lu's grasp. The unique Chinese weapon, Meteor Dart, was revealed. If it were merely the Meteor Dart, the technique alone would suffice. Lacking inner strength posed the most rigorous challenge to Qin Lu's martial arts training. The most potent forms of Chinese kung fu necessitated corresponding inner power to activate. Yet, even in China, only a minuscule portion of individuals had access to these so-called inner power techniques. Qin Lu was not so fortunate. The reality was that he had to achieve breakthroughs in martial prowess without the aid of inner strength. Throughout his journey, Qin Lu had searched in his past martial memories for techniques that could be employed without inner power. This pursuit inadvertently resulted in the incorporation of numerous Japanese martial arts influences within his swordplay. Meteor was the most typical example. This was Qin Lu's greatest regret and an unavoidable choice. However, it did not imply that all Chinese martial arts were so rigorously bound by the limitations of inner strength. Until she was firmly ensnared by the meteor dart, Xiao Sha struggled to believe the reality she had just witnessed. The golden cord, with its sharpened tips at either end, transformed in Ibari's hands into a fearsome serpent, each thrust akin to a sudden attack from a cobra. What astounded her further was that, before she knew it, the long cord had wound around her struggling limbs, forming an array of knots at her joints. Ultimately, she found herself, dazed, bound like a zongzi. Xiao Sha attempted to straighten her back, but the cord had ominously woven in shape across her chest, constricting painfully, forcing her to repeatedly straighten her posture to alleviate the discomfort. Similar agonizing knots adorned her body, interconnected and responding to one another, causing a ripple effect with every tug. The thought of desperately breaking free from the ropes flickered in her mind before she promptly abandoned it. These knots were simply too malevolent. Qin Lu was nearly salivating. The sight of Xiao Sha, with her playful demeanor, repeatedly straightening her chest was simply too tempting, bordering on life-threatening. To the climax of their earlier conflict, he had nearly forgotten he was in a battle, excitedly manipulating the ropes, as if crafting a piece of art. Indeed, observing the shape he had created with his bindings, Qin Lu felt a bead of sweat trickle down his forehead. Damn, this has escalated a bit too far. Though ultimately defeated, Xiao Sha still harbored a sense of indignation. She had many more tricks up her sleeve. And her iron fist, her trump card, had barely seen the light of day. Yet, the thought of Qin Lu's so-called rope techniques lingered in her mind. A shiver ran down her spine. This man possesses skills that could only be wielded by a devil. Yet, in an instant, she was drenched in cold sweat. She recalled her bold proclamation before the battle. As long as you win this fight, I shall abide by your will. Glancing at Ibaru before her, she pondered, surely, he cannot intend to do anything to me? To her surprise, Ibaru no longer fixed her with that terrifying gaze. Leaning against a pillar in the hall, he appeared lost in thought, a melancholic aura surrounding him, as if he were reminiscing about something cherished. In any case, there is nothing left to cling to. I might as well let it be, Josha mused, a sense of resignation washing over her. Hey, Ibaru, since I have lost, I will follow your orders. Whether you wish to kill me or spare me, the choice is yours. Ibaru, who had been deep in contemplation, was abruptly jolted from his memories by her words. He turned to regard his captive Taiti that moment. Josha finally took a good look at him. He is rather handsome, I suppose, she thought to herself. The scars adorning his body told tales of fierce battles fought during the past few days, particularly the gaping wound on his abdomen, which had yet to scab over and had been reopened during their recent duel. That a flush crept across Josha's cheeks as she realized that her impulsive challenge had been rather inconsiderate of his condition. It felt akin to taking advantage of his vulnerability. The most shameful part was that she had been defeated despite her audacity. I know your brother, Phil. Qin Lu spoke up, capturing Josha's attention. That it seemed he was immersed in memories. I apologize for my deceit. I am acquainted with your brother, Phil, and not merely acquainted. I fought alongside him, witnessing his acceptance of contracts and his pursuit of missions. Moreover, at this point, Qin Lu hesitated. I was by his side when he met his end. It was I who laid him to rest. Josha's eyes widened in shock. Who killed him? Tell me, who took his life? Qin Lu gazed at the girl before him. At that moment, he saw not a mere reflection of someone named Yuko, but an image of Phil merging with her. Since you are his sister, I shall recount this tale to you. Josha nodded. She and her other sisters had been searching for their brother for 2 long years, and to hear of his death from afar, in the distant Coruscant, left her utterly despondent. She yearned to find formidable warriors, to engage in a fight to the bitter end, yet the very first person to defeat her was the one who had buried her brother. Have you heard of a place called the Ancient Star? No. Where is that? That planet lies near the Eye of Death, seldom visited, and little known. It was there that Phil and I crossed paths. 2 years ago, I was ordered by the Council of Elders to undertake trials at the Eye of Death. On my way back, I paused at the Ancient Star, only to find it besieged by bloodblade beasts. That I stayed behind to assist the local defense forces in repelling the onslaught. Eventually, a group of bounty hunters arrived, and Phil was among them. His boomerang was stunning, the most striking I had ever seen. As Qinlu continued, he became lost in his memories. The image of that charming boy who always wore his beloved typhoon in his pocket grew clearer. He claimed he desperately needed money, which is why he took on this task. That time, many wealthy individuals sought bounty hunters to rescue their loved ones trapped in the disaster zone, and the rewards were so tempting that even I was tempted. But this lad, on his way to complete his mission, insisted on saving a small village under siege by blood-blade beasts. None of the other bounty hunters were willing to stay behind to help him, as the village could offer no reward. Yet, it seems he ultimately accepted 2 bags of pumpkins as payment. What a fool. Qinlu laughed until tears streamed down his face. In his final moments, he was still proclaiming that bounty hunters must always claim their rewards. The bloodblade beasts are the most formidable bioweapons I have ever encountered. Indeed, they are bioweapons. If you ever see them, you will understand that they are not a product of nature. They were designed solely for slaughter. Faced with hundreds of bloodblade beasts, our only chance lay in infiltrating their lair and eliminating the Bloodblade Queen. And so, Phil perished alongside the Bloodblade Queen, his heart pierced in an instant by her tale. That I like to think that he felt no pain in his final moments, for it all happened so swiftly. As the tale concluded, Joshua was in tears. You may examine the typhoon closely. If my memory serves me right, the main weapon should be missing a fong, which the queen bit off at that time. Joshua refrained from inspecting it, for she had already noticed the GAP that moment. She had found it curious that the typhoon was forged from the strongest starsteel alloy. What could possibly break its fong? Today, she finally learned the truth. I hoped to find his family, but the bounty hunter headquarters had no records of them. In the end, I buried him alongside his beloved weapon in the bounty hunter cemetery on Top Star, believing that perhaps one day, his family would trace him through the bounty hunter's legacy. He never spoke of me as his sister. He was too proud. Joshua cried. You may leave now, in my heart. Phil was a true bounty hunter. Though he lacked fame and extraordinary skills, he was the best comrade and the most trustworthy bounty hunter. You are his sister. I trust you are just as remarkable. You may go. Qinlu felt clarity wash over him. Nothing could disrupt the memories of that foolish boy from years past. That he knew he was not a good person. After all, it was Phil who had dragged him into that battle. Yet, that did not quell his admiration and impulsive yearning for heroism. Watching those around him transform into heroic figures made him feel as though he too could undergo a rebirth. He reflected upon whether he had been too timid and lacking ambition over the years. Perhaps fate had not merely transported him to this era for the sake of survival, but rather to fulfill a greater purpose. With greater abilities come greater responsibilities. The era of the Sith Empire had waned. Yet the galaxy showed no signs of chaos abating. He could foresee the impending colossal schism and conflict. The outer worlds, inhabited by the Charans, Ingmarans, and invaders, each had their own kin within the galaxy. They would undoubtedly seize this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. An age of turmoil was fast approaching. What role could he play in it? Chapter 29, The Fall of One to Another, I Will Not Leave. Joshua wiped her tears and declared, I stated that should I lose, I would submit to your will. Now, you cannot cast me aside. Qinlu was taken aback. Huh. Joshua broke into a smile through her tears. Now I can pursue my goals. I see in you a new form of power. Please, allow me to learn that skill of ropes. Qinlu looked at Joshua, who bore a striking resemblance to Yuko, as she tearfully expressed her desire to learn rope techniques. His heart sang, Thank the heavens. Thank the gods of traversal. This world is truly marvelous. Feigning seriousness, Qinlu said, Ahem, but the art of rope techniques is a daunting skill to master, requiring unparalleled determination and a sense of dedication. Joshua straightened her posture earnestly. I am unafraid. I will adapt to any harsh environment. Please accept me. I aspire to be the mightiest bounty hunter. Casting a furtive glance at Joshua's determined stance, Qinlu scolded himself for his lewd thoughts, then said, Oh, but at times, you will need to grit your teeth and endure uncomfortable situations. Joshua nodded solemnly. Whatever my master asks of me, I shall comply, even if it means becoming a Sith. Qinlu inquired. Joshua hesitated for a moment, biting her lip. Yes, even if it means becoming a Sith. Whatever you wish me to do, I shall do, whatever needs to be done. Qinlu repeated these phrases in his mind. As he salivated, he silently shouted, Isn't it just taking on a disciple? I shall accept her. He was truly going to take on a pupil. Qinlu composed himself, adopting a solemn demeanor. Joshua, kneel. Seeing Ibaru's expression, Joshua quickly knelt at his feet, extending her right hand to touch the top of her head. Suddenly, she felt a warm current surging down from her crown. This warmth flowed through her body like a hot spring, and she could sense the energy it contained. With each passing moment, it intensified. Suddenly, she felt as if a switch within her had been flipped, and her limbs felt rejuvenated, as if reborn. Waves of warmth surged from every part of her body. The Joshua had never experienced anything like this before. She instinctively realized that a force had awakened within her. Is this what they call the Force? The power bestowed by the cosmic background. Her body trembled in response to the stimulation of the warmth, as if electrified and rendered numb. Something seemed to be flowing out, with her ears flushed. Joshua heard Ibaru's voice booming before her. Repeat after me. The Sith Code. Qin Lu was entirely oblivious to Qiao Sha's unusual condition. He failed to comprehend the peculiar changes that would ensue from forcibly awakening the Force seed of another. Especially as a Sith endowed with a unique constitution. In that moment, his heart was brimming with a sense of sanctity and gratitude for the tremendous power at his disposal. The lovely young woman beneath him blushed deeply, trembling as she followed Qin Lu's words. First, achieve balance within the Force and your mind. Second, shatter your chains and liberate yourself from all tangible and intangible restraints. Third, protect your comrades, recognizing them as your brothers and sisters. Fourth, never forget that the mind and wisdom wield greater power than a lightsaber. Fifth, while conquering nature, maintain a reverence for it. Sixth, the choice always lies within you. Do not allow paranoia to take hold. Seventh, honor resides within your heart and requires no validation from others. Eighth, the consequences of killing or sparing must be borne. Ninth, do not harm pregnant women or those incapable of resistance unless they exhibit hostility. 10th, do not kill those with whom you have established a pact of nonviolence, unless that pact has been rendered void. 11th, authority is akin to a written agreement on paper. 12th, remember, empires shall ultimately fall, but the Sith endure eternally. Qiao Sha echoed his words. Qin Lu withdrew his hand. The brief exertion of the scant force he had drained him completely. Remember, you are a disciple of the Eugene lineage. From this day forth, your new name shall be Qiao Sha de Longton. After a brief pause, he continued, from now on, you shall be a bounty hunter among the Sith, and a Sith among bounty hunters. Yes, my master, Qiao Sha replied, swaying slightly as she stood, overwhelmed by the intensity of the moment. As she stumbled, Qin Lu quickly caught her in his embrace, savoring the warmth and fragrance of her presence. Qiao Sha looked up. Her eyes filled with confusion, and said, Master, I feel unwell. Qin Lu's heart sank. Could my unfortunate constitution truly impact the apprenticeship process? Will my disciple inherit my condition? He was filled with dread, having hoped to cultivate a new breed of Sith, a fusion of a bounty hunter's technological prowess, formidable force energy, and martial skills, an unprecedented kind of Sith. Had he erred from the very beginning, Qiao Sha was an excellent vessel for the Force, as confirmed when he forcibly activated her Force seed. He did not wish to squander such a talent. In his urgency, Qin Lu disregarded all else, needing to ascertain if Qiao Sha had inherited his condition. Quickly, remove your clothing, all of it. Qiao Sha was mortified. Her previous tone had carried a hint of playfulness, but she had not anticipated her master to be such a lecherous wolf. Yet, seeing his anxious expression, she understood his concern was genuine. But did it truly require undressing for examination? It was then that Qin Lu realized his folly and felt somewhat foolish. Was he not behaving inappropriately? Nevertheless, the examination was necessary. As he pondered how to explain, Qiao Sha bashfully interjected, Master, not here. Observing the bashful beauty in his arms, Qin Lu found it difficult to restrain himself. The unmasked Qiao Sha was an entirely different person from the one adorned in a helmet. With the mask, she was calm, fierce, possessing the elegance and endurance of a leopard. Yet, without it, she transformed into a vulnerable kitten, in need of care and comfort, and exceedingly affectionate. As Qin Lu struggled to explain that he merely wished to check if her Force beacon was intact, an arduous task, he lamented the absence of a female Sith in their current predicament. Just then, a machine near Qiao Sha emitted a sudden sound. Flushed with embarrassment, she listened intently to the device, her expression shifting to one of alarm. Master, my sensor indicates a multitude of individuals outside, many armed with heavy weaponry. Qin Lu understood immediately. It was undoubtedly the pursuing forces of the allied troops he had previously summoned. After such a lengthy delay, they had finally arrived, having lingered here for so long. It was likely that the moment Qiao Sha had heard the noise, They were already surrounded by the allied army. Xiao Sha unstrapped her backpack and handed it to Qin Lu. Master, use my rocket pack to escape. Do not worry about me. They will not harm me. Qin Lu felt a surge of emotion. But it seemed rather unbecoming to allow his newly acquired disciple to shoulder the consequences so soon after their bond had formed, determined to test a thought that had been brewing in his mind. He silently intoned, Lucifer, Lucifer, can you hear me? Do not feign ignorance. If you do not appear soon, I shall perish. A distant voice echoed from within him. You are engaging in both rope tricks and disrobing. Do you not find life quite enjoyable? Qin Lu broke into a cold sweat. It seemed she had witnessed everything. My lady. Is watching the film so delightful? This time, I shall treat you, but next time, I shall expect payment. It is not as if I wish to watch. The scenes outside automatically play on my screen. There is but one channel, and I cannot avoid it? Ah, Alice, you have spilled the drink. Then came a flurry of chaotic sounds, suggesting that 4 or 5 individuals were present in the room. Qin Lu felt exasperated. These idle kings were a nuisance. Enough of that. I am currently surrounded by the allied forces. Did you not say I could summon a king? The time is now. I require assistance, Lucifer replied. You must consider this carefully. Your current strength is feeble. It is best not to initiate the summoning. If forced, it will last only a few minutes, and the side effects will be severe. Qin Lu insisted. It matters not. Survival is paramount. Besides, I have just taken on a disciple. You cannot neglect your grand disciple. Can you? At that moment, Qin Lu resorted to appealing to Lucifer's sense of obligation. Lucifer retorted with irritation. Now you understand the importance of power, do you? Upon your return, you must practice diligently. Sloth is unacceptable. Qin Lu mused. So, he has not forgotten last time. What a petty fellow. However, he sweetly replied, Yes, I shall certainly heed your commands, Lucifer. If you demand I remove my trousers, I shall refrain from undressing. Lucifer was taken aback. This fellow never spoke seriously. Very well. You hold them off. I shall consult with them and determine which king is most suitable for summoning at this moment. Qin Lu shouted. Make it a powerful one, a formidable one. Lucifer replied. Do you think this is akin to grocery shopping? You do not have the final say. Any one of us could save your life, though there will be a process of drawing lots. Qin Lu sighed internally. These individuals did not regard him as a significant player. Merely a group of idle, powerful, and capricious kings. Chapter 30. One sword slays 6 men at this urgent moment. Qin Lu found himself in a contemplative state, while Xiao Sha, feeling anxious, vigorously shook Ibalu's shoulder. Master. They are about to enter. The moment the word master left her lips, her face flushed crimson. I never intended to become his disciple. Alas, this has proven to be a grave miscalculation. Qin Lu remained still. Engaged in a difficult mental dialogue with the kings of the Sea of Sorrow, this group was notoriously unyielding. According to their accounts, the former king, Palpatine, was a schemer who rarely heeded the calls of the kings. In the decades following his accession to the Sith Torch, he had only utilized the summoning twice. Thus, the kings had not graced the material world in decades. Seizing this rare opportunity, a fierce contest for positions was underway. Lucifer was embroiled in a dispute with another king named Dale. Dale accused Lucifer of tampering with the lots, while Lucifer claimed Dale was fabricating lies, and nearby, another voice remarked that they were both fools. Relying on them was indeed a mistake. Qin Lu sighed, withdrawing his consciousness from the Sea of Sorrow. Master, we must flee. I can sense powerful force signatures among those outside, Xiao Sha said anxiously, now perceiving herself as part of a unified whole with her master. With danger looming, despite her confidence in Qin Lu, they had just emerged from a fierce battle, their energy and stamina at a nadir. She truly regretted her earlier recklessness. Observing the panicked beauty, Qin Lu felt a twinge of surprise. He had sensed his decision to take on a disciple was somewhat impulsive, having not thoroughly assessed Xiao Sha's character before proceeding. Yet, he was even more astonished by the rapid transformation in Xiao Sha's demeanor. She had quickly embraced the role of a comrade, particularly in the self-serving world of bounty hunters. Such behavior was indeed peculiar. Regardless, the sensation of being clung to by a lovely young woman was undeniably pleasant. Fear not. We can always surrender, and you can feign allegiance with them, then stage a jailbreak on the transport, Qin Lu jested. To his astonishment, Xiao Sha nearly burst into tears. That plan is unworkable. The Jedi are here. They will never allow bounty hunters near the transport convoy. Bernie and Isaac were taken aback as they entered the room with the strike team. The entire interior of the Alien Technology Deconstruction Center appeared to have suffered the aftermath of a large-scale battle. The ground was pockmarked, and remnants of walls lay scattered about. In the center of the hall stood a petite beauty, weeping as she cradled an injured Sith warrior. Upon catching sight of Xiao Sha, both of their eyes lit up. Such a lovely young lady, with almond-shaped eyes and delicate cheeks, her gaze as clear as autumn waters. She was truly exquisite. With her current delicate demeanor, on the verge of tears, she exuded an enchanting charm reminiscent of a rain-kissed pear blossom. Despite their years of experience, neither had ever encountered such breathtaking beauty. Their eyes were glued to Chi Sha, unwilling to look away, until she hurriedly hid behind the injured Sith warrior, stretching her neck to keep watching them. Unbeknownst to them, this captivating beauty was none other than the master bounty hunter, Red Star Chi Sha. The moment they spotted the Sith princess on the live broadcast, they hastily mobilized their troops, oblivious to the subsequent infighting among the bounty hunters and Xiao Sha's appearance, feeling their ravenous gazes upon her. Xiao Sha lowered her head and nestled behind Qin Lu, inwardly fuming. These two fellows, despite being Jedi, were still so lecherous. Once she could employ her foresight shooting technique, she would make them regret their actions with her plasma cannon. Qin Lu stood up to shield the Jedi from their prying eyes. This encounter might involve two rather unusual individuals. If memory served, the Jedi Order resembled the ascetic monks of old Earth, who sought immense power through renunciation and prayer. Yet, looking at these two with their piggish expressions, it was hard to associate them with the concept of asceticism. When faced with the Sith, the Jedi held no pretense of civility. Bernie arrogantly declared, "Hand over the princess, and we may spare your lives." Qin Lu replied coolly, "I know where the princess is, but I have no intention of divulging that information. Have Master Yoda come negotiate with me." Bernie and Isaac exchanged glances and erupted into laughter. Isaac scoffed, "This guy must be out of his mind. Who does he think he is to negotiate?" Bernie growled fiercely, "Wake up! This is no longer the Imperial era, where a single Sith could hunt us across the galaxy. Now, it's your turn to beg for mercy." Isaac added, "You better understand this clearly. If you do not resist and cooperate with us, the Jedi Order might allow you to live out your days in the energy prison." Bernie hastily interjected, "And hand over the person behind you. We suspect her of being an accomplice to the Sith." Upon hearing this, Xiao Sha peeked out from behind Qin Lu, glaring at him with anger, her delicate fury rendering both men envious. Bernie quickly reassured her, "Don't be afraid. It's merely a routine interrogation that as long as you cooperate, I guarantee your safety." Isaac chimed in, "If you don't recognize the situation," Bernie theatrically drew his lightsaber, performing a flourish, "then you won't see the light of tomorrow." Qin Lu was taken aback. These two were exhibiting an impressive demeanor, even more formidable than the Dark Duke and General Newbie. Seeing Qin Lu's astonished expression, they reveled in their superiority. They had once been hunted like cornered dogs by the Sith, feeling despondent and defeated during the wars. Little did they know that fortunes could turn, and one day the Sith would face their reckoning. Qin Lu laughed heartily. These two were truly amusing. They dared to lay their sights upon Qiu Sha. He understood that with Xiao Sha's long-range capabilities, he would need to utilize his secret weapon, the grappling hook, to triumph. Yet, these two were likely insufficient to even be a distraction for Xiao Sha. Both Jedi were enraged by the Sith's audacity. "You little brat. How dare you look down on us?" Bernie waved his hand, and 6 soldiers rushed forward, their energy rifles aimed at Qin Lu. Qin Lu held his red lightsaber across his chest, poised like a comet ready to strike. This time, he held nothing back. A wave of deathly energy radiated from him, scattering through the air. Surrounding bystanders merely felt a flash of light, leaving the 6 soldiers bewildered, unsure of what had just transpired. With his aura unleashed, Qin Lu arrogantly declared, "I hope you remember my name when you descend to the underworld, Ebelu de Longton." Both Bernie and Isaac were infuriated by the audacious Sith. They had come to seize glory, capturing the princess to establish their renown. Yet the severely injured Sith before them showed no sign of the despair displayed on television, instead radiating vigor and dominance that overshadowed them. "Charge! What are you waiting for?" Bernie commanded the encircling soldiers, his frustration palpable, but the soldiers remained motionless, as if a second had turned into a century. The 6 soldiers finally moved, or rather, their bodies moved. Each soldier was cleaved in 2, their upper half sliding to the ground along a line of blood. Geysers of crimson erupting from the remnants. In the midst of the sanguine rain, the Sith Baron emerged as a terrifying, grotesque demon in the eyes of onlookers. Bernie and Isaac's faces contorted in horror. A single strike had felled 6 men. This was a masterful Sith warrior. Cao Sha too wore an expression of disbelief. With her discerning eye, she recognized the technique Qin Lu had just employed. It was the very move she had once deflected. Only now did she grasp the profound fortune of that moment. The speed of that swordplay surpassed that of ordinary master's movements, rendering any defense or evasion utterly futile in its wake. Beyond fear, a wave of exhilaration surged within her. This was her master's technique, signifying that one day she too would wield a lightsaber and execute such a lethal maneuver. Now, it's your turn. Qin Lu's eyes widened like a predator's, regarding the 2 Jedi as his quarry. In that moment, he felt an overwhelming pride. Even if the kings were unreliable, he possessed his own formidable skills. The 2 Jedi, their faces drained of color, murmured, "This is bad news." Chapter 31. Jedi Master Luexia Weiqi, you are no match for him. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the crowd. Qin Lu focused his gaze, and to his surprise, it was an old acquaintance, Jedi Master Luexia Weiqi. Bernie and Isaac hurriedly retreated behind Luexia Weiqi, behaving like obedient rabbits. Master! In the blink of an eye, the wolves had transformed into rabbits, provoking laughter from Qin Lu and Cao Sha. This infuriated Bernie and Isaac, yet they could only suppress their anger in the presence of their master, resulting in expressions that were all the more entertaining. Luexia Weiqi did not reprimand her 2 lecherous disciples. She understood that aside from their often unsavory behavior, they were not fundamentally flawed, having been preoccupied with her search for so long. She had not had the opportunity to guide them, and the shortcomings of her disciples were largely a reflection of her own neglect as a master. With a sigh, Luexia Weiqi addressed Qin Lu. If you truly care for Sherry, you should be willing to make sacrifices at this moment. Being with you puts her in constant danger. Just tell me where she is, and I won't make things difficult for you. Qin Lu scoffed. He despised those who always demanded sacrifices from others. Was it truly enjoyable to exert moral pressure? He knew Luexia Weiqi was a master among masters, her force attack sharp and mysterious, and her swordsmanship unparalleled among the Jedi. From any perspective, she had the potential to be his nemesis. With her present, it would be challenging to emerge unscathed. Steeling himself, Qin Lu said to Chu Sha, "You should leave now. I will hold them off for a while. We will meet again when the opportunity arises." Chu Sha, touched, stubbornly replied, "I want to leave. I want to be with you." Having witnessed the terrifying power of the comet, she no longer believed that the young Jedi opposite her was a match for her master. As if to bolster her argument, Cao Sha tugged at the hem of Qin Lu's robe, presenting a pitiful expression. "Master, please don't send me away. I will be obedient." The 2 lecherous men observed the young beauty's antics. Feeling a pang of jealousy, Qin Lu sighed inwardly. He had initially intended for Cao Sha to leave so he could extricate himself alone, yet this little darling clung to him, making it impossible to shoo her away. He looked at the pitifully pouting Cao Sha and resignedly said, "If you leave now, you will truly be obeying me." Cao Sha chose to ignore his words, trailing behind him happily. Qin Lu turned to Luexia Weiqi and said, "Sherry has already lost her home and family. Why do you continue to pursue her?" Hearing this, Luexia Weiqi's heart sank. She felt greater sorrow. After years of searching, she had never anticipated that her assistance to the Jedi Council would indirectly render Sherry homeless. Yet, now that she was so close to finding her, how could she give up? Realizing this, Luexia Weiqi said to Qin Lu, "You need not concern yourself with my affairs. That I shall ask you once more. Will you speak or not?" Without waiting for Qin Lu to respond, Cao Sha leapt forward, her plasma cannon held high upon her shoulder, beaming as she declared, "Esteemed master, as a woman myself, I wish to impart a piece of advice. There is no use in coercing a man to divulge what he does not wish to share. If my master chooses to withhold certain truths from you, you must first contend with me." Luexia Weiqi raised an eyebrow, inquiring, "You are a disciple of Yibalu? Are you also a Sith?" Cao Sha responded with pride, "Indeed. I am Cao Sha de Longton, a bounty hunter of the Sith, a Sith warrior among bounty hunters." Upon hearing her self-identification with the Sith, Qin Lu felt a surge of emotion, tinged with a hint of reproach. While everyone else is eager to distance themselves from the Sith, this young girl willingly walks into the trap. Bernie and Isaac sighed in unison, "What a pity." Luexia Weiqi glanced skeptically at Qin Lu, who understood her unspoken concern. This girl possesses no lightsaber, clad instead in peculiar red armor, yet claims to be a Sith warrior. Is that truly the case? The battles between the Sith and the Jedi have been, at their core, a struggle for the legitimacy of Force wielders, with both sides striving to keep outsiders at bay. As Qin Lu observed Xiao Sha, who looked pitifully hopeful, a warmth enveloped his heart. Regardless of her motives in following him, she had chosen to stand with him in this moment. How could he cast her aside after the words he had just spoken when he took her in? Sighing, he nodded. She is my disciple, regardless of her past. From this day forth she shall be the heir of the Yujin sect of the Sith. Xiao Sha felt a rush of joy at his acknowledgement. Wondering how he would now extricate himself from her presence. Lu Zawaki nodded. If that is the case, there is no issue. With a swift motion, she ignited her lightsaber. There exist two types of individuals in this world. One who is eager to showcase their prowess and brilliance at every opportunity, and another who appears unremarkable until they unleash their true power, which shines brighter than any star. Lu Zawaki undoubtedly belonged to the latter category. As she activated her lightsaber, her presence filled the entire hall with a radiant glow emanating from it. The influence of the Force expanded, and her mere presence elevated the ambient Force levels to an overwhelming intensity, leaving even Xiao Sha feeling as though her legs were weighed down with lead. Immobile. It was only then that she realized the young girl her master had been on guard against was, in fact, a formidable elder within the Jedi Council, a towering figure akin to a final boss. If bounty hunters might stand a chance against ordinary Jedi, encountering a Jedi master who grasped the highest essence of the Force was an entirely different matter, a perilous situation fraught with mortal danger. Bound by the overwhelming Force aura, Xiao Sha attempted to activate her jetpack twice, only to find it ineffective. Qin Lu, maintaining his composure, remarked, "Do not attempt it. The force field is omnidirectional, and the power components in your jetpack will be affected." Fearful, Xiao Sha transformed into a frightened rabbit, retreating behind Qin Lu. "Master, do you have any confidence? This female Jedi is terrifyingly formidable." Qin Lu retorted, "Now you recognize her strength. I offered you a chance to leave earlier. Yet you refused. This sorceress possesses abilities that counter mine. My injuries are a testament to that." Xiao Sha was on the verge of tears, realizing the truth of the situation. No wonder her master had insisted she depart first. He genuinely could not contend with her and sought only to protect her. She had thought he meant to abandon her for his own escape. Seeing her fear, Qin Lu felt a pang of sympathy. Truthfully, the reason Qin Lu lacked the splendor of other time travelers lay greatly within himself. His heart was too tender. In a galaxy fraught with conflict, where lives hung by a thread, his compassionate nature often led him into perilous situations. This was evident when he aided Phil against the Bloodblade Beast, when he chose not to flee during the Imperial capital's assault like other Sith, and now, concerning his inexperienced apprentice, he always took on too much responsibility. Such traits had not gone unnoticed by the rulers of Shisha Hai, who were both anxious and observant. Upon their initial encounter, King Baiho had remarked, "He is a warrior, not fitting the mold of a king," and Ndu had voiced his concerns regarding Qin Lu's approach, stating, "He possesses merely a 10 chance of completing his mission, with a mortality rate exceeding 80, nearing 90. The very characteristics that worried the two kings put Qin Lu in jeopardy. Turning to comfort Xiao Sha, he thought that if necessary, the kings could provide backup. Moreover, Lu Zawaki did not seem as unapproachable as others. Even if he ultimately faltered, he would do everything in his power to ensure Xiao Sha's safety. As she had yet to master her force abilities and could not be deemed a true Sith warrior, speaking in the gentlest tone possible, he reassured her, "Do not worry. Even if we cannot prevail, I will not allow her to best me easily. Stay vigilant and flee at the first opportunity. Her force aura has a range limit, and once we are outside, your jetpack will be usable." Suddenly, he noticed Xiao Sha gazing intently at him, her beautiful eyes concealing emotions he could not comprehend. Panic surged within him. Surely, she was not contemplating betrayal at this moment. Xiao Sha smiled radiantly. "I thought I could remain by your side for a long time, learning your skills that I never imagined today would mark an end." Qin Lu chuckled. "What foolishness! I will not allow her to harm you." Xiao Sha shook her head, clutching the hem of his robe tightly, murmuring softly, "Only today would I feel regret if I were to die. It is only today that I suddenly realized my life has been devoid of meaning beyond earning money and searching for Phil. Upon hearing the news of Phil's demise, I felt an emptiness within me, longing for death. Yet witnessing your battles and struggles has awakened me to the myriad experiences I have yet to encounter. I have never strolled with you, never traveled through the stars by your side, nor tended to any pets together. These regrets surged within me, making me fear death and yearn to spend more time with you." I would become a Sith without hesitation for that reason. It perplexes me how this feeling emerged so suddenly. At the moment I removed my helmet and beheld you, Xiao Sha spoke passionately, her courage buoying her as she bravely lifted her gaze to Qin Lu, only to find him focused intently on the approaching Lu Zawaki, seemingly oblivious to her words. Frustrated, Xiao Sha tossed aside the hem of his robe with a huff. Qin Lu, bewildered, wondered what game she was playing. He could not fathom her behavior, muttering to himself, "A woman's heart is as elusive as a needle in the ocean." As Lu Zawaki advanced, Qin Lu ignited his lightsaber. Facing her, the clash of a white and a red lightsaber filled the air with tension. On one side stood the formidable Jedi Elder, and on the other, a Sith Master who had slain 6 foes. The atmosphere was thick with anticipation as the audience held their breath, bracing for the impending battle. Chapter 32. Once the sea has been crossed, no other water can compare. Helen did not heed Qin Lu's words. Instead, she briefly shut off the camera, only to later fix it in a well-angled corner. Moments ago, the entire galaxy had not only witnessed the clash of the Sith swordsman and the skilled bounty hunter, but they had also heard Qin Lu narrate Phil's story with profound emotion, culminating in the witnessing of a mysterious Sith warrior's initiation ceremony, just as the audience was still reeling from the exhilaration of the duel. The sorrow of the selfless hero and the sanctity of the Sith creed, they were suddenly presented with a life-and-death showdown between the supreme masters of the Force. At this moment, many families gathered around their televisions, popcorn in hand, eyes wide with anticipation for the imminent battle. Passers-by who had been lingering on the commercial streets to watch the live broadcast put aside their tasks and sat on the ground. A peculiar scene unfolded on the commercial streets of various planets, where crowds sat densely together, captivated by the live feed showcasing the Jedi Elder and the Sith Master. Many silently hoped that Yibalu would turn the tide and emerge victorious once more. Throughout this live broadcast, Qin Lu first faced off against the ruthless bounty hunter, securing victory without claiming a life, instead sharing heartfelt reminiscences of his fallen comrade. In my heart, Phil was the true bounty hunter. Though he lacked fame and did not possess any extraordinary skills, he was the finest companion and the most trustworthy bounty hunter. Even when he dispatched 6 foes, it was evident that his actions were driven by a desire to protect the girl by his side from humiliation. Such selfless bravery, sacrificing oneself to shield a princess while confronting formidable adversaries, completely redefined the cold image of the Sith warriors, significantly improving the Empire's public perception. Shud was elated. Just moments ago, the company's supervisor had called to inform him that they had secured market access on several planets and numerous advertising contracts, all thanks to the live broadcast, which had convinced them of the Galactic Galaxy television station's immense influence and media power. The other party remarked, "What Imperial Network Communications Center? We country folk have never heard of it. We only see your live broadcasts everywhere on the streets." Now, he could fully relax, engrossed in the duel on screen, pondering who would ultimately triumph. In the center of the Coruscant Alien Technology Deconstruction Hub, within the circular hall, all present yielded a spacious area for the 2 formidable Force wielders. Within this expanse, both individuals remained vigilant, poised for an imminent clash. Just moments ago, they had already engaged in their initial exchange of fire. Lushwiki unleashed a bolt of Moore's lightning during the standoff, astonishing everyone as a Jedi Knight dared to employ a Sith technique. However, what was even more surprising was that Baron Qin Lu, unfazed, effortlessly raised his lightsaber to deflect the bolt. With a swift motion, he redirected the energy, summoning a thunderous clap from the heavens, which coalesced into a powerful electrical surge that struck the very spot Lushwiki had occupied, creating a small crater in the marble flooring. Following this probing encounter, both combatants resumed their standoff, each compelled to reassess the other's prowess. The extraordinary lightning duel left the observing Jedi and Sith warriors in a state of shock. The combat styles exhibited by these two were anything but ordinary. On the screen, Baron Qin Lu held his lightsaber across his chest, extracting a backup saber to secure at his waist, while his left hand rested casually on the hilt. Preparing for a draw, his gaze remained fixed on the opposing Jedi Knight. "Lushwiki, how is it that you wield Moore's lightning?" Lushwiki, noticing his left-hand motion, remained cautious. "It's hardly a complex maneuver, with some contemplation. One could master it." Clearly, Lushwiki recognized the potency of Qin Lu's left hand. "And what do you have to say about your previous move?" Qin Lu replied with a grin, "A rather simple technique, with a bit of thought. You could learn it." Their dialogue was broadcast live, leaving viewers perspiring in AWE. It was evident that these two were not merely masters but possessed the potential of true masters. This promised to be an extraordinary confrontation between Sith and Jedi elites. Lushwiki's eyes swiftly scanned Qinlu's form, pondering. By the standards of the seven-sword style, he is rife with openings and superfluous movements. Yet, it is said this individual has developed his own unique swordsmanship, transcending the confines of the seven-sword style, making conventional assessments difficult. Qinlu's left-hand lightsaber continuously discharged electrical charges, preparing to unleash the power of the draw at a critical moment. Though Lushwiki's sword techniques are common, she wields them with remarkable proficiency. The transitions between her moves are fluid and seamless, with few vulnerabilities, and I must remain wary of her force attacks. If only I could seize an opportunity to strike decisively. As both remained focused and vigilant, a series of resounding crashes echoed from the walls. The front wall was forcefully breached from the outside, causing parts of the ceiling to lose their gravitational support and collapse. The area around the two combatants fell within the debris zone. The sudden turn of events startled Lushwiki as she glanced at the ceiling, while Qinlu's pupils dilated. What a fortuitous opportunity. Lushwiki, momentarily distracted, lost sight of her opponent, and her battle-hardened instincts compelled her to close her eyes and search with the force. At 8 o'clock, this fellow indeed possesses a lamentably low level of force sensitivity, unable to utilize even the most basic force concealment. With newfound confidence, Lushwiki thrust her lightsaber forward with lightning speed. Qinlu had calculated her attack from the 8 o'clock position, targeting Lushwiki's left rear flank, the most challenging angle for her to defend with her right-handed sword. Just as the attack was about to connect, a white lightsaber erupted from beneath her left arm, piercing through her clothing. This ambush was executed with impeccable timing, occurring precisely as Qinlu struck at this moment. It was too late for him to retract his blade for defense, in a moment of peril. Qinlu unleashed his draw technique, successfully parrying the surprise attack. After neutralizing his opponent's draw technique, Lushwiki immediately counterattacked, her white lightsaber relentless and ferocious, delivering a flurry of strikes with breathtaking speed. Qinlu, wielding his dual sabers, danced them in a whirlwind of motion. The arena was alive with the clash of lightsabers, the falling debris from the ceiling shattered by their radiant blades. The audience was entranced, witnessing a spectacular duel from their vantage point. Lushwiki's white lightsaber was fierce and cunning, while Qinlu's red lightsaber was precise and intricate. It was truly a rare spectacle of masterful combat. In mere moments, they exchanged over 40 strikes, and amidst the chaos, Qinlu transitioned through 7 or 8 different sword styles, engaging Lushwiki in a battle that was evenly matched. It was evident that this woman had reached a profound mastery of swordsmanship, embodying the essence of adaptability. As they continued their fierce exchange, Lushwiki, realizing she could not best him in swordplay, gathered the force in her right foot and launched an entire section of flooring towards Qinlu. A massive slab of marble hurtled towards him. Yet Qinlu remained unfazed. With his right-hand lightsaber, he unleashed a powerful thrust, the heat of the blade rendering the marble floor powerless against its onslaught. The red blade pierced through the stone, heading straight for Lushwiki. She deftly deflected it, but the attack came too swiftly, and despite employing her ultimate technique, vibrational blade, she was nonetheless grazed on her left shoulder. The fabric of her garment ignited from the heat, revealing a charred scar on her pristine skin. Her two apprentices, witnessing their master's injury, instinctively rushed forward to assist, but Lushwiki halted them with a wave of her hand. Meanwhile, Qinlu had shattered the marble slab. Yet both combatants refrained from further attacks, resuming their standoff at a distance of several meters. In this initial exchange, Qinlu had gained a slight edge. At that moment, the Allied forces, responsible for breaching the wall, began to encircle the area. However, upon realizing the presence of Jedi masters engaged in combat, they wisely halted at the periphery, awaiting the outcome. In the midst of the duel, only Qinlu and Lushwiki remained. Truly, you are the foremost swordsman of the Sith Empire, Lushwiki remarked with admiration. I never imagined that swordsmanship could reach such heights, rivaling the power of the Force. Qinlu smiled in response. You two are the most skilled swordsmen I have encountered, even surpassing Master Yoda's fourth form. Lushwiki chuckled softly. Master Yoda's swordsmanship is characterized by balance and harmony, often prevailing after 100 moves. Your assessment is misguided, for you have yet to witness his true prowess. As they conversed, their hands remained active. Lushwiki unleashed 2 successive bolts of Moore's lightning and launched 3 death spirals, all of which were either neutralized by Qinlu's lightsaber or deftly deflected. Viewers at home criticized the two for their apparent hypocrisy, exchanging compliments while simultaneously plotting against one another. Jyosha watched in awe, her eyes sparkling. Her master was astonishingly adept at harnessing the power of lightning. Such formidable abilities, unseen during their time as bounty hunters, seemed effortless in her master's hands. Unbeknownst to her, Qinlu had just employed over 12 widely known Chinese sword techniques in their recent skirmish. With such a repertoire at his disposal, it became evident that Lushwiki had integrated swordplay into her very instincts, making it exceedingly challenging to rely on conventional techniques to best her. Lushwiki, Qinlu inquired, does the princess's swordsmanship bear your influence? Have you taught her? Lushwiki replied, I merely practice swordplay with the princess. I would not dare claim to have imparted any wisdom. That is wise. I must caution you that Sherry will soon become a Jedi Knight. You Sith should keep your distance from her. Qinlu responded with a serene smile. The path the princess chooses is hers alone to determine. Even if I were to exert influence over her affairs, it certainly would not be your place to meddle. Regardless of their differences in swordsmanship, Lushwiki proved to be an adversary capable of provoking Qinlu like no other. With a wry smile born of fury, Lushwiki retorted, You shall soon learn that this will be your final boast. With a swift transformation in her swordplay, she stood poised, her blade lowered, and inquired of Qinlu, Have you ever heard the tale of the seventh form of the seven-sword style? While remaining cautious, Qinlu replied, I have heard that the so-called seventh form merges the agility of the fourth with the valor of the fifth, representing the ultimate Jedi technique, though it has been lost to time. He pondered. The last known practitioner of the seventh form was the Master of Temperance from the Old Republic. He was the very one who faced His Majesty in his final battle. A sense of alarm gripped Qinlu. Could it be that Lushwiki was the heir to the seventh form? Was it not said that only 2 Jedi had mastered this technique during the Old Republic, both of whom had long since perished? By all accounts, such a sword form should have faded into obscurity. Lushwiki brandished her lightsaber with a hint of melancholy in her voice. Mastering this form is perilous, requiring one to harness the anger of the Force while avoiding succumbing to the dark side. The Master of Temperance achieved this, while Master Butchie and I were not so fortunate. Butchie perished at the hands of the Jedi Tribunal, and I fell into the depths of the dark side while practicing the seventh form, losing the 2 most precious aspects of my life. With her white lightsaber raised, the air around her crackled with intensity. Would you care to witness the true essence of the seventh form? Qinlu felt a surge of apprehension. This woman had once been a Sith. No wonder she employed Moore's lightning and death spirals, techniques of the Sith. Observing her inner turmoil, having transitioned from Jedi to Sith and back again, Qinlu resolved to teach her a lesson. It was high time she confronted her past. With a commanding voice, Qinlu declared, When one errs, it is futile to attribute blame to one's techniques. Just because you once walked the path of the Sith, does it mean you must forever cast your eyes downward? Spare me the lamentations of a fallen maiden. What of the Sith? I take great pride in being a Sith. Even as a Sith, I would rescue others from perilous situations in times of need. Even as a Sith, I would join the fight against alien invasions. Even as a Sith, I have not forsaken the moral fabric of humanity or the principles of society. If you truly wish to understand, enlighten me on what is wrong with being a Sith. Does merely changing allegiances also alter the fundamental principles of being human? Qinlu's impassioned outcry was amplified by the Force, resonating powerfully, leaving Luvekshu Weiqi momentarily speechless. Indeed, how have I never pondered these truths? My transformation into a Sith stemmed from my pursuit of power, yet throughout these years, I have distanced myself from the masses and led an unremarkable, reclusive life. It seems I have not committed any heinous acts. In fact, I have performed a few good deeds, so why do I feel shame and find it difficult to hold my head high? Qinlu continued, Have you ever encountered a woman so foolish? When others claim you have fallen, do you simply accept it as truth? If others declare you pure, can you suddenly become so? The Jedi profess to remain unperturbed by external influences, yet they are swayed by public opinion. And you, without a doubt, are the most foolish among them, allowing the thoughts of others to dictate your existence. Even among those with similar experiences, you are the dimmest. Luvekshu Weiqi, initially stung by his sharp rebuke, found herself questioning, Then who, pray tell, shares my plight? Qinlu replied, The Dark Duke Anakin. When the Jedi were in decay, he betrayed them for the Sith. He seized power and wealth as a duke. When he saw the Empire faltering, he turned back to the Jedi, reclaiming the reputation of having forsaken darkness for light and reuniting with his family. Such a man treats the conflict between Sith and Jedi as a game. forever wavering in the middle, never genuinely loyal to either side, and thus never suffering the consequences. The ones who suffer, sacrifice, and perish are always those around him. Lavexu Weiqi reflected on this and realized the truth in his words. The viewers on television also grasped the reality of the situation, and no matter which side the Dark Duke sided with, he always did so at the opportune moment, with the sacrifices being his comrades. Qin Lu proclaimed, "I harbor hatred for Anakin, not because of his allegiance, but due to his actions. Whether he is a Jedi or a Sith is of no consequence. I seek to avenge the hundreds of Jedi children he slaughtered during his time as a Sith, as well as the millions of clone soldiers he killed during his time as a Jedi. Tell me, is this vengeance warranted? Should Anakin be punished?" Qin Lu's heartfelt confession may not resonate with politicians. For when one reaches the heights of a figure like the Dark Duke, personal grievances become intertwined with political leanings, rendering criminal punishment ineffective. However, the common folk perceive things differently, from Qin Lu's words. They clearly grasped a singular notion: the prince is guilty just as the commoner is. Whether one is a Sith or a Jedi, committing a crime and facing punishment is an undeniable truth. The Dark Duke's actions, resulting in the deaths of countless clone soldiers and the brutal murder of Jedi children, are irrefutable facts, and he deserves to be punished. How is it that in the eyes of the Jedi, the Dark Duke is not a criminal but rather a hero, receiving adulation from many? It is utterly absurd. Qin Lu was unaware that his impassioned words had struck a chord with the audience, even moving the previously silent Xiaosha to tears. Initially, she had felt a twinge of regret about becoming a Sith, viewing it as a cost of being close to her beloved. However, after hearing Ibi's words, she experienced a profound sense of pride and purpose in her identity as a Sith. Lavexu Weiqi, completely taken aback, found each of Qin Lu's arguments resonating with her inner doubts, shaking her previously resolute commitment to atonement. Chapter 33, A Battle of Wits. Lavexu, steady your mind. This Sith is tempting you. Suddenly, a voice boomed like thunder, causing a reverberation that echoed in everyone's minds. Another formidable presence had arrived. Qin Lu felt a surge of unease. At that moment, a small atmospheric transport vessel docked against the damaged wall of the hall, and several figures, some tall and others short, descended from the craft. Qin Lu focused intently and recognized the leader as Master Yoda, accompanied by Luke and two unfamiliar young Jedi. Upon seeing Luke, Qin Lu immediately recalled that Eve was still in his possession. Having been unconscious and left in the corner since earlier, he quickly instructed Xiaosha, "Sasha, keep an eye on that captive." Xiaosha had already subdued Eve, and as she began to awaken, she struck her neck with force, rendering her unconscious once more. The blatant actions of the two Sith in handling the hostage infuriated Luke and the others, feeling pity for Eve, who was being used as a pawn. Repeatedly knocked unconscious, and now sporting a collection of bruises, Lavexu Weiqi approached Master Yoda and bowed respectfully. Yoda waved his hand and said, "Lavexu, your inner demons still plague you. From this day forward, you must engage in rigorous meditation and training." Lavexu Weiqi's face was devoid of expression as she replied, "Yes, Master." Master Yoda then turned to Qin Lu, his countenance darkening. "My Lord Baron, we meet again." Qin Lu remained impassive, ignoring him that he had been thoroughly enjoying berating the Jedi, nearly persuading a powerful Jedi to return to the Sith's fold, only for this green-skinned creature to disrupt everything, particularly since reinforcements were pouring in for the Jedi. His mood was exceptionally foul. Master Yoda smiled faintly at Qin Lu's indifference. "My Lord Baron, you are truly an extraordinary individual. Each time we cross paths, our plans seem to unravel. Thus, I believe it is best if we avoid meeting in the future." Qin Lu beamed. "I share your sentiment. I would prefer not to develop psychological barriers while eating cucumbers in the future." Master Yoda's face turned a deeper shade of green, resembling a cucumber even more. With Yoda's tacit approval, a Jedi Knight stepped forward from behind him. Qin Lu turned to face him. The young man exuded a vibrant energy typical of youth. He performed a bow. "I am Jedi Knight Revan. I humbly ask for your guidance." Qin Lu nodded. Suddenly, Master Yoda interjected, "Wait, let Cab join in as well. Baron Ibi is the Empire's foremost swordsman. It would be inappropriate for Revan to face him alone." A slender, short individual stepped forward in silence at Yoda's behest. Qin Lu cursed internally. That old fiend is truly shameless. However, the viewers at home were unconcerned about such matters. They witnessed the Sith Baron achieving consecutive victories and regarded him as an exceptional master. Now, With the revelation from the Jedi Master that he was the Empire's foremost swordsman, they eagerly anticipated more challengers and masters to engage in battle. Only a few seasoned veterans and experts watching the broadcast worried. Baron EB had already fought 2 matches against top-tier masters. Although he had emerged victorious, it was evident that his strength was waning. The newly arrived young men, though not yet renowned, were likely secret prot-gs of Master Yoda, suggesting they could potentially overwhelm him with a combined assault. Yoda, that old rascal, was surely determined to take his life. The 2 young Jedi stood in a formation around Qin Lu. Externally, he feigned indifference, while internally he was desperately trying to regain his strength. That old fiend is ruthless. These 2 are undoubtedly as formidable as Lvexuechi. Especially Revan, who was adorned with a multitude of lightsaber hilts at his waist, likely a master of telekinesis and lightsaber combat. Meanwhile, Cab's steps are light, indicating he is a skilled assassin. Yoda has sent his elite guard to eliminate me. At that moment, Revan spoke up. I have heard that you are the Imperial commander in the recent Coruscant campaign. May I ask why you ordered the army to retreat, abandoning the capital and its people? This question struck at the heart of the matter. Attributing the massacre of Coruscant to Qin Lu, Master Yoda silently praised. Well done, Revan. You are truly impressive. The audience watching on television also perked up, aware that the army's retreat was a dire necessity due to overwhelming odds. Yet still eager for an explanation, Qin Lu calmly responded, I am unaware of the circumstances surrounding the army's withdrawal or who issued the orders. Since several days ago, the princess and I have lost contact with the main forces, and we have been battling against the invading Jedi and rebels until this very moment. The viewers at home found no fault in his words. Indeed, the princess was present earlier, and Baron EB was gravely injured, only managing to stand now after fighting to protect her. Even if others fled, it is true that they did not. Qin Lu chuckled inwardly, foolish mortals, do you not realize who I am? The confidential orders from Durongton were disseminated in an encrypted format, with the contents set to activate at a specific time and circulate over designated communication networks for only 10 minutes. Afterward, the headquarters computer would automatically erase the communication records. The reason I issued the retreat order in coded form was due to my consideration that you might exploit it for your own gain. Raven nodded in acceptance of this explanation. However, Ibi Lu's subsequent statement left him utterly astonished. Moreover, Ziggurath is here as well, and so is your Jedi Order in light of the tragic events that have unfolded on Coruscant in recent days. I believe the blame does not lie with the Emperor, who has fulfilled his duties until the very last moment, but rather with the Alliance that has allowed its subordinates to commit acts of pillage and slaughter, and with the Jedi Order that has turned a blind eye to the suffering of ordinary citizens amidst the chaos that it is absurd to blame the victims for their misfortunes while absolving the thieves of their crimes. What kind of reasoning is that? Qin Lu's words were profoundly persuasive, and the evidence was irrefutable. The shock within Raven was indescribable. He knows everything. He deliberately mentioned Ziggurath because he is fully aware of the enmity between Lu Chuan and Ziggurath. The Emperor intentionally left Ziggurath on Coruscant to quell Lu Chuan's fury. They even placed their hopes in the Jedi Order, yet the Jedi have tacitly accepted the occurrence of this calamity. Master Yoda exclaimed in a low, furious tone, Raven, Cab, cease your dialogue with him. Let us take action. It was evident that Ibi Lu was a master of psychological warfare, deftly shifting the focus onto the Jedi Order with just a few words. Raven dared not ask further questions and, alongside Cab, ignited their lightsabers. Chapter 34. The Princess in the Underground City. After Sherry and Helen escaped with Losong from the Alien Technology Deconstruction Center, Losong swiftly led them into the sewers through a narrow alley. As they twisted and turned through the labyrinthine tunnels, the girls soon felt disoriented, their compass rendered ineffective by interference. The group relied solely on Losang's guidance. Sherry and Helen were astonished. They understood that Losong intended to rendezvous with General Alza's clone army. However, how could an entire army possibly conceal itself within the sewers? In response to the princess's confusion, Losong simply stated, Your Highness, you will understand once you see it. Observing Losong navigate the alleys with remarkable skill and confidence, Sherry couldn't help but voice her concern. Losong, these pathways are quite complex. Will Ibi Lu recognize the route when he arrives? Upon hearing the princess's words, both Losong and Helen abruptly halted. The other girls exchanged sympathetic glances with the princess. Helen had already concluded that the Sith master named Ibi Lu had made a self-sacrifice to ensure the princess's escape. Severely injured, he was poised to duel that formidable bounty hunter, the outcome of which was all too predictable. When departing, she had left the camera behind in hopes of allowing others to know of the Sith who once existed here and everything he had done. Trembling, Losong reassured, "Fear not, Your Highness. I am far more familiar with these routes than my superior." As the group turned the final corner, they were met with an expansive view. They discovered that they had entered a vast tunnel, and ahead lay a spacious subway station. Initially, Sherry and her companions presumed that General Alza would have stationed a large force here. Yet, as they approached, they found the station dark and deserted, exuding an eerie atmosphere. The vast space was illuminated only by the lights held by the group, and the dust covering everything indicated that it had been long since anyone had visited. Losong approached an emergency light, intending to switch it on, when suddenly a blaster was aimed at his head, accompanied by a voice demanding, "Password." The sudden appearance of the weapon startled Sherry and the others, who huddled closely together. Sherry, lightsaber at the ready, prepared to spring into action at a moment's notice to rescue Losong. Maintaining his composure, Losong replied, "Winter." A clone trooper emerged from the shadows, and after inspecting Losang's officer credentials, saluted him. "My apologies. Sir, we are acting under orders." Losong nodded at this moment. The sentry's steadfast presence alleviated much of his anxiety. "I have brought important individuals. I must see General Alza immediately." The sentry responded, "I am sorry, my lord. I do not have the authority to grant your request. The next transit station is at the third stop behind us. All officers and soldiers must report there first to await verification from the intelligence officer regarding your claims." Losong attempted to speak again, but Sherry stepped forward and addressed the sentry. "I am Das Sherry. I require immediate access to General Alza. Lives are at stake." A clone officer appeared nearby, visibly taken aback by the appearance of Princess Sherry. He quickly saluted. "Your Highness, I am Clone Lieutenant Zack, responsible for guarding the first checkpoint. I will escort you to the liaison station, where only those individuals will know the General's current whereabouts." Subsequently, several lights in the station flickered to life. It was then that everyone realized the station was not entirely empty. Within the depths of the darkness, several gunner positions equipped with night vision gear were pointing their weapons toward the entrance. Additionally, a few electric-powered rail cars were neatly parked along the maintenance tracks. Lieutenant Zack personally led a group to start one of the rail cars, transporting Sherry and her companions deeper into the tunnel. As they traveled, the group observed several similar subway stations along the way. The further they went, the more soldiers they encountered stationed within. They even caught sight of tanks. Eventually, they came across a patrol of armored trains belonging to the clone army within the tunnel. Zack informed Sherry and the others. "In reality, the moment you entered the sewers, you were detected by the reconnaissance unit's tunnel radar. Before you reached the first checkpoint, we had received comprehensive intelligence about your squad, including the number of members, the male-to-female ratio, weaponry, and mental state. If the intelligence department deemed any individuals a threat, they would have activated the landmines and robotic sentinels hidden in the passageway before you arrived at the checkpoint." Upon hearing this, Helen and the other girls turned pale, realizing that they had unknowingly undergone several life and death assessments along the way. Sherry curiously inquired, "But how could there be such a vast expanse underground without my knowledge?" Helen and the others were equally perplexed. Such a massive undertaking could not have gone unnoticed. And how could any ruler remain oblivious to such a significant, dark, and hidden corner beneath their very feet? If someone were to gather there and revolt, deploying nuclear bombs would not be an insurmountable task. Zack scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he explained, "Your Highness, I don't know the answer to that either. I only arrived here with the troops 2 days ago, when I saw the air battle's failure. I thought I was doomed. You know those madmen would never let us clone soldiers off the hook. But unexpectedly, the commanders had already prepared an escape route for us. We owe them our gratitude." Losang's expression turned somewhat peculiar as he coughed lightly and explained to Sherry, "Your Highness, these tunnels are places long forgotten, established as a base by Lord Ibi Lu in preparation for the Empire's counteroffensive." "Forgotten? How could such a vast space be overlooked?" Sherry questioned, puzzled. "That is because the passage of time has rendered it so." Losong gradually recounted the entire saga, enlightening Sherry to the rich history behind these underground bases. Coruscant was among the first planets to develop urban circles. These current hiding spots are essentially remnants left behind by generations of subway engineers over centuries. The oldest tunnels predate the city above them. These already intricate tunnels have grown even more grandiose and complicated due to years of additions, renovations, and expansions that in certain sections, different segments of the same tunnel may span several centuries in historical variance. Coupled with the loss of blueprints and the passing of the original builders, no one can definitively ascertain how many such tunnel spaces exist underground. The structure of the tunnels remains a mystery. Losong sheepishly scratched his head. 3 years ago, Lord Ibi Lu resolved to clear these underground tunnels, mobilizing nearly 10,000 engineering troops and hundreds of thousands of robotic scouts to establish this base. At the time, our personnel were quite perplexed by his actions and expressed their frustrations. Now we understand that his foresight far surpasses our comprehension. Zack's expression mirrored that of newfound understanding. No wonder when we arrived, there was already a well-established defense network and ample food and fuel reserves. Lord Ibi Lu had long been prepared for a protracted conflict. He is truly remarkable, far beyond those pampered nobles. Losong shot a glare at Zack. Annoyed by his verbosity, Zack discreetly gave him a thumbs up. And only then did Losong realize that Zack was putting on an act, intentionally provoking the princess's contemplation. He playfully punched Zack, eliciting a wince. After absorbing Losong and Zack's explanations, Sherry gazed at the extending tunnels and the rows of military vehicles and soldiers lining the sides. Lost in thought, Helen pondered. So it is him again. No wonder he appeared so confident when allowing the princess to leave. The memory of that disheveled warrior clad in a tattered sword robe resurfaced, and she realized that during their long journey, nearly everything had unfolded according to his expectations. He had already prepared an escape route for those doomed clone soldiers. But why was he unable to assist the common folk on the ground? He was so adept at calculations, had he not managed to escape himself? At this moment, a flicker of faith in Ibaru's survival ignited within Helen. Sherry murmured, if he is capable of so much, why cannot he rescue the suffering people below? Losong and Zack's expressions turned awkward. Losong's face flushed as he said, Your Highness, Lord Ibaru has already exerted himself to the utmost. You know how challenging it is to accomplish anything within the Empire. Do you not? He is not one of the powerful nobles in the Imperial Council. When I followed Lord Ibaru in these endeavors, I was slandered and dispatched to the Southern Star River to serve at the frontier. Zack passionately added, the highest position Lord Ibaru has achieved in his lifetime is the recently appointed Commandant of Colossine. While the former complacent Commandant had already blended into the first retreating convoy, these cowardly nobles wished to send him to his demise. That I understand that many of Lord Ibaru's actions are not comprehended by others. But I implore you to understand him. Sherry, observing the flushed faces of Losong and Zack, felt a wave of emotion wash over her. You are right. In the past, I often blamed him for not having time for me. And now I feel truly ashamed. While he battled on all fronts for the Empire, I was lost in my own thoughts in the bedroom, when he was preparing for the nation's future. I, like others, failed to grasp his actions, which was my greatest fault, for I should have been his closest confidant. Thank you for always being by his side. Losong and Zack exchanged glances, their hearts swelling with the same sentiment. The young princess has matured. She can finally be a formidable support for Lord Ibaru. The train journeyed through the passage for over 20 minutes, passing through 3 checkpoints and countless forks and shafts, until they finally located General Alza at an underground port. Before them lay a vast underground cavern, a fully equipped military harbor capable of accommodating thousands of clone soldiers for living, learning, and training. A military base. Even Sherry, who had seen much of the world and possessed a strong mental fortitude, was rendered speechless. No wonder it was bluntly referred to as a base for the Empire's counteroffensive. It was truly immense. When they beheld 2 submarines docked on the water's surface within the harbor, their astonishment diminished. Helen feigned calmness, thinking, it is entirely normal for submarines to be stationed at a military harbor. General Alza had already received messages from the front and had brought a small squad of clone honor guards to hold a rather modest welcoming ceremony for the princess's arrival. After their meeting, General Alza reported to the Imperial Princess that the entire underground base for the Empire's counteroffensive comprised 60,000 soldiers ready for action, with all food, medicine, and weapon production lines operating at full capacity. The entire army poised for battle. This revelation momentarily stunned the anxious group. Sherry could hardly wait for General Alza's detailed introduction, urgently saying, Please inform the forward checkpoint to notify me immediately upon Lord Ibaru's arrival. General Alza's expression shifted slightly as he hesitated, saying, Well, it would be better for you to see for yourself. Following General Alza, Sherry and her companions arrived at an officer's mess hall, only to find it packed with officers and soldiers, a mix of clones, ordinary humans, and various species such as the land sharks and Ingram people. all intently watching the television screen in the center of the crowd, their faces solemn. An officer from outside saluted upon seeing the general's arrival. General Alzo inquired, "What is the situation?" The officer, filled with anger, replied, "Lord Baron is engaged in his third duel. Those Jedi are utterly shameless, sending 2 of them to besiege him." On the television screen, Iburu was depicted shirtless, his once proud sword robe reduced to 2 tatters tied around his waist, wielding 2 lightsabers as he fought fiercely against the 2 Jedi. Upon realizing that the princess had retreated to the base, the officers and soldiers immediately parted to create a path for her, allowing Sherry and Lozan to see more clearly. Helen recognized the scene captured by the camera she had left behind. That disheveled Sith warrior was still not out of danger. He was surrounded by enemies. An officer explained to the princess, "Your Highness, after you and the others evacuated, Lord Baron began his duel with the bounty hunter. After a hard-fought victory, he was subsequently surrounded by the arriving Jedi. Just moments ago, he engaged in a second life-and-death duel with Jedi Master Lashwiki and once again triumphed over his opponent. However, now the Jedi leader has dispatched new warriors to exhaust his stamina with a wheel battle, and they have sent 2 at once." Sherry covered her mouth in anxiety, unable to believe the sight of Iburu fighting valiantly on the screen. Despite being somewhat prepared, she found it hard to accept that Iburu was now in dire straits. She realized he must have anticipated this scenario when he sought to comfort her. How could she not have foreseen that there would be more than just Jasha as an adversary? So many enemies were rushing toward the building. He had foreseen the fate of being completely surrounded. That deceiver, claiming he would come after dealing with Jasha, had lied to her. If he dared to die, she would never, ever forgive him. Chapter 35. Do not lose this person. Qin Lu felt that the pauses after each of her strikes were becoming increasingly prolonged. Indeed, after 3 consecutive battles, her stamina was nearing its limit. Even her body instinctively resisted the actions required of her. If this situation continued, it would not bode well. The 2 adversaries before her were certainly no pushovers. Raven proved to be a master of telekinetically wielding his lightsaber, skilled in the art of throwing it. The short and thin one, Cab, was indeed an expert in assassination and ambush, striking decisively and forcefully each time. Whenever Qin Lu struggled to deal with Raven's thrown saber, Cab would opportunistically land a blow on her. The wounds on her lower body were inflicted by him. However, neither of them was particularly adept. Despite their sufficient skill, they lacked practical experience. This allowed Qin Lu to employ tactics to maintain the fight. Most infuriating was Yoda, that old coot, who today revealed himself to be a particularly irritating character. Throughout the battle, he shouted instructions from the sidelines. Recorded voice: "Yoda, Cab, attack his lower body. His right leg is injured and cannot pivot. Yoda, Raven, throw another saber. Prepare to join Cab in the attack. Yoda, you must work in tandem, understand? Coordinate your efforts, force him to contend with both of you, and do not allow him a moment's respite." Qin Lu retorted, "Yoda, you old fossil, if you want to kill me, come here and do it." Shouting from the sidelines is no skill. Yoda pretended to gaze at the stars, ignoring the furious Qin Lu. Jasha, infuriated by the Jedi's underhanded tactics, vented her frustration by pinching Eve hard, causing Luke beside her to fume. Meanwhile, Raven and Cab found themselves increasingly alarmed in their battle. This Sith Baron was exceptionally formidable. The 2 had become accustomed to cooperating in combat, and typically, even a seasoned Jedi Master would struggle to survive 30 moves against them. Raven's thrown saber combined with Cab's assassination strikes created a perilous and relentless assault. However, before this Sith Baron, their previous training became a mere joke. Iburu's moves were unpredictable, almost never repeating. After more than 40 exchanges, Raven realized that Iburu had employed multiple sword techniques during the battle, extracting those most effective against himself from his past repertoire. As time extended, Iburu became akin to a locksmith, crafting keys to exploit Raven's weaknesses. The longer the fight lasted, the more keys he possessed, making the struggle against Iburu increasingly arduous. In this battle, making even the slightest mistake was unacceptable. Against such a terrifying swordsman, even a minor error could be magnified infinitely. The only way for Raven to counter Iburu was to increase the number of thrown sabers. He knew he could control a maximum of 5 lightsabers during training. Yet all 5 had already ascended into the air. Even with this, cooperating with Cab's assault, they still could not gain the upper hand in their battle against Ibe. To make matters worse, Iburu had already shattered 2 of Raven's lightsabers with his swift strikes, Meteor. The situation for Raven and Cab was deteriorating, particularly for Raven. as sustaining 5 thrown lightsabers required a significant expenditure of force energy. Over time, he too began to struggle. Master Yoda also noticed this. He had once suffered from Qin Lu's signature technique of extracting energy during battle and was well aware of its potency. Faced with a sword technique that increasingly countered his own and a progressively stronger adversary, Raven and Cab's morale visibly waned. After a moment of contemplative silence, Master Yoda uttered a chilling remark that sent shivers down Qin Lu's spine. Master Yoda said, "Riven, do not overthink. Unleash all 7 blades. Kaboo, attack fiercely. You must force him to revert to his original form. And no matter how skilled he is in swordsmanship, he possesses only one set of techniques from his own school. Strike him back to his true self." In that moment, Qin Lu felt an icy chill in his heart that he understood that the technique designed to shatter his opponent's morale had been countered. Upon Yoda's guidance, Riven and Kaboo discarded their mental burdens and launched a relentless assault. 8 glowing blades encircling Qin Lu from all angles, slashing and stabbing with such ferocity that he was afforded no opportunity to employ any formulated techniques. The situation swiftly deteriorated. Qin Lu transitioned from a state of effortless defense to struggling to hold his ground, ultimately reduced to relying on the most instinctive of maneuvers. Yet the onslaught of blades was overwhelming and swift, leaving him powerless. Riven and Kaboo, adhering to Yoda's counsel, pursued not the infliction of harm but the goal of disruption. Gradually, Qin Lu began to falter, with his left shoulder, lower abdomen, back, and right leg successively pierced by blades, blood flowing profusely. Yoda, the foremost master of the Jedi Order, needed only a few minutes to devise a method to counter Qin Lu's signature skill. In the center of the arena, Qin Lu no longer had the strength to curse Yoda for his advice. He wielded his dual blades in a whirlwind, yet even this was insufficient to halt the advancing Jedi. The tide was shifting increasingly against him. The unfolding drama gripped the hearts of the spectators below. Many could no longer bear to watch, for this duel had devolved into a tormenting spectacle. The Sith Baron faced the onslaught of an entire team of Jedi, rendering the contest utterly devoid of fairness. Across the distant galaxies, countless soldiers of the clone army seethed with rage. After all, Qin Lu was no Nietzsche, whose presence was often graced by entertainment magazines. Qin Lu existed on the front lines, having spent more time there than anyone else, alongside countless clone officers with whom he had fought. Those who had once saved Qin Lu and those he had rescued, as well as those who had forged deep friendships with him, now watched helplessly as their comrade was mercilessly battered by the onslaught of lightsabers. Now, witnessing their former ally being besieged by a horde of Jedi, each heart was heavy with sorrow, longing to avenge their fallen comrade on Coruscant. Sherry could no longer bear to watch. Helen and a few other girls had closed their eyes. The atmosphere in the base's hall was thick with tension. Sherry stood before General Alza, unable to utter a single word. Losong and several officers resolutely departed the hall. General Alza sighed, not obstructing the officers' actions. Yet even if the rescue team were to ascend now, could they defeat the enemies there and save Ibi Lu? The answer was almost self-evident. The number of insurgents and Jedi besieging Ibi Lu was steadily increasing, leaving no chance for the rescue team. However, not all actions require meticulous calculation. Sometimes, one must act with conviction. As long as something needs doing, there will be those willing to act. Master Yoda gazed at the besieged Qin Lu with a look of regret. This Sith is undoubtedly a genius, a prodigy in swordsmanship. The value of such a talent is limitless. He is not like Anakin, relying on innate gifts, nor is he like Lujua, who gained strength through painful struggles with the Force. His power stems from technique, systematic, recordable, and teachable, entirely devoid of side effects. If he were to surrender to the Jedi's cause, his swordsmanship could enlighten the new generation of Jedi. He need not teach everything. Even just his technique of extracting skills, or perhaps his lightning-fast strikes, would exponentially enhance the combat capabilities of the Jedi Order. No, it would be a twofold, threefold enhancement. The Jedi would surely regain their former glory, without the current hesitance caught between Naboo and Luchuan. Yoda called out to Qin Lu, Ibi Lu. One must understand the importance of adaptability. We know your association with the Sith is not one of tyranny. You participate only in their external conflicts, if you are willing to abandon the darkness for the light. The Jedi Order welcomes your membership. Upon hearing Master Yoda's offer of surrender, Riven and Kaboo paused, their relentless attacks faltering as they too approached their limits. In the arena, Qin Lu held his lightsabers aloft. Breathing heavily, The loss of blood had rendered him somewhat dizzy, and he heard Yoda's voice. Is this an invitation to surrender? The old fool finally wishes to recruit me. I knew he would not want to let go of my techniques. He truly wants to live. Surrender might indeed be an option. After all, I am a traveler in time. Who I ally with makes little difference. At that moment, countless spectators turned their gaze to Ibi Lu. Alongside innumerable clone soldiers and Imperial commanders, they began to realize the profound significance of this Imperial Baron's stance for the nation, if he were willing to sacrifice himself and resist to the end. Countless others would be inspired to alter their attitudes and sympathize with the Jedi. Should he abandon his post and surrender, disillusionment would spread like wildfire among the Imperial ranks, leading to a cascade of future defections. In essence, regardless of past actions or the unfolding process, the fate of Baron Ibi Lu was firmly established. Meanwhile, in the underground base of Coruscant, a group watched the television screen with bated breath. The clone officers were convinced their commander would never surrender. Even in the most desperate moments, he would persist. Meanwhile, Helen and the others silently prayed, "Oh, foolish one, please surrender. You are on the brink of death. Don't you know others wish for your survival? Let politics and imperial ambitions go to hell." In that moment, Sherry felt torn. On one hand, she prayed for Ibi Lu's survival, for he was her beacon of hope. On the other, she wished for Qin Lu to endure. He was her knight. And if he betrayed his cause, what would she do? Yet if he did not act, he would surely perish. A far more unbearable outcome in that instant. She longed for a more powerful deity to descend in their hour of crisis, to rescue Ibi Lu and extricate herself from this dilemma. Yet miracles did not manifest. Sometimes, one must make a choice. Riven and Kabu had regained some strength, preparing to attack, waiting for Qin Lu's decision, either to fight or to surrender. Countless hearts awaited that moment, each with their own thoughts. Qin Lu wiped his face, revealing a visage flushed from the lightsaber's glow. At that moment, all beheld that this Baron was indeed a handsome young man. Yet the long battles had etched lines upon his face, flecks of white in his hair hinting at the myriad struggles he had endured. However, perhaps none had ever found themselves as thoroughly ensnared in dire circumstances as he was today. Qin Lu smiled, a genuine, hearty laugh, as he pointed his lightsaber at Riven and Kabu, exuding an aura of dominance. "Come now, I have afforded you ample time to rest." In that moment, his composure and arrogance moved many. In the underground port of Coruscant, a jubilant uproar erupted. Warriors cheered for their indomitable champion, while maidens' hearts fluttered at his fleeting brilliance. Only Sherry, after a moment of inspiration, was overwhelmed with tears. Ultimately, Ibi Lu chose to gallantly embrace his fate. Riven and Kabu were incensed, realizing that the prior pause was merely a courtesy granted by him. With renewed resolve, they surged forward once more that he wished to survive, yet the faces of Sherry's smiling visage, Losong's round face, Alza's aged features, and countless clone soldiers flashed before his eyes. Qin Lu shook his head. "Damn it, I cannot afford to lose face." It was not that he desired to be a hero, but rather that he could not abandon the expectations that these people had of him. Chapter 36. The Lion's Radiance. Re-entering the fray, Qin Lu had cast aside all distractions, opting not to employ the technique of skill extraction. The relentless advance of the Jedi finally compelled him to unveil his true swordsmanship. This technique embodied an extraordinarily swift and agile footwork, seamlessly blending fierce assaults with nimble retreats. It was not merely a fighting style, it was a warrior's ethos. Confronted with Qin Lu's straightforward yet robustly flowing techniques, Riven and Kabu found themselves once again at a disadvantage. At that moment, Qin Lu moved boldly into battle, his presence a tempestuous force. As elusive as the wind, Riven and Kabu struggled to contend, their efforts proving futile. In the course of battle, Riven's thrown lightsabers were shattered one after another, leaving him with only 4 to maintain the offensive. Master Yoda shook his head in disbelief. The duo's frenzied assault had been intended to elicit Qin Lu's true techniques, yet when Ibi Lu's style finally emerged, it proved exceptionally formidable, gradually turning the tide in his favor. Meanwhile, the audience outside, captivated by the display of swordsmanship that flowed as freely as the wind, were deeply moved. This was the authentic essence of a warrior revealed in the face of life and death. All the Jedi watching from their screens anxiously sought nearby recording devices, determined to capture the essence of this unparalleled footwork and technique, so fierce yet exhilarating. Just a glimpse of such swordsmanship would be invaluable. Offering tremendous benefits to their own training, the opportunity to witness a master showcase their ultimate techniques was an exceedingly rare gift. Unbeknownst to anyone, the Dark Duke had arrived with another cohort of Jedi to observe the unfolding battle. He stood in the front row, right beside Master Yoda, a black mask obscuring his face, leaving no one to discern his current emotions. Master Yoda once again felt the presence of the shadowy figure beside him. Deep down, he concurred with the assessment of Iblis. This was a person who treated the conflict between the Jedi and the Sith as a mere game, one who would never truly pledge loyalty to either side. Ultimately, it was always his comrades who ended up dead, sacrificed, or slaughtered. Master Yoda still recalled the children he had slain within the Jedi Temple. His grip tightened around the hilt of his lightsaber. The Dark Duke spoke, accompanied by terrifying gasps. "I told you, he will not be swayed." Master Yoda replied, "But we need a warrior of his ferocity." The Dark Duke responded, "Some lions may appear fierce, yet remain untamable." Master Yoda countered, "You did not come here merely to observe this lion, did you?" The Dark Duke chuckled, a sound made all the more horrifying by the wheezing of his respirator. "I am here to add some spice to this performance." In the next moment, the Dark Duke entered the fray. From the instant he appeared at the sidelines, Qin Lu had not relaxed his watch over him for a single moment. He dared not underestimate the Dark Duke. This half-human, half-machine being possessed a mind that surpassed that of ordinary Jedi, coupled with equally terrifying power. Regardless of his character, he was indeed the first to seamlessly blend Jedi martial arts with Sith techniques. The Dark Duke had entered the arena. Qin Lu's heart sank in bemusement. What on earth did this fellow intend to do? Was he dissatisfied with dying too quickly? The audience gasped in disbelief. It was the Dark Duke. What were the Jedi thinking? If they intended to gang up, they might as well all join in. There was no need for such theatrics. The clone officers in front of their screens erupted in curses, although everyone had prepared to accept Lord Iblis's glorious demise. Witnessing the Jedi flout the rules of dueling by continuously adding skilled combatants was infuriating. From the moment the Dark Duke entered, the pressure on Raven and Cab had significantly eased. The swordplay he exhibited was the fifth form of his famed technique, the Jedi Seven Blades. Reputed for its lethal strikes and formidable offense, yet riddled with vulnerabilities. With such an aggressive style unleashed, Qin Lu's combat prowess was entirely captivated by the Dark Duke. More accurately, he was enthralled by the Dark Duke's sword techniques. As a connoisseur of martial forms, from the moment he had begun studying Sith swordsmanship, he had been most intrigued by this fifth form, dubbed the Angel of Sin. Yet, he had never found an expert in this art to consult. Today could be considered a rare opportunity for live observation. The two blades clashed once more, the two crimson lightsabers colliding fiercely that a violent repulsion of photon pulses erupted between them. The Dark Duke exerted immense force, his lightsaber nearly touching Qin Lu's nose, yet it could advance no further. Qin Lu deliberately utilized the decompression of electric charges to bolster his own strength, managing to withstand the pressure from the Dark Duke. The Dark Duke spoke again. "You know, Iblis, from the moment you entered the Sith Order, I took notice of you. You are an anomaly. You must realize that you are fundamentally a waste, rejected by the Force. No matter how hard you strive, this fact cannot be altered." Qin Lu replied. "If you traveled all this way just to say that, then you are truly dull." The shell that could be harmed by such words was long discarded on a planet called Earth. The Dark Duke retorted, "Your audacity as a waste grows ever bolder. Just days ago, you had the gall to threaten me with my son's life. From that moment, I resolved to kill you, and in the most brutal manner possible." Qin Lu laughed. "With you, I do not despise you. But even without force attacks, your techniques cannot slay me. You lack the speed to match even half of my draw." The Dark Duke chuckled in response. "Oh boy, you understand only a fraction of the profundities contained within the Force." The Dark Duke gazed into Iblis's eyes through the clashing blades, his voice laden with amusement. "I have always admired your eyes, pure black, akin to the color of the night sky, a hue rarely seen in humanity. Little Shelley must adore them as well. But to personally destroy such a delightful sight would be the ultimate pleasure." Suddenly, a blinding brilliance erupted from the Dark Duke's lightsaber, the blade that had been so close to Qin Lu's nose now emitting 1,000 rays of light. Piercing into his eyes, Qin Lu let out a horrified scream, feeling an onslaught of heat surging into his eye sockets, an agonizing pain. "This is impossible, absolutely impossible," Qin Lu silently chanted, convinced the lightsaber had not crossed a boundary. Yet his eyes were undeniably injured. He sensed warm liquid trickling from his eye sockets. He opened his eyes, but saw nothing. Closing them yielded the same void. In a frenzy, he summoned countless sword flowers around him, executing intricate techniques, yet all became meaningless. He realized he had been blinded by the Dark Duke. The Dark Duke had come with this singular purpose, to kill him in the most brutal fashion. Requiring not even a personal touch, with one successful strike, the Dark Duke gracefully departed, issuing orders to Raven and Cab as he exited. Kill him. Passing by Master Yoda, he left behind a chilling remark. Now, the lion is blind, you need not mourn. Then he led his entourage away. Master Yoda observed his retreating figure, his expression darkening. He understood the Dark Duke's actions would surely incite public disdain. Slaying the Empire's foremost swordsman and blinding his opponent were two entirely different concepts. The consequences of it all would inevitably fall upon the Jedi Order as a whole. All those watching on television were incensed by the Dark Duke's actions. What was this? A treachery? Or had the Dark Duke failed to consider the implications? He seemed solely focused on his desire to kill, and that was enough for him. The Empire's foremost swordsman had been deprived of his sight by the Dark Duke. What he was striving for was no longer about winning, but rather about dying without humiliation, a pursuit that now appeared exceedingly difficult to attain. Helen yearned to weep in anguish, while Shelley had already fainted. Luxywise sighed, quietly leading Bernie and Isaac away. Qin Lu, having calmed down after an initial frenzy, looked up towards the sky in the center of the arena, yet saw nothing, blood streaming down his cheeks. It was a pair of crimson tears flowing from his eye sockets. A former Empire's foremost swordsman, now blinded, stood in the duel arena, quietly awaiting his opponent's arrival. This sensation made the tragic fate of a hero's downfall painfully clear. Raven hung his head, refusing to execute the Dark Duke's command. He felt shame for himself and the Jedi. You could slay this Sith, but you could not humiliate him in front of the crowd. Such an act would only serve to enhance his reputation. Cab lifted his sword, preparing to act. Raven shouted furiously, Cab, stand down. Cab glanced at Master Yoda, who was fuming with anger towards the Dark Duke. What was to be done now? To kill or not to kill? After a moment's hesitation, Master Yoda stepped forward. Iblis, I see you are indeed a master among the Sith. Your swordsmanship is rare in this world. At this juncture, you may as well take your own life. Chapter 37. The flow of darkness. Qin Lu truly could see nothing now. He was unaware that everyone believed his demise was inevitable. Jasha approached with tear-streaked eyes, wiping the blood from her master's face and covering his still bleeding eyes with a piece of white cloth. Then, with a pained heart, she gently caressed his eyes, asking, Does it still hurt? Qin Lu smiled. How delicate. It hasn't hurt since earlier. What have you wrapped around my eyes, Sasha? Jasha replied. It's a piece of fabric from my clothing's lining. Don't worry. It's quite clean. Jasha offered a tearful smile. As long as you like it, I will change these bandages for you every day. Qin Lu chuckled softly and quietly said, Sasha, can you tell me where I am in the hall and how far I am from the left pillar? Jasha looked at him in astonishment. Did he still wish to fight? She quickly replied, You are perfectly positioned at the center, approximately 4 meters from the pillar. Qin Lu nodded. Now, you should watch closely from the side. Today, I will teach you a set of our school's sword techniques, which my teacher forced me to learn. Though I was quite upset at the time, I now understand her good intentions. Jasha, somewhat bewildered, returned to her original position. Meanwhile, many viewers in front of their televisions had already vacated their seats. Numerous clone officers had also turned away from their screens. They could not bear to witness their beloved hero being further humiliated and killed while blind. Such a sight would be too cruel. The Dark Duke was unaware that his actions today had stripped the Jedi Order of its greatest source of strength, the support of the people. From this moment on, fear would replace reverence, distance would supplant intimacy, and resistance would gradually arise. Only a handful remained steadfast by their televisions, still clinging to a glimmer of hope that this Sith warrior could perform a miracle. Turning the tides in dire straits, they sought a miracle, and Qin Lu would provide it for them. Under the gaze of the crowd, the Imperial Baron in the dueling arena moved that he crouched slightly. His center of gravity focused on his left foot, then grasped his lightsaber with both hands, gathering energy before thrusting it downward with ferocity. The lightsaber plunged into the stone floor beneath him, sending ripples of photon pulses vibrating from the tip of the blade back to the hilt, providing Qin Lu with an acute sensation of the sword. The initial move, Wuming Nix Lu, stunned the warriors still fixed in front of their television screens. They keenly sensed that this was yet another initiation of a sword technique. Could it truly be that a swordsmanship existed that even the blind could wield? Or had the Empire's foremost swordsman ascended to such heights that, even bereft of sight, he could still pinpoint his target and unleash the full might of his lightsaber? They called their friends, and the warriors in the bars and barracks, drawn back to the screens by this spectacle, gaped in awe, scrutinizing every detail of his swordplay. Even on the dueling arena, Raven and Cab, along with Master Yoda off the field, were attentive to the intricacies of his movements. In Yoda's mind, a question arose. Such miraculous swordsmanship could not possibly exist. He must be relying on the Force to sense his surroundings. In the arena, Qin Lu stood with his body rigid, muscular build accentuated, and it was only then that the spectators realized the immense power concealed beneath his seemingly slender frame. His muscles were not bulky but rather intertwined like steel cables. Taut and defined, with 6 abdominal muscles rising prominently like engines of stars, providing a surge of power throughout his body. The moon-white cloth binding his eyes did not detract from his handsomeness. Rather, it highlighted the chiseled lines of his face and the allure of his lips. Many women watching were enraptured, while nearby, Joshua simmered with frustration, in the eyes of the warriors. However, these details signified only strength. They were far more concerned with the techniques being employed by the Baron at that moment. His toes grazed the ground, attuned to the distance of his lightsaber, with hands positioned one in front and one behind the hilt. The muscles in his wrists coiled, gathering energy in preparation to strike. They could now ascertain that the Imperial Baron was employing a swordsmanship they had never witnessed before. Yoda's pupils constricted as he issued a grave command. Disrupt his Force sensitivity. Eliminate him. The warriors observing felt a swell of admiration for the ancient master, whose foresight was impeccable. Some among them speculated that Ibalu was using the Force to sense his environment. Upon receiving the order, 2 warriors unleashed their Force power, creating a colossal tidal wave to disrupt the opponent's sensitivity. Raven and Cab advanced, swords drawn, towards the vigilant Ibalu. Just as they were about to strike, Raven hesitated, feeling a twinge of uncertainty. This battle had proven too confining. Meanwhile, Cab disregarded such thoughts and unleashed his signature assassination technique. Aiming from the side at the sightless target. In that very moment, Qin Lu too made his move. The audience at home perceived only a fleeting shadow of the blind Baron, while the Jedi sensed as if his form had suddenly vanished. Although Raven and Yoda caught a glimpse of a raised figure, they quickly realized, this is an afterimage. In the next instant, the Baron had materialized behind Cab, sheathing his sword as he stood. Cab's attack remained poised in mid-strike. Yet Yoda sensed the Force energy within Cab depleting at an alarming rate. At that moment, he felt a profound sorrow. Indeed, a blind swordsman existed. He had needlessly lost another Jedi Master. Cab gradually turned, confronting the Baron, who allowed him to act as if he were already deceased. When Cab's face turned to the camera, the viewers were shocked to see a deep sword scar traversing from his chin, through his lips and nose, ultimately cleaving his skull. Cab's voice was brief and broken as he spoke to Raven. He struck from so far away, before his eyes rolled back, and he fell silent. The warriors watching erupted in fervor. The existence of a blind swordsman was undeniable. Today, the Empire's greatest swordsman, the Sith Master Baron Ibalu, had astonished them all. It turned out that swordsmanship could indeed transcend the limits of sight. Even if the Black Duke had succeeded in blinding the Baron, what of it? The Empire's foremost swordsman still wielded his sword when the time came, still took lives when necessary. The underground base was in an uproar, just when everyone believed Lord Ibalu was doomed. He executed a surprising maneuver to strike down his formidable foe. Shirley was roused by Helen, informed of this almost unbelievable news, and the two wept for joy. Only Raven shed tears, knowing that Cab's final words were a reminder that Ibalu's striking distance was greater than he had imagined. Cab had fallen victim to this oversight. In the arena, Qin Lu remarked coolly, even blind, I remain the Empire's greatest swordsman. This was absolute arrogance, devoid of fear, and it was the first time Qin Lu had proclaimed himself the Empire's best. At that moment, countless viewers across the galaxy witnessed the evolution of a man. The words spoken by this man, though brash, resonated with belief. Most were convinced he was indeed the greatest swordsman, for he had proven it through action. Raven, enraged, wielded for lightsabers, unleashing a ferocious assault on Ibalu using all his force power. Yet, Qin Lu no longer feared his onslaught in that fleeting instant, having practiced wombing Nixlu for the first time. Qin Lu had fully embraced the mindset of a blind hero. At that moment, he perceived more than he ever could with sight. Only by truly immersing oneself in such a state could one grasp its intricacies. No wonder the saying goes that when one has eyes, one does not use their ears. It all makes sense now. It is nearly impossible for an ordinary person to master the essence of a martial art in just 3 days. Even Qin Lu, a technique enthusiast, could not escape this truth. No amount of rigorous training from Lucifer could alter it. Yet, Qin Lu ultimately succeeded, owing to the influence of Meteor. Wuming Nixlu indeed originated from the Tiger Eye lineage. The ultimate technique of Wuming Nixlu, was crafted in reference to the principles of Meteor. Proficient in the advanced techniques of the Tiger Eye style, Qin Lu cleverly utilized this knowledge to learn the move in just 3 days. And when he unleashed it today, its effectiveness was immediate. Nixlu struck upward from below, utilizing the resistance of the earth to enhance the speed of the strike, fully inheriting the velocity advantage of Meteor. Qin Lu manipulated the force to decompose quark electrons, creating a resistance layer between his lightsaber and the floor. However, Nixlu possessed a more treacherous aspect. When executing the move, the swordsman propelled not only his arm but his entire body forward, creating an exceptionally wide attack path. Thus, the radius of Nixlu surpassed that of typical sword techniques, making it difficult for those unprepared to anticipate such an attack. Cab had fallen prey to Nixlu while believing himself to be at a safe distance. Faced with Raven's frenzied assault, Qin Lu did not even deploy Nixlu. He simply parried the incoming lightsabers from various angles with effortless grace. Having acquired heightened sensitivity, he perceived his surroundings with greater acuity than any ordinary sighted individual. Yet, this rendered the scene all the more surreal. At the center of the arena stood a blind man, deftly wielding his sword, easily deflecting the flying sabers from every conceivable angle. Joshua was entranced, captivated by the elegance of Qin Lu's movements. Suddenly, she heard him call her name. Sasha. That move was called Nixlu. It will be the first technique you learn. Joshua was overjoyed. Her master truly intended to teach her. And he was starting with such a powerful technique. Raven accelerated his attacks, unwilling to believe that a blind swordsman could possess the same clarity of perception as a sighted one. Surely, a limit must exist. However, it was evident that even if such limits did exist, they were beyond his current capabilities. Qin Lu had pinpointed his position, advancing step by step, shattering every incoming lightsaber along the way. At this juncture, Master Yoda entered the fray. With Cab dead, he could not tolerate the loss of another Jedi. Accompanying him were 12 fellow Jedi Knights, and the audience could sense their desperation. The Jedi were on the brink of losing control. One Jedi hurled a lightsaber, shattering a working camera. The television broadcast abruptly ended, inciting furious outbursts from viewers across multiple planets, who condemned this blatant act of bullying and cowardice. Together with Raven, Master Yoda and the other 12 Jedi pressed closer to Qin Lu. The encircling rebels also aimed their weapons at him. From their perspective, they had merely been spectators until now, but it seemed the Jedi had finally shed their facade and were intent on silencing him. Joshua sought refuge behind Qin Lu. Master, what should we do? Qin Lu sensed the girl deliberately pressing against him, the sensation far too intimate. Had it been in the past, he would have been reluctant to create any distance. But now he silently chanted, I am blind, I see nothing. All the while, he savored the girl as affectionate proximity. At this moment, he felt no concern as the long-awaited results of the drawing finally emerged from the dormant kings. Just then, a strange female voice resonated from deep within him. I am the 8th monarch. Deus. It is my first descent. I humbly request your guidance. At this juncture, Master Yoda had resolved to eliminate Ibalu. This individual continuously unleashed increasingly formidable techniques and had begun to take on apprentices, preparing to impart these unfathomable skills to a new generation of Sith for the future of the Jedi. He would not hesitate to destroy this genius, to obliterate this repository of extraordinary techniques. In Qin Lu's mind, the image of a girl clad in a flowing blue gown gradually materialized. She possessed a pure and captivating beauty. Her demeanor cool and graceful. Not at all like Lucifer's arrogance and lewdness. Qin Lu silently scoffed. The girl spoke, her voice sweet and melodic. Your total force is insufficient to sustain my presence in the material world. So for my initial descent, I shall manifest through possession. The entire process will last approximately 2 minutes and 30 seconds. Qin Lu was taken aback. Only 2 minutes and 30 seconds. Is it even possible to defeat so many foes in such a brief time? The girl corrected him with a serious tone. To be precise, I will require 30 seconds to vanquish everyone here, after which I shall use the remaining 2 minutes to escort you and your companions to safety. Qin Lu was left speechless. This was what true prowess looked like, an extraordinary might beyond compare. 30 seconds to defeat Master Yoda's team of 14 formidable Jedi, alongside thousands of rebel soldiers encircling them. If there are no objections, I shall commence, the girl declared. Qin Lu nodded, sensing a mirror materializing before him. reflecting the girl, and as he stepped through it, she too advanced toward him. The moment of initial descent began. Master Yoda and the Jedi formed a crescent-shaped encirclement, gradually closing in on Qin Lu. Jasa, witnessing the menacing Jedi wielding lightsabers, clung tightly to her master's robe in fear. In that instant, a transformation overtook Qin Lu, most perceptibly observed by Master Yoda standing across from him. Wisps of blue smoke began to emanate from Qin Lu, swirling around him like a sentient fluid, coalescing into form. Gradually, this substance enveloped his entire being. Jasa was mesmerized. Diffuse strands of blue smoke lightly traced Qin Lu's features, softening them into feminine contours. Suddenly, four blue scabbard wings unfurled from his back, electric currents of energy coursing through their transparent veins. This bizarre phenomenon could not bode well for the Jedi. A white-bearded Jedi Master surged forward, thrusting his saber towards Qin Lu's chest. With his eyes still closed in meditation, Qin Lu abruptly opened them, his fingers piercing the incoming Jedi's chest. Astonishingly, he lifted the Jedi Master into the air with just his fingers. Amidst a violent surge of force akin to crashing waves, the suspended body disintegrated into ash, as if burnt to cinders. The horrifying scene left the surrounding Jedi aghast, even Master Yoda instinctively retreating a couple of steps. Through the mirror, Qin Lu could observe the chaos outside. The terrifying spectacle continued to shake him. The Force Annihilation technique can directly transport Jedi to the realm of souls. It is one of my more merciful techniques, came the voice of the girl from the mirror. Such a disintegrating strike could be deemed merciful. The extent of this ruler's mercy was now all too apparent, sending chills down Qin Lu's spine. Time is of the essence, although a few may slip through the cracks. It should be manageable, the girl stated. The blue-hued Qin Lu raised his right index finger high, the blue fluid swirling furiously around him, culminating in a brilliant blue light emanating from his fingertip. Master Yoda, sensitive to the Force, felt as if he were a leaf tossed in a tempest, with the energy of the entire space converging upon the tip of Ibalu's finger. There's danger. Everyone, take cover and prepare for defense, Master Yoda shouted. Leaping from the second floor, followed by the other Jedi, the surrounding rebel soldiers were bewildered, unsure of the Jedi's intentions. Seconds later, the blue light on Qin Lu's fingertip darkened, unleashing a barrage of hundreds of blue energy arrows that shot forth in all directions, leaving long trails in their wake. A Jedi Master, just leaping from the second floor, was struck by a blue arrow that tore through his chest, blood gushing forth and soaking his attire as he fell lifelessly. A rebel soldier perched atop a tank was pierced by 3 arrows, leaving him a bloody mess. The nearby soldier had his head obliterated, vanishing into thin air, his headless body collapsing to the ground. The blue arrows continued to rain down from Qin Lu's fingertip, mercilessly eliminating hundreds in mere seconds. The remaining rebel soldiers and Jedi, terrified, fled in every direction, seeking refuge in tanks, corners, or even leaping into fountains, attempting to shield themselves from the lethal barrage. Yet, they soon discovered a more horrifying truth. These blue arrows ignored all obstacles, affecting only human targets. Those hiding in tanks were shattered, those in corners were swiftly dispatched, and the bodies of those who jumped into the fountain floated to the surface. The arrows accelerated as they flew, leaving no escape for the desperate. Raven saw an arrow hurtling toward his chest and, overwhelmed with feelings, braced for death. In a moment of desperation, he focused the Force into his lightsaber, attempting to block the incoming projectile. With a soft whoosh, the arrow was deflected. Raven could scarcely believe his eyes. In the next moment, he shouted this revelation to the remaining Jedi, who quickly mimicked his actions, batting away their own incoming arrows, indifferent to where they landed afterward. After an indeterminate time, the barrage ceased, perhaps due to the absence of targets. The ground was awash with blood, the bodies of thousands of Allied soldiers strewn across the battlefield in grotesque poses, a thorough slaughter. The girl spoke to the stunned Qin Lu, the mass shadow arrow. A highly practical technique. I recommend you learn it first. While she may not rival Lucifel in lewdness and arrogance, her formidable power was undoubtedly on par. Now, it is time to leave, she said softly. In the midst of the carnage, Qin Lu unleashed a tremendous surge of Mo's lightning, activating the remaining alien machinery in the room with a deafening roar. The metallic ring within the chamber began to whir, revealing shimmering starlight at its center. Qin Lu recalled a similar phenomenon occurring when Nietzsche had unleashed electricity in the same room. The blue-hued Qin Lu extended his hand toward Jasa, who remained unscathed beside the unconscious Eve, thoroughly awestruck by her master's might. After a moment, She grasped Qin Lu's hand, and together they approached the ring. Hesitantly, Jasa inquired, "Master, where are we going?" Qin Lu's voice was gentle, almost feminine. "To a new world, a realm soon to be claimed by the Sith." With that, he led her into the starlit circle. Once they had departed, four figures emerged from the shadows, a weary Master Yoda, Raven, and two other Jedi. They had narrowly escaped by uniting their efforts to deflect the shadow arrows. Though 70% of the elite Jedi brought by Yoda had perished, Master Yoda, appearing decades older, surveyed the horrific scene of carnage, sighing heavily as he and his three remaining companions hastily withdrew. Minutes later, a rescue team from the Empire arrived, only to be met with shocking devastation. After inspecting the bodies, they found no trace of Lord Ibalu. Could it be that Lord Ibalu survived? But who then could have committed this massacre of rebels and Jedi? Thus, a flight came to an end, while our tale was just beginning. Chapter 39. Rise from the Ashes. Long wails of despair echoed across the vast plains, startling the slumbering birds hidden within the grass. Qin Lu now resembled a wild beast, grappling with the backlash of his descent, which simultaneously consumed his body and mind. His consciousness was unraveling. Alarming signals of danger surged within his mind. As the last vestiges of rationality slipped further from his grasp, his subconscious fervently urged him to find an immediate solution, lest he truly perish. Amidst waves of excruciating pain, he could no longer feel most of his body, and a terrifying sense of losing control over his own mind engulfed him. In the pitch-black night, in the cold, arid air, his body was soaked with a liquid seeping from within. What this liquid was, he had no time to contemplate. If it were merely the agony of death, he could simply succumb to unconsciousness. Only now did Qin Lu understand why Lucifer vehemently opposed his descent. Under the backlash, the multitude of negative emotions within him erupted. Scenes emerged one by one, like a branding iron leaping forth from the crevices of memory, searing his heart repeatedly. Without regard for order, two elderly figures inhabited a familiar room, while a young man clad in a t-shirt gazed longingly out the window. Amidst the swirling yellow sands, a youth raised his head to silently scream at the blazing sun. Beside him, an old man with a limp lay prostrate on the ground. "That is the Kintun Desert. That is my master, my master." In the war-torn battlefield of Baghdad, amidst the interplay of light and shadow, 9 warriors adorned with towering unicorn helmets floated mid-air, their crossbows at the ready. Encircling a lone Sith warrior clad in a black cloak, his lightsaber raised high above his head, he gasped for breath, blood streaming from numerous wounds upon his body. As autumn leaves fell, a Sith apprentice stood outside the palace, reminiscing about the past, watching his beloved enter the hall of engagement accompanied by others. His heart twisted in anguish. "I am not a hero. I do not wish to sacrifice myself. I merely wish to survive. Why can't even this modest desire be fulfilled? Oh, heavens, I have never asked anything of you. Why must you treat me thus?" At times, the harm inflicted by negative emotions far surpasses that of physical wounds, when one loses hope and the courage to endure under the onslaught of intense negativity. The absence of mental support hastens the arrival of collapse. The damage reflected in the psyche will be magnified 1,000-fold. In this regard, Lucifer, despite having prepared herself to some extent, found the situation far more dire than she had imagined when confronted with the depth of Ibalu's painful memories. As the Sith Lord, linked to his spirit, she too was affected by the negative emotional turmoil reflected in Qin Lu's mind. A profound yearning for home, family, and the world as it once was. The grief caused by the passing of a mentor who was both teacher and friend. The relentless pressures of life on the front lines of war, and the tumultuous, bewildering experiences of love. It was only now that Lucifer began to grasp why Ibalu stubbornly rejected her proposals. For him, this journey had been a relentless series of unpleasant and painful experiences, with the few moments of beauty twisted and shattered by the Sith Order. The Empire's collapse, in a certain sense, was a boon for him. The sole reason that kept him fighting was to protect his beloved and comrades from falling into enemy hands. After the capital's downfall, while other Sith abandoned their homes and possessions to flee, he was eager to leave the galaxy behind and embark on a new life. At that moment, anything that sought to bind him, regardless of how splendidly adorned or morally righteous it appeared, was met with his intrinsic revulsion. This included Lucifer herself. From the moment he entered the sea of slaughter, he harbored a profound wariness and deep-seated hostility towards the Sith Lord. Despite his efforts to conceal it, this sense of distance and animosity sent a chill through Lucifer as well. Lucifer activated the mechanism of the Sea of Slaughter, forcibly drawing Qin Lu's consciousness into her sanctuary. This was a perilous move, as it meant that the owner of the sanctuary would simultaneously bear the backlash of the descent, if at this moment, Qin Lu's consciousness were to launch an attack against Lucifer. Even as a Sith Lord commanding a realm of spirits, she would find herself in jeopardy from both internal and external pressures. The other lords had long since scattered like birds and beasts. And just moments ago, Lucifer had exhibited clear hostility and rejection towards her fellow lords. Dale remarked, "The boss lady is nothing but a broody hen, clucking at anyone in sight." In his suffering, Qin Lu remained oblivious to the fact that his consciousness had entered another realm. Most of his sensations had dulled, but in a haze, a lingering scent reached him, a fragrant aroma laced with sweetness and warmth. By instinct, he gravitated towards the fragrance, eventually enveloped by its embrace. This scent greatly alleviated his pain, dulling his tormented mind as if under anesthesia, gradually lulling him into slumber. Within Lucifer's sanctuary, she gently caressed Ibalu's hair as he lay on the bed, resembling a weary cat that had finally found its way home after a long journey. Exuding an air of fatigue yet tranquility, Lucifer adjusted her posture to ensure he was more comfortable, disregarding the creaks and groans of the sanctuary under the pressure of the backlash, gazing at the sleeping figure in her arms. Her expression grew distant as Ibalu's image began to merge with another figure in her mind, both struggling to survive, both imbued with an excess of goodwill, both bearing the weight of burdens. The difference was that Ibalu was far more fortunate. He was not alone, for she stood resolutely behind him. He had a belief to protect, though his consciousness wavered amid the storm of negativity. Lucifer sensed that in this struggle, Ibalu was gradually gaining the upper hand. His consciousness was battling against the onslaught of adverse emotions. One by one, the scenes from his memories were met with the promise, "I will survive. And I will live as a true human being." The darkness before dawn had finally passed. The creaking noises outside began to subside, and Lucifer could feel that several lords were secretly offering their assistance. A smile crept onto her lips. What a bunch of dishonest individuals. Deus timidly peeked through the window. "Lucifer, are you all right?" Lucifer waved her hand, and Deus promptly leaped through the window, nestling close to her. "Dale said he apologizes and hopes you won't be angry anymore." Lucifer chuckled lightly. "I was never angry. And I must admit I did manipulate the draw a little." Deus's eyes widened in disbelief. "Really? Then why did I draw the short straw?" Lucifer shook her head. "My abilities weren't suited for that situation. Among us, only you could navigate the wormhole for him. Thus, I intended for you to be the first to descend." It's infuriating that Dale and his clueless friends still insisted on meddling at such a time. Of course. I had to teach him a lesson. Deus's eyes widened even further. This revelation was beyond her expectations. Everything was part of Lucifer's prior arrangements. She nudged the still sleeping Qin Lu. "Will he make it?" "This backlash is too powerful. Even the Sea of Slaughter has been affected." Lucifer replied. "He will be fine. This eruption has its advantages. He cannot embark on a new life burdened with so many grievances. Besides, the very reason he has clung to life thus far is his determination to survive. As long as he holds steadfast to his aspirations, the damage to his psyche will not be fatal." "Lucifer." "No, Lucifer," Qin Lu murmured in his stupor, speaking softly to himself. Deus looked at Lucifer in astonishment. This man was calling out Lucifer's name even in unconsciousness. Lucifer's face flushed, pondering what this fellow's deeper consciousness was contemplating. To her surprise, Qin Lu's next statement was even more shocking. "Don't use pushpins. If you want to be playful, there are better ways." The two women in the room were left utterly speechless. Chapter 40. True Democracy. Deus felt a mix of emotions, pondering whether Lucifer and the Sith warrior she had chosen had been engaged in heart-pounding, intimate activities in this sanctuary over the past few days. Moreover, the idea of using pushpins was quite peculiar indeed. Lucifer was so incensed that she found herself at a loss for words. From the flames of indignation radiating from Deus's eyes, she understood precisely what the girl was thinking. This was truly poetic justice, a consequence of her own penchant for flirtation and her penchant for discussing matters of intimacy and companionship. Raising her hand, she considered delivering a decisive blow to Ibalu. However, after a moment's reflection, she abandoned that thought. To act now would be tantamount to silencing him and inadvertently revealing to all the lords the truth of her intimate encounter, observing the peacefully sleeping Qin Lu. Her heart was a tumult of emotions, grappling with the difficulty of this situation. Just then, Qin Lu began to awaken, and as his consciousness gradually returned, the first sight that greeted him was Lucifer's flushed visage. He murmured groggily, "Lucifer, is that you? Am I still alive?" Lucifer retorted with irritation, "You're alive, though I could gladly end your misery myself." To Deus, this exchange resembled playful banter between lovers. Qin Lu closed his eyes, a contented smile gracing his face as he murmured, "That's good." Lucifer was exasperated. Judging by his demeanor, he appeared inclined to drift back into slumber. However, Qin Lu's next action left her utterly immobilized. In his half-awake state, he detected the delightful fragrance that had enveloped him before his unconsciousness, rich and enticing. The aroma gradually infused him with strength. Surprised, he realized the source of the scent seemed to be tantalizingly close. He strained to lean toward it, diving deeper into the warmth and softness that concealed it. Unable to reach it, Qin Lu dove in headfirst, parting the surrounding soft cushions to create an opening. It seemed tantalizingly close and fragrant. Should he take a bite, surely there would be no repercussions. Since Qin Lu's consciousness was drawn into the small room, Lucifer had been diligently administering a head massage, hoping to alleviate the burdens weighing upon his mind. Previously, Qin Lu had unconsciously turned his head inappropriately. Today, Lucifer donned a short skirt. As Qin Lu turned his head, the view was fully revealed, although she knew that his consciousness was engulfed in deep chaos, rendering any strange thoughts impossible, likely a mere habit of his sleeping position. This was still overwhelmingly embarrassing. Each time, Lucifer had to correct his head position. After Daisy had entered, she had felt a pang of concern that this fellow might misbehave in front of outsiders. When Qin Lu finally regained consciousness, Lucifer sighed in relief, only to be met with an unexpected surprise. Qin Lu had unwittingly plunged his head directly into the depths of Lucifer's skirt, his nose pressing against an intimate area. Even delving slightly further, Lucifer could distinctly sense the rhythm of each of his breaths, as his nose brazenly indulged in the forbidden zone. Daisy, witnessing this, was furious. Without a second thought, she raised her hand to strike. Lucifer hurriedly intervened, exclaiming that killing him would render all previous efforts futile. Daisy gazed at Lucifer with a mix of confusion and disbelief in her beautiful eyes. Had Lucifer truly developed feelings? "I apologize. I was too impulsive," Daisy muttered, turning to leap out of the window. Needing a moment to herself, just as Lucifer intended to pursue her, a tremor coursed through her. This scoundrel dares to take liberties. Furious, Lucifer seized Qin Lu and delivered a decisive kick to the heart. In the vast wilderness under the night sky, Qin Lu suddenly awakened, sharp pain radiating from his chest. This was the very spot where Lucifer had dealt him a grievous blow, and the force of the strike had thoroughly roused him. He couldn't help but curse. What does this madwoman want? She must be an old maid, so grotesquely extreme as to use a heart-stabbing kick on an injured patient. Gritting his teeth against the pain, Qin Lu stood and surveyed his surroundings. His vision had yet to return, which was peculiar. He had seen clearly in the sea of slaughter, yet upon returning to the material world, he opened his eyes to find nothing but darkness. Suddenly, a consciousness entered his mind, and he recognized the voice of the king named Andu, whose voice Lucifer had once remarked could drive a rational pig to hang itself. Now, there seemed to be an inflection in Andu's tone. "You are quite formidable. We all admire you." Qin Lu, bewildered, responded in a daze, "Oh, thank you." Andu's voice remained excited. "Live well. We all have high hopes for you." Qin Lu was even more perplexed. It appeared that something had transpired in the sea of slaughter after his departure. Perhaps Lucifer had spoken well of him, leading the kings to change their opinions. So, she is also a complex character. Perhaps I've misjudged her, that I should try to be gentler with her next time. She might just be a good woman. Contemplating Lucifer, Qin Lu replied, "I will do my best." Andu continued, "I will grant you a skill that will assist you in your current situation, but you must promise not to reveal that I helped you." Qin Lu was puzzled. What game were the kings playing? However, he quickly reasoned that perhaps Andu simply preferred to keep a low profile. He agreed without hesitation. As he tested the skill bestowed upon him by Andu, he felt every sound around him ripple outward. And as the sound waves propagated, everything around him began to take shape. Wave sensory technique was one of Andu's specialties. The most basic level of this technique, which Qin Lu was now employing, allowed him to perceive his surroundings through sound transmission, functioning as a 360-degree radar. "Andu truly is a good person," Qin Lu exclaimed joyfully. This skill was incredibly practical and timely, as the range of his blind sword technique was too limited. And the wave sensory technique came to his aid. For the first time, Qin Lu felt a great admiration for a king of the Sis other than Lucifer. Surveying the area, the night sky revealed an expansive wilderness, with long grasses stretching across his field of vision. A few solitary trees standing in the desolation, and distant mountains looming in the background. It resembled an undeveloped planet, with a notably low temperature. Qin Lu shivered involuntarily, his body damp and sticky, uncertain of what liquids clung to him. The cold wind intensified his discomfort. Fortunately, with his consciousness now clear, his body began to awaken as well. He felt remarkably healthy. Though uncomfortably wet, suddenly, a voice echoed from afar. "Master, is that you over there?" Qin Lu looked up to see Xiao Sha approaching. Carrying someone on her back, he waved excitedly. "It's me. I'm still alive." Meanwhile, outside the realm of the kings in the Sea of Slaughter, several kings gathered amidst a sea of swirling clouds to discuss matters. With Andu having just joined them, Dale remarked, "It's truly remarkable. He dares to engage in an affair with Sister Lucifer." Ben added, "Indeed. This must be what they mean by not judging a book by its cover. My impression of him has completely shifted." Zujin interjected, "But is this news credible? It can't be mistaken. Lucifer is not one to be trifled with." Andu replied, "Daisy saw it with her own eyes. She cried for an entire morning in the Black Forest. Isella heard her lamentations firsthand." Zujin mused, "So it was Isella who spilled the beans. That seems reliable." Dale concluded, "Truly, talents emerge in every generation. After we departed, a new star has been born." The kings fell silent. Reflecting on their lost youth, Ben suggested, "Alice has arrived. Let's inquire about the news." A woman carrying a basket rode a giant dragon through the clouds. Landing beside the kings, Dale called out, "Beautiful lady. Do you have a moment? Come share a drink with us." Alice replied, "You're feeling frisky again, aren't you? Lucifer is currently at home in a rage. If you're looking for trouble, you can find it there." The king's curiosity piqued. "She's furious again?" Alice whispered, "Isella and I just visited Lucifer." As we approached the main topic, she erupted. Ben asked, "What was the main topic?" Alice explained, "Fool, it's about her man." Daisy cried out in the Black Forest. "Who could possibly be unaware?" Zujin remarked, "No wonder Lucifer's emotions have been unstable lately. Even the storm sea is nearly unpassable. Could this be the reason?" Alice affirmed, "It's undoubtedly due to a man. Once a woman becomes involved in love, she tends to lose control." Zujin questioned, "But isn't this all happening rather quickly? It's only been a few days." Alice retorted, "You don't understand. As a woman, I am the authority on this matter. If a woman allows a man to act recklessly, it indicates they have already crossed certain boundaries." The kings gasped in shock. Could it be that audacious? Alice scoffed. "What's so surprising? I've also heard that during those days, Lucifer deliberately dimmed the lights in her room, and the two of them engaged in indiscretions." This assertion was corroborated by Ben's observation. The listening kings turned crimson, yet their eagerness to hear more persisted. Ultimately, Alice concluded with a bold statement. "You men have wasted your time in the material world. Your understanding of this aspect is superficial and one-dimensional, utterly lacking in depth, and oh wonder Sister Lucifer would seek solace with an outsider." The kings lowered their heads, overwhelmed by a profound sense of shame. Realizing their past lives in the material world had been squandered, Ben remarked, "It seems this new king in the material world is indeed no ordinary individual. Should we vote to keep him?" One king immediately expressed his support. "Of course, such an intriguing individual deserves thorough study." Another king, filled with admiration, declared, "We must keep him. I want to take him as my master and delve deeply into the art of seduction." A third king, trembling with fear, exclaimed, "I wouldn't dare cast a dissenting vote. To drive away Sister Lucifer's lover would surely result in a severe beating, followed by being tossed into the storm sea to be struck by lightning 1,000 times." A chill ran down the spines of all the kings. If it were that woman, she would unreservedly do so. Observing the terrified kings, Ben felt slightly reassured. In this case, we have secured 8 votes in favor, but is it too great a sacrifice for Lucifer? I merely spun the rumor a little and deliberately let Isella learn of this matter. Never mind. I won't dwell on it any longer. If Lucifer finds out about my actions, I will be the one cast into the stormy sea, struck by lightning 1,000 times. At this thought, a chill suddenly ran down my spine. Lu. I can only do this much for you. As for whether you can survive under Lucifer's wrath, that will depend entirely on your own abilities. Chapter 41. A New Beginning. Master, from a distance. Xiao Sha sprinted towards Qin Lu. Upon seeing Xiao Sha, Qin Lu felt an immense joy. After narrowly escaping death, the sensation of being reborn was particularly intense, and he had come to regard this disciple, Xiao Sha, as a cherished family member. However, witnessing Xiao Sha's rapid approach, a bead of sweat formed on Qin Lu's forehead. Xiao Sha discarded the eve she was carrying and leaped into her master's embrace, like a fledgling bird returning to its nest. The impact causing Qin Lu to stagger back 2 steps. "Master, when I woke up and couldn't see you, I thought you had abandoned me." Xiao Sha's little face was scrunched up, and it was then that Qin Lu noticed the tears glistening on her cheeks. Hearing her words, Qin Lu was suddenly reminded of the solitude he felt when he first wandered with his master. Fearing abandonment, he instinctively softened his tone. "Silly girl. Always overthinking. I merely overexerted my original power on the way here and fainted for a moment. I woke up just in time to see you." Xiao Sha's tears transformed into laughter, and somewhat bashfully, she admitted, "I don't know what came over me. I felt anxious when I couldn't see you." From that moment, the little girl had secured herself around him like an octopus with its tentacles. Even Qin Lu could not help but marvel at her martial prowess, recognizing that she would undoubtedly become a master of grappling techniques in the future. Her affectionate words and soft form stirred something within Qin Lu, pushing him to the edge of his endurance. Suddenly, Xiao Sha exclaimed, "Master, you're covered in blood. You're injured." Only then did Qin Lu realize that his body bore numerous bloodstains. Dark and thick, some parts still wet and tacky. It seemed that the liquid he had felt seeping from his body earlier was indeed this tainted blood. However, he felt remarkably unscathed. Xiao Sha, oblivious to his reassurances, reached out to inspect his wounds. Seeing no injuries on his upper body, she directed her gaze downward. Qin Lu quickly halted her fervor. "There are no external injuries. That I will check myself later." At that moment, Xiao Sha was unusually stubborn. "No way. I must check. If you are injured, you need immediate treatment." Qin Lu broke into a sweat. The little girl was too persistent. She could casually spout such words. He certainly did not want his female disciple inspecting that particular area of his body. That would entirely undermine the dignity of the master-disciple relationship. "It's nothing. Truly, I feel perfectly healthy there." A wave of exasperation washed over him. The little girl was too clingy. Was she trying to tempt him into a compromising situation? "Really?" Xiao Sha asked, her brows furrowing in doubt. She seemed to be gradually realizing something but remained fixated on the matter. "Really?" "Absolutely true, so much so that it poses a danger to you." That was the honest truth. "Master, I'm not going to care about you anymore." The little girl's face flushed, and she pushed Qin Lu away. A moment of silence settled between them, creating an awkward atmosphere. To be frank, Qin Lu had no romantic inclinations towards Xiao Sha. Although her appearance was quite appealing to him, he had already given his heart to another. He was not the type to switch affections at the blink of an eye. Speaking of which, where on Earth was this place? The vegetation on this planet resembled that of Earth, albeit on a grander scale. Even the reeds towered nearly a meter high, making it so that a person walking through the grass could sometimes be entirely hidden save for their head. However, this was not surprising. It was said that the reeds on Earth used to grow to such heights before human activities stunted their growth. From this perspective, it was highly likely that this planet was an undeveloped primitive civilization, or perhaps even a barbaric world devoid of any established civilizations. Qin Lu had some experience dealing with such planets. He always kept the stargazer in his spatial toolkit, allowing him to determine the planet's position in the universe by stargazing at night. However, one thing was certain: no matter which planet they were on, he and Xiao Sha needed to swiftly locate a spaceport established by a technological civilization to return to the realm of the Sith, if they were unfortunate enough to land on a barbaric world. This narrative would entirely shift towards one of survival in the wild, and he might end up living like a primitive person alongside Xiao Sha. The thought lingered as he cast a sidelong glance at Xiao Sha, who was gazing at him with doe-like eyes. The crimson armor she wore did little to conceal her alluring curves, particularly the shape of her hips. Perhaps this lifestyle wouldn't be so bad. Qin Lu shook his head, quickly discarding such thoughts. Sherry was still waiting for him outside, and countless comrades remained in peril. What was he daydreaming about? He shared his musings with Xiao Sha, who agreed that they should immediately seek out a spaceport, though it was evident she had a better idea. From her spatial equipment, she produced a flying device the size of a backpack. This is a micro-reconnaissance drone. It can scan the terrain within a 100 square kilometer radius around it. Bounty hunters use it for target tracking and exploring unknown territories. We can use it to locate the civilization on this planet. At this moment, Qin Lu couldn't help but admire the resourcefulness of bounty hunters. who relied even more on technological prowess than the Force warriors. It was no wonder they thrived across various star systems. As Qin Lu watched Xiao Sha assemble the reconnaissance drone with great enthusiasm. 10 minutes passed, and Xiao Sha was drenched in sweat. It's not working. I can't get it to start, and it's not a problem with the power system. Qin Lu suddenly realized. It must have been damaged by the electronic components during the battle with Lux Wei Qi. Does your spatial equipment not have any protective capabilities against external forces? Xiao Sha's face turned ashen as she immediately opened her spatial gear, pulling out several mini-machines, only to find that none of them worked. Qin Lu was puzzled. The best spatial storage devices on the market could completely prevent such interference. Why was Xiao Sha using such low-grade, inexpensive equipment? She certainly earned enough to afford better. However, seeing her pale complexion, he suppressed his curiosity. Now was not the time to inquire about that. Xiao Sha burst into tears. Woo-woo. These things were so expensive. They've all broken. Not a single one left, Master. She flung herself into Qin Lu's arms, sobbing loudly. Witnessing her grief, as if she had lost all her toys overnight, Qin Lu felt somewhat at a loss. This little girl was becoming more childlike by the day, and he found himself at a loss for how to comfort her. It reminded him of Sherry during her childhood. Left with no choice, Qin Lu resorted to the comforting techniques he had used when dealing with children, gently stroking her head and soothing her emotions while carefully patting her back, making sure not to let her choke on her tears. If it's gone, it's gone. If the opportunity arises, I will buy you more. Xiao Sha lifted her charming face, stubbornly stating, No, my things are all gone. I want compensation from you, Master. Qin Lu scoffed inwardly, thinking, It's not my fault. Why should I be responsible? But he could only say, All right, as long as you stop crying. Master will compensate you. Xiao Sha said earnestly, Then Master, give me a child. Qin Lu broke into a cold sweat. That was something he could not provide. Looking at Xiao Sha's serious expression, he felt a twinge of anxiety. The little girl couldn't possibly be serious. Could she? In his flustered state, Qin Lu stammered, Well, you need to be with someone you like for that to happen. Xiao Sha suddenly laughed, pushing Qin Lu away. I was just joking, Master. You truly are an honest person. A simple jest made you blush. Qin Lu felt a waterfall of sweat cascading down his back. It was a test of a girl's humor, and he promptly elevated his guard around Xiao Sha by several notches. It seemed that maintaining the dignity of the master-disciple relationship would be a heavy burden going forward. He could never again make such frivolous jokes. Xiao Sha frowned. But I am genuinely upset. All those things were incredibly expensive and particularly useful for us right now. That it's all that Jedi woman's fault for causing me to suffer such losses. I want to get it back from her friends. With that, she brandished her snake whip and approached the still-dazed Eve. Qin Lu felt a bit overwhelmed. Could it be that Xiao Sha intended to humiliate the female Jedi right in front of him? Of course, given that she was the greatest opponent and nemesis of the Sith, such actions seemed justifiable. As Xiao Sha neared the unconscious Eve, she raised her whip to strike. Xiao Sha wielded the whip with great skill. If she did not wish to kill, the barbs on the whip and the tips of the plate would obediently retract, ensuring that the recipient only felt pain without sustaining fatal injuries. Initially, Xiao Sha had no intention of striking hard, so she only applied 3/10 of her strength. Yet, even that was unnecessary, as Eve leaped up from the ground a second before the whip struck, executing a graceful backflip to evade Xiao Sha's sudden lash. The two Sith and one Jedi stared at each other in disbelief across the vast wilderness. A small bird flew overhead. Xiao Sha beamed with a smile. So you were just pretending to be asleep. I should have guessed. Even if you fainted, you wouldn't remain unconscious for days on end. Eve's face was a mask of fury. You wicked woman, love-struck lunatic. Touching the bruise on her leg, she became even more infuriated. You took advantage of my unconsciousness to strangle me. And now you dare to wield a whip against me. Joshua smiled calmly. Had this been the past, facing a Jedi, the bounty hunter might have felt a twinge of guilt. However, she now brimmed with confidence. Not only was it 2 against 1, but a remarkably powerful master stood behind her. I am now a Sith, and of course, I shall treat you as an enemy. Earlier, your group assaulted my master, and that formidable expert, Lushawaki, damaged all my superior equipment. I expect you to repay every single grievance. Eve, incensed beyond measure, thought it ludicrous that she alone should be held accountable for the Jedi's actions, perceiving it as an opportunity for them to bully her. Who would believe your words? We Jedi act with utmost integrity. How could we ever ambush your master? You, obsessed with your mentor, are merely venting your frustrations after being spurned. She had indeed been unconscious when transported through the wormhole, and had not witnessed the duel between Qin Lu and the Jedi. In her eyes, Baron Ibalu was still that Sith warrior with formidable moves but lacking in the Force. Jasha smiled, and Qin Lu could discern that her smile was rather forced, the still serpent whip, its barbs rising like living creatures, crackled violently in the air as Jasha flicked her wrist. Eve performed another somersault to evade, yet the dense thicket near her original position was entirely shredded. Eve executed several somersaults while simultaneously employing the Force to pull two massive stones from the ground and hurl them towards Jasha. The stones were shattered mid-air by Jasha's serpent whip. Enough! Cease this at once, Qin Lu bellowed. Having just arrived in this new world, he found it absurd that a fight had erupted. Although Eve was not weak, she no longer posed a threat in his eyes. There was no need for violence. Jasha retreated, feigning indignation. Master, allow me to deal with her. This woman is insufferably arrogant. She thinks her ample bosom grants her superiority. Just seeing her infuriates me. Eve retorted furiously. Is it true that your earlier aggression stemmed from jealousy over my figure? Qin Lu felt dizzy. The conversation was utterly nonsensical. Taking a deep breath, he addressed the visibly aggrieved Eve. You are Eve, correct? I promised the Jedi I would release you once we reached safety, and that promise stands. You are free now. Go about your business. Eve was taken aback. She had not anticipated being let go. Jasha tugged at Qin Lu's sleeve, protesting. No, Master, capturing her could be beneficial for us. Qin Lu, feeling overwhelmed, replied, Stop it. Sustaining you is already a headache. At that moment, he began to comprehend. That is unacceptable. I am a Jedi, and it is my duty to apprehend every Sith I encounter. Both Qin Lu and Jasha exchanged bemused glances. This woman was undeniably peculiar. They had heard tales of legendary Jedi, often described as individuals brainwashed by the Jedi Order, filled with notions of justice and truth, perceiving Sith as the universe's greatest evil, convinced that the eradication of Sith would bring harmony to the cosmos. Qin Lu never expected to encounter a genuine, exemplary Jedi in this desolate place. Eve insisted, I am serious. Please do not make this difficult for me. Jasha erupted into laughter, rolling on the ground in amusement. Eve, unamused, declared solemnly, I am being serious. Qin Lu gestured dismissively. Then let us duel. We have much to accomplish before nightfall. Eve nodded, adopting an initial stance, then sheepishly asked, Could I borrow a lightsaber? Jasha was utterly amused. Qin Lu tossed her a lightsaber hilt and stood in the center with his hands behind his back. As Eve activated the lightsaber and assumed her stance, she curiously inquired, Aren't you going to use a saber? Qin Lu nodded. Indeed, let us begin. Faced with the unarmed advance of the Sith Baron, Eve suddenly felt a pang of insecurity. She had been completely overwhelmed by his presence even before the battle commenced, which was not a promising sign. Qin Lu was indeed anxious. Since earlier, he had sensed the temperature dropping, with the surrounding vegetation visibly exhibiting signs of leaf closure. He worried that this planet's rotation and revolution differed significantly from typical inhabited worlds, potentially experiencing extreme temperature variations between day and night or chaotic seasons. If that were the case, nighttime would pose a grave danger to any exposed life forms. There had been a tragic incident in Imperial history where a legion, unprepared, had suddenly landed on a planet with extreme temperature fluctuations, resulting in the entire legion perishing from the cold overnight. The formless tiger fist was revealed. Qin Lu had observed that he favored a defensive style as a Jedi. Although her application of the Force was commendable, she primarily leaned towards swordsmanship. Employing the formless tiger fist for grappling and surprise attacks seemed a prudent choice. Jasha sat on the grass, eagerly watching the duel unfold. The entire duel was swift and effortless. In the 7th round, Qin Lu suddenly kicked Eve's lightsaber from her right hand and executed a joint-locking technique, dislocating her right arm's joint. Eve panicked, stepping back to retrieve the lightsaber with her left hand. Qin Lu swiftly employed the same technique to dislocate all joints in her left arm. Teach her a lesson. He did not cease his assault. With a series of joint locks, Eve found herself completely immobilized, sprawled helplessly in the grass, unable to muster any strength. At that moment, genuine panic set in for Eve. She wished to move but found herself powerless despite her strength. The sensation of her body feeling like a disassembled robot was terrifying. She wanted to scream, yet her throat only produced muffled sounds, her dislocated jaw offering no assistance. Jasha jumped up, delighted to witness her master's display of newfound power, which was truly formidable. She crouched beside the utterly defenseless Eve, shaking her incapacitated arm. poking at her dislocated jaw and testing the firmness of her chest. Master, she is the real deal. Eve's eyes welled with tears as she helplessly watched the two Sith warriors toy with her. Qin Lu awkwardly cleared his throat, halting Josh's further exploration. If this continued, Eve would truly break down in tears. Alas, he had inadvertently become too engrossed in the moment. The joint-locking technique was notorious for its ability to incapacitate at will. Akin to the notorious rope techniques, both of which were classified as forbidden arts not to be casually employed. Qin Lu reattached all of Eve's joints, from her thighs to her chin. Throughout this process, Eve kept her head down, losing her spirit to resist. Qin Lu said, "You were just free moments ago. However, in this new duel, you have lost again, so you are now my prisoner. You will need to accompany us from now on." Eve remained silent. Head bowed. Qin Lu lowered his voice. "If you misbehave or attempt to escape, I will employ the same technique on you." Eve shuddered, softly responding with a faint, mosquito-like Hooray! Joshua exclaimed, joyfully as if celebrating a festival. "And you? Do not bully her again, or you shall also experience the severity of the rope techniques." Qin Lu warned Joshua. This little girl was certainly not making things easy for him. Joshua leaned closer. "Master, you must teach me how to use the rope techniques, and this set of moves as well. Please." The crimson giant star rubbed against him like a playful kitten. Qin Lu both relished the attention and thought that these two techniques must never be taught to her. Once learned, this little girl would indisputably use them indiscriminately, especially to torment Eve. However, Josh's playful antics soon transformed into a tight embrace as the cold air sliced through. The temperature around them plummeted. Frost forming on the grass and foliage, and a distant small lake even showed signs of freezing. "Master, I am so cold. What shall we do without a tent?" Joshua began to panic, realizing she had forgotten that they were on a completely unfamiliar planet. Everything about this world could pose a danger, including its climate. Eve, just recovering from her immobilization, also felt a sense of dread. Sleeping outdoors in such weather could indeed be life-threatening. "We may lack a tent, but we have a warm house," Qin Lu replied, producing the spatial orb he had seized from Duke Nietzsche. After a veil of mist, a two-story dome-shaped mobile dwelling suddenly appeared before the Field Battle 3000 mobile residents. Truly, it was a luxurious camping product, indistinguishable from a lavish two-story villa in a posh neighborhood, with even a potted emperor banana tree gracing the balcony on the second floor, its golden fruits piled enticingly on the branches. This was the most absurd prize from the spatial orb, and Qin Lu never expected it to prove so beneficial today. After the initial shock, hooray! Joshua leaped up and planted a kiss on Qin Lu's cheek before eagerly pulling both of them into the house. Chapter 42. Joshua's Temptation. Once inside the house, Qin Lu finally had the opportunity to thoroughly examine the Field Battle 3000 mobile residence. Upon reading its name on the storage list, he had imagined it to be akin to a field bunker. However, it was only upon truly stepping inside the mobile residence that he realized the so-called field operations were not at all what he had imagined. The intricacies of human language are indeed remarkable. Qin Lu mused aloud. "What did you say, Master?" Xiao Sha inquired, glancing back. "Oh, it's nothing," Qin Lu replied awkwardly. Yet an even more sordid thought soon crossed his mind. There are only the three of us here now. It seems Xiao Sha won't resist. And Eve's opposition is futile. Perhaps tonight will turn out to be an extraordinarily delightful evening. Qin Lu shook his head, pondering his own strange thoughts, which had been increasingly lewd of late. In their SA bar, I shall see if there's a wine cellar inside. Tonight, I deserve a good drink. Xiao Sha discarded her gear and entered the bar, her excitement akin to discovering a new world. Qin Lu scrutinized the layout of the room before him. It was undeniable that, even by the standards of field operations, this place was lavishly extravagant. After passing through the entrance and the foyer, he was greeted by a spacious hall, its vaulted ceiling adorned with exquisite murals. The floor was covered in thick camel hair carpets, and a full set of cotton sofas was arranged in the center of the hall, aligned with human resting habits. The other three walls of the hall featured a bar, a fireplace, and an expansive floor-to-ceiling window. Behind the small bar, a long corridor could be seen, presumably leading to a kitchen and storage room. There appeared to be a door at the back of the bar leading downward, from which Xiao Sha had just ascended in search of the wine cellar. A staircase by the corridor led upstairs, likely to bedrooms and guest rooms. "It resembles a small villa," Eve remarked, casting a glance at Qin Lu. "The lifestyle of the Sith is truly extravagant." Qin Lu chuckled heartily, waving his hand dismissively. "It would be more accurate to say that the lifestyle of the Sith possesses genuine taste. Eve retorted angrily, all of this is merely the spoils of your plundering the common folk. There's nothing remarkable about it. Qin Lu was slightly stirred by her words. When had he ever employed the term, plundering the common folk? It was utterly ridiculous, he shrugged. But we cannot all reside in tree hollows like Master Yoda. In this weather, living in a tree hollow would be lethal. The fact that Master Yoda resided in a tree hollow during his seclusion had been heavily promoted by the Alliance's propaganda department as a paragon of the Jedi's integrity and discipline. Later, according to Raven's revelations, Yoda's original words were, "Nonsense. The inhabitants of that planet all live in tree hollows. What's so extraordinary about renting a house?" Eve, unable to counter him, turned away and ceased to engage with him. Qin Lu found himself at a loss regarding this obstinate little Jedi. Her prejudice against the Sith ran too deep. However, now was not the time to educate a stubborn child, given that this villa was constructed to field operations standards. Qin Lu was concerned that it might not withstand the harsh cold outside. Since earlier, the snow had gradually begun to fall, and in the blink of an eye, the world beyond the floor-to-ceiling window had transformed into a blanket of white. Snowflakes, whipped by the gale, surged in from all directions. The roar of the wind echoed clearly within the house. The vast wilderness made it seem as though this small structure was the very epicenter of the storm. As frost patterns began to appear on the floor-to-ceiling window, Qin Lu's expression turned grave. This was indeed a planet characterized by extreme temperature fluctuations and erratic weather. The blizzard had arrived with little warning. In just a short while, the temperature had plummeted by at least 20 degrees. The warmth that had just enveloped the room dissipated entirely, and now a chill seeped into the space from an unknown source. Eve, shivering, hugged her shoulders and couldn't suppress a sneeze. "Put this on." A sweater emblazoned with the Sith emblem was tossed onto Eve. "There's no need for your faint kindness," she retorted, tossing the sweater onto the floor, though she cast a reluctant glance back at it. "Put it on," Qin Lu said, adopting a fierce demeanor, "or I shall do to you what I did earlier." Eve shivered at his words and hurriedly picked up the sweater to don it. "How warm. This garment must be made from the finest camel hair. When I was in seclusion, I couldn't even bear to purchase a blended camel hair sweater." Eve gently stroked the sweater bearing the black Sith insignia, warmth beginning to emanate from her. "I will check for any gaps upstairs. How is the wind getting in? You should see if Sha Sha has truly succumbed to inebriation." As Qin Lu spoke, he ascended the stairs. After a thorough inspection upstairs, he discovered 2 skylights that had been left ajar. Once he sealed the leaks, he realized that the upper floor was indeed a lavish space, comprising 1 large and 2 small bedrooms, each furnished luxuriously, with plush beds seemingly crafted from the finest Xixing Valley yak wool. Each bedside table housed a small refrigerator. This Nietzsche truly knows how to live. Qin Lu couldn't help but admire. Adjacent to the bedrooms was a gym and a spacious balcony ample enough for an outdoor barbecue gathering. The tempestuous snowstorm swept over the blue bricks and green tiles, leaving not a single tremor in its wake. Such a small building, were it to exist in Qin Lu's original world, would not be obtainable for less than 5 million, even in second- or third-tier cities. However, after inspecting the heating equipment in the storage room and basement, his brow furrowed deeply. The situation was graver than he had anticipated. Hugging his shoulders, Qin Lu returned to the bar, feeling somewhat cold himself. Just then, he spotted Eve dragging Xiao Sha behind the bar. The sight of them made it clear that Xiao Sha was intoxicated. Clad in armor, she clung desperately to a large bottle of wine, while Eve awkwardly tugged at her, unable to pry it free. As Qin Lu approached, Xiao Sha beamed, leaning in closer. "Master, I've found so much wine, all of it good stuff." "Burp," she exclaimed, letting out a drunken belch. Qin Lu caught the girl as she stumbled into him and asked Eve, "How much has she had to drink?" Eve shrugged when I discovered her. "She had already consumed about half a liter. I have no idea how much more she has had since." This Xiao Sha was indeed a little drunkard. Qin Lu shook the somewhat dazed Xiao Sha awake. "Wake up. Sha Sha, stop drinking. You haven't eaten all day. Drinking now is harmful to your health." Xiao Sha clung to the bottle, refusing to let go. "I want tea. I love drinking, but I can never afford it. Today, I want to drink to my heart's content." It seemed the spirit of intoxication had fully captivated her. "Then let us first change into some fresh clothes and take a shower. You're covered in mud from head to toe in that armor. Once you're clean, I'll drink with you." There was no choice but to employ a childish trick. And truly, no cheating. The drunken Xiao Sha giggled, pinching Qin Lu's nose. Meanwhile, Eve stared in disbelief at the two. Their teacher-student dynamic utterly unimaginable within the Jedi Order. From that day forth, the image of the Sith as cold and brutal was thoroughly shattered in Eve's mind. But I feel dizzy, and I can't seem to get this armor off, Xiao Sha murmured. Her gaze hazy, her fingers tracing her curvaceous figure. Accompanied by her mischievous fingers, the charming girl gently gasped in Qin Lu's embrace. "Help me," she pleaded, her breath soft and inviting as she guided Qin Lu's hand, slowly moving it toward her body. Her slender, snow-white fingers led Qin Lu's larger hand, sometimes gripping tightly, their hands intertwined, motionless, as if conveying that thereafter, he could take whatever he desired. Qin Lu distinctly heard 2 audible swallows. One was his own, and the other belonged to Eve. Xiao Sha guided Qin Lu's hand from above to below, finally resting it beneath her, her legs clamping around his hand, refusing to allow further advance, her thighs ground against him, intensifying Qin Lu's sensations. And as Xiao Sha's supple legs continued to rub, his hand inevitably inched forward, centimeter by centimeter. Suddenly, Xiao Sha let out a soft whimper, wrapping her arms tightly around Qin Lu, whispering in his ear, "Hurry, unlock it." Truth be told, at that moment, Qin Lu felt an undeniable urge to rip the armor from her body. The dignity of a master, the dignity of a master, he silently screamed within. Yet the sensations in his hands were slick and enticing. I truly envy this hand of mine. Suddenly, a vision of Sherry flashed across his mind, prompting Qin Lu to regain his clarity. Xiao Sha was merely intoxicated. Perhaps even she was somewhat unclear about her own situation. At this moment, as a mentor, he had to maintain his composure. He was no beastly instructor. With a flushed face, Qin Lu gently pulled Xiao Sha away. In truth, the donning and removal of bounty hunter armor was not overly complicated. And he quickly located the main buttons, but ultimately he needed to input a password on the helmet to complete the final step. "Sha, what is the password to unlock the armor?" Qin Lu asked the half-dazed Xiao Sha. Upon hearing this, Xiao Sha seemed to regain some clarity, biting her lip as she replied, "I won't tell you." Qin Lu felt utterly exasperated. If she wouldn't tell him, how could he help her? He had a plethora of tasks still pending. With no other choice, Qin Lu sternly said to Xiao Sha, "Stop fooling around. Quickly tell me the password." Xiao Sha suddenly leaped from his embrace and shouted, "Master is a fool. Who asks a girl for the password to take off her clothes?" Then she staggered toward the bathroom. Leaving Qin Lu stunned, he stared vacantly at Eve, who had been watching the scene unfold. And it seemed her lips were forming the words, "pervert." In that moment, Qin Lu could only think, indeed, women and men are fundamentally creatures of different realms. The notion of seamless communication is nothing but a fantasy. Prior to this, in the boundless black forest of the Shasha Sea, the 8th sovereign, Des, stood by an emerald green lake, dripping a pink potion into the water. Chapter 43, The So-Called Beasts. "Ivy, please assist her, in her current state. She cannot wash herself," Qin Lu said, rubbing her forehead, reflecting on the prospect of living with this little girl, who had developed a certain attachment to her, was indeed a source of great concern. When she had raised Shirley, the girl was merely 12, a child, and thus manageable with appropriate methods. Now, however, Xiao Sha had matured into a young woman, no less formidable than Qin Lu herself. She could no longer view her through the lens of childhood. Although the reason behind Xiao Sha's sudden, inexplicable feelings towards her remained unclear, having undergone the rite of the Sith, Qin Lu resolved to adopt the role of mentor. She hoped to impart her extensive knowledge and skills to her first disciple. Perhaps, in due time, Xiao Sha would inherit not only the legacy of the Sith but also the identity of Emperor of the Sith in the ruling powers of the Shasha Sea. Yet, considering the present disposition of the young girl, Qin Lu sighed. The journey ahead was indeed fraught with challenges. The girl remained blissfully unaware that her master was recognized as the current Emperor of the Sith, a bearer of the Sith's historical legacy, acknowledged by the sovereigns of the Sith's spiritual realm. "Don't you regret it? If it were you in the past, she might not have turned you down," Ivy remarked with a teasing smile. Qin Lu shot her a disapproving glance. "Don't jest. Do you truly believe I am a beastly teacher?" Ivy seemed to find amusement in the conversation and pressed on, "Are you really not having any regrets?" Without waiting for Qin Lu's response, she cheerfully dashed towards the bathroom, completely shedding the anxiety she had displayed when captured. Qin Lu gazed out at the swirling snowstorm outside. There was still much to be done today, and she hoped the temperature outside would not dip too low. Reclining on the sofa in the living room, Xiao Sha gradually regained consciousness, her mind clearing. "So, I was indeed intoxicated earlier. That bottle of Royal Canon certainly packs a punch," she mused. pressing her hands to her head in an attempt to alleviate the lingering effects of the alcohol. She recognized that while she enjoyed drinking, her tolerance was limited. Fortunately, her constitution was robust, and she had never suffered the agony of a hangover. Upon waking, her first sensation was one of cold. Although there was no draft in the room, the mere drop in temperature made her shiver. "You're awake." At that moment, she noticed Ivy seated across from her. Clad in a black sweater emblazoned with the Sith insignia, cradling a steaming cup of coffee to warm herself, the chill in the air prompted memories of her drunken escapades, particularly the numerous embarrassing things she had said to her master. Coupled with her unrestrained antics, suddenly, Xiao Sha's mouth fell open in shock as she recalled dashing into the bathroom in disarray, leaving the door ajar, unsure if he would follow. How could she have acted so recklessly? Surely, he hadn't truly come in. Had he? She quickly lifted the garment covering her to inspect what she was wearing. To her relief, she found herself clad in a women's nightgown, nothing too revealing. She thought, "Stop looking, he did nothing. I helped you bathe and change your clothes. That nightgown is mine." Ivy interjected. Xiao Sha, feeling embarrassed, tightened her grip on her clothing and murmured a quiet, "Thank you." Today had indeed been a lapse in maturity, and she felt too bashful to maintain her usual aloof demeanor. The two sat in silence for a moment, before Xiao Sha softly remarked, "It's so cold." Ivy replied, "Indeed, it is quite cold." Their shared observation lightened the atmosphere. Bridging the gap that had long existed between them, Ivy offered a cup of coffee. "The kitchen only has a coffee pot that works. I brought the coffee beans with me. They're quite good." Xiao Sha accepted the cup, the rich aroma easing the chill that surrounded them. "It smells wonderful, thank you." Ivy smiled and then, in a hushed tone, remarked, "You have a great figure. It's sly of you to say your chest is small in front of him." Xiao Sha's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. "It's not that big. Just look at you. You're clearly much more ample than I am." Ivy lowered her gaze, cupping her breasts with both hands for inspection. "Is that so? I've never really noticed." Xiao Sha feigned defeat at the unexpected comparison. Ivy continued, "To be honest, today truly surprised me. Your master has somewhat altered my perception of the Sith." Xiao Sha inquired, "What did you originally think of the Sith?" Ivy replied, "I used to believe that the Sith were merely malevolent aliens donned in black robes, unkempt and reeking of neglect, characterized by their depraved morals and lascivious tendencies, despite being warriors of the Force." Xiao Sha erupted into laughter, rolling on the sofa. "You're describing pirates from a movie." The two girls shared a hearty laugh. Ivy observed, "You seem quite fond of your master." Xiao Sha lowered her head, half covering her face with her clothes. "Not at all." Ivy chuckled. "When I followed you into the bathroom, you took my hand and called me Ibi Lu. I knew you were waiting for him." Xiao Sha, mortified, wished to vanish into a crack in the ground. Such moments were not meant to be seen. As Ivy nonchalantly sipped her coffee, she said, "What changed my view of the Sith was Ibi Lu's statement. He said he wouldn't go because you were his disciple. And he is not a beastly teacher." Noticing Xiao Sha's rapt attention, Ivy deliberately reiterated Qin Lu's words. Gazing at the ceiling, she said, "It seems he is not such a bad person after all." "Master," Xiao Sha murmured softly. Suddenly alarmed, she asked, "Where is my master?" Ivy snapped back to reality. "I don't know. I haven't seen him since he left the bathroom." In a flash, Xiao Sha leaped from the sofa, a sudden chill coursing through her as the cold had seeped into the room. The carpet beneath was stiff with frost. "I must find my master." The two searched the upper and lower floors, checking the rooftop and basement, yet there was no sign of Ibi Lu. Where could he have gone? Their gazes turned towards the snow-laden window, now shrouded in darkness. With no sign of the storm abating, the howling wind, mixed with the whirling snow, struck the window, sending shivers through them. Amidst the night's wind, it felt as though they could hear the distant growls of beasts. Causing them to tremble, Ivy pointed outside, a look of confusion on her face. He wouldn't have gone out, would he? Xiao Sha found herself at a loss for words, suddenly seizing the red armor on the floor. Preparing to don it, Ivy quickly restrained her. "What are you doing? In this stormy night, you won't see a thing. If you get lost, it could be disastrous." "I have a compass," Xiao Sha insisted. Ivy held her back. "Silly girl. Wake up. We don't even know where the magnetic poles are on this planet. What good is a compass?" Xiao Sha paused. "But my master is outside. In such a storm, he is more likely to lose his way. His eyes are still injured, making it hard for him to see." Ivy was exasperated by Xiao Sha's stubbornness. How had this astute bounty hunter become so foolish when it came to her master? "He is Ibi Lu, the Empire's greatest swordsman. Have you forgotten that he escaped from being surrounded by over a dozen Jedi and thousands of men? He will undoubtedly find a way to deal with this. Do you think he is having trouble seeing right now? As Xiao Xia pondered Ivy's words, she felt a wave of reassurance wash over her. Indeed, her Master-S abilities seemed unaffected by his injury. The white bandage covering his eyes seemed to grant him a clarity of perception. After saying this, Ivy felt a flutter of unease. Why was she speaking as if she were a Sith? She had been infected by the foolishness of these two just as they stood there, lost in their thoughts. A loud bang echoed as the front door swung open and shut. Qin Lu strode in, carrying a pile of items. In that moment, Ivy realized her previous worries had been unfounded. Both she and Xiao Xia had been rather foolish. Suddenly, Xiao Xia leaped into Qin Lu's embrace, tears streaming down her face. What is wrong? Qin Lu glanced at Ivy, who shrugged in response, indicating she was not to blame. Xiao Xia, grasping the fabric of Qin Lu's shirt, earnestly declared, Master, if you ever leave your beloved disciple without a word, I will definitely kick your little brother. Just so you know. Both Qin Lu and Ivy broke into a cold sweat. That was quite the threat. Qin Lu gently lifted Chu Xia, brushing her forehead. Have you sobered up? Xiao Xia wiped her tears away. Yes. Qin Lu feigned reproach. You know you shouldn't drink. Yet you indulged so much. Xiao Xia retorted, but I enjoy drinking. Besides, Master, you promised to drink with me tonight. And don't change the subject. Tell me where you ran off to earlier. Qin Lu unloaded the items from behind him, revealing a large bundle of firewood. For my adorable disciple and the equally charming captive, I went to gather firewood. The heating system in this house is out of fuel, so we must light a fire to sleep tonight. Ivy rummaged through the pile of wood and pulled out 2 plump fish, their bellies round and glistening, tied together with a piece of grass string. The sight of the fish made both girls' mouths water, having gone days without a proper meal. Qin Lu smiled and remarked, when I arrived just now, I spotted a small lake ahead, which likely harbors fish. Today, I shall allow you to savor my culinary skills. The fireplace was stacked with dry wood, and the flames crackled vigorously, quickly warming the room. The comforting flicker of the fire divided the space into 2 distinct realms. The carpet and sofa regained their softness, filling the air with a subtle fragrance of cotton textiles. 2 young girls giggled and chatted as they cleaned the fish behind the bar. Following Qin Lu's instructions, one of the fish was coated with a specially concocted sauce. By the fireplace, Qin Lu retrieved a military pot from his spatial toolkit and filled it with fresh water, placing it over the flames. Once the water boiled, he produced a bag of millet and a small pouch of meticulously roasted dried tofu, adding them sequentially to the pot. Soon, the enticing aroma of the millet intertwined with the savory scent of the tofu, enveloping the room in a rich fragrance. The 2 girls, drawn by the delicious smells, felt their senses of taste and smell ignited, their hunger intensifying. The tofu destined for the porridge had been a collaborative creation between Qin Lu and his master, boasting a delightful flavor and a satisfying chewiness that it could serve as a snack or be simmered with grains, infusing the 5-spice essence into the porridge when cooked with millet. In no time, a pot of fragrant 5-spice millet porridge was ready. After covering the military pot to keep it warm, Qin Lu placed a frying pan over the fire and spread a layer of mildly spicy butter onto the bottom with a slice of cheesy bread. The 2 young girls watched with wide eyes, utterly captivated by his movements, unaware of the drool escaping their lips. The fish Qin Lu had caught was substantial. One was sufficient for dinner. Yet he prepared both, one for frying with sauce, the other for simmering. Before long, both fish were cooked, but Qin Lu declared that they would only have the fried fish tonight. The girls nodded, both puzzled and eager, their hunger making them grateful for any morsel. Renowned for his speed in the kitchen, Qin Lu soon had the meal ready. A spoonful of porridge warmed its way down from his throat to his stomach, the rich 5-spice flavor vividly showcasing the power of the food. It warmed both heart and belly, heightening appetites. The 2 girls devoured several spoonfuls of porridge before instinctively reaching for the fried fish. A bite revealed a crispy, flavorful skin, releasing a burst of oil that was smooth yet not greasy. Peeling back the skin revealed fish flesh arranged neatly like white satin, exuding steam. A gentle scrape with a spoon yielded a morsel of fish that was as delectable as a fish cake. One bite in, and they were left in blissful oblivion. A minute into the meal, the table was devoid of any semblance of ladylike decorum. Eve wielded her chopsticks in her left hand and a spoon in her right. Employing a desperate dual-wielding technique, Joshua boldly joined in, battling Eve for the last morsel of fish roe over 3 rounds, ultimately succumbing to Eve's fierce culinary prowess. Qin Lu watched in astonishment. He had only consumed a small bowl of porridge during this meal. Perplexed, was the fare of a Jedi and bounty hunter truly so meager? They devoured their food as if they had not eaten all year. Unbeknownst to him, the deliciousness of his cooking had whetted the appetites of the two little ones. Previously, he had been constantly on the move, and aside from his master and a few friendly chefs, few had tasted his cuisine. Before his journey to this world, Qin Lu had been a culinary enthusiast. After arriving in this new realm, his master had proven to be a true Epicurean, and together they dedicated much of their time outside of swordsmanship to the art of gastronomy. In the desolate Kintun Great Desert. While others struggled for sustenance, the master and apprentice enjoyed skewered snake meat and the chewy tails of lizards, washed down with their homemade sweet wine, living a flavorful life, upholding his master's teachings. The Empire's finest swordsmen would label each new region's fauna according to their edibility. Upon arriving in this new world, Qin Lu's keen eye quickly identified several sources of potential food. By his standards, tonight's meal was rather rudimentary and failed to showcase his culinary prowess, leaving him contemplating how to compensate the two girls. After the meal, the two young girls, clutching their bellies, pranced to the kitchen like two contented ladies to wash the dishes. Meanwhile, Qin Lu had to attend to the simmering fish, reheating it until a layer of fish oil floated to the surface. He carefully ladled the fragrant oil into a jar, recognizing its quality by the aroma. After dinner, as the night deepened, the only warmth came from the fire in the hall, so the four of them settled down on the sofas, fully clothed. Joshua stubbornly nestled beside Qin Lu, unwilling to leave. Under the spell of the food, Eve also relaxed, and the group dimmed the lights, engaging in gentle conversation illuminated by the flickering flames. "Don't move, I'll give you a massage," Joshua suddenly declared. It was quite surprising to discover that the little girl knew how to massage. Qin Lu finally allowed himself to relax, lying back on the sofa as she began her ministrations. "Turn over," she commanded. Complying, Qin Lu lay on the long sofa, feigning the stillness of a dead fish. Do not underestimate the skills of a bounty hunter. Josh's massage techniques were indeed intriguing, her delicate fingers gliding like magic over his solar plexus, lulling him towards slumber. Suddenly, Qin Lu felt warmth against his back. Through his clothing, a soft, warm body pressed against him, and he distinctly felt a small foot gently caressing his calf. Most notably, he could feel the unmistakable swell of Josh's chest against his back. Was this the legendary chest push? Since evening, Joshua had been wearing her pajamas, and judging by the sensation, she had not donned any undergarments after her bath. This thought nearly caused his nose to bleed. Between their two heated bodies lay only a thin layer of fabric, providing no barrier whatsoever. Qin Lu felt the heat rising, truly overwhelmed in every sense that a voice in his mind urged, "Stand up immediately and seriously inform her that you are already taken, and that there should be decorum between men and women, especially since we share a master-apprentice relationship." Another voice countered, "Oh, come on, stop pretending to be a moralist. You both lead lives on the edge, living for today with no thought of tomorrow. Why not seize the moment and enjoy? Do you really want to die a virgin?" Yet another voice chimed in, "No, a man must know when to act and when to refrain. To share a bed with someone after knowing them for only 2 days is hardly commendable. Besides, she may not even have that intention, merely being kind to her master, and to take this seriously would be foolish." The retort came, "Men are born to conquer women. This should be a man's philosophy. What is shameful about being proactive? Look at you now. You're practically being pushed over by your apprentice, and yet you're still pretending to be innocent. Or are you really not the least bit attracted to this little girl?" Qin Lu opened his eyes just in time to see Eve across the sofa. Her expression a mix of amusement and curiosity, as if watching an engaging film. Suddenly, Josh's face appeared before him, startling him. The little girl had climbed off his back and was crouched in front of him. Gazing intently at his face, her long hair tangled in her hands, as if she were caught in an internal conflict. Until Qin Lu felt a bit uneasy under her scrutiny, she finally spoke, "Master, I really like you." Eve nearly fell off her seat. Upon hearing those words, Qin Lu felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over him in winter, extinguishing all desires. He replied nonchalantly, "Silly girl, I like you too." "Master, I was very good today, right?" Joshua asked. "Yes, quite good," Qin Lu acknowledged. "What does quite good mean? Being good is just being good," Joshua insisted. "Well, that implies you did indeed exhibit a bit of ladylike behavior today," Qin Lu replied. "Then reward me," she exclaimed. "A good child shouldn't expect rewards for merely being good," he countered. "Let us consider it a little motivation for me to keep up the good work," she persisted. "You truly are quite shameless. Qin Lu remarked. No. Today, I absolutely must be rewarded. If you don't, I'll take matters into my own hands. Qin Lu broke into a sweat, wondering what she intended to do. Thankfully, he had prepared in advance, in the kitchen fridge. Second shelf from the bottom. You and Eve both have rewards. As Joshua prepared to act, Eve darted off, and Qin Lu broke into a sweat, realizing she was indeed listening. Soon, cheerful exclamations erupted from the kitchen. It's ice cream. How strange. How could there be ice cream here when it was tea there just now? It's tangy, but quite tasty. He chuckled, recalling how he had spotted a cactus in the wild earlier that could be used to make ice cream. However, he wondered if this meant they would expect him to make it every day. Alas, his supply of cream was running low, and he had truly created a hassle for himself that on the first day in this new world. It appeared to be one of the few peaceful moments. Chapter 44. Women should drink with caution, an ancient earth proverb. Alcohol is the best way to understand a person. The following morning, when Eve awoke, a faint bitterness lingered in her mouth, remnants of the cactus ice cream from the previous night. This ice cream had an initial taste reminiscent of citrus tanginess, accompanied by a hint of bitterness. But upon closer savoring, it imparted a refreshing sensation to the palate. After a few sips, one experiences a refreshing sensation akin to drinking a chilled bitter beer in the summer, leaving one exhilarated and unable to resist. Unconsciously, Eve extends her tongue to lightly lick her lips. Outside, the snow continues to fall, while the embers in the fireplace flicker gently. The charcoal, stirred by the air, glows with a brilliance reminiscent of twinkling stars. Enveloping the entire hall in warmth that a sweater adorned with the Sith insignia is draped over her shoulders, while nearby, Joshua sleeps soundly, occasionally murmuring in her dreams, I simply can't eat anymore. Leaning back on the sofa, Eve reflects on the past few days, which have been nothing short of an extraordinary journey. Initially, she infiltrated the Sith palace with Master Yoda's Jedi strike team to assassinate the Sith Emperor, only to discover that he was already dead. Within the palace, she encountered the formidable and cunning Sith Baron. Luke, the foolish one, was captured, and she voluntarily took his place as a hostage, only to find herself held captive for 3 consecutive days. Touching the swollen bump on her head, she muses on the wickedness of these people. Subsequently, she was inexplicably brought to this planet by the Sith Baron and his apprentice. She could neither fight nor flee. Just when she thought all hope was lost, she realized that the Sith Master and apprentice she faced were utterly perplexing individuals. The Master, the Empire's foremost swordsman, possessed abysmal force abilities, yet boasted an uncanny luck that allowed him to escape from the grasp of numerous Jedi and thousands of soldiers. The apprentice, once a renowned bounty hunter traversing the galaxy, now sought to abandon everything to start anew as a Sith apprentice. What was even more bewildering was the chaotic relationship between the two. The apprentice desperately attempted to seduce the Master, who, despite his overwhelming desires, consistently upheld his principles at the last moment. Was this what people referred to as the pursuit of love? Perhaps it was best not to dwell on such matters, as a Jedi who had renounced all emotions. She ought not to entertain such thoughts, as even contemplating them felt sinful. Instead, she pondered how to extricate herself from this situation. Rising from her seat, she noticed the Sith Baron busily attending to something at the bar. His eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, and the bar was now brimming with an array of alcoholic beverages, transformed into an entirely different scene. The Baron was retrieving various bottles of liquor from his spatial toolkit, alongside an assortment of trinkets, diligently filling the empty spaces on the bar. Observing Qin Lu as he continuously produced new bottles of liquor, Eve couldn't help but exclaim, "You actually carry so much alcohol with you." She found it curious that, as a battle-hardened Sith warrior, he possessed an abundance of liquor and condiments rather than weapons and transportation. Qin Lu smiled. "If we are to speak of my profession, I am first and foremost a bartender, and only then a Sith warrior." Eve regarded Qin Lu, who was engrossed in discerning and organizing the liquor. In that moment, he bore little resemblance to a Sith warrior. He appeared more like a youthful lad in a rural tavern dedicated to mastering the art of mixology. There was an undeniable charm in the focused demeanor of a man. Did he embody this same allure when wielding a sword? My hometown was once referred to by other nations as the land of wine. In that place, each region boasted exquisite and potent varieties of wine, with many enthusiasts cultivating a rich wine culture. The ability to appreciate and craft cocktails is considered quite refined among us. To be honest, I have not thought much beyond simply wishing to create better-tasting drinks. So, how about a glass? His tone carried a hint of melancholy, as if reminiscing about his homeland. Captivated by his gentle smile, Eve found herself momentarily entranced, hastily waving her hand. Jedi do not drink. Qin Lu grinned mischievously. Cocktails don't count as alcohol. They are merely beverages. General Newbie used to enjoy them immensely. Heh, that fellow newbie indulged in more than just drinks in the past. Hearing this, Eve hesitated. It's still morning. Isn't it a bit early to drink? Qin Lu's smile radiated with professional confidence. Alcohol possesses a soul. You can find a suitable companion in it at any time and in any mood. He retrieved a glass of milky white liquor from beneath the bar, saying, "This drink is called White Lady. It's perfect for girls to enjoy before a meal. Since we are about to dine, you might try it as an appetizer." "Thank you. You are quite the intriguing Sith." Eve took the glass of milky beverage, which exuded a rich aroma of milk. "Additionally, for your bruises and swelling, you can use this fish oil ointment I made. It works wonders for such injuries." Qin Lu placed a small bottle on the bar, containing a layer of white solid. "I only prepared it now as it needed to cool." Why are you being so kind to me? I am a Jedi, and you are a Sith. Wouldn't my death serve you better?" Eve exclaimed. Suddenly agitated, Qin Lu met her gaze, and Eve quickly averted her eyes, as his gaze felt like a searing iron burning into her heart. The Sith Baron spoke in his characteristic gravelly voice. "That reasoning is utterly meaningless." Eve was taken aback. "But don't the Sith torture and kill every Jedi they capture?" Qin Lu smiled. "You must remember, I am Ibalu. I am not like them." Internally, Qin Lu scoffed at the senseless wars ignited by arbitrary motives. Most civil wars are mere games played by the powerful, and the internal conflicts within the galaxy are the most tedious and morally bankrupt. After a moment of astonishment, Eve said, "Someone like you shouldn't remain with the Sith. You could join the Jedi Order. Isn't the Black Duke coming over? You could too." Qin Lu shook his head vigorously. "Not a chance. I am not like him." Eve stubbornly insisted, "This isn't a matter of loyalty. Jedi are the chosen ones of the Force. We are loyal to the Force, forsaking personal desires to gain its recognition." Qin Lu felt a headache coming on, weary of the Jedi's peculiar doctrine of suppressing human emotions for the sake of celestial order. "If you keep rambling, I will take this drink back." Eve shivered, instinctively protecting her White Lady as she retorted, "Ibalu, one day I will pull you into the Jedi's ranks." Today's breakfast consisted of a fish platter paired with ham sandwiches, accompanied by the milky white cocktail White Lady. The fish, prepared the previous day, was shredded and simply processed into strips before being dipped in sauté sauce, yielding an exquisite flavor. Joshua and Eve finished a piece of fish in just 2 bites. And with the rich White Lady accompanying their meal, they relished every moment that a large platter of fish and a small plate of ham sandwiches were quickly devoured. The 2 girls particularly praised the White Lady. Joshua reluctantly bid farewell to the last piece of fish, licking the flavors from her fingers as she complained, "Master, if this continues, I'll surely become a plump little thing." Qin Lu chuckled. "Eating well and sleeping soundly brings the energy to do other things. My former master taught me this. He was quite the connoisseur of fine food." After tidying up the dishes, Qin Lu brought out several more drinks. Both Joshua and Eve had witnessed his mixology prowess firsthand and were eagerly anticipating the new arrivals. Qin Lu poured 2 glasses of vibrant cocktails for the girls, saying, "This is a popular drink among ladies, called Space Star. Remember to use a straw." Joshua took the glass, examining the beautiful orange liquid in the champagne flute. Topped with a layer of crushed ice and a luscious cherry. An orange slice adorned the rim, tempting her like a work of art. Sipping through the straw, she exclaimed, Delicious. It has none of the harshness of alcohol." The 2 girls beamed with delight as they savored their drinks. And at that moment, Eve likely forgot all about the Jedi's prohibition against alcohol. Qin Lu smiled gently at the 2 girls. "Master, what drink is that in your hand?" Joshua inquired, clearly envious of the vibrant concoction in Qin Lu's grasp. Qin Lu pointed to his drink. "This one's called Rocket. It's a masculine drink perfect for winter." Joshua leaned in closer, inspecting it. "How can you tell it's for men?" Before Qin Lu could respond, she took a sip. The flavor is so rich." Joshua covered her mouth and hurriedly sought her own drink. "Silly girl, that drink is meant for pairing with meat. I'm using it to warm myself," Qin Lu remarked, though he couldn't help but feel pleased seeing her caught off guard. "It's too strong. I might get drunk." "Master, you're so wicked," Joshua teased, clutching her Space Star and winking at Qin Lu. He rolled his eyes. "You sneak a sip and then complain to me. Truly spoiled." "Master, tell me about your master," Joshua implored, her expression shifting to one of eager anticipation. Suddenly, Qin Lu's memory conjured the image of that person. He was indeed a low-key figure, limping while wandering through the vast deserts of Kenton. He had no semblance of the warrior's awareness, and it took 2 years of being taken in as his disciple for Qin Lu to realize he had become a Sith. Let's save that story for another time. Qin Lu sipped his rocket and glanced at Eve. It was nearly time. Across from her, Eve had already slumped sideways on the sofa, her glass barely half empty. This is enough to get her tipsy. Her tolerance is quite low. Zhao Sha shook her head. Qin Lu approached to examine her and confirmed that she had indeed passed out from intoxication before saying, "It's not that she has a low tolerance for alcohol. It's simply that the drink is exceptionally potent." Qin Lu picked up the glass of the same drink that Eve had in front of her, though they may appear identical and taste quite similar. The drink in her hand is not the same as the one from the outer space. It is called Scorpio Palace, a particularly strong liquor. Chapter 45. The Transformation of Talent into Wolf Technique. Zhao Sha's eyes widened in shock. Her master had incapacitated Eve. What could he possibly intend to do? Was there something he did not want Eve to know? Qin Lu beckoned to Zhao Sha. "I've moderated the alcohol content in this Scorpio Palace. She won't remain intoxicated for long. We must act swiftly." Zhao Sha followed her master to the master bedroom on the 2nd floor. Qin Lu turned back to close the door that a chill ran through Zhao Sha's heart. "Remove your clothing, all of it." As soon as Qin Lu uttered this command, he realized his folly. How could he say such a thing? Across from him, Zhao Sha's face flushed crimson, just as Qin Lu attempted to clarify that he did not mean it in that way. He was taken aback by the sight before him. Zhao Sha lowered her head and gently began to unbutton her nightgown, revealing her delicate pink skin bit by bit to the air, gradually shedding one article of clothing after another. Her form was even more exquisite than Qin Lu had imagined, particularly her bosom, which could drive any man to madness. "This is madness. I am losing my mind," Qin Lu silently screamed within. Noticing her master's moment of distraction, Zhao Sha shyly covered her most private areas with her hands. Although she occasionally teased Yibalu, the situation at hand rendered her bashful, wishing desperately to retrieve her clothing and flee. Qin Lu steeled himself, mentally chanting, "This is the moment of truth. Old Qin, you must uphold your dignity, and little Qin, you must remain steadfast. Whether I can embody the essence of a teacher and uphold the sanctity of the master-student relationship depends entirely on today's performance." He endeavored to muster a smile. "You look beautiful, rest assured. I will not harm you." Zhao Sha responded with a timid, "I know." Qin Lu silently chastised himself for being foolish. Such words could easily be misinterpreted. Ignoring the stunned Qin Lu, Zhao Sha slipped under the covers, leaving only her eyes visible. "Master, please be gentle. This is my first time." Qin Lu's nose began to bleed. "Heavens, that is not what I meant. I intended to disclose my matters to her." He coughed twice, striving to control his body's rebellious urges. "Do not think foolishly. I am here to examine the condition of your force core, to see if the force pathway has taken shape." "Oh," Zhao Sha replied softly. "Before we proceed, I must confirm something with you. Do you genuinely wish to become a Sith? Do not rush your answer. There are many things the outside world does not understand that I need to explain these matters to you. Becoming a Sith is not as glamorous as it appears. Once you become a true Sith warrior, you will face countless hardships and challenges. The Sith Council will strip you of most of your freedoms. In this era, we may be hunted from all sides, potentially facing a lifetime of despair. Your lifespan will be reduced to merely 20 years, and you may very well lose the ability to transfer your soul after death. Unlike the Jedi, Sith cannot connect with the spirits of their forebears. No one knows their fate or whereabouts. The Jedi claim we are cursed, that all souls who become Sith will be cast into hell. Even so, do you still wish to be a Sith? You must understand, this is your final opportunity to decide. If today you choose to return to being the original Zhao Sha, I can oversee a rebirth and restore your force core to its original state. Remember, you only have this one chance today." As Qin Lu spoke, he began to feel that unilaterally granting Zhao Sha a rebirth was a mistake. Fortunately, there was still an opportunity for remedy today. A lengthy silence ensued, and Qin Lu silently observed Zhao Sha, recognizing that she was a rare and admirable child. He truly wished to see her thrive, yet he did not want her to bear the tragic burdens that came with being a Sith. His heart was indeed conflicted. The day spent with her had been both joyful and torturous. He could not deny having some feelings for this little girl who had become attached to him, who could dislike being loved. However, Subjecting a girl who could live a carefree life to the suffering endured by Sith warriors was an exceedingly cruel act. Even among the proper Sith warriors, many endured their trials merely to gain the power to pursue their desires. As for Jiasha, it seemed unnecessary. Better a brief pain than a prolonged one, rather than allowing her to regret her choice later. It would be wiser to sever ties now and allow her to return to a normal life as a girl. Master, come here. Jiasha beckoned Qin Lu over. He sat at the edge of the bed. Jiasha grasped his hand, pulling it to her chest. I have long known that Sith warriors, after baptism, can only expect a lifespan of 20 years. Qin Lu was taken aback. This was a closely guarded secret of the Sith Order. How could she possibly know? Jiasha gazed into Qin Lu's eyes, her gentle, watery gaze evoking a sense of reverence. I know nothing of other matters, nor do I care to. The only thing that interests me is being with you. Sharing in your pain, enjoying life with you, becoming your disciple, your comrade, or perhaps your partner. This time, Qin Lu understood her intentions clearly, without any distractions. Jiasha had expressed her feelings. But I have a girlfriend. You are aware of my relationship with Sherry. Jiasha sighed. She is your master. You cannot be together. Qin Lu shook his head. You do not understand her. She is not that kind of person. Just as she waits for me, I will leave here to find her as soon as I can. Jiasha lowered her head, her eyes filled with disappointment. Yet, at that moment, Qin Lu experienced a strange sensation. A surge of heat coursing through him. It seemed he had not been able to resist Jiasha's allure. She was not suited to remain by his side, whether for his own sake or for Jiasha's future. He needed to hasten to conclude matters and depart. Qin Lu extended his right hand beneath the covers, caressing Jiasha's back. Jiasha looked at him in astonishment. Her back bore an invisible pattern of Force magic. After the baptism, the Force core would awaken, initially manifesting this pattern, which would subsequently expand throughout her body over the course of a week. The absorption, circulation, and utilization of the Force would commence from that point onward. As long as the baptism was performed before the pattern expanded, the process could be reversed, restoring her to an ordinary state. Now, Qin Lu's hand rested on one end of the long pattern. By initiating the baptism, he could erase this line at that point. Jiasha would be entirely disconnected from him. A pang of sorrow struck Qin Lu as memories of the moment spent with the young girl surged in his mind. Steeling himself, Qin Lu focused inwardly and found, indeed, the absence of a Force pathway. It appeared that any Sith under his tutelage would share his fate, becoming a practitioner of the Force with limited capabilities. He wondered if the monarchs could resolve this issue. Thankfully, he had acted promptly. Otherwise, he would have jeopardized such an exceptional vessel for the Force. As Qin Lu pondered, a soft, warm pair of lips suddenly pressed against his in that instant. All thoughts and sensations were interrupted. As if a bomb had exploded in his mind, he began to respond fervently. The kiss evolved from Jiasha's gentle coaxing to Qin Lu's assertive advance. As the kiss concluded, Jiasha's cheeks were flushed, and Qin Lu regained a modicum of composure. What had come over him? He had resolved not to develop such feelings for Jiasha, and had no intention of acting upon them, yet the heat within him surged uncontrollably. And Jiasha appeared increasingly enchanting, drawing him deeper into infatuation, reminiscent of his feelings for Sherry. Could this be what is referred to as a man's innate skill, transforming into a wolf? Suddenly, the enchanting figure in his arms clung to him, and Jiasha tugged at Qin Lu's outer garments, whispering into his ear, "Now that it has come to this, will you still leave?" Qin Lu was utterly lost, the soft form pressed against his chest. Their hearts beating in synchrony. He embraced the girl tightly, deepening the kiss as he reached to support her curves. Time slipped away, and Qin Lu emerged from the bedroom in a daze, unable to utter a word about the sanctity of the master-student relationship. Inside the room, Jiasha had already dressed and was tidying the bed. The entire morning passed, and they had performed every act that should not have been done, yet neglected all that should have been done. It seemed another opportunity would be necessary to ensnare Eve and erase Jiasha's Force pattern. Before dinner that evening, Qin Lu prepared another glass of Scorpio Palace for Eve. However, Eve, clutching her head, vehemently refused. I've realized that I would rather be a traditional Jedi. One glass of liquor in the morning has left me with a headache that lingers. I shall never drink again. Nearby, Jiasha approached, spotting the disguised Scorpio Palace, and a peculiar smile crept onto her face. She pinched the soft flesh at Qin Lu's waist and whispered in his ear, "What mischief are you planning now?" Qin Lu replied quietly, "The matters from this morning are far from resolved." Jiasha's face turned crimson as she muttered, "Could you not endure a little longer?" "I'm still in pain." Qin Lu broke into a sweat. "That is not what I meant. Eve looked at them curiously. Are you two hiding something from me? Engaging in secretive whispers as if committing adultery? Qin Lu and Jiasha hurriedly distanced themselves, insisting they had no such intentions, feelings, or opinions regarding one another. Such matters of infidelity are utterly non-existent. Within the sacred confines of the Black Forest Temple in the Sea of Slaughter, a solitary red candle flickered before the throne. Upon noticing this, Deus hastily exited. Making her way towards the storm SEADAS, she stepped into Lucifer's cottage. She was greeted by the sight of Lucifer, her countenance ashen, fixated on the images displayed on the television. The tempestuous energy of thunder and lightning swirled around her, creating an atmosphere of chaotic fervor within the room. With a timid voice, Deus inquired, "Lucifer, what troubles you?" Her heart raced, fearing they might have ventured too far. Through gritted teeth, Lucifer responded, "It is none of your concern. I intend to obliterate that audacious scoundrel." Chapter 46. The encounter in the asteroid belt surrounding Coruscant. A sleek little spacecraft emerged from its cloaked state amidst the celestial debris. Adorned with the insignia of the Imperial Air Force, the vessel deftly navigated around civilian flight paths, opting to leap through the void between the asteroids. Inside the passenger cabin, Sherry gazed out at the starry expanse. Lost in contemplation. Is Iblis still alive? If he is, why has he not sought me out? Or perhaps, is this truly the only possibility? Have I irrevocably lost him? That foolish man. As these thoughts swirled, tears brimmed in her eyes. Imperial Lieutenant NASA approached Sherry's side. "Your Highness, we have surpassed the enemy's final blockade in half an hour. We shall rendezvous with the escort fleet." Wiping away her tears, Sherry managed a grateful smile. "Yes, NASA, could you accompany me to the cockpit? I wish to thank the pilot." NASA, observing the lingering sorrow on Sherry's face, felt a deep empathy, perhaps due to their shared experiences as women. With a smile, she replied, "Of course, but you should wash your face first." She handed Sherry a handkerchief and gestured to her own cheeks. Eliciting a laugh from Sherry in a hushed tone, NASA added, "Please accept my condolences. If the Baron were to see you like this, it would surely pain him as well." Sherry lowered her gaze and muttered, "I am merely upset that he deceived me in his final moments." Suddenly, Sherry exclaimed, "Oh!" Her eyes widened in astonishment as she focused on the view outside. Following her gaze, NASA peered out the window, and upon comprehending the scene before them, she trembled uncontrollably. Outside, to the lower left of their spacecraft, a colossal warship emerged, its protective shield ablaze with energy, charging through the asteroid field with an unstoppable force. Waves of asteroids crashed against its shield, shattering like surf against a reef. The warship advanced relentlessly through the debris. Resembling a giant whale breaking free from the ocean's confines, as it sailed forth, its form became increasingly discernible, a massive vessel engineered to combat standards, distinctly different in design and turret arrangement from the Imperial Star Destroyers. Above the low-lying bridge, a long cylindrical interstellar radar lay in wait, while its hull was adorned with numerous turrets, their protruding barrels reminiscent of the fierce spines of the dominant species in the Coruscant seas, the spiked dragon. This sight foretold the vessel's formidable nature. As they beheld this sudden emergence of a giant warship, both Sherry and NASA were left speechless. An officer burst into the room. "Your Highness, an unidentified warship has appeared near our vessel. We must immediately extinguish all lights. The Gafixiu must enter cloaked mode at once." In a flurry, Sherry and NASA scrambled to turn off the cabin lights, but it seemed too late. From their vantage point, they could see a turret on the massive warship pivoting towards them, its muzzle flashing ominously. Moments later, two brilliant sources of light, akin to suns, illuminated the area around their spacecraft. The flares rendered the Gafixiu completely visible, leaving no room for concealment. The Imperial stealth ship, Gafixiu, attempted several cloaking modes in vain, failing to escape the flare's targeting. Captain George of Prince Hohenzollerns flagship closely monitored the small spacecraft maneuvering evasively. His first officer, Riel, expressed surprise at encountering travelers in such a remote location. "What kind of ship is this? How can it be flying through an asteroid belt and still maintain a cloaked state?" George, a robust figure with an otherwise refined appearance marred by a patch over his left eye, scrutinized the small craft resolutely. "Regardless of its identity, no one who witnesses our ship shall be spared. Signal them to surrender immediately. We shall grant them only 10 minutes. Failure to comply will result in their annihilation." "Understood," Riel replied. "Communications officer, transmit the surrender signal at once. All gunners, Prepare to aim and fire. As the second officer frantically rifled through a thick tome of starship schematics aboard the Gafixio, despite the pilot's utmost efforts, the craft had reached its maximum velocity, but still could not evade the warship's relentless pursuit. NASA, in the cramped cockpit, felt a surge of urgency. The Gafixio's mission was paramount. They must escort their passengers to safety, or the Empire's legacy would face immediate peril. Never had they anticipated a confrontation with an enemy vessel amidst the asteroid field. "Can we increase speed?" NASA implored. The pilot, sweating under pressure, replied, "This is the fastest the ship can go. Any further acceleration would require shedding weight." "Then let us lighten our load." A resolute voice echoed from behind, as Sherry declared, "Given the Empire's current plight, we have no regrets in losing anything but our lives." The two officers bowed solemnly to the Imperial Princess and turned to execute her command. The cockpit fell silent, every gaze fixed upon the speedometer, which crawled at a snail's pace. "Your Highness, they have sent a message demanding our surrender within 10 minutes, or they will open fire," reported the pilot. Sherry smiled defiantly. "Then let us use these 10 minutes to devise our escape. Immediately inform the escort fleet to rush to our aid." The rear hatch of the spacecraft opened, and a multitude of equipment and debris was jettisoned into space. "This won't suffice. The increased speed is inadequate to evade them." "What else can we discard?" the pilot exclaimed. NASA replied, "We still have ourselves." NASA and the two officers behind her saluted Sherry, Imperial Air Force Long-Anon Assault Team, Captain NASA, while the two officers introduced themselves, team members Duke and Johnny. "Bidding farewell to your Highness, we wish you fortune and prosperity. May you restore the Empire soon." As Sherry watched the three officers resolutely depart, her heart swelled with emotion in that moment. She fully comprehended the weight of responsibility she must bear. Perhaps her life was destined to be devoid of frivolous romance. The rear hatch of the Gafixio opened once more, and three humanoid mechs shot forth, forming a combat formation in the air as they charged towards the pursuing warship. With the Gafixio significantly lighter, it seized the opportunity to leap forward, gradually gaining an advantage in speed that George's remaining eye narrowed. He had not anticipated that the adversary would unleash three humanoid battle mechs. This ship was far from ordinary. The second officer finally identified the fleeing target. "Captain, the vessel escaping ahead is the Imperial-made mysterious Hawk-class stealth yacht. Hull number 888, Gafixio." George nodded. "Where did it last appear?" The second officer flipped through an electronic manual. "The Gafixio has been assigned to the Imperial capital's garrison. Anchored right here in Coruscant. Wait, the intelligence officer reports it is one of the Imperial Princess's wartime vessels." George's pupil constricted suddenly. "Launch all fighter planes. No one is to fire upon it. I intend to capture it." The Hohenzollerns' wings unfurled like blades, and 20 fighter planes surged forth like a swarm of locusts. In that moment, the ship's protective shield closed, releasing the internal fighters. .3 Imperial mechs, previously lurking beyond the shield, charged towards the enemy fighters. NASA remained composed in the narrow cockpit, issuing commands to her two wingmen. "They aim to pursue the Gafixio. We cannot allow them to succeed. The three mechs will form a line and charge at the incoming enemy fighters, with me leading, followed closely by Duke and Johnny." As the leading enemy fighter noticed a mech charging straight at it, it immediately activated its targeting systems, preparing for concentrated fire, approaching the effective ranged AT. That moment, NASA's mech executed a tactical maneuver to evade, causing all enemy fighters to lose their targeting parameters and fail to deliver concentrated fire. Just behind NASA, Duke and Johnny found their fire parameters calculated perfectly, unleashing a barrage of magic missiles. The missiles erupted in a chaotic flurry, leaving the targeted enemy fighters no choice but to evade, resulting in a disrupted formation. 4 enemy fighters were caught off guard, obliterated by the Imperial magic missiles in a dazzling display of explosions. Long live the Empire! Long live Long-Anon! 3 ace pilots shouted their battle cry as they plunged into the enemy ranks. The agile and ferocious humanoid mechs wreaking havoc among their foes. .1 fighter trailed closely behind NASA, seeking an opportunity to lock on, as NASA increased her speed to the 4th gear, and the enemy did the same. In mid-flight, NASA suddenly transformed, the humanoid mecha tilting at a 90-degree angle, all thrusters reversing their thrust, resulting in an instantaneous deceleration to 0 at the pursuing forces, caught off guard, zoomed past, their rear exposed at the 6 o'clock position of the mecha. Enduring immense overload pressure, NASA visually targeted the pursuers and unleashed a magic missile, obliterating the enemy. Duke's voice crackled through the communicator. The big sister's flat pan-fried little bird is still as sharp as ever. NASA replied, pretending to be a good child before the princess is truly exhausting. Don't compete with me. Today, I shall take them all down. Johnny chimed in. Hold on, the third one has been neutralized. Today, I want these rebels to recognize the prowess of our white-haired little warrior from West Star Valley. Before stepping out, they ought to offer prayers to avoid crossing paths with me. NASA laughed heartily. Well, it seems the red light district of Coruscant hasn't drained your vigor yet. Are you interested in a little competition today? Johnny replied. Let us compete. I'll wager 100 yuan that I'll come in first. Duke added. I'll also wager 100 yuan that I'll come in first. NASA confidently declared. 1,000 yuan. I'll take the lead. The aerial battle took a dramatic turn as three humanoid mechas brandished their lightsabers, accelerating to a speed far surpassing that of fighter jets, plunging into the enemy ranks. Close foes were cleaved, while distant ones were dispatched. Their valiant prowess was unparalleled. Observing the fighter jets on their side being harried like chicks chased by an eagle, several senior officers aboard the Hohenzollern were left in stunned silence. George scoffed. These little brats, who usually act so high and mighty, ought to receive a lesson today. The ship's second officer reported, Sir, we have just confirmed their models. These three mechas belong to the elite squadron of the Imperial West Star Valley's army. The Long and On Assault Team, a special forces unit directly commanded by the Army headquarters. All members of the assault team are battlefield aces with over 5 enemy aircraft downed. Our pilots are merely fresh graduates from flight school. And it's already quite an achievement for them to perform this well under such circumstances. George erupted in a tirade. Are you blind? Open your eyes and see. 20 aircraft attacking 3, and within 10 minutes, 9 have been shot down. The remaining ones are fleeing like ducks. And you call this not difficult? Am I just sitting here watching a show considered commendable? Have them return immediately. Upon receiving the retreat order, the fighter jet squadron fled back to the mothership as if granted a pardon. Once the battleship's protective shield was re-engaged, the main and secondary cannons of the Hohenzollern opened fire, instantly trapping the three mechas within a barrage of anti-aircraft fire. With no other option, NASA could only retreat with her wingmen, for once the battleship lowered its protective shield, they would lose any chance of survival. Now, the three could only pray that their remaining fuel would suffice to return to the rendezvous fleet. Thanks to the time bought during this aerial battle, the Gafiix successfully increased the distance between itself and the Hohenzollern. In the distance, the Imperial Star Destroyers, Thunder, and Enterprise were now in sight, learning through radio communication that NASA and her team were safe. The atmosphere aboard the Gafiix was jubilant. George coldly gazed at the Gafiix as it approached the Imperial Star Destroyers, lighting a cigar in his hand. At that moment, he had already guessed who was aboard that ship. The fact that the Empire had dispatched 2 main battlecruisers for assistance, accompanied by the highest-ranking ace pilots, along with it being the Empire's top-tier stealth transport vessel, left only one explanation. The battleship's artillery commander reported, Sir, the enemy fleet has entered the main cannon's firing range, and the Gafiix has been locked on, requesting preparation for bombardment. The first officer urged, Sir, fire at will. They've seen us, and we cannot let them escape. With the firepower of the Hohenzollern, these 2 Star Destroyers are no match for us. George exhaled a puff of smoke. Forget it. We cannot kill those aboard that ship now. If we do, their leader will demand my life in return. The first officer, incredulous, questioned, Sir, are we really letting them go just like that? George snorted. Letting them go? They think they can leave without leaving a token of our meeting. What do they take me? The hungry wolf? George. 4. Artillery commander, concentrate all your effective firepower, aim at one of the Star Destroyers, and strike it hard. But be cautious not to harm that small vessel. The artillery commander responded loudly, Understood. Under the artillery commander's focused direction, the 3 turrets at the front of the battleship began to pivot and adjust their focus. The 3 main cannons simultaneously targeted the Imperial Star Destroyer, Thunder, which believed itself to be at a safe distance. Completely unprepared, as it opened its upper deck to receive the arriving Gafiix, the battleship hadn't even lowered its protective shield. Aboard the Hohenzollern, the artillery commander buried his gaze into the fire control scope, orchestrating the final power concentration. Good. Just like that. Aim at its open upper deck. Turret 3, lower your firing arc. It's south too close to the small vessel. Just so, prepare to fire. Turret 1 ready. Turret 2 ready. Turret 3 ready. The artillery commander bellowed. Fire. The jagged bow of the Hohenzollern erupted with a brilliant flash. In the distance, the Gaffiax, now above the Thunder, extended its landing gear. Suddenly, a blinding flash surged from the Thunder's open upper deck, followed by a series of muffled explosions that shook the Gaffiax. Shelley, the pilot of the Gaffiax, NASA, and the crew aboard the Enterprise were all left in shock. As visibility returned to normal, the Thunder tilted at a steep angle, debris and thick smoke billowing from within, accompanied by the continuous sounds of explosions. The front of the battleship began to disintegrate. The Imperial Star Destroyer Thunder was struck by 3 shells from the Hohenzollern, hitting its internal hangar and triggering a series of chain explosions in the munitions depot. The ship sustained fatal damage, and the crew aboard faced such devastation with no hope of salvation, leaving them with no choice but to abandon ship. That a profound realization swept over all Imperial soldiers. How could the Thunder be sunk by a single barrage from the enemy while still at a safe distance? NASA turned to glance back at the warship turning away, trembling. What kind of warship is that? On the bridge of the Hohenzollern, the second officer reported to George. We have confirmed that the sunk warship is the Imperial Star Destroyer Thunder. Hull number 124. George laughed heartily, thoroughly pleased with the bombardment. Standing on the command platform, he commanded loudly, "Turn the ship's bow round. We shall continue our journey. Riel, send a message to Old Man Luchuan, stating that we are very satisfied with the inspection results, and that the Hohenzollern has sunk the Imperial Star Destroyer Thunder on its maiden voyage. We shall present this victory as a congratulatory gift for the great triumph at Coruscant." Chapter 47. The peril of a fallen nation. The Hohenzollern had vanished without a trace. Yet the Empire remained. They were still making last-ditch efforts for the capsized Thunder. The Thunder's fatal injury was internal. One of the Hohenzollern's shells had struck its hangar, penetrating the partition of the fighter jet munitions depot and igniting the ammunition within. Fortunately, the fighter jet munitions were not stored in a centralized manner like those of the battleship, but rather divided into compartments according to the amount of ammunition. Otherwise, the entire warship would have been blown to smithereens at that moment. As the crisis deepened, Captain Typhon of the Thunder decisively ordered the opening of all deck partitions in the lower deck exits, jettisoning all accessible munitions and any fighter jets trapped in the hangar. This decision bought valuable time for the rescue operation. However, the Thunder was beyond salvation. Despite the tireless efforts of the ship's damage control personnel, they could not contain the spread of the fire. They could only inject liquefied nitrogen into the rear munitions holds to delay the next explosion. In the meantime, the crew of the Thunder evacuated to the accompanying friendly ship, the Enterprise, using transport boats. The Enterprise was in a frenzy, with its upper deck wide open to receive the Thunder's crew and equipment. With too many injured being brought aboard, the medical room was overwhelmed. Makeshift beds and stretchers now occupied the middle deck, where medics urgently treated the wounded. The ship's communication channels buzzed with requests for various equipment, issuing commands to different damage control teams, turning the entire warship into a cacophony, while the dangerous enemy vessel was momentarily overlooked. If the Hohenzollern were to launch a surprise attack now, it would spell disaster for the Enterprise. Captain William of the Enterprise was waiting at the lift for Typhon's arrival. They were classmates at the Imperial Air Force Academy, and as one of the few ordinary human officers in the Empire. Despite their starkly different personalities, they shared a very close bond. Colonel William was robust, having been a key player on the school S football team, but later switched to the rugby team, earning the nickname Brown Bear on the field, which likely explains his choice. Colonel Typhon, despite his strong name, was quite slender and had a stoic demeanor, preferring silence. He was known in the military as Robot. After enlisting in the military, his path was fraught with far more obstacles than William's, taking several years longer than his friend to attain the rank of captain. The Thunder was the first warship commanded independently by Typhon, and although he refrained from boasting about it, William was acutely aware of the immense effort Typhon had invested in this vessel. Despite being mentally prepared, the sight of Typhon, covered in soot and in tattered clothing, startled him. William approached and inquired, "Is there any hope of salvage?" Typhon, with a stoic expression, shook his head. "No, the explosion has compromised the keel. In 2 hours, the ship will split in two. Our only option now is to rescue the crew." William patted his old friend's shoulder. "Do not be too disheartened. Those aboard will eventually find their way. Come, let us pay our respects to Her Highness the Princess." Typhon shook his head. "I must oversee the final evacuation efforts. You go and meet her." With that, he disregarded the officers aboard the Enterprise and left with his subordinates. William's men were incensed by Typhon's rudeness, with a young officer muttering indignantly, "What an arrogant fellow! He carries himself like an emperor." William shook his head, disheartened by his friend's lack of social grace. When they finally reached the hangar, they were informed by the staff of the Guffey show that Her Highness had gone to the upper deck to assist with the rescue operations. Upon arriving on deck, they were told by the duty officer that the princess had found her entourage lacking in professional rescue knowledge and, fearing they would cause more chaos, had dispersed them after offering her condolences. After a long day of searching, William found himself utterly confused, having failed to locate the princess at this moment. The officers lamented that true arrogance lies in one's ignorance of their whereabouts, while subordinates, even if they knew, must still strive to seek out their leaders for guidance. 2 hours later, as Tai Feng had predicted, the Thunder ultimately succumbed to the fate of sinking, its hull splitting in two amidst a series of violent explosions. The crew managed to salvage the ship's Thunder insignia just before the separation. In those final moments, the crews of the Thunder and the Enterprise stood on the mid-deck hatch, bidding a heartfelt farewell to the Thunder as it vanished into the depths. Deep into the night, the weary sailors had succumbed to slumber, with many, lacking assigned bunks, resorting to napping on the flight deck. At that moment, perhaps the only place still illuminated was the warship's conference room. Captain William of the Enterprise, former Captain Tai Feng of the Thunder, and the recently liberated nurse, Shirley, along with the returning ace, NASA, convened with their senior officers for a crucial joint meeting. As the meeting commenced, Tai Feng stood and proclaimed his inescapable responsibility for the sinking of the Thunder, requesting that Her Highness relieve him of his duties. This declaration incited a minor uproar. Shirley, having recently refreshed her knowledge of naval warfare alongside NASA, understood that the blame did not lie with the Thunder. No one could fathom that the warship's effective range exceeded 1/3 that of a cruiser, and it had managed precise strikes from such a distance, with 3 cannon shots accurately targeting the deck. Even if one were to attribute it to mere coincidence, few would believe it. Shirley gestured for Tai Feng to sit, then took a few steps forward, seemingly organizing her thoughts. Before the seasoned officers, the 16-year-old girl exuded a calmness akin to a still lake, drawing the attention of all present, awaiting her direction. NASA noted this peculiar aura, realizing that the girl was indeed the true heir to the Empire. Her demeanor unparalleled by ordinary individuals, Shirley began, "At this moment, I do not wish to assign blame, as it would serve no purpose given our current predicament. Therefore, Captain Tai Feng, I ask that you retract your resignation. What you should truly feel shame for is that your adversaries remain at large while you entertain thoughts of abandoning your quest for vengeance." Tai Feng bowed his head, a look of shame crossing his robotic visage. He stammered, "Yes, Your Highness, I shall heed your words and fulfill my responsibilities." William breathed a sigh of relief. His greatest fear had not transpired. Tai Feng, in his foolishness, had attempted to shoulder the blame. But fortunately, the princess, wise and formidable, did not engage with this folly. Shirley activated the large screen, revealing a close-up of the Hohenzollern Prince, its gun barrels raised menacingly. She continued, "The warship that pursued me is formidable, while I am no expert in naval warfare. I can discern this much. My mentor once taught me that when an event surpasses the common understanding of most, it signals the dawn of change. Thus, before we analyze the situation, I wish to hear your insights on that warship." With the weight of the previous topic lifted, the officers eagerly chimed in. One staff officer summarized, "That warship's effective range greatly exceeds the current standards of cruisers, and it appears to possess at least 3 main guns capable of long-range targeting." Another officer added, "It is a vessel of considerable tonnage, easily exceeding 150,000 tons based on its exterior. NASA, having observed the enemy up close, contributed, it employs winged knife-like extensions to launch its aircraft, a common practice among shipyards in the Central Star Cluster and the Black Sea. Incidentally, its aircraft are quite subpar." This remark drew scoffs, as the pilots deemed subpar by NASA were likely formidable in the eyes of ordinary aviators. Her statement lacked any substantial merit. William shook his head. "This warship surpasses any currently equipped by the Empire. Regrettably, we remain ignorant of its origins." Tai Feng stated matter-of-factly it was constructed at the old Liverpool shipyard on Ibu Star. His words silenced the room, pointing at various sections of the ship displayed on the screen. Tai Feng explained, "Here, here, and here, though it has undergone some concealment, it is evident that this vessel was constructed by coupling 2 hull sections together. Its exterior paint was deliberately designed to obscure these seams, preventing detection of its monolithic shell. The energy cannons commonly outfitted on Imperial warships are nearly ineffective against vessels built using this technique. This shipbuilding technology was originally developed by the Togruta, but it gradually fell into obsolescence following their conquest by humans. Presently, only the old Liverpool shipyard under the Trade Federation retains the capability to construct ships using this method. Shirley nodded approvingly. Typhon, with his impassive demeanor, was indeed a professional asset. NASA expressed astonishment. So, the Trade Federation has also betrayed the Empire, daring to assault Imperial fleets? Typhon replied. That is hard to say. They may have engaged in arms dealings with other factions. It is not the first time the Trade Federation has sold warships to affluent planets in lower star sectors. However, this marks the first instance of encountering such advanced warships. William grimaced. Thus, we find ourselves in a significant predicament. Our current course leads directly to the capital of the Central Star Cluster, Zhongdu Star, now under the Trade Federation's control. This statement stirred considerable unrest in the assembly. Shirley exclaimed, "How can this be? What of the Central Star Cluster's military? How has Zhongdu Star fallen under Trade Federation control?" William awkwardly explained. The Jawbone Legion stationed at Zhongdu Star has defected. They have been swayed by several major star system alliances and now claim neutrality between the Empire and the rebels. In reality, they seek independence. The surrounding officers exchanged wry smiles. Coruscant had been besieged for 2 weeks, and the Empire's upper echelons had been cut off from external communication. No wonder the princess remained unaware that the galaxy's situation had drastically changed in this time. To describe it as chaotic would not be an exaggeration. Several generals elaborated on the dire circumstances facing the Empire, tracing the origins back to General Lu Chuan's expedition. A month prior, the rebel stronghold in the North Galactic region dispatched General Lu Chuan to lead an expeditionary force, breaching the defenses of the Gaul Star Domain governor, Jean Sasa, and advancing toward the imperial capital, Coruscant, in a matter of a night. This man revealed the Empire's fragility to all that the nation teetered on the brink of collapse. Various lords turned their backs on their duty to the Empire, instead seeking to carve out their own peace from the fallen giant. The rebels, who had been engaged in guerrilla warfare for years, suddenly transformed into formidable forces, forming several fleets that frequently launched assaults against the Empire. Local administrative leaders either declared themselves kings or colluded with rebels, while several planets banded together to demand independence. Some military groups composed of ordinary humans and aliens had already defected. Currently, only planets with Imperial clone legions stationed or those under the protection of Sith warriors remained relatively peaceful. An even graver issue was that the Empire, as a cohesive entity, had ceased to exist. Most legions found themselves fragmented and besieged. According to the Empire's original battle order, all Imperial forces were divided into 5 major military districts. The largest of these was the Frontier Military District, stationed on the Hells Angels defensive line, tasked with repelling incursions from the Lurans in the Ingmar. The Frontier Military District relies on a series of cosmic fortresses, space stations, and pioneering planets to establish a defensive line. The entire military district is composed of 6 fully organized legions, with a standing force exceeding 3 million at the North Star Sea Royal Fleet, comprised of 40 star destroyers and hundreds of other vessels. Stands as the most formidable armed group in the Empire, second only to the Capital Military District. Behind the Frontier Military District lies the Naboo Military District, tasked with safeguarding the Northern Galactic Star Domain and serving as the secondary force for the Frontier Legions. The troops under the Naboo Military District have been entirely obliterated in battles against the insurgents, with the remnants fleeing to the Frontier and Capital Military Districts. The original garrison has become a sanctuary for the rebels. The West Star Valley Front Army, stationed in the West Star Valley Star Domain, is primarily tasked with maintaining military pressure on the Byzians to the southwest. This army comprises 3 fully organized legions with a standing force of 1.5 million. Supported by the West Star Sea Royal Fleet, which consists of 20 star destroyers as its mainstay. The Black Sea Military District, stationed in the Southern Galactic River and Black Sea Star Domains, is responsible for maintaining control over these regions and keeping in contact with the neighboring Invidians. The Black Sea Military District consists of 2 understrength legions and several logistical corps, with a total standing force of 700,000. It commands a Black Sea fleet composed of 10 star destroyers, additionally equipped with 30 amphibious assault ships due to the unique nature of the enemies they face. Lastly, and most crucially, is the Capital Military District. Headquartered in the military metropolis of Lombard on the capital planet of Coruscant, the troops are widely distributed across the capital, the East Star Valley Corridor, and the Central Star Cluster. Their mission is to ensure public order in these three areas and to serve as the Empire's primary mobile force. Ready to assist in critical moments, the capital military district comprises 10 fully organized legions plus an independent capital garrison corps, totaling 5 million soldiers. It boasts the Royal Sith Fleet, featuring 50 star destroyers and thousands of auxiliary vessels. At the onset of the Civil War, the capital military district was even equipped with the Death Star, a superweapon. However, following the Corbett planetary conflict and the Death Star's explosion, most of the capital military district's forces have been annihilated. The remnants, having been severely diminished in the recent battle for Coruscant, are now few in number. The collapse of the capital military district's main force prompted the Central Star Cluster to take a daring step towards independence. While the East Star Valley Star Domain, now entirely defended by secondary forces, hangs by a thread. Currently, the Empire's most critical region, the Northern Galactic Star Domain, has been largely occupied by the insurgents, who have severed communication between the Imperial contingent in the Frontier District and the temporary headquarters in the Star Valley area. The division of the Frontier Military District's 3 million troops, rendered ineffective on the battlefield, is a significant reason for the Empire's dire situation. The Central Star Cluster is already under the control of major star system alliances such as the Trade Alliance, which, although still proclaiming neutrality, is evidently leaning towards the insurgents. The Sith Council has fled to the East Star Valley region to regroup. Yet that area now faces threats from the Land River insurgents and has descended into widespread rebellion. Additionally, the Naboo insurgent fleet has blocked the Rima Star Straits, intercepting the formidable Imperial West Star Valley Front Army beyond the confines of the Galactic Star System. In contrast, the previously troublesome Southern Galactic River and Black Sea Star domains have remained relatively quiet. However, the Imperial forces there were never the main legions, and their defenses are inadequate, leaving them without the strength to quell any uprisings. After hearing the commander's reports, Sherry and NASA were utterly astonished. They had never anticipated the situation had deteriorated to such an extent. According to the analysis, the Empire has lost nearly 2/3 of its territory and almost 3/4 of its population out of the total 51 provinces. Only 19 remain under Imperial control, and even those are precariously positioned. How could this happen? Sherry could barely believe her eyes. Was the Galactic Empire truly on the brink of collapse? Chapter 48. Navigating the stormy seas in the dead of night. Even aboard a warship teeming with people, one could always find a secluded corner or two. Sherry found herself nestled in such a nook, originally seeking a midnight stroll due to her inability to sleep, yet her mind remained tumultuous, gazing out of the porthole at the vast night sky. A shimmering galaxy flowed quietly in the distance. However, her heart could not return to its former tranquility. Within this galaxy, the majority of planets and peoples now regarded her as a mortal enemy. Iblis. What should I do? Why can't you be by my side at this moment? If this is the reason you sacrificed your life to protect my escape, then what meaning does it hold for me to be left alone? A worthless being. Sherry leaned against the porthole, her thoughts adrift. Sherry, what should I do? Qin Lu sat at the foot of the bed, head bowed, his mind a chaotic mess. The galaxy was in turmoil, and it was bound to worsen. He needed to return swiftly. But how could he return? This planet had grown increasingly bizarre. Heavy snow had fallen without pause for 3 days, nearly burying the first floor of the makeshift dwelling. His recent explorations had only deepened his sense of unease, as many of the flora and fauna here had never been documented in the Grand Encyclopedia. This was simply inconceivable, for the encyclopedia served as a genuine interstellar compendium, categorizing usable and unusable ingredients. Qin Lu had even prepared a volume on the planet's fauna and flora within his spatial pack. Even the creatures found in the distant Chul Empire and the domain of the Ingram Lord were cataloged within this repository. Yet now, facing entry after entry marked, not found, Qin Lu's heart quaked with dread. If this were the only difficulty, it might not be so grave. What truly weighed upon him was the issue with Joshua. Ever since that day they had crossed a line, Qin Lu had not only failed to experience the elation of losing his virginity, but felt instead like a thief, consumed by guilt. He now avoided making eye contact with Joshua while working, and Eve had begun to notice his odd behavior. What would he do if this continued? I truly am a beast, Qin Lu berated himself for the 100th time. His heart ached. If only my master were still alive, he would undoubtedly be utterly disappointed in me. I am indeed the waste the Black Duke claimed I was. Not only am I incapable of harnessing the Force, but I have also dragged my disciple into this predicament. Joshua will surely come to loathe me, that if that is the case, it would have been better had I never escaped. I might as well have perished on Coruscant. Drowsily, Qin Lu succumbed to sleep. In his stupor, a thunderous roar jolted him awake. You come here and die. Qin Lu suddenly awoke, finding himself in a familiar small room, surrounded by familiar furniture and the familiar presence of Lucifer. He had arrived in the Sha Sea. Lucifer pointed at Qin Lu, each word articulated with precision. Coward, pervert, useless, enraged, Qin Lu retorted. I may be a coward and a pervert, but this is not by choice that I have resisted. Yet fate has cast me onto that forsaken planet. Even if I wished to find an enemy to fight, I could not. Lucifer replied. Those who abandon their efforts without trying will be forsaken even by the gods. This statement struck Qin Lu like a bolt, and he sprang to his feet. Come, Lucifer, let us engage in a battle to the death today. I require no mercy from you. Lucifer sneered. What, have you resigned yourself to despair? Very well, today I shall strip away all your selfishness and hypocrisy. Qin Lu, filled with uncontainable rage, demanded, clarify to me how I am selfish or hypocritical. Lucifer fell silent, raising her slender finger that glimmered with light, extending it to pierce the space before Qin Lu, with each word. She unveiled the name of her technique, Rule Breaker. In the next instant, the small room shattered. A tremendous gust of wind filled the space as Qin Lu jolted awake, astonished to find himself suspended in midair. Held upside down by Lucifer, looking down, he felt his heart drop. Below him lay an infinite, bottomless abyss, where colossal storms collided and compressed against one another, forming swirling vortexes of various sizes and hues within the dark chasm. The wild howls of the great storms echoed, while smaller ones writhed in frenzy, their roars mingling with the thunder that enveloped the space. He was perched above them, inverted in Lucifer's grasp, akin to a piece of meat intended for her pet. Qin Lu closed his eyes, realizing he had truly lost his mind. He had evidently provoked Lucifer, and now this formidable sovereign was poised to execute him. Lucifer's voice emerged, unexpectedly calm and gentle. Life is akin to this stormy weather. All tranquility and serenity are mere illusions. Fleeting moments of warmth at the eye of the storm. You may rest, but do not grow lax. Should you halt your advance, these cunning storms will immediately seize upon you. The so-called ideal of a reclusive life exists solely within your imagination. We all endure considerable suffering. Yet that is no justification for evading life. Do you believe life is too unfair, that what you invest does not equate to what you ultimately receive, but does such a comparison truly hold significance? When you cease to make excuses for yourself, when your heart is devoid of regret, can these storms still instill fear within you? The gaze of Lucifer was saturated with sorrow, a sorrow so palpable that even Qin Lu could sense it. In that moment, Qin Lu felt an overwhelming sense of inadequacy. That he was acutely aware of Lucifer's kindness, her concern, and the immense expectations she had placed upon him. Yet, he had dared to utter words that wounded her heart. If you wish to fight me, let us do so here. This is my domain, the sea of storms that I do not wish for other monarchs to witness me in such a state. With a graceful gesture, Lucifer summoned forth a canopy of stormy skies that enveloped them in a secluded space, rendering the outside world invisible. Above the tempest, a platform fashioned from wind and cloud took shape, a training ground prepared solely for her and Qin Lu. On this ethereal platform, Qin Lu and Lucifer stood facing one another. Lucifer fell silent, closing her eyes in contemplation, as if awaiting Qin Lu's move to seize the initiative. That he remained still, yearning to explain, to express that his previous outburst was merely a moment of impulsiveness and misunderstanding. However, the words eluded him as he beheld the serene yet pained countenance of Lucifer. He genuinely wanted to apologize, questioning why he should. For it was his inability to endure the necessary pressure that had led to such unmanly behavior. Qin Lu approached her, coming to stand before Lucifer, who remained unmoved, steadfast in her demeanor. In that intimate proximity, gazing upon the face of the one who had consistently guided and inspired him, Qin Lu realized he was truly seeing her for the first time. With earnest attention, she was undeniably beautiful, not merely in appearance, but in a way that resonated deeply on a spiritual level. In the next moment, as if possessed by a force beyond his control, he kissed her. Lucifer's eyes flew open, reflecting a tumult of surprise, embarrassment, and fury, coalescing into a tempest. Qin Lu hastily attempted to justify himself, but his explanations felt woefully inadequate. With a swift motion, Lucifer raised her hand. The prelude to a strike, and Qin Lu shut his eyes, murmuring, "I am sorry." Yet, the anticipated blow did not materialize. With a frosty countenance, Lucifer inquired, "What did you say?" Realizing she had not retaliated, Qin Lu bowed deeply. Reiterating, "I am truly sorry, it was unintentional." Lucifer's anger flared. "You were not intentional. Does that mean I stood here deliberately for you to debase me?" Qin Lu recognized his blunder yet found courage to speak candidly. "You stirred something within me, and I acted foolishly by kissing you without your consent. Do as you will with me." A tense silence lingered for a full minute, during which sweat soaked through Qin Lu's garments. Lucifer scoffed, "I am a monarch. I will not strike you for such a trivial matter. However, you have profoundly disappointed me. You cannot even navigate the simplicity of a kiss." In an unexpected surge of determination, Qin Lu wrapped his arms around Lucifer, kissing her fiercely. A punch from Lucifer connected with his abdomen, propelling him into the air, blood surging to his throat, yet he clung on, unwilling to relinquish her lips. Another blow sent him flying back, and Lucifer turned her gaze away, remarking, "That kiss was decent, but the taste of blood was rather overwhelming." Struggling to rise, Qin Lu gasped for breath, the impact weighing heavily on his chest. "Thank you for that kiss. It reminded me that I am alive and capable of action. Next time I am at the Sea of Sacrifice, I will kiss you again." Lucifer's cold laughter echoed. "If you dare to act like a rogue again, I will truly kill you." To which Qin Lu replied, "Even if that is the case, I would still do it." Lucifer was taken aback. Qin Lu declared with fervor, "I have shattered my mental barriers. In that moment, I thought to myself that if I could kiss you, then there is nothing in this world beyond my reach." Lucifer's fist crackled with lightning. "You truly seek death, do you?" Qin Lu quickly clarified, "What I meant was, if I could kiss a stunning monarch like you, then surely all my other desires will come to fruition." Lucifer turned her head. "I shall remember this punishment for you, should you err again. I will show no mercy." Qin Lu nodded sheepishly, realizing that merely being noted meant she could strike him whenever she wished. He failed to consider that Lucifer harbored the same sentiment towards him. Lucifer ceased her banter. "You are troubled by your inability to wield the Force, are you not?" Qin Lu nodded, having intended to seek her counsel on this matter, but their playful skirmish had diverted them from the topic at hand. "I cannot harness the Force myself, and that is acceptable. But I do not wish for my disciples to suffer the same fate. I hope they can become true Sith warriors, deserving of the lifetimes they sacrifice." Lucifer asked, "Have you ever witnessed me utilizing the Force?" Qin Lu shook his head. Thus far, her techniques had been peculiar and astonishingly powerful, yet none exhibited any fluctuation of the Force. Could it be? An audacious thought surged within Qin Lu's mind. Was it possible that Lucifer was a Sith monarch who could not wield the Force? Such a notion was absurd, akin to a sheep assuming the mantle of a wolf king. Lucifer replied, "In my past, I was like you, a Sith warrior incapable of wielding the Force, and even less capable than you. I have no extraordinary sword techniques to rely upon." Qin Lu was astounded. This revelation, confirmed by Lucifer herself, evoked a sense of disbelief within him. "How did you become so formidable?" With a faint smile, Lucifer revealed her unparalleled grace. "You must discover the answer for yourself. This is where we conclude for today. I must return to rebuild my humble abode." Qin Lu, feeling urgency, interjected, "Is that all? Do you have nothing more to say?" Lucifer turned back, her smile radiant. "Of course I do." Taking a deep breath, she shouted at Qin Lu, "Ibaru, remember this. Should you lose faith, wallow in despair, and exhibit the demeanor of a cowardly child, I will ensure you are beaten to the point where even your mother would not recognize you." Then, with a playful smile, she added, "That is all." On the periphery of the Sea of Storms, amidst a sea of clouds, several monarchs had gathered, yet the current circumstances left them restless with anticipation. Word had spread that Lucifer intended to deliver a harsh reprimand to Ibaru, and this news had taken flight to every monarch's ears. They convened in hopes of gleaning a final outcome, but with Lucifer having activated the barrier of the Sea of Storms, rendering them blind to the events within, their anxiety heightened. Fortunately, Alice's laboratory could penetrate this barrier, allowing for clandestine observation of the unfolding events. Now, the monarchs awaited the observations of the ninth monarch, Alice. As they waited, they began to place their bets. Dale declared, "A bundle of maize vines. I wager Ibaru will be thoroughly beaten." Zujin concurred, "Agreed. I bet a vial of Force essence. Though Lucifer may not be the most virtuous, she is unequivocal when it comes to punishment." Izira added, "A jade dream. Lucifer will give that lecher a thorough thrashing. Deus countered, I will bet a forest guardian. I am with you on this one. The other monarchs exchanged glances. You two need not wager such high stakes. Ben smiled. Be cautious. The higher the bet, the greater the loss. Deus retorted, I will not lose, for I understand Sister Lucifer better. Anda chimed in, 10 soul pearls. I bet on Ibaru. The other monarchs gasped at the significant wager. Ben replied, in that case, I shall bet a bottle of holy oil, betting on Ibaru's victory. Dale and Zujin were taken aback. Ben and Andu were clearly opposing the two female monarchs. Deus scoffed. You may as well bid farewell to your holy oil. As anticipation built, the 9th monarch, Alice, arrived. Ben inquired, what transpired? Dale was brimming with excitement. Did they fight? Deus was more direct. Share the details, the details. Alice wore a perplexed expression. I could see the scene but heard no sound. Initially, it seemed they were arguing. Then Lucifer activated the training platform. Deus, filled with excitement, pressed. And then? Alice's face flushed. Then they kissed, and Lucifer punched him. After that, they conversed for a while, and Ibaru left. Izira, incredulous, asked, Ibaru escaped unscathed? Alice affirmed. He emerged without a scratch. Ben and Anda beamed with pride. While Dale and Zujin were thrilled, they had witnessed the process of Lucifer being wooed. They would undoubtedly seek clarity from Ibaru later. Only Deus wore a troubled expression, as Lucifer's capitulation had greatly exceeded her expectations. Why had she allowed him to go unpunished? Why had she permitted him to kiss her? Ben patted Deus on the shoulder. Deus, my dear, following this monarch meeting, you are now free to shed tears. Chapter 49. The slow unfolding of dreams behind the beaded curtain. Qin Lu awoke. A dull ache still lingering in his chest. Through his recent encounters with the Sea of Sacrifice, he had come to understand that the injuries sustained there would not manifest in the real world. Only the lingering pain of consciousness could cross over. Yet, the faint fragrance lingering at the corners of his lips was undeniably real that he could scarcely believe that he had dared to kiss Lucifer, and miraculously, he had not met a fatal end. If his previous interactions had failed to elicit any profound feelings, this particular experience had made it abundantly clear. He harbored a deep admiration for Lucifer. This perilous emotion may have existed from the very moment he first felt a spark of affection for her, gradually intensifying from a mere flicker to an all-consuming flame through their encounters. Despite Lucifer's volatile nature, each time Qin Lu ventured into her presence, he would endure her wrath, yet his admiration only grew fiercer. Even amidst the inherent danger, this sentiment was distinctly different from his feelings for Shelley and Joshua. Reclining on his bed, he reflected on his feelings for Shelley, characterized by a powerful mutual attraction, where both aspired to bring out the best in one another. Each time they sensed the other's affections, it ignited a surge of joy and excitement. They eagerly pursued the blossoming of their shared sentiments. Their romance akin to the exhilarating warmth of Shelley's wine. In contrast, his feelings for Joshua were steeped in tenderness, moved by her affection and intimacy, intertwined with a respect for Phil and the compassion it evoked, mingled with a tinge of guilt that he found oddly pleasurable, much like the sharp allure of a martini that beckoned for another sip. For Lucifer, his feelings were purely one of admiration. She was his sovereign, his mentor, the leader of the realm of Sith. The more kindness she showed him, the more he felt like a moth drawn to the flame. Qin Lu could not help but smile wryly. When he had once lamented the absence of a romantic partner, he had never anticipated that when love would finally come knocking, he would feel more restless than during his solitary days. This night, sleep eluded him. Dressing hastily against the chill, he ventured onto the balcony of the second floor, intent on plucking a couple of bananas from the Emperor's banana plant for a late-night snack. To his astonishment, he noticed that the sky had cleared. The relentless snowfall of the past 3 days had ceased. The night sky sparkled like it had been washed clean by the snow, revealing countless stars that illuminated the darkness. Yet, he had no time to admire the view. He quickly retrieved his stargazing device, aligning it with the celestial clusters above. The device's internal memory held records of star maps captured by 78 of the finest telescopes from the Galactic Empire. Each celestial body on the maps had been categorized by astronomers into designated constellations. Whenever the machine detected any of these labeled constellations during its observations, it would promptly calculate the precise location of the corresponding planets based on known parameters, providing information on the nearest routes and spaceports. Though the instrument was compact, it was beloved by cosmic explorers, Qin Lu had relied on it many times before, but today it disappointed him, despite scanning the surrounding 360-degree expanse of the sky. The machine indicated that no planets belonged to any known constellations. The result was utterly unfathomable. Sitting dumbfounded on the rooftop, he muttered, could that alien machine have transported me once more? Damn it. Shaking his head, he dismissed the notion. There was no machine capable of tearing through the fabric of space to such an extent. He was someone who had experienced the divine act of crossing realms and knew too well the immense energy such feats required, something even the revered rulers of the Sea of Sacrifice could not achieve. Qin Lu felt no despair. The stargazing device could only observe the heavens from its current position. The night sky varied with seasons and hemispheres that he resolved that if he explored further, he might find results. Clutching onto hope, he decided to return to bed. If worst comes to worst, I shall construct a starship from primitive materials and navigate my way back to the Milky Way, he declared defiantly before drifting off to sleep. That night, he experienced a rare dream. In his vision lay an ethereal paradise, the Jade Pool, where an exquisitely beautiful fairy reclined. As he approached, he realized it was Jasha, draped in sheer white fabric, her bosom partially revealed. Beckoning him with a playful hand, "Master, I wanted." Qin Lu's face flushed crimson. Suddenly, long-haired Lucifer appeared behind her, glaring fiercely. "Pervert, coward." Qin Lu was left speechless. Abruptly, the idyllic scene transformed into a sea of blood, from which emerged a girl. Drenched in crimson, she extended a bloodied hand towards him, and his heart raced. It was Shelley, pleading, "Ibi Lu, Grandpa is gone. The Empire has fallen. What should I do? What should I do?" Awakening abruptly, drenched in cold sweat, the vivid imagery still haunted him, igniting a sense of unease within. He hastily dressed, his mind consumed by a singular thought. "I must return to the Milky Way immediately." "Master, what are you doing up at this hour?" A voice jolted Qin Lu from his half-dreaming state. Jasha had somehow found her way onto his bed, her nightwear scant, rubbing her eyes as if to express her displeasure at his nocturnal restlessness. Qin Lu collapsed back onto the bed, exhaling deeply. How absurd it was to rise in the middle of the night, yearning to return to the galaxy with no companion by his side. Jasha climbed onto his chest, tilting her head to listen to his heartbeat. Then asked, "Can't sleep? Did you have a nightmare?" Qin Lu merely grunted in response. Jasha, with a playful smile, remarked, "Actually, nightmares are quite easy to resolve. First, maintain a good sleeping posture, perhaps eat a little midnight snack to warm your stomach. Or if all else fails, engage in something thrilling." With a captivating smile, she gently tugged at the straps of her nightwear. "So, will you choose a midnight snack or me?" Even though the little beauty had lost her innocence to Qin Lu, she had undergone a transformation. If her prior attempts at seduction had seemed somewhat juvenile, now she exuded a magnetic allure that was undeniably captivating. Her eyes sparkled with longing as she delicately loosened her garment. Had it been the old Qin Lu, he would have succumbed to the temptation, likely rushing to embrace the inviting Jasha, but he grasped her hand, halting her movements. Jasha paused, then tenderly caressed his forehead, asking, "What's wrong? Are you tired? You should lie down. I'll fetch you something to eat." With a warm embrace around his neck, she sought to comfort him against the cooling night air. Rising to head out, Qin Lu held onto her hand, preventing her from leaving. "Sasha, let's not do this." Jasha blinked in surprise, laughing softly. "What are you talking about?" In that moment, Qin Lu resolved to clarify his intentions. Amidst the entanglements with 3 women, he could no longer afford to be indecisive. His feelings were secondary to Shelley's pressing needs. He was unworthy of any attachment or admiration. Suppressing his voice, which had never felt so loathsome to him, he declared, "Let us return to being master and disciple." Jasha stepped back, disbelief etched across her face. "But haven't we always been master and disciple?" Qin Lu replied, "I mean, let us revert to a pure master-disciple relationship, without any intimacy or feelings that surpass friendship." Jasha retreated a couple of steps, her expression one of incredulity. "You must be joking." Qin Lu shook his head. "I am serious. I have never been so clear-headed." Suddenly, Jasha enveloped him in an embrace, tears streaming down her face. "How am I to know what you're thinking? I ponder this daily, and yet you jest with me." Qin Lu felt a pang of sorrow. "I'm sorry. Truly sorry." He reached out to touch the magical mark on her back, wishing to erase it, to sever their ties, but Jasha grasped his hand tightly. In that moment, he was struck by her surprising strength. His once prized wrist strength felt insignificant in her grasp. The enchanting demeanor she had adopted over the past few days had nearly made him forget that she was once a formidable force in the galaxy. Red Giant Joshua, the hunter of the Black Sea. Known as Iron Fist Joshua, with tear-streaked cheeks, she sniffled. If there are no ties, then you shall not touch me here again. With that, she raised her hand and tossed him onto the bed, turning to strike him with a pillow. Qin Lu bore the blows in silence. Seeing him offer no resistance, Joshua felt utterly despondent, casting the pillow aside as she fled from the room. With the matter resolved, a deeper sense of unease settled within Qin Lu. Chapter 50. The seventh monarch emerges. Qin Lu felt as though he floated above a vast sea of clouds, the expanse stretching far and wide, with distant peaks rising like islands amidst the cloudscape. Qin Lu found himself perched upon a cloud. Beside him sat an individual indulging in spirits. This person exuded an air of peculiar eccentricity. Despite being a handsome young man, his visage was disheveled, adorned in a bizarre suit of armor. With two enormous eyes glaring ominously from his shoulder plates, darting about as if they were alive. Eschewing a helmet, he instead wore a protective collar around his neck, clutching a large wine gourd. He sat on the ground, drinking with abandon. This must be a dream, Qin Lu mused. Since it was a dream, anything was possible. However, the events that unfolded next left him somewhat speechless. The man gestured invitingly. Sit down. Blind one. Although he was indeed blind, the audacity of the man's proclamation was quite intolerable to Qin Lu. He promptly sat down, disregarding pleasantries, and reached out, stating, wine. His heart was heavy, yearning for a drunken stupor. The handsome lad paused, then handed him the drink. Good. You're quite straightforward. Qin Lu tilted his head back for a hearty gulp of wine, exclaiming, this wine is smooth, but lacks potency. He took another generous swig. The man tilted his head in inquiry. If this isn't strong liquor, then what do you consider strong? Qin Lu took yet another large mouthful. AK-47, that stuff, with blue bullets, sends you soaring with just one sip. It's like drinking gunpowder. The man appeared bewildered by these terms. What's this 47? Qin Lu erupted in laughter, and as their conversation flowed, he had the man utterly captivated. The lad seemed eager to join him in the material world for a revelry. They squatted together, sharing sips of wine and engaging in lively banter. The young man was thoroughly entertained by Qin Lu's tales from distant lands. Their dialogue meandered through topics of masculinity, encompassing politics and women. When the conversation turned to wooing women, the lad eagerly prodded, Big brother, do you have any surefire tips for flirting? When I tried to approach women in my past life, they always ran away. Damn it, I can't fathom why in terms of looks. I'm no less appealing than those pretty boys. Yet, I've been single for thousands of years. Why am I not favored by the ladies? Qin Lu sighed deeply. He had been lost in thought, not absorbing the young man's words that he earnestly advised. Brother, heed my counsel. It's best to steer clear of women. The handsome youth was taken aback. Have you encountered trouble too? Qin Lu recounted his entanglements with 3 women. The young man took a swig of wine and scoffed. I don't understand your plight. It's merely 3. Just bring them all under one roof. Qin Lu was utterly defeated. The young man's words echoed the tropes of popular novels from his previous world, the protagonist exuding a regal aura. Surrounded by a bevy of beauties, lawless, mature women, wives, and warrior maidens, all clamoring to marry him, practically throwing themselves at his feet, and the protagonist graciously declaring, bring them all in. Such scenarios seemed utterly implausible. Women are human too, with their own thoughts and emotions in matters of love. Qin Lu, who was quite possessive, could not fathom a woman tolerating the sharing of her beloved. He could easily envision the reaction of Lucifer if he were to utter such sentiments to her. She would undoubtedly raise her electrified fist and declare, you've truly lived long enough, then proceed to pummel him into oblivion. Greed brings its own demise, and the past few days had already imparted valuable lessons. Qin Lu shook his head. I cannot bear to be with one woman while my heart longs for another. That would be profoundly unfair to them. The handsome young man stood, letting out a bellow. Hearing you speak of this, I feel the heavens are truly unjust. Why do you have several girlfriends while I languish in loneliness? Qin Lu ignored him. Suspecting he was still dreaming, the young man insisted, no, I must challenge you to a duel to relieve my frustrations. With that proclamation, the scene transformed. They stood in a labyrinth, its walls formed by towering mountains, and its corridors carved by deep ravines. Such grandeur and magnificence Qin Lu had only witnessed once before, in Lucifer's domain, Stormy Sea. The lad in peculiar armor stood before him, extending his hand. Ibaru, let us fight. At that moment, Qin Lu's senses sharpened. He realized for the first time that this was not a dream, but a reality in the sea of slaughtered. He inquired, "Where is this place? And who are you?" The youth replied with a voice so resounding it startled the birds from the mountains. "This is my domain, the mountains of the lost. And I am Dale, the seventh king of the Sis." A new monarch had emerged, and Qin Lu felt a shiver of fear. The seventh king, Dale, ascended into the air, tying a white scarf around his forehead, his wild hair rising like a living creature. The armored youth let out a battle cry, raising both hands toward the sky. In an instant, dark clouds loomed overhead, and the entire space plunged into darkness as if someone had extinguished the lights. Then, with a snap of the seventh king's fingers, all the mountains erupted into brilliant light, creating a striking contrast of brightness below and darkness above. That moment, Dale radiated the presence of a true king, shedding any semblance of his earlier frivolity. Each word he spoke resonated thunderously. "The entire range of the Lost Mountains is my arena." His voice echoed endlessly through the vast expanse of mountains. Qin Lu laughed heartily, feeling fortunate. Just when he desired a fight, one had come to him. He removed the white-eye mask that Joshua had tied around his head days prior, a memory of her desperate departure still vivid in his mind. In the sea of slaughter, his vision was clear, and now he transformed all his longings into a fierce battle spirit. "If you wish to fight, then let us do so." Qin Lu tied the white cloth around his own forehead, securing it tightly. "What are the rules?" "Close combat." "That suits me perfectly." Dale descended to the ground, producing two daggers and deftly tossing them apart, each embedding itself an inch deep into the earth. Less than 2 steps apart, Qin Lu's eyes sparkled with excitement. "A fight to the death," Dale declared. "A very masculine approach." "I like it," Qin Lu replied. Dale shed his armor and stepped into the circle formed by the daggers, his right heel resting on one blade, revealing his fists. Qin Lu entered the circle, his right heel on the other blade, raising his fist to stand in opposition to Dale. The distance between them was so minimal that their fists, even at full force, would inevitably collide, their knuckles brushing against each other like two lovers in embrace, leaving no room for evasion. "Even among kings, none dare to engage me in such a manner," Dale asserted. Qin Lu scoffed. "What a trivial reason. You regard kings with reverence. To me, they are inconsequential. Even Lucifer, in my heart, is merely a beloved woman. Years of frontline combat and my master's teachings have instilled in me a singular truth. So-called authority, titles, and the notion of invincibility are all hypocritical and feeble in the face of raw steel and gunpowder. To survive, one must be fearless. Even if standing before a god, I shall trample him beneath my feet." Dale let out a hearty laugh. "Indeed, you are a true warrior. Since that's the case, to show mercy would be a disservice. You possess such resolve. You won't be easily vanquished. Let us commence. Let us begin." "Ah!" Both men let out primal roars from deep within, their inner strength surging alongside their cries, reaching a crescendo. Qin Lu and Dale unleashed their punches in near unison. Each strike landed with a thud, and in that first blow, both drew blood. A gash opened on Dale's chest, while Qin Lu spat blood, momentarily staggering as his heel pressed against the dagger, the crimson flowing freely. In this fight to the death, retreat was not an option. Those wishing to flee would only find themselves face down. Qin Lu roared, driving his right foot into the ground, anchoring himself against the dagger. As long as there was life, the punches would not cease. The two exchanged blows, their fists colliding in rapid succession. Both bloodied and battered, the ground beneath the daggers stained with their blood, creating a macabre tapestry. Dale's punches were swift and fierce, and Qin Lu was no less formidable. Their fists met time and again, skin tearing and blood spilling. Humanity is a fierce beast, with a primal essence rivaling any creature on Earth. When this highly evolved body is reactivated and powered by an indomitable will, even the most ferocious raptor would retreat. Now, within the confines of the dagger circle, two such beasts clashed, fist against fist, their 4 hands pressed against each other in a stalemate. Qin Lu roared, launching a headbutt. Simultaneously, Dale charged forward. A resounding thud echoed as their heads collided. Neither fell. Blood streamed down, soaking the 2 cloth bands on their heads. Even a live crocodile would find itself doomed under such impact. Their fists remained locked, heads pressed against one another, Dale gasping for breath while Qin Lu focused on his breathing, drawing in as much oxygen as possible, fueling his fiery engine, converting it into energy to be unleashed through his fists. Qin Lu murmured, "A formidable punch." Dale burst into laughter. "Come again." Their fists and heads suddenly separated. And in the blink of an eye, the wind from their punches surged once more, delivering another 10 blows, each one drawing blood. The difference this time was that Qin Lu's punches carried even greater force. A significant portion of the blood pooling on the ground was Dale's, with his right foot deeply embedded in the dagger, blood splattering from the ring of the blade. The two locked fists. And Dale laughed heartily, exclaiming, "What a tough punch. You've got me." Qin Lu, catching his breath, responded with a clear and joyous laugh. "You're not too shabby yourself. Your punches are fierce enough that I've broken 2 fingers." Dale retorted, "Damn it. I've had a tendon in my fist knocked out by you. What are 2 fingers to me?" Qin Lu replied, "So, this means the next round will be the decisive one." Dale affirmed, "Indeed," then lowered his voice. "Hey, I'm going to get serious now. Be careful not to die." Qin Lu scoffed, "Hey, young man, I must warn you, you've stolen my line." The wind from their punches roared once more, this time more ferociously than ever before. Dale's fist struck flesh. 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches. Blood gushed from Qin Lu. Yet, astonishingly, all of Qin Lu's punches missed their target at such close quarters. Every punch he aimed at Dale inexplicably fell short. Moreover, Dale made no attempt to evade. As if the moment Qin Lu began to strike, he had already miscalculated his direction. With each punch he threw, 4, 5, 6, Qin Lu seemed to lose a bone, his powerful strikes mysteriously rendered ineffective by Dale's fists. As Dale unleashed his punches, he bellowed, "This is my secret technique, frequency modulation. Changes in speed are nothing. I simply alter my body's acceleration. What you see with your eyes is an illusion, for the speed of my movements changes every second. Even if you unleash all your strength, I will ensure your punches lose their mark just before they touch my skin. Lucifer is indeed strong, but in close combat, I am the strongest king." Dale caught Qin Lu's fist and, lowering his voice, said, "I'm sorry to say, but you're about to die. Unlike Lucifer, we of the Desai lineage do not hold back. Go below and remember my name." With that, he unleashed a crushing blow. At that moment, perhaps Qin Lu found himself closer to death than ever since his arrival in this world. Yet, paradoxically, it was also a moment that could ignite the human potential. Dale's powerful strike was ultimately intercepted. He could hardly believe his eyes, but it mattered little. Even if this was a rare miscalculation, such randomness could not be expected to repeat. He accelerated the frequency modulation of his entire being, sending his heavy punches crashing down like thunder upon his opponent. This time, all his punches were intercepted. The improbable had become the inevitable. Qin Lu lifted his head and enunciated each word clearly. Southern Fist, Wing Chun. What is the maximum speed at which a person can punch? An average person can throw 3 punches in a second, but that is far from the human limit. The record for the fastest punches is held by the founder of Jeet Kune Do, the Wing Chun master Bruce Lee, 13 punches in 1 second, a record that remains unbroken to this day. Dale's frequency modulation technique was indeed terrifying. Such methods would be exceptional even in ranged combat. However, he was facing Qin Lu today. The breadth and depth of Chinese martial arts are beyond the imagination of an ordinary person. Qin Lu withstood 7 or 8 of Dale's punches before finally recalling a method to counter his frequency modulation. He would employ the rapid punches of Jeet Kune Do combined with the close-range strikes of Wing Chun to face him. Dale scoffed, gathering power into his fists, and unleashed a barrage of frequency-modulated punches like a tempest. Qin Lu's strikes and knife-hand chops matched the speed of lightning. Is frequency modulation impressive? No matter how fast your changes are, they cannot surpass the exquisite Wing Chun honed in the wooden dummy alley. This Wing Chun has integrated the instinctual sensitivity of the nameless counterflow, rooted in instinct, no longer requiring the eyes to guide its target. While Dale might bully other kings with his frequency modulation, he forgot that Qin Lu was originally a practitioner of the nameless counterflow, coupled with the instinctive lightning strikes of Wing Chun. This time, it would be Dale's misfortune. Dale unleashed 33 punches, all intercepted by Qin Lu. In turn, his neck was struck hard by the powerful inch punch of Wing Chun. He could hardly believe it, although Ibalu had clearly lost the ability to fight back. How could he find himself at a disadvantage in the blink of an eye? Dale roared, pouring all his strength into a final barrage of punches. Qin Lu's hands moved in swift succession, intercepting all of Dale's fists, Crossing his arms over his chest, A.S. Dale struggled to break free. His head was left dangerously exposed. Qin Lu roared, unleashing the pent-up energy he had accumulated since being struck. Releasing it like a flood from his shout, leaving Dale dizzied, he concentrated all his remaining strength into a headbutt, which rang out like the sound of metal clashing, echoing far and wide. The two heads collided. Blood spraying forth. Chapter 51. Who can transmit the Force? In the distance on the battlefield, amidst the towering mountains, several kings were gathered at the summit for a tea party. They were the same kings. Yet this time, no one was placing bets. From the moment Qin Lu and Dale entered the dagger circle, all the kings reached a consensus that Ibalu fellow is either driven mad by Lucifer or just born with a screw loose. Dale, nicknamed 1-meter Madman, transformed into a frenzied beast-like warrior once he stepped into the knife circle. Coupled with his infuriating abilities, the kings resolutely refused to play with Dale. Yet today, this Ibalu actually agreed to his challenge, truly a newcomer unaware of the dangers. The tea was brewed from the finest maize vine, infused with a 1/4 ounce of the heart of primal force, a favorite beverage among the kings. Daisy held her teacup, completely indifferent to the battle raging nearby, while the other kings sat in their respective seats, discussing how to explain the newcomer's demise to Sister Lucifer later, sitting at one corner of the square table, smiling and not participating in the discussion. Only Andu was fixated on the battle between the 7th king and Qin Lu through a telescope. Zujin remarked, "If it comes to that, we can just hand Dale over to Sister Lucifer and let her deal with him as she pleases." Alice feigned a defeated expression. "You all spend so much time together, yet you're the first to betray him at a critical moment," Zujin replied. "Then we'll sink Ibalu's corpse at the bottom of the Emerald Lake of Isela, so Sister will never know." Isela interjected, "Hiding a corpse in the sacred Emerald Lake is absolutely out of the question." The kings debated for a while before Daisy calmly stated, "I will protect Dale in front of Sister Lucifer. This matter ends here. No one is to mention it again." Ben then spoke up, his voice filled with amusement. "Well, though it's a bit late, would any of you be interested in betting on the outcome of the battle? There may yet be unexpected developments." The kings were taken aback. Suddenly, Enda spoke up, "No need to bet anymore. Dale has fallen." The kings rushed to the edge of the cliff, peering down at the battlefield. Within the dagger circle, Ibalu stood drenched in blood, while Dale lay on the ground, half his body outside the circle. The outcome of the battle was unmistakably clear. After confirming his victory, Qin Lu too collapsed. Having scarcely the energy to inspect his wounds, he was utterly exhausted, fully believing that at this moment, not even a Jedi could emerge to challenge him, let alone a rabbit looking for trouble. On the other side, Dale struggled to rise and approach Qin Lu. Looking at him, Qin Lu realized he had no strength left to stand. If his opponent were to strike again, he would be at their mercy. However, it was evident that Dale was not that type of person. He extended a hand to pull Qin Lu up, laughing heartily. "Your moves are impressive. This time, I've lost." Qin Lu chuckled in response. "No. You showed mercy. Otherwise, with your strength as a king, your punches would surely be far more devastating." Dale laughed. "Using that kind of strength is akin to cheating. In a life-and-death battle, that's not what a man does." The two exchanged glances and laughed together. Qin Lu found himself quite fond of this straightforward fellow. Despite his volatility, lechery, and foul mouth, true men are scarce in this world, and encountering one is worth 3 days of revelry. Unable to contain his curiosity, Qin Lu asked Dale, "What kind of power would your punches have if you used your kingly strength?" Dale scratched his head. "Let me think. It would probably be something like this." With that, he raised his fist and, aiming at a distant mountain range, unleashed a punch. Qin Lu felt a gust of wind rush past him, and then the targeted hill was obliterated. Qin Lu stood in shock. Not only could he not withstand a punch of that magnitude, but even 1/10 of its power would be beyond him. Curiously, he asked, "What immense strength, but why was there no fluctuation of primal force in that strike? Could it be that you, Dale, are also a king unable to use primal force?" Dale laughed heartily. "Only Sister Lucifer among us is born unable to wield primal force. The rest of us can use it just like any ordinary Sith. As for why my earlier attack didn't involve primal force, I can only say that utilizing the forces of the cosmic background doesn't necessarily require primal force. Thus, over time, each king inevitably learns a few techniques that do not rely on primal force." Qin Lu, with a sensitive awareness, suddenly grasped something, as if she had finally seized that which she had been relentlessly pursuing. "What does the term force pulse mean, as you often speak of it?" Is it not possible to wield the Force without it? Dell's expression transformed into one of sanctity and solemnity, a visage that Qin Lu had never before witnessed. The Force pulse is akin to the heartbeat of the heart. After our Sith are enlightened, the core of the Force begins to throb continuously, connecting us to the cosmic energies through this rhythm that we refer to this bestowed power as the Force. Qin Lu was taken aback. If the Force pulse was a heartbeat, did that render her lineage of Sith as Force dead? Dell chuckled. Ibaru, to harness the background energies of the universe does not inherently require the Force's participation. The cosmic background energy is omnipresent, manifesting in myriad forms. The Force is but one of them. From this moment forth, you must choose your own path. Will you follow the ancient methods of the monarchs to learn our use of the Force, or will you start anew, forging a path that belongs solely to you? Remember, opportunities are fleeting. Regardless of the outcome, you cannot start anew. Qin Lu fell into silence, contemplating Dell's words. For a long time, she had envied the supernatural abilities conjured by the Sith warriors through their command of the Force. How wondrous it would be to possess such power, even if only for a single night. Suddenly, Dell's expression shifted. He gazed in shock at the distant, destroyed hilltop. Alas, it seems we struck the location of the tea party. Ibaru, you may amuse yourself for now. Perhaps we shall meet again in the labyrinth. With that, he soared into the sky and vanished. At the ruins of the tea party, Alice emerged from the debris, cursing vehemently. Dell, you idiot among lechers, lecher among idiots. I curse you to remain a bachelor for 1,000 years. Meanwhile, Qin Lu continued to ponder Dell's remarks. Under the guidance of her master, Eugene, she had previously conducted extensive research on the Force. The words of the seventh monarch today were akin to a revelation, illuminating her mind. Casting aside the traditional confines of the Force, she ceased her futile efforts to extract power from her meager magical runes, instead calming herself to seek the hidden traces of power within the known world. The extraordinary skills of the Sith monarchs were beyond her imagination. In truth, Qin Lu had never witnessed such miraculous Force techniques from any other Sith warrior. Not even the former Emperor Palpatine. In Qin Lu's eyes, His Majesty was merely a formidable figure within the realm of Force capabilities, significantly inferior to the monarchs. According to Dell, the reason traditional Sith warriors, including the Jedi, could accumulate Force energy through meditation was that their Force cores began pulsating upon enlightenment. A pulsing as precious as the life of a Force warrior, it resembled a human heart. Only a beating heart can propel the circulation of blood and sustain life. Yet, Qin Lu's Force heart was engulfed in silence. No wonder many Sith warriors mocked her as a Force dead. For years, she had relied solely on the minuscule Force she extracted through her magical runes to prove her identity as a Force warrior. This paltry amount of power was only sufficient for her to perform low-energy skills like the blade flash. Such a life was indeed lamentable. If other Sith warriors represented the white-collar class of Force users, Qin Lu was, at best, a Force beggar, albeit one skilled in the art of dog-beating. Only her master had persistently sought a remedy for her plight, even inventing the concept of the Force beacon. Attempting to correct his apprentice's deficiencies through diligent effort, regrettably, he passed away without achieving this goal. However, from today onwards, all of that would become a thing of the past. The insights Qin Lu gained filled her with an almost frenzied joy. The monarch's guidance had illuminated her path, casting away the burdensome dilemmas that had long plagued Eugene and his apprentice. Old Qin could distinctly feel that since just moments ago, her Force core had stirred. It was not merely beating or pulsing, but commencing a rotation, resembling a small celestial body in its dance. This transformation left her exhilarated beyond measure, to use an inapt metaphor. It was akin to an aging bachelor suddenly realizing how love is made on his wedding night. Teetering on the brink of a heart attack from sheer excitement, she closed her eyes, filled with gratitude, and savored this miraculous change. As her Force core rotated, all the magical runes on her body seemed to come alive, slowly moving within her. These runes, centered around the rotating core, gradually converged into a wondrous display of motion. Old Qin observed that this model bore a striking resemblance to the magnetic field formed by a rotating planet. Once again, she embarked on the meditation she had practiced countless times before, but this time was different. She felt the arrival of the Force. My master did not deceive me. It feels just like indulging in a soothing hot bath. The long dry Force pool within her heart began to shimmer, and her eyes glistened with tears in that moment. Her mind was clear and serene, and she understood that from this day forth, she would no longer be the same. She would embark on a journey of cultivation in the realms of spirit, empowered as a true force warrior. She would wield skills across these three domains that in a mystical resonance. The runes on her body began to harmonize with some presence. On a nearby mountain, Monarch Ben, Monarch Andu, and Monarch Isela stood, observing Qin Lu, who appeared lost in thought in the valley below. Ben inquired of Isela, "Are you truly not going to join Deus, Alice, and Zujin in Thrashing Dell? Such opportunities to openly confront him are rare." Isela chuckled, "I was just about to ask you the same question. What do you two intend to do sneaking around here? Could something significant transpire?" Ben replied, "Who knows? Perhaps something will happen. Perhaps Andu and I simply desire to enjoy the breeze." Isela remarked, "Indeed, perhaps I too am here for the same reason." Ben dismissed Isela and asked Andu, "Has there been any change in her force pulse readings?" Andu shook his head. "It appears as lifeless as ever." With no signs of change, Ben sighed. "Is that so? It seems today was a wasted trip. Let us depart. Perhaps we can still catch a few kicks at Dell." Isela interjected, "Wait, there is a change." The three monarchs focused intently. Qin Lu remained standing in the valley, her right hand slowly lifting, palm extended outward, as if attempting to touch something. The expressions of the three monarchs shifted from confusion to bewilderment and finally to astonishment. With their acute sensitivity to energy, they could clearly see a high-purity wall of force energy existing before Ibaru. The mere force of this crystalline barrier radiated waves of energy that surged through the valley like tides. The three monarchs had never witnessed such an energetic manifestation. Leaving them momentarily speechless, they discerned that Qin Lu in the valley was yet unaware of her creation, but she could feel it. Attempting to touch it with her hand, she sensed something before her, as if an energy presence existed, and with a gentle push of her finger, she softly uttered, "Go." The three monarchs atop the mountain beheld as Ibaru's finger made contact with the wall of force energy, which was suddenly propelled outward. With the keen perception of the three monarchs, they sensed the speed of the wall's projection surpassing the threshold of air, even exceeding the initial velocity of cannon fire. Following a thunderous explosion, a colossal gap was torn into the mountain. Qin Lu stood in shock. Was this truly her strength? She could scarcely comprehend what had just transpired, even if she had stumbled upon a new energy model. How could it possess such formidable power? The three monarchs on the mountain were equally astonished. Such occurrences had not been witnessed in years, and now, suddenly before them, it was hard to believe. Ben exhaled deeply and turned to the still-dazed Isela and Andu, saying, "I shall seek Lucifer. You two gather the other monarchs. Inform them that developments are unfolding more rapidly than anticipated. The 13th monarch has awakened. Our plan is about to commence." Isela, still grappling with disbelief, asked, "After thousands of years, will the plan finally begin?" Ben nodded. "Indeed, but now is not the time for celebration. Let us pray that this 13th participant can endure, although recognized. This war has only just begun for him." Chapter 52. The Sith's new toy. After Dell's departure, the dark clouds gradually dispersed, the mountains ceased to glow, and the valley returned to its original appearance. Qin Lu remained in place, tirelessly experimenting with her newfound abilities. Achieving a breakthrough and wielding the power of the Force filled her with overwhelming joy. Regardless of Dell's assertions, Qin Lu believed that this supernatural power was indeed the essence of the Force. She could finally harness the power of the Force, which signified that in the future, Joshua and all her subsequent disciples could escape the awkward predicament of being half-finished Sith, becoming formidable beings with superhuman strength capable of confronting other super warriors. Qin Lu was beside herself with excitement. In the valley, she sang and danced, shouting exuberantly, "Master, do you see me from above? I, too, have harnessed the Force. Master, I am now a true Sith that we can return to the temple. Master." Sob. Elated and overwhelmed, Qin Lu suddenly found himself weeping uncontrollably, the intense fluctuations of emotion rendering him breathless. This day had arrived far too late. It seemed that only when he had relinquished hope for this dream did it finally materialize. As he recalled the myriad trials he had endured, the person he longed to share this joy with was no longer present. After experiencing the tumult of emotions, Qin Lu made another effort to calm his body and mind. Striving to stabilize his newfound power in the shortest time possible, systematically experimenting and evaluating this entirely new mode of power utilization. Clad in tattered garments, Qin Lu began to explore and cultivate his new abilities within the valley. Even in his ignorance, he understood that the principles governing his newfound power diverged from those of traditional Sith warriors, while the disparity between the two systems was not as vast as that between a turbine and a nuclear reactor. It was at least akin to the difference between a diesel engine and a gasoline engine. Compared to the force pulses wielded by the elders, Qin Lu found himself more enamored with this new entity he possessed. At the very least, this core of the force, reminiscent of a magnetic field, had generously imparted to him a skill, a shield composed entirely of pure energy. This ability was directly derived from the magnetic field generated by the force core. Manifesting as a transparent bulletproof barrier positioned before him, a crystalline shield spanning a full 3 square meters. Moreover, once projected, the shield could explode. Lacking originality, Qin Lu dubbed this derived artillery skill Force Nova, while referring to the innate crystalline shield as Primal Energy Barrier. The Primal Energy Barrier demonstrated its uniqueness upon emergence, as it was widely recognized that Sith warriors possessed no defensive skills, just as Jedi could not master the signature Sith techniques of Force Lightning and Force Choke. The two factions seemed to have delineated their roles in the realm of Force cultivation. Sith warriors were entrusted with Force Lightning and Force Choke, while Jedi were adept in Force Defense and Force Shield. Only a select few, like Darth Vader and Lucifer, oscillated between the two factions, acquiring skills from both sides. Although their allegiances were ambiguous, they were undoubtedly exceptional among super warriors, their numbers scarce, a mere handful. Now, with Qin Lu's inaugural skill, this clear boundary between the two armed factions had been irrevocably breached. Suddenly, a cold sweat broke out on Qin Lu's brow. Perhaps it was not a breach after all. Were not the skills of monarchs always idiosyncratic? Could it be that my Primal Energy Barrier and Force Nova were akin to Lucifer's thunder and touch of Mammon, or Andu's wave sensation and Dale's frequency shift? Was their current potency merely diminished due to their recent inception? Qin Lu chuckled nervously, dismissing the thought. The mere idea of becoming a denizen of the Sea of Sacrifice sent shivers down his spine. Having concluded his experiments and explorations, Qin Lu realized it was time to return. Yet, he soon found himself in a quandary. What method should he employ to return? It seemed that he had always been summoned by the monarchs. Previously, Lucifer would simply say, "That's enough for today," and he would awaken back in the material world. However, today, Dale had summoned him for a confrontation and then abandoned him, leaving him stranded, gazing at the towering mountains and the deep canyon before him. A chill ran down his spine. Just as he was growing frantic, a carriage emerged along the canyon path. Adorned elegantly, the carriage was devoid of a visible driver, with 4 horses galloping autonomously, as if they required no one to guide them. Though accustomed to the peculiarities of the Sea of Sacrifice, the appearance of a carriage still surprised Qin Lu, who wondered if yet another unfamiliar monarch had arrived. The carriage came to an automatic halt before him, and a voice called out from the window, an elderly man leaning out, "You look unfamiliar, young man. Are you new here?" Qin Lu paused, realizing he had indeed just been summoned by Dale. He replied naturally, "Yes. May I inquire who you are, esteemed monarch?" Displaying courtesy to the elder, he was taken aback when his question elicited peals of laughter from within the carriage. The old man chuckled heartily. "I am no monarch. My master is the true monarch." At that moment, the carriage door swung open, and several individuals disembarked, all clad in peculiar Sith robes reminiscent of Indian saris, revealing one shoulder of the wearer. Qin Lu had seen such styles in the royal archives. Knowing they were favored by the Sith aristocracy during the height of the Sith Third Empire a millennium ago. Among those who emerged were a pair of young adults and a little girl, approximately 11 or 12 years old, who gazed at him with bright eyes, cheerfully asking, "Brother, did you just wake up? That's wonderful. We shall be companions from now on." The female Sith, exuding an air of nobility, inquired, "What is your surname? What was your title in life? Under which monarch do you now serve?" The young man beside her appeared startled by her questions, and to Qin Lu's astonishment, their exchange revealed a father-daughter relationship. "Nancy, how rude of you. How have I raised you to behave?" The young man admonished. Nancy retorted defiantly, "But, father, look at him. He is so dirty and foolishly lingering in such a perilous place that I must inquire." Initially, Qin Lu had assumed the two were lovers, but now, hearing their words, he felt dizzy. What was happening? He foolishly asked, "Are you truly father and daughter?" The young man, with an embarrassed expression, admitted, "Nancy is my daughter. I met an untimely end in life, only to discover that Nancy, too, perished in her 20s by a stroke of fate. We have reunited here. The old man added, I fared well, living into my 80s, having had my fill of life in the material world. Alas for little Duonan. She arrived here at just 11. The little girl smiled brightly. It's all right. I think this place is lovely, and the best part is I don't have to go to school anymore. Her words elicited laughter from the others, while Qin Lu felt a dark cloud of confusion loom over him. Had he arrived in paradise or descended into the underworld? It seemed everyone around him was deceased. He resolved to glean information from them. Nancy circled Qin Lu twice, pinching her nose. What else with the filth? I warn you, you cannot ride in our carriage looking like that. The young man, irate, retorted, Nancy, if you continue being so rude, I shall arrange for you to marry His Majesty Dale tomorrow. This threat appeared effective. As the girl immediately adopted a demure demeanor, Qin Lu broke into a sweat, realizing that even the mention of Dale's name invoked fear. It seemed his desire to find a girlfriend would not be easily realized. Ultimately, the old man intervened, suggesting, the Maze Mountains are perilous. We should board the carriage and depart at once. Young man, you should join us. You must have many questions after just awakening. Qin Lu, eager to inquire, gladly boarded the carriage. Inside, it was spacious. When asked about himself, he attributed everything to Dale's inexplicable summons, claiming ignorance of all else, even if they could corroborate with Dale. The young man's erratic nature would surely lead to a muddled explanation. However, Qin Lu managed to extract a wealth of information from these Sith warriors, who had been dead for hundreds, even thousands of years, regarding matters the monarchs had failed to disclose. Chapter 53. The Unspoken Sacrifices. Nancy's father was named Willie, a member of the prestigious Sith family, Zibidus, from a millennium ago. After his demise, he awoke to find himself in this realm ruled by Sith monarchs. The Sea of Sacrifice. He now served as a duke under the fourth monarch. Although he appeared as a young man, he was, in truth, over 40, and among the highest-ranking individuals present. The old man, named Augustine, lived 200 years later than Willie. He recounted that he was baptized as a Sith warrior in his 60s and, following the Sith's 20-year lifespan, peacefully awaited the ebb of the Force tide at over 80 days. For Nancy and the little girl, Duonan, their circumstances were perplexing. They had succumbed to the Force tide's decline at an untimely moment. Qin Lu had heard of such occurrences before, where certain Sith warriors would meet their end before reaching the 20-year mark due to their physical condition. Yet, witnessing the living examples of Nancy and Duonan pained his heart. Why was the fate of the Sith so tragically bleak? As warriors of the Force, one must ponder why the Jedi can live to a ripe old age like ordinary mortals. This thought led him to reminisce about Sherry. By the passage of time, she should still have 16 years of life ahead. Had it not been for this war, she would have been celebrating her wedding with Nietzsche this year, in their struggle against the brevity of existence. The Sith not only lead fast-paced lives, but also marry and bear children at an early age, Augustine remarked. Currently, there are over 300 Sith warriors in the Sea of Killing, all of whom have awakened one after another after death. Nancy interjected, That's why we all know each other. I could tell you were new the moment you entered the valley. Willie admonished, Nancy, stop interrupting and allow your grandfather Augustine to finish his tale. Nancy pouted, I refuse to call him grandfather. I am of a far higher generation than he. Willie, with a stern countenance, retorted, Dare to talk back. Have you considered how many years you've lived? Naturally, you should refer to him as grandfather. Qin Lu, Augustine, and Xiaoduo could not help but chuckle at this father-daughter banter. Augustine resumed, Aside from a few who live alone, most of us stay close to the kings. Willie added, Nancy and Duonan are both awaiting the selection conference. At that time, they will choose the kings they wish to assist. If they can learn alongside a majesty, I shall feel at ease. Upon hearing this, Nancy instantly became excited. I wish to serve His Majesty Lucifer. If that is not possible, I would be content to be chosen by Her Majesty Deus and Isella. Willie, maintaining a serious demeanor, remarked, With your disposition, I suspect only His Majesty Dale would be willing to accept you. Duonan playfully chimed in, If that were the case, His Majesty would surely be unable to sleep from delight. Laughter erupted throughout the carriage. Qin Lu smiled on the outside, yet felt sympathy for Dale, who appeared to have become a nationwide object of ridicule, akin to the Chinese football team. Finding a willing girlfriend would be a daunting task. Nancy inquired, Hey, newcomer, do you currently serve a king? Qin Lu replied, I should be learning from His Majesty Lucifer. In fact, I am searching for her. Willie displayed an expression of understanding. Ah, that explains your ignorance. His Majesty Lucifer is currently in seclusion atop Snow-Capped Mountain. You won't be able to see her for several years. Qin Lu was astonished. Why won't I be able to see her for several years? Willie nodded. Her Majesty has just established a bond with the new Emperor of the material world. She must remain within the space created by that Emperor until he can freely summon a king, but that new Emperor is rather weak, so it seems Her Majesty may be confined to her small quarters for years. Qin Lu felt a flush of embarrassment. Realizing that his presence had inadvertently caused Lucifer to be confined for such an extended period, in no wonder she only instructed him within the confines of that cramped space. Even if she wished to take him out, she had to destroy the little house first and then rebuild it herself. The conversation then shifted to the new Emperor of the material world, who was deemed utterly inept, having brought a backlash upon his first descent into the Sea of Killing, causing tremors in many Sith warriors' homes. This new emperor was widely regarded as the most incompetent in history. Meanwhile, Qin Lu's face grew crimson as he listened to the resurrected Sith mock him with phrases from their respective eras. A blow to his pride. As the banter continued, Augustine opened the window and pointed outside. Look, His Majesty Lucifer is right there. Qin Lu leaned out to see. They had reached what seemed to be the mountain's end. We're atop a great snow-capped peak. A small house glimmered with light. From a distance, it resembled a lighthouse amid the dark sea of night. Qin Lu silently thought, so, His Majesty Lucifer waits for me there every day. He bid farewell to the 4 accompanying Sith warriors. Determined to meet Lucifer before returning to the material world, as the carriage moved further away, Nancy leaned out the window, shouting, "Make sure to mention me to His Majesty. Don't forget." Qin Lu waved goodbye with a smile. The journey from the mountain's base to its summit took him a considerable amount of time. By the time he reached halfway, heavy snow began to fall. The higher he ascended, the more treacherous the path became. For an ordinary Sith, this would be an opportunity to use gravitational mastery to glide up the slopes effortlessly. However, Qin Lu's grasp of his newfound abilities was still underdeveloped, and he could not devise a more efficient method. So he trudged onward, step by step. It was not until darkness fell that he finally reached the summit, utterly exhausted. With snow having blanketed the small house entirely, the light within illuminated the freshly fallen snow outside, casting a warm glow. Viewed from outside, the dwelling appeared exceedingly diminutive. Its structure resembled the small room Qin Lu had at home, essentially a small cubicle within a suite. Comparatively, it paled in size against any grand residence. Even the makeshift battlefield home he had seized from Nietzsche. It was difficult to fathom that a Sith king resided in such a humble abode. Through his recent conversation with the travelers, Qin Lu had learned that each king had their own palace. It pained him to think that due to his actions, Lucifer would be cooped up in such a place for years. After a lengthy hesitation outside, he finally mustered the courage to knock on the door. There was no response. Pushing the door open, he entered to find the small house enveloped in silence, with Lucifer peacefully sleeping on the bed. Qin Lu stepped inside quietly, afraid to make a sound, lest he disturb her slumber. He fetched a chair and sat beside her, silently awaiting her awakening. That moment, even he was unsure of his intentions. Perhaps he merely wished to bid farewell before departing. Or perhaps he simply desired to sit in stillness and observe. Lucifer truly adored wearing dresses, and today she was adorned in a floral long gown, barefoot, sleeping soundly on her side, facing Qin Lu. The gown could hardly conceal the graceful curves of her legs. Her tall figure was on full display before him. With each gentle breath, her chest rose and fell slightly. The dim light of the room cast a delicate ambience, the flickering glow creating a subtle atmosphere. Qin Lu swallowed hard. He had not expected that merely watching her sleep in silence would render him captivated by Lucifer's allure. Rising, he extinguished the lamp, reasoning that in darkness he would see nothing, allowing him to wait in peace. The room fell into complete darkness, leaving only the breathing sounds of a man and a woman, the atmosphere growing more intense than before. When Lucifer shifted her position, Qin Lu's heart raced, fearing she might awaken. Yet, upon seeing the beautiful figure still deeply asleep, he realized he had been overly anxious. It dawned on him that, subconsciously, he did not wish for Lucifer to awaken. When she did, she would stand before him as a king and mentor, a scenario that was not what Qin Lu desired. In this moment, they appeared simply as an ordinary man and woman. Qin Lu's breath quickened. He recalled his earlier boast of kissing Lucifer every time they met. The familiar voice echoed in his mind, urging, "Fulfill your promise. Kiss her." Qin Lu shook his head, banishing that thought. On this snowy night, He preferred to remain beside Lucifer, quietly accompanying her. After a considerable time, he stood, retrieved a blanket, and draped it over her before turning to leave. This small house was a reflection of Qin Lu's spirit within the sea of killing. He could connect with his true self in the material world the moment he entered. With a flicker of starlight, Qin Lu's form vanished from the small house. Lucifer opened her eyes, pulling the blanket tighter around herself. Softly murmuring, "That stubborn boy, surprisingly obedient today." When Qin Lu next opened his eyes, he found himself in the makeshift battlefield residence. He descended the stairs, striding out of the dwelling, while Joshua and Eve looked on curiously at his unusual behavior. Typically, even when venturing out to hunt, he would don warm clothing. Never before had he emerged in such a fitted shirt. Following several days of heavy snowfall, the entire structure was enveloped in snow, the ground's white blanket burying the first floor completely. Qin Lu summoned the force, letting out a mighty roar as the surrounding snow, under the influence of his power, seemed to come alive, creating towering waves of snow several meters high. The snow surged away from the center, clearing an area the size of a football field around the house within mere seconds, resembling a tornado's aftermath. From above, one could see a massive snowflake pattern with 6 wings, centered around the house, manifesting the true form of Qin Lu's power. Joshua and Eve gaped in astonishment, witnessing Ibalu unveil the power of the force before them for the first time. Joshua remained relatively composed, while Eve felt an overwhelming shock and fear. According to the Black Duke, Ibalu was not supposed to wield any force abilities, yet it was evident that his power exceeded all expectations. A surge of courage and confidence welled up within Qin Lu. This world would tremble beneath the newfound strength of the Sith. He turned around and said to Joshua and Eve, "Pack your things. We shall depart at dawn." Eve, with a hint of confusion, asked, "Where to?" Qin Lu smiled faintly. "What can the Sith do? Naturally, we are off to conquer the world." Chapter 54, Between the Palms. 1,000 miles apart the following morning, Qin Lu set forth with Joshua and Eve from their initial landing site, embarking on a quest to discover the civilizations on this planet. This endeavor proved to be anything but easy. Qin Lu's original plan was to head towards the mountains. Based on his assessment, their landing location was deep within the grasslands, an expansive plain that was evidently at a disadvantage during the winter storms, making it highly unlikely for an intelligent civilization to exist there. Otherwise, sparsely populated tribes would be vulnerable to the onslaught of snowstorms in winter, potentially leading to their demise, considering the climatic conditions here. Qin Lu surmised that if civilization did exist, it would not be in the form of a grand city, but rather in sheltered valleys at the intersection of mountains and plains, where intelligent beings could take refuge from the wind and have access to water sources. Qin Lu fashioned 3 skis from wooden planks and animal hides, and the trio glided along their snowy path. The dense straw covering the plain formed a thick mat beneath the snow, allowing even novice skiers to master the art of gliding with ease. Skiers moved swiftly across this terrain, soaring like the wind, creating a rather delightful experience. Qin Lu mused that if he could rescue Shelley in the future, it would be quite enjoyable to return here for skiing during the winter. They traveled by day and camped by night, halting to rest when confronted with storms. The journey was arduous, yet he found it far more pleasurable than her previous days of rigorous training in the Jedi camp during her captivity by the Sith warriors. She dined well, slept soundly, and the camp's formidable boss concocted exquisite cocktails for her daily, while the little boss engaged her in games and conversation. Throughout their travels, she reveled in the experience even more than a leisurely outing. In the past few days, Qin Lu had managed to extract several plump prairie marmots from the grass burrows beneath the snow, skinning them to reveal their succulent white flesh, which roasted to perfection. Oozing with juices, coupled with the unique barbecue spices from Kenton, the aroma was utterly enticing. The roasted marmot meat, when combined with slices of bread, spring onions, cheese, and wild peppers, transformed into a savory sandwich that Eve found utterly addictive. Much of her backpack was filled with these delightful provisions. Eve had also become enamored with the process of extracting marmots from their burrows, often taking the initiative to seek out marmot holes during breaks, justifying her actions with, "Though I am a captive, I cannot simply eat for free. I must assist in the hunt." Consequently, Qin Lu and Joshua would watch as Eve, in her determination, spent ages at a burrow's entrance, employing various tactics to lure out the hefty creatures. Catching marmots was no simple task. These small animals were adept at evasion, often creating multiple hidden exit routes from their main burrow, each concealed with utmost secrecy. Some older marmots even dug escape tunnels beneath the snow, allowing them to flee swiftly if danger approached. leaving no trace of their direction, despite her fervent enthusiasm. Eve toiled for 2 days with little success but remained undeterred. On her last attempt, she returned, her face smeared with dirt, dragging a sizable creature resembling a marmot behind her. Grinning as she exclaimed, "Look, I've caught one. Though it looks a bit peculiar, do you think it's edible?" Qin Lu was taken aback. "That's not a marmot. It's a badger. How did you manage to catch it?" Joshua approached to confirm. "Indeed, it's a badger, and it's still unconscious." "Eve, you've made a mistake." Eve protested. "No way. I saw a large hole in the ground. And this fellow was fast asleep inside. Fearing it might escape like before, I used a force blast to blow up the burrow." As she recounted her experience with enthusiasm, both Qin Lu and Joshua were left speechless. It was no wonder the badger was still dazed. It had been knocked unconscious by the blast. Luckily for the creature, it had not been buried alive by the overzealous Eve during the hunt. Ultimately, Eve had to bid an emotional farewell to her very first prey. The terrified badger, burdened with the weight of Eve's forlorn gaze, scurried away into the snowy landscape, disappearing without a trace. Qin Lu reasoned that badgers were troublesome to prepare and offered poor meat quality, rather than risk spoiling everyone's appetite and wasting precious time on a creature that did not deserve such fate. It was far better to let it return to graze freely. This incident was but a minor interlude on their lengthy journey. Over the past few days, Joshua had been uncharacteristically aloof towards Qin Lu, as if deliberately maintaining distance. Even when Qin Lu began teaching her swordsmanship, her enthusiasm seemed to wane. Seizing the opportunity during their skiing expedition, Eve inquired of Joshua, "What's wrong between you two? Just days ago, you were as sweet as honey, and now you're hardly acknowledging him." Joshua remained silent, and Eve shook her head, adopting a tone of faux maturity. "I thought you were different from the others I know. But it seems you're just another one who plays with hearts and discards them." Joshua did not respond, and after a moment of silence, she quietly stated, "We've come too far. Let us head back." She then turned away, resolutely retracing her steps. Eve, annoyed, puffed her cheeks in frustration, following closely behind. Meanwhile, Qin Lu was busy organizing the data he had gathered during their travels at the temporary campsite. After several days of observations with the astrolabe, he had confirmed that this planet was slightly larger than Earth, but situated at a greater distance from its star, coupled with a wide ecliptic angle. In simpler terms, the seasons here could be divided into winter and summer, with the summer being refreshingly pleasant and the winter bitterly cold, frequently beset by storms. Their arrival coincided with the onset of winter. Additionally, it was crucial for Qin Lu to ascertain that they were currently situated in the planet's northern hemisphere. To locate known constellations and navigational routes, he would need to venture to the southern hemisphere for further observations. As Eve and Joshua returned, Eve remained her carefree self, showing no signs of her captivity, while Joshua had transformed, becoming markedly more reticent. Faced with this situation, Qin Lu felt at a loss, unsure of how to address it, and resolved to let his actions flow more naturally. The wind was gentle that day, and the group opted not to use their makeshift shelter but instead gathered around a campfire, lying beneath the open sky. As Eve put it, "This is what camping is all about." After dinner, Eve continued her struggle with dessert, and as Qin Lu observed her bundled in thick winter attire, he felt a chill. She had undoubtedly gained weight, likely unaware of it herself. Suddenly, a warm presence approached from behind him, and without needing to ask, he recognized it as Joshua. After losing his sight, Qin Lu's other senses had heightened. He could feel the warmth and fragrant aura of Joshua's body behind him. She was his first love, and though he had once been infatuated with her, he now tried to avoid such thoughts. "Joshua," Qin Lu began awkwardly. "I'm here to change the bandage on your eyes," Joshua replied with a calm and graceful voice, reminiscent of their first meeting. "No need. I can manage," Qin Lu responded. "You always find any piece of fabric lying around. It would be better to use something more suitable, at least for hygiene's sake." After hearing this, Qin Lu hesitated no longer. Truth be told, he relished the bandages Joshua prepared for him. The 3-finger-wide cloth was cut neatly and was a pristine moon white, imbued with a delightful fragrance that he couldn't fathom where she had sourced it. He would have never found such quality himself. During this time, his eyes felt utterly detached, devoid of sensation. The bandage provided a semblance of comfort, serving as a psychological reassurance. The last time he had fought Dale, he had stained his initial blindfold, which had caused him considerable worry. Upon returning to the material world, he noticed traces of blood on the bandage. indicating that even after emerging from the Shasha Sea, his belongings were still affected. Qin Lu began to question whether the Shasha Sea was merely a realm of the mind or a tangible space. However, this raised further inquiries regarding the resuscitated Sith warriors. Lucifer, in subsequent lessons, showed little interest in addressing this quandary. Her focus instead fixated on Qin Lu's burgeoning powers. Josh's movements were gentle, her fingers occasionally brushing against Qin Lu's cheek, igniting a warmth in his heart as memories of that passionate morning flooded back. At this juncture, he had to concede that Joshua had been entirely passive that day, while he, like a wild beast, had acted recklessly. Joshua did not outwardly display her shyness. She had been a demure and reserved girl, a delicate lily ravaged by the storm. How beastly, Qin Lu mused within himself. Once Joshua finished changing the bandage, she settled down on a nearby blanket to sleep. Over the past few days, she had been juggling travel, practicing her newly learned sword techniques, and assisting Qin Lu with the captured game. Even the most resilient among them could barely withstand such exertion. The sword techniques Qin Lu prepared for her comprised a staggering 72 sets in total. He estimated that within 3 years, it would be a feat for her to master them proficiently. Qin Lu is diligently preparing to activate the Joshua energy field. However, before embarking on this endeavor, he must conduct extensive experiments on himself to attain a precise understanding of the energy field's operational theories. Fatigue serves as the finest sedative, and soon Joshua drifts into slumber, turning her back to Qin Lu as if to conceal her visage from him. Qin Lu gazes intently at her silhouette. Pondering the thoughts that occupy her mind, he is acutely aware that his actions have inflicted pain upon her on the night of their separation. While they lay together, Joshua had been startled awake. Yet her expression was suffused with joy when she mentioned preparing a midnight snack for him, her entire being radiating vitality. Yet, in an instant, that happiness was obliterated. Reclining on the blanket, Qin Lu gazes skyward, where a myriad of stars form a celestial ocean, that he knows that within this starry expanse, busy cosmic trade routes abound, with cargo vessels and interstellar liners traversing in an almost unbroken procession. Travelers can witness magnificent nebulae in the perilous yet beautiful currents of gamma rays. Scattered throughout the sea of stars are numerous planets, each boasting its unique civilizations. He has never yearned to return to the cosmos as he does now. Perhaps, in that vastness, all his troubles, including those involving Joshua, might find resolution, and she might soon forget herself in that environment. Chapter 55. The life and death battle from 5 years ago. As he gazes longingly at the ocean of stars, he suddenly realizes that a decade has passed since he traversed this vastness, a span so lengthy that he has lost the innate awareness characteristic of Earthlings. Only the super-rich embark on costly cosmic voyages. Qin Lu chuckles wryly, reflecting that much of the past 10 years has been spent amidst the stars. Suddenly, a voice interrupts his reverie. "Hey, what are you thinking about? Looking so daft." Turning his head, he sees Eve sitting across the campfire. Her interest piqued. "Are you concocting plans to conquer the world, old Sith?" Qin Lu smirks. Does one even need a plan for world domination? It's merely a matter of fortune and misfortune. Eve playfully taps her lips with her finger and nods with a smile. "Oh, I see. You're contemplating how to shake off your beautiful apprentice, aren't you?" Qin Lu grits his teeth in denial. "What nonsense is that little girl thinking? I'm not considering such matters." At that moment, Joshua, who had already fallen asleep behind him, shivers slightly. Qin Lu continues. "Looking at the stars reminds me of some events from when I fought in the sky. In hindsight, it feels like it happened in a past life." This remark piques Eve's curiosity, and with wide eyes, she asks, "You fought in a war before? Was it the 5-year war? Come, tell me about it." With nothing else to occupy his mind, Qin Lu begins to recount those memories. "When I was 17, I participated in my first real interstellar war, the Battle of Bagudabai. That year, I was still a Sith apprentice, and along with me, there were 11 Sith warriors in the entire Kintun squadron who enlisted for the battle." As Qin Lu slowly narrates the harrowing battle from 5 years prior, Eve listens intently, her eyes wide with astonishment. Although only 5 years have elapsed, it has become increasingly difficult to find survivors of that grand conflict within the galaxy. Of the 6 million soldiers who participated in the decisive battle, nearly all have faded into the annals of history. The vast majority perished in that battle or in the subsequent 2 wars of national defense and rebellion. Eve is taken aback to discover that this young Sith Baron is a survivor of that monumental conflict, and she is thrilled to hear him recount that time. the Battle of Bagudabai, also known as the First Lion War, marked the first significant clash of the Galactic Empire during the 5-Year War, pitted against the full might of the Chulu Empire. The war's trigger had nothing to do with justice. It was merely a conflict between the Galactic Empire and the Chulu Empire over the Lion Star Cluster. A battle that erupted far beyond either side's expectations. The day after the war commenced, the Chulu Emperor, located in the capital city of Dua, ordered a nationwide mobilization. 8 main fleets departed from various anchorages in the Gaoju star system, heading towards the galaxy. Thus, the war ignited. Upon their first encounter, the two sides engaged in a tumultuous clash. The first mixed fleet of the Chulu Empire, consisting of 24 main ships, faced the North Star Sea Royal Fleet of the Galactic Empire, which, although boasting 30 main vessels, was under strength. Despite being outnumbered, the quality of the Chula ships was markedly superior. The fleet, led by the two main battleships, Iron Tin and Royal Junker, established dominance from the outset with a barrage of fire. The North Star Sea Royal Fleet, though possessing numerical superiority, was caught completely off guard due to inadequate preparations. The fleet commander, General Nayland, perished within minutes of the battle's commencement when the flagship sank, plunging the North Star Sea Fleet into chaos from the very beginning. After merely 4 hours of combat, the North Star Sea Royal Fleet lost 18 of its most formidable main destroyers, with an additional 9 captured by the Chulu warriors. Only 3 ships managed to return home, turning the Lion encounter into a lasting disgrace for the North Star Sea Fleet. Though they escaped, they left behind 800,000 ground troops and 100,000 space aviation personnel, all of whom fell victim to the Chulu fleet's aerial bombardment over the following fortnight. How could such a victory satisfy the Chulu? It merely served to stoke their ambition. Soon, the Chulu amassed a fleet so vast that it was unprecedented even in their own lengthy history. Comprising nearly 70 main warships, this formidable armada advanced deep into the galaxy, relentlessly approaching the Hell Angel defense line. Should they breach this final barrier, the heartland of the Galactic Empire would lie exposed before the Chulu's main cannons, threatening to plunge the galaxy once more into existential peril. At this juncture, the Battle of Bagudabai transitioned into its second phase. The Imperial Northern Front, save for the solitary Hell Angel defense line, was left with little organized elite forces. Nearly all first-line troops had been decimated in the preceding battles, leaving only secondary legions and student forces. Reinforcements from other star regions were unable to arrive in time. Moreover, even if they did, what chance could they possibly have against an invading force comprising over 70 top-tier warships? From the outset of this second phase, a palpable atmosphere of despair enveloped the Empire. At this point, even surrender seemed a tolerable option. Many began openly discussing a proposal to the Emperor to cede 16 administrative stars in the Northern Galaxy in exchange for a Chulu withdrawal. As long as His Majesty approves, there's no need for the military to do anything, some argued. Others boldly proclaimed, with His Majesty's usual principle of prioritizing internal stability before external threats, he might very well approve this proposal. After all, the rebellion has become quite severe. Why worry? Thus, a strange lethargy began to permeate the once tense military ranks that a voice rang out, cutting through the air. Those who advocate for peace should die. The Chulu are wolves that cannot be tamed. Today you give them a morsel, and tomorrow they will devour your very life. Those soldiers who remain at home instead of returning to their posts should feel ashamed. It would be more beneficial to support a herd of pigs with the taxes paid by the people. Marshal Ashkenbu, the 65-year-old commander of the Imperial Border Forces, usually perceived as gentle, roared like a fierce tiger at this moment. Ignoring his severe leg rheumatism and the impending retirement age, he risked being targeted by enemy super soldier snipers. Personally ordering the execution of all officers on the fleeing warships, sending their heads to the front lines. The old marshal's thunderous command echoed through all channels across the Northern Galaxy via superliminal signals. Brave men, come with me to slay the enemy. Brave men, come with me to slay the enemy. This rallying cry reverberated across major planets within a single day. Thus began an unprecedented mobilization in the northern frontier of the Empire. All units within the Imperial domain sprang into action, utilizing the scant remaining half-month to gather every vessel and ship the border forces could muster. All Sith warriors available were dispatched to the front lines, propelled solely by the call to arms, come to slay the enemy. The border forces and Naboo forces assembled over 6 million troops, actively converging upon the front lines. During that period, The various channels of Beta Galaxy were thronged with armies sailing northward. Some were regular troops commanding standardized warships, while others were veterans who had retired 2 decades prior, diligently maintaining their well-preserved old vessels. Additionally, military academy students operated second-hand boats acquired from unknown sources, singing their school anthem as they journeyed northward, 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 on these vital arteries of transportation. The Imperial Logistics Department even required the establishment of temporary military stations every light year to register and allocate channels to newly joined forces. Providing necessary supplies, the commanders of different units greeted one another with the rallying call, onward to vanquish the foes. All troops advanced toward a common objective. Warriors arriving from all corners to join the Hell Angel defensive line brought with them a hodgepodge of 49 Star Destroyers and countless other warships, transport vessels, and supply ships. They were to utilize these ships to confront the formidable 88 fleet of the Chulu people. The fleet consisted of a total of 88 warships, although the invading fleet was not fully manned. It still claimed to possess 88 main vessels. The battle unfolded in the Bagudabai star cluster, with the Imperial forces arriving 7 hours early to set an ambush. This would be a massive-scale engagement involving a total of 12 million participants, with the battlefield sprawling across the entirety of the Bagudabai star cluster, engulfing both sky and land in fierce combat. However, the decisive struggle would occur in the cosmic naval warfare. Prior to the conflict, Marshal Ashkenbu believed that the only advantage the Imperial side possessed was the greater number of Sith warriors. Thus, every effort was to be made to engage the enemy in close-quarters combat. If they could destroy 1/3 of the enemy fleet in such encounters, the Chilla would have no choice but to retreat. Hence, the directive given to the Sith warriors before the battle was, approach. Approach, draw ever closer, then charge in to obliterate everything. Each Sith warrior was assigned a modified assault boat, made from an escape pod, with fuel sufficient for a single charge. In this battle, everyone was expendable, no one was irreplaceable. War commenced with sacrifice, followed by even greater sacrifices, until one side could no longer endure. Before the battle began, Marshal Ashkenbu delivered a tactical briefing on the fleet-wide channel that could rival a battlefield mobilization. Our plan is as follows. The transport ships will pave the way, then the main fleet will engage in close combat. Next, the Sith shock troops will charge in with bayonets. After that, I will lead the headquarters brigade to engage the enemy in hand-to-hand combat. Finally, the supervisory units will fill in.is. That clear? Did you all hear me? A resounding response echoed from all listeners. We heard you loud and clear. In that moment, it seemed as though everyone could feel the weight of Ashkenbu's gaze sweeping over them. Although he only appeared on the screen, nearly everyone stood rigidly at attention. Suddenly, Ashkenbu thundered, "Do you wish for Duer to replace Coruscant as your capital?" The warriors replied, "We do not." Ashkenbu pressed on, "Do you wish for the Chulu to become your emperors?" In unison, the warriors responded, "We do not." Ashkenbu continued, "Do you wish for your descendants to believe that Gajali is the cradle of civilization?" The chorus of defiance erupted, "We do not." A Sith warrior cursed vehemently, "To hell with it." Ashkenbu's gaze bore an air of unyielding authority. "I do not wish for that either." "Then let us fight with all our might. Remember, the galaxy stands with us." The galaxy stands with us. 7 hours later, the Chilla's Grand Fleet, relying on its overwhelming numerical and qualitative superiority, strode confidently into the ambush zone. The decisive battle of the Bagudabai fleet commenced. Contrary to the expectations of the Chilu, the first vessels to emerge from the Imperial side were not Star Destroyers, but modified transport ships. The old Marshal had never even considered the question of how to retreat. Cloned soldiers piloted transport ships laden with aerial explosives, suddenly appearing from the asteroid belt, charging toward the Chulu fleet with unprecedented speed. Their mission was to disrupt the enemy's formation and, if possible, to self-destruct to weaken the protective shields of the opposing warships. At that moment, these perilous transport vessels resembled fire ships from the ancient era of sailing warships, tasked with clearing a path for the entire fleet's assault. For them, death was a foregone conclusion that required no further contemplation. The rest would be left to those who followed. The sacrifices of the transport fleet bore fruit. Despite the Chulu fleet's concentrated fire, a quarter of the transport ships managed to breach the formation, causing chaos among the ranks with a series of explosions. After all, most vessels in the 88 fleet were merely cruisers, and they had to evade the transport ships filled with explosives. At that moment, the Imperial fleet made its grand entrance. After Marshal Ashkenbu commanded the main fleet into the fray, the entire fleet began to realign, forming a peculiar U-shaped formation. This was Ashkenbu's true intent. The entire fleet would spearhead the assault, swiftly penetrating the disordered enemy lines, striving to cleave the opposing fleet in two from the very onset of the battle, before engaging in close-quarters combat. This maneuver was fraught with risk. Should the Chulu fleet reorganize before the Imperial fleet could complete its formation and unleash a coordinated barrage, the Imperial forces would face annihilation. Moreover, if any minor miscalculation occurred among the over 100 Imperial vessels, failing to complete the formation within an hour, the fleet would be unable to execute its tactical intent, leading to a similar fate of total destruction. It was evident that Marshal Ashkenbu was taking a gamble. This 65-year-old, on the verge of retirement, who had dedicated his life to teaching and had never set foot on the battlefield, dared to wager the lives of 6 million soldiers and the fate of the entire Galactic Empire on his first command in battle. In a certain sense, one might deem him mad. However, this battle was inherently a life-or-death struggle, and the distinction between daring to gamble and refraining from it might delineate the line between genius and folly. Even more astonishing was that nearly 1 million personnel across the fleet, and close to 6 million warriors, were willing to join him in this gamble. Perhaps even the heavens were awestruck by this old madman and his 6 million accomplices, the hastily assembled, previously uncoordinated ragtag fleet of the Empire miraculously completed its formation in just 40 minutes. This achievement surpassed even that of the main fleet, yet they accomplished it. Then, the Empire initiated its first and only coordinated charge in this campaign. 117 warships lined up in a crescent formation amidst the star cluster, each vessel closely linked to the next. Each node in the formation represented a solitary ship, yet they stood united, steadfast in their resolve, charging along the U-shaped trajectory toward the Chulu fleet. Every Imperial warship, prior to making its final turn, unleashed fire upon the enemy as fervently as possible. The crescent formation of the U-shape maximized their broadside firepower. However, once they rounded the last curve of the U, they ceased firing, wholly focusing on maintaining speed with their comrades, fully prepared for the singular charge that lay ahead, awaiting their moment to strike. Every warship, even if it was merely a 4,500-ton patrol vessel, was equipped with a ram. Marshal Ashkenbu's pre-battle mobilization had stripped everyone of the illusion of survival. Victory took precedence, and only after that could they discuss other matters that in the cosmos. 117 warships interconnected, forming an extensive chain of pearls in the vastness of space, each pearl representing a heart yearning for victory. The formation was so lengthy that it encompassed 3 planets between its eastern and western extremities. On the ground, all Imperial soldiers gazed up at the silver chain in the sky, clenching their fists. The grand battle of 100 ships soaring through the skies would be a term immortalized in history. Eyewitnesses would later describe it as a spectacle more awe-inspiring than the conjunction of 10 stars. This sight allowed the ground forces to witness their comrades above, fighting valiantly for their homeland. Despite the distance that separated them, the bond of their hearts remained close. They shared triumphs and losses alike. The commander of the Chulu fleet evidently recognized the peril of having their fleet divided. Thus, he positioned the main forces of his starships, the titans of the fleet, the Iron 10 and the Royal Ronk, at the center of the formation, aiming to stifle the Imperial charge. These 2 colossal vessels stood like sentinels across the entire charging line. Their energy reserves were abundant, and almost all aerial torpedoes would be detonated by their protective shields upon approach. There was no room for opportunism. The Empire had to break through this gate, or the entire fleet would be reduced to cosmic debris under the might of the Chulu warships. Yet, achieving that was no small feat. The 480mm electromagnetic energy main guns mounted on the Iron 10 and Royal Ronk acted like reapers, harvesting all life before them. The number 480mm weighed heavily on the hearts of every Imperial soldier, for a single shot could cleave an Imperial destroyer in two. In the past, merely catching a glimpse of such vessels would have sent Imperial warships fleeing in terror. However, today is different. During the time leading up to the assault, Qin Lu, like the other Sith warriors, remained inside the assault boat, awaiting the command to strike. This interval felt interminable to him, as though an entire century had passed, though he would later learn it had only been 30 minutes. Within this brief span, the Empire lost 8 star destroyers, over 10 space destroyers, and more than 40 torpedo assault boats before this very door. These 30 minutes nearly determined the fate of 6 million lives, along with the countless others across the Galactic Empire. Ultimately, under the simultaneous charge of 6 Star Destroyers and the concentrated fire of hundreds of aerial torpedoes, the two massive vessels of the Chula reluctantly yielded. The TXEZ and the Royal Junker were directly under the Chula royal family, and the frontline commander had no authority to place them in jeopardy. This scene had been anticipated by Ashkenbu. The gate leading deep into the enemy fleet was finally breached. The Empire's core struck successfully, and the entire army surged into the enemy ranks. With all Sith warriors donning close combat gear, the assault boats moved into position, ready for the imminent melee. Each Sith warrior had but one chance to charge. Failure meant being lost to the cosmos, while success would lead to a bloody battle. Becoming a Sith meant a mere 20 years of life remained, and the terror of that countdown was one that outsiders could never comprehend. Who wouldn't wish to live another day in this world, even if each one were fraught with hardship? At that moment, the Sith commander, Duke Alex, shouted over the comms, "Comrades, the time has come. We shall meet again in the temple 20 years hence." His craft was the first to launch. Following closely behind were nearly half of the active Sith warriors, some of whom were still under 18 that the soldiers rallied, chanting the Sith warriors' battle cry. "We shall meet again in 20 years. One by one, the assault boats pierced the enemy formation like javelins. Given the brevity of life, at the very least, I could make it bloom in a fleeting moment of glory. The Empire's Star Destroyers and the Chulu warships brushed past each other, and Qin Lu's assault craft was hurled like a javelin into the very heart of the enemy vessel. Upon entering the enemy ship, the cockpit was automatically ejected from the mother ship under the thrust of the engines. Just as Qin Lu leapt from his seat, the cockpit was obliterated by beams of light along with the assault boat. Before him floated 9 Chilo Empire super soldiers, adorned with magnificent horned helmets, the Knights of the High Commander S Order. On the galactic side, they were referred to as the High Command Warriors, or simply, Gao Du. This term could silence a child's cries in many parts of the universe. The Gao Du were warriors of the Force. And just as the Sith wielded lightsabers, the Gao Du Knights were fully equipped with crossbows. These were formidable melee weapons akin to long spears. Moreover, the Knights could unleash light arrows from the prism situated in the middle of the long spear. The higher the rank of the Knight, the more potent the light arrows he fired. As Qin Lu stood, the 9 Gao Du Knights had already poised their crossbows, readying their light arrows. Here, Qin Lu stood alone with but a single sword. I've hurriedly asked, and then, what happened next? Who emerged victorious? Qin Lu chuckled and reproached, "What nonsense! If they had slain me, would I be here recounting this tale?" I've, enlightened, pressed further. "So how did you ultimately prevail?" Qin Lu evaded her inquiry. "As for what followed, well, I shall tell you tomorrow. For now, it's time to sleep." I've pouted, "How dull." Qin Lu mused. "I'll narrate a story to you each day. I'm certain I can sway you to the Sith side." "Ah, but first, sleep it is. I'm already late. Lucifer might just be furious, and I may face another beating today. The harrowing battle from 5 years prior, the fleeting brilliance of those comrades and allies, was a memory Qin Lu dared never forget. Chapter 56. The tragedy aboard the floating ship. As the cold season arrived, even the verdant expanse known as the Emerald Plains was blanketed in snow. The onset of winter came so swiftly that many farmers on the Emerald Plains had to race against the weather, braving the heavy snowfall to harvest their crops. This time of year also marked a prime hunting season for the hunters of the Emerald Plains. Their prey, however, extended beyond mere animals. A sailing vessel sped across the snowy plain. Within one of its cabins, dim and damp, the faint sound of a girl's sobs could be heard on the outskirts of the crowd. Kylon shrank back, striving to blend into the throng. Even a mere inch of distance might help her evade the greedy scrutiny of watchful eyes. With a gaze filled with trepidation, Kylon looked up the staircase towards a grate, from which the scant sunlight in the dark chamber trickled down. Yet all the girls present instinctively recoiled from that spot, choosing to huddle in the cold, damp corners, for they all understood that door led to the upper deck, a place of no return. Cough. Cough. Beside her, the girl in her arms struggled for water. Kylon hurriedly offered a bowl to her lips. After much effort, the coughing girl managed to sip a mouthful of water, murmuring, "Xiaolon, I fear I cannot endure much longer." Kylon mustered every ounce of strength to keep her voice steady. "Do not speak such things. You are merely feverish. If you can endure this moment, you shall recover." Xiao Xia had been ill for several days, her high fever refusing to relent. Since the previous evening, she had lapsed into a deep stupor, awakening only occasionally. Even a stranger could discern that her time was drawing near. Kylon clutched the talisman hanging from her neck. tears streaming down her cheeks. "O deities, if you truly exist, please come to our aid." Xiao Xia coughed again. "You should find solace in my fate. At least I shall depart this world with a clear conscience, and the gods will welcome me into paradise." With great effort, Xiao Xia grasped Kailan's hand, the dying girl offering comfort to her healthier friend. Kailan wept uncontrollably. Xiao Xia was the last person by her side. Why, oh why, must the heavens take her away? Without Xiao Xia, she lacked the courage to continue living. After a prolonged moment of rest, the frail girl found the strength to speak. "Xiaolan, you must find a way to escape. You must change your demeanor. In this world, it is vital to be strong." Kailan clutched Xiao Xia's hand tightly, nodding vigorously as tears continued to cascade down her face. Nearby, several girls, witnessing their dying companion, were equally filled with sorrow. With a sudden clatter, the cabin hatch swung open. The sound was akin to a stone cast into a school of fish, causing all the girls to cower into the corners. A few burly men descended into the cabin, cracking their whips like they were herding sheep, barking orders. "Get up, all of you, to the deck." Unlike before, these men did not isolate any girl, but instead drove everyone onto the deck. Kailan held Xiao Xia tightly as she joined the others in ascending to the deck. Captain Nab of the floating ship Jelovich stood at the rail, observing his brother Ibu as he brought the spoils of their raid onto the deck. His blood surged with excitement, but these girls bore a bit of a temper. Their quality was undeniable. Senbu, chief of a small tribe on the Emerald Plains, commanded the Jelovich, the only floating ship of their tribe and a source of pride. Typically, Senbu and his brother Ibu led their people in hunting across the Emerald Plains aboard the Jelovich. In essence, floating ship hunting was merely a euphemism for ambushing merchant caravans traversing the Emerald Highway or robbing weaker tribes that could not afford their own floating ships. Those tribes without floating ships were utterly powerless before the swift and ferocious bandits. In such moments, they had no choice but to surrender their possessions and women. On the Emerald Plains, floating ships served as a testament to the power dynamics between tribes. The number of ships one possessed indicated their weight in the community. Only tribes with numerous floating ships could claim the best territories, secure the richest mines and forests, amass wealth, and purchase more warships to expand their influence. Only the leaders of these tribes became prominent figures across the Emerald Plains. This was Nab's ambition. Nab's tribe, however, was not among those boasting dozens of floating ships. He possessed only the cherished Jelovich, named after his grandfather, a name rumored to be linked to certain ancient noble lineages of the White Sand Empire. This notion occasionally lent Nab a sense of pride. Yet, he was no dreamer seeking mere recognition. Anyone who established themselves on the plains was a pragmatist. His philosophy of banditry was simple: strike when you can, flee when you cannot. I will engage in the work befitting a floating ship. Thus, the Jelovich rarely participated in tribal wars. Renowned for preying on the weak, the Jelovich had recently received word from the River Crab Tavern. Several small tribes worshipping the moon goddess intended to hold a selection ceremony for a new saintess at the end of the month, during which ancient ritual artifacts and treasures from the temple would be showcased. Moreover, due to the religious nature of the event, the floating ships of these tribes had stationed themselves far on the periphery. The security of the venue relies fundamentally on secrecy, yet this has ceased to be a concern for Nab. He harbors no interest in the worship of the moon goddess. His only passions lie in wealth and women. Upon receiving this intelligence, Nab and his subordinates meticulously devised a plan and rehearsed it multiple times. Indeed, their surprise attack 3 days prior proved to be a resounding success, resulting not only in the acquisition of a substantial cache of precious artifacts dedicated to the moon goddess, but also in the capture of all the attending candidates for the position of saintess. Truly, they are candidates for the saintess. They possess a certain allure reminiscent of lambs beneath the moonlight, Nab mused, smacking his lips as he reminisced about the previous nights, feeling a sense of lingering desire. He contemplated utilizing the spoils from this raid, combined with the wealth he had painstakingly accumulated over the years, to procure another floating vessel for the tribe. If he could further employ these noble, beautiful maidens as bribes to navigate various channels, perhaps he could defer a portion of the payment and acquire 2 floating ships in one fell swoop. The day of prosperity for the Grelovich family is finally at hand. However, an obstacle unexpectedly arose on the path to the family's success. The very women themselves. They were simply too resolute. In the past few days, Nab and his brother IB had employed various methods to compel their submission: intimidation, inducements, and even torture, but to no avail. A highly ambitious and career-driven leader of brigands, Nab could not tolerate any impediments on the road to his family's prosperity. The barrier posed by the saintesses must be surmounted. The ancestral saying of the Grelovich family states, no matter how fierce a woman may be, she cannot withstand the might of the me. Yet, this wisdom seemed to falter. Several of the young women had taken their own lives during the torment, biting their tongues in desperation. Even when their mouths were initially gagged, as soon as they regained any semblance of freedom, they would find ways to end their own lives. He had already lost several. Nab's heart bled. Each of these losses represented money, future armaments for the floating vessels. Today, Nab resolved to implement a new strategy, one that he hoped would succeed. Should it fail, he would abandon the notion of bribery altogether and dispose of all the women after their use. Treating the entire affair as if it had never occurred, the candidates for the Saintess were gathered in the center of the deck, more than 20 of them huddled together, with the gravely ill Xia tucked protectively in the middle. Surrounding them were dozens of brutish pirate sailors, their eyes glinting with greed as they gazed at the candidates. Nab gestured for his brother to approach, and the bear-like IB immediately lunged into the throng, dragging several women from their midst. How could these fragile girls hope to resist such a hulking brute? One by one, they were pulled from the crowd, and among them were Kai Lan and Xia. Nab stood in the center of the deck, arms outstretched. You spent a few days with my companions. I trust you have come to know me somewhat. I have never been one to force anyone against their will. So today I offer you a final opportunity to cooperate with me voluntarily. Should you refrain from resistance, I shall provide you with ample food and water. Moreover, neither I nor my crew shall lay a finger upon you. And the individuals who will come to meet you henceforth will be distinguished figures of taste. So, what do you say? Consider it. The candidates for the Saintess remained silent. Nab continued, Have you all lost your voices? Surely not. Just days ago, some women were singing with a pitch higher than that of a she-wolf. The crew around him erupted in knowing laughter, and a stir began among the girls. Suddenly, Xia stood, her voice faint yet resolute. Saintesses serve only the messengers of the divine. You would do well to abandon this folly. Nab chuckled coldly, his face darkening yet maintaining a facade of elegance. No matter, I shall not resort to violence today. I have stated that I only seek volunteers. He pointed to Xia and instructed IB, proceed. IB advanced, seizing Xia from Kai Lan's grasp. When Kai Lan refused to relinquish her hold, he kicked her to the ground. The ailing Xia had no strength to resist, akin to a marionette in the hands of the bear-like IB. Nab grinned as he patted Xia's face. You are on the brink of death. After all, consider this an act of pity, allowing you to embrace your womanhood before you depart this world. Xia's expression shifted dramatically, an overwhelming sorrow etched across her features. Kai Lan's eyes brimmed with tears. She had never fathomed humanity could sink to such depths of darkness. She cried out, Please, do not do this. She will die. Nab turned his head, a mysterious smile playing on his lips. Do you care for her? If you agree to cooperate, I shall spare her. Kai Lan stood in stunned silence, while Xia shouted, Kai Lan, do not fall for his lies. I am destined to die. Do not let me leave this world in despair. Nab, witnessing his plan on the verge of success, was infuriated by the dying girl threatening to ruin his scheme. He bellowed, IB, proceed. You shall be the first to partake. IB grinned malevolently as he tore away Xia's long skirt, exposing her long, fair legs, eliciting involuntary gasps from the surrounding crew. Some sailors hastily covered themselves as their arousal became evident. Xia fought desperately, kicking her legs futilely, but against the bear-like IB, such resistance was utterly powerless. The IB chuckled as one hand delved deep into Xia's skirt, and soon there was a loud rip, the sound of something breaking. He withdrew a pure white pair of undergarments that had been torn asunder. With one arm, he cradled the almost unconscious Xia, while with the other, he began to unfasten his belt. That moment, Kai Lan could bear it no longer. She shouted, Stop. I agree to cooperate. Please, spare her. Nab laughed heartily. Just then, Xia, as if revived, summoned an unexpected strength and lunged at IB's neck, biting down fiercely. IB howled in pain as he yanked Xia away, discovering a chunk of flesh torn from his neck, blood gushing forth. Xia, summoning her last reserves of strength, spat. Do you think a girl's virtue can be so casually traded? By now, IB was consumed with rage. Disregarding Nab's command to halt, he seized a half-full bottle of liquor from a nearby barrel, grinning sinisterly as he brandished it at Xia. You desire virtue? Then I shall destroy it. With that, he thrust the bottle deep into Xia's skirt. A long, distorted scream escaped Xia, nearly silencing everyone aboard. Even the hardened pirate crew stumbled back in fear. Blood streamed down Xia's thighs in 2 crimson rivulets as her lower body convulsed uncontrollably. The girls stood in shock. Ib cast Xia aside, kicking her overboard as he spat, "To hell with your virtue." Xia's form flickered briefly in the air before plummeting beyond the ship's railing, disappearing from sight. In the pure white snow, Qin Lu earnestly inquired of Eve beside her. "Hey, did a large ship just fly past over the snow?" Eve responded blankly. "You must have misseen. It clearly glided, not flew." Xiao Sha, incensed, exclaimed, "You too. Hurry and assist. Stop standing there babbling nonsense." Chapter 57. Demon Hunter. The woman who had fallen from the ship landed on the ground, rolling several yards before coming to a stop. Her solitary body lay askew on the ground, blood pooling beneath her in stark contrast to the pristine snow, evoking a sense of dread. By the time Qin Lu and Eve reached her, Xiao Sha was already administering first aid. Qin Lu asked, "How is she?" Xiao Sha replied, "She's still alive, but it's dire. She's lost too much blood." At this moment, Qin Lu was truly puzzled by why the ship had discarded a living person. Everything that had transpired that day was bizarre. A ship speeding across the snow and a gravely injured girl falling from it. Qin Lu began to examine the young woman's injuries. His years on the front lines having endowed him with ample experience in treating wounds. Ordinary knife or gun wounds posed no challenge for him. The girl lying in a pool of blood was in a deep state of unconsciousness. Qin Lu lifted her eyelid to inspect her pupils. "They haven't dilated. There's still hope. We must stop the bleeding immediately." "Where is she losing blood?" Xiao Sha was nearly frantic. "I don't know. I'm searching." The arteries in her neck and armpits are intact. Her chest appears normal, but there's no way her abdomen could account for this much blood. Suddenly, Eve gasped, covering her mouth and pointing directly at the girl's lower body. Just moments ago, the ground beneath her had been drenched in blood. Qin Lu and Xiao Sha, both seasoned warriors, had erred in relying on their experience, focusing on checking the chest, abdomen, head, and neck, areas prone to battlefield injuries. It was Eve, with less experience, who first recognized the source of the bleeding. The 3 of them stood momentarily stunned. The situation was too peculiar. Xiao Sha lifted the girl's skirt as Qin Lu's mind resonated with a deafening buzz. He felt as though a colossal 152mm artillery shell had detonated within his skull, leaving his head reverberating with a persistent hum. Both Xiao Sha and Yifu instinctively covered their mouths, stifling their panic and fury deep within their chests. Despite being swathed in white cloth, Qin Lu could perceive that his eyes were tinted crimson. He lowered his gaze to meticulously inspect the wound, momentarily adopting the role of a healer assessing the injuries of the victim. Yet, the scene before him ignited an uncontrollable wrath within him. When he raised his head again, his voice emerged even more hoarse than usual. Reminiscent of a tank cannon freshly affixed with rifling, a lacerated wound has formed, compromising a densely vascular area. The injury runs deep, and it remains uncertain whether the uterus has been perforated. Xiao Sha reached out, only to be halted by Qin Lu's hand. "Do not touch her. Extracting it now would be fatal." Yifu, fraught with anxiety, exclaimed, "What should we do? We have nothing to save her with." Qin Lu retrieved Nietzsche's field emergency medical kit from his storage bead. "First, apply this externally. It contains an exceptionally potent ointment. Although it will induce a state of unconsciousness in the patient, it will prevent her from suffering when she regains consciousness. To save her, we must locate a suitable place for surgery as swiftly as possible." Yifu, in a state of urgency, protested, "But in this desolate expanse, where can we possibly find help?" Qin Lu stood resolutely, his tone as frigid as ice. "There is a place readily available." Behind him, Xiao Sha, her eyes equally bloodshot, rose to her feet. The 2 Sith warriors simultaneously cast their steely gazes upon the departing ship, their expressions resolute. The unfolding events far exceeded Nab's expectations. He had never anticipated that the girl chosen as a hostage would exhibit such fierce resolve. The initial selection of Xiao Xia had stemmed from Nab's perception of her frail condition, believing her to be incapable of resistance, and thus an ideal target for his schemes to the other girls. She would undoubtedly serve as a formidable example of authority. Little did he realize that even this seemingly harmless creature would dare to lash out in her final moments. He pondered how these girls had been raised, Having entirely abandoned his dreams of establishing a brothel with the saintly candidates, he now regarded them as women incapable of serving the powerful. If they failed in their duties, the repercussions would be dire. He patted Ibu's shoulder, attempting to soothe his brother's wounded spirit. Don't you know how to handle things? Just twist her neck, and it will be over. We only have 3 exquisite glass liquor bottles on the ship. What a waste you are. The girls, consumed by sorrow, suppressed their fury. These brigands were more ruthless than wolves, valuing human life less than a mere bottle of wine. Was there truly no one in this world capable of delivering justice upon them? Ibu, clutching the still bleeding wound on his neck, grimaced. The neck, being a particularly vulnerable area, inflicted a sharper pain than other injuries. He glared menacingly at the trembling saintly candidates, and as he beheld the young girls, a surge of malevolence coursed through him. Through clenched teeth, he addressed Nab. Brother, spare your efforts. These women will never cooperate. Just let me experiment with some new interrogation methods on them. I guarantee they will wish for death. Nab glanced at the now alert girls. Let them remain for a few more days. They should at least accompany the brothers for a while. He then instructed, send the most beautiful one to my quarters. Ibu acknowledged with a nod. The group of girls was herded back into confinement, akin to being dragged from the hold, with the notable difference of having lost 2 companions. Kai Lan was thrust into the captain's cabin by Ibu. Despair consuming her, her mind was flooded with terror. Xiao Xia is dead. Xiao Xia is dead. It is all my fault. Had she not sought to protect me, she would never have left her home. Nor would she have fallen into the hands of these brigands alongside me. The priest at the church spoke the truth. I am a harbinger of disaster. With me around, no one can find peace. Perhaps I truly should not remain in this world. My existence only brings harm to my loved ones. Today, even the one who has always protected me, Xiao Xia, has perished because of me. She suffered so terribly. It is all my fault, sob. Kai Lan's tears flowed uncontrollably, her heart consumed by despair. The brigand leader approached with a lewd grin, pressing her against the table while unfastening his clothing with a smirk. Kai Lan had become numb, unable to resist, appearing utterly resigned. Nab gazed at the beautiful girl sprawled across the table, seemingly having relinquished her will to fight, awaiting his advances. The sight ignited a primal hunger within him. Despite his lengthy career as a brigand, he had never laid eyes upon such exquisite beauty. Her visage, her form, her gaze, she embodied the quintessence of innocence and delicacy. Appearing scarcely older than 16, even younger than Nab's youngest daughter, he had been aware of her presence, yet had restrained himself from acting upon his desires, hoping to enjoy a grand feast once the saintly candidates were sufficiently starved and broken. This would be a solitary banquet for himself. Allowing her the strength to resist would be dreadfully mundane. At times, Nab fancied himself a connoisseur of romance. The brigand's tight attire constricted him, rendering him unable to unfasten it. He was ensnared in a hell of insatiable lust. Nab succumbed to temptation. Lunging at the girl, inhaling the intoxicating fragrance of her virginity, and exhaling a long sigh of contentment, the girl exhibited no signs of resistance, filling Nab with elation. It seemed she had accepted her fate. To acquire such a captivating beauty during this raid was worth more than a floating vessel. Indeed, being a brigand was a promising endeavor. Yet, Nab was inherently composed, not easily swayed by lust. A rational man like him would not entertain the notion of committing such acts through clothing. He collected himself and resumed the struggle with his attire. How the devil is this button so tight? Kai Lan's hand brushed against an object on the table, a dinner knife. In her desolation, she found clarity. The man who had been groping her was one of the murderers responsible for Xiao Xia's death. Even if she were to perish, she would drag him down to hell with her. Lying supine, Kai Lan grasped the knife tightly in her right hand, slowly concealing it within her long hair. Finally, Nab managed to disrobe, eagerly shedding his garments and lifting the woman he had long desired. He spread her legs apart, gradually lowering himself upon her. The process was slow, as if he were savoring a sacred ritual. Breathing in the girl's essence, he murmured to himself, "If you bear me a son, I shall send that plump woman packing, and you shall." Suddenly, Nab froze, his eyes widening in disbelief as he staggered back, his gaze locked onto the furious expression of the girl on the table. A dinner knife protruded from his skull. He could scarcely fathom that in a mere second, he had plummeted from paradise into the depths of hell. There were still so many dreams he had yet to fulfill. He could not die. He attempted to grasp the knife, straining to pull it from his head, but before his fingers could reach halfway, his eyes rolled back, and he succumbed to death, the remarkable genius of the Glevich family. A legendary figure of the Emerald Plains, the notorious brigand Nab met his end at the hands of a 16-year-old girl wielding a knife smeared with flesh. Kylon wept as she donned her clothing. Having felt the warmth of that man's weapon inching closer to her body, though she had temporarily escaped peril, fear gripped her as she crouched on the floor, unable to bear the sight of the lifeless body she had slain. Her terror of men likely took root at that moment. After what felt like an eternity, she summoned the courage to lift a candlestick from the table, removing the candle to reveal a sharp spike within. Wiping away her tears, Kylon steeled herself, vowing, "I must be strong. I will avenge Xiaoxia. I must avenge her." Yet, as she approached the door, fear overwhelmed her once more, and she sank to the ground. Realizing her own inadequacy, the act of killing that villain had drained all her courage. Now, with her trembling body, she found herself at a loss for what to do. Like countless prayers uttered in the preceding days, Kylon clutched the deity pendant around her neck, murmuring her supplications. "O God, I wholeheartedly worship you. I extol your greatness, mercy, compassion, and grace that I dare not harbor arrogance or delusions for even a day. If you truly exist and uphold justice, please grant me but one wish, whatever the cost. I shall bear alone. Send down an angel to avenge Xiaoxia, that the wicked who took her life may receive his due punishment." After what felt like an eternity, Kylon concluded her prayers, wiping away the tears that had just flowed and reclaiming the candlestick. Perhaps to expect divine favor based solely on my meager faith is a greedy endeavor, one even the gods would not condone. With her heart heavy with despair, Kylon pushed open the door to eye in an instant. The scene outside the door left her utterly astonished. The upper deck was drenched in blood. Just beyond the entrance, a figure stood resolutely against the rising sun, while at his feet lay the demon-like Ibu, bloodied and prostrate, his lungs being mercilessly compressed underfoot, only to be released slightly after a prolonged moment. The great beast Ibu clung to life, gasping for air, each breath accompanied by a mouthful of blood-tinged foam. His complexion had turned a ghastly shade of blue, and he was gradually succumbing to the suffocating grip of consciousness. A true embodiment of a fate worse than death, Kylon stood in dazed disbelief, acutely aware that the deities had granted her wish that moment. The figure turned to gaze at Kylon, and she realized that the one avenging Sister Xia was, astonishingly, a blind man, his eyes obscured by a moonlight-colored cloth. Yet, the expression with which he regarded her was so vibrant that it was evident he was not hindered by his blindness, without a doubt. This extraordinary occurrence could only be attributed to divine grace that in that moment, tears welled in Kylon's eyes, and a singular thought reverberated in her mind. The divine is indeed merciful. He has bestowed upon the world a hunter to pursue demons. Chapter 58. A man who would rather die than surrender. Boom. The sound of cannon fire resonated unusually loudly on that clear morning. The crew of the Grelevich, upon hearing the report, hastily seized their weapons and rushed onto the deck, presuming that the warship had encountered a rival tribe's vessel and that the cannon was a warning shot. The second in command, Ibu, hurried onto the deck with his gun squad, his face contorted with rage. The enemy's warship was approaching without prior warning. He was certain that the lookout from the night before had succumbed to drunken slumber. Ibu bellowed, "Who is on watch at the mainmast today? I swear I'll flay him alive." No one answered. To his astonishment, Ibu discovered the deck was eerily silent, with all sailors and gunners staring transfixed at the bow of the ship. He looked up, only to be surprised to see a man and two women standing at the ship's prow. The three had distanced themselves from one another, occupying a significant portion of the foredeck. They gazed sternly at those on the deck, their expressions reminiscent of butchers surveying their prey. The man in the black robe was clearly the leader among them, with a small cannon at his side still emitting wisps of smoke. It was evident that they had fired the cannon to draw the crew onto the deck. Suddenly, an ominous premonition surged within Ibu at that moment. The girls in the prison hold also sensed that something was amiss aboard the ship. Through the weathered planks, they could see the unfolding events, their eyes glued to the scene. Qin Lu steadied himself against the warship's main mast and leaned down to face the crowd. The gang of ruffians was laid bare before his perceptive abilities. He could even hear some of their breaths quickening with anxiety. His obscured eyes lent him an air of mystery and danger, causing many to instinctively avert their gazes, for his stare was as piercing as a branding iron. Qin Lu inquired, "Who threw her overboard?" The crew of the Grelevich gaped in astonishment. But no one spoke. Dissatisfied, Qin Lu raised his voice. "I shall ask once more. Who is responsible for casting her down?" It was only then that many discerned that the girl cradled in the arms of the one on the right was none other than the young woman who had just been kicked off the ship by the second-in-command. No one believed that these unexpected guests had come merely as honest scouts to return her. The girls gasped in unison. It was Xia, and a thrilling realization washed over them, one that filled them with joy yet left them incredulous. Experienced ruffians possess an extraordinary ability to discern between the strong and the weak, and at that moment, an eerie silence blanketed the ship, as heavy as molten lead. Seeing that no one would respond, Qin Lu scoffed and delivered a powerful kick to the warship's main mast. With a resounding crash, the copper-clad wooden mast could not withstand the force of the impromptu thunder, emitting a mournful cry as it collapsed onto the deck. The ropes from the sails, like coiled whips, lashed down, knocking 2 crew members to the ground in stunned disbelief. Was this the power possessed by humanity? Qin Lu sneered. Have you all gone mute? Where has your courage gone when it comes to mistreating women? The crew remained silent. Qin Lu beamed with a disarming smile. Do you think that by not speaking, I cannot recognize you? You? Yes, you, the one sweating profusely. Did you think you could hide? Qin Lu did not point at anyone specifically. He merely spoke. All eyes turned to Ibu among the crowd, who stood glaring at the surrounding crew. He felt a deep sense of sorrow for being surrounded by such fools. Ibu commanded loudly. Charge. Do you think 3 people can turn the Grelevich upside down? Dream on. The crew's ferocity was ignited by Ibu's words as they brandished their weapons and charged at Qin Lu. Ibu did not follow. Instead, he retreated among the throng, ordering the gunners in the rear to prepare to fire into the crowd. Ibu was a cunning leader, and this was why his brother entrusted the crew to him. The gunners deliberately avoided aiming at the 2 girls, targeting the man across the way instead. Qin Lu merely scoffed. He need not lift a finger to handle such a situation. Behind him, Jasha had been waiting impatiently, and in an instant, she unleashed the Typhoon. Typhoon was the pinnacle of the bounty hunter's boomerangs, originally crafted as an exquisite gift from the 3 sisters for their brother, Phil, upon reaching adulthood. The 2 boomerangs were forged from the hardest material in the known world, star steel, and even the lightsabers of Jedi and Sith could not damage their structure. The main boomerang featured 13 blades, while the secondary boomerang had 12. That within the boomerang's circular body was a star engine made from rare materials mined from the depths of the Black Sea. Once the blades were launched, this engine provided immense power, allowing the blades to maintain a rapid spin of 120 rotations per second. This extraordinary speed enabled each Typhoon boomerang to reach Mach 1, completely covering a 100 square meter area within 3 seconds, executing seamless and deep cuts through anything in its path. In loose soil, the 2 Typhoon boomerangs could intertwine to create a small-scale tornado, hence the name Typhoon. Despite its formidable power, it remained an elegant weapon, typically the size of a palm-sized metal disc, which unfurled into 2 dazzling blades with a diameter of 1.2 meters. Whether in close combat or ranged encounters, it was an exceptionally potent weapon. Furthermore, its most significant advantage lay in the absence of static electricity due to star steel, rendering the Typhoon utterly silent. The second-rate bounty hunter, who once pursued Shirley, had only begun to grasp the Typhoon's usage. Yet he could effortlessly handle ordinary soldiers and force warriors. When wielded by a high-ranking bounty hunter like Jasha, its terrifying potential truly emerged. In 2 seconds, a flash of silvery blades swept across the deck, perfectly demonstrating to the crew of the Grelevich what unobstructed deep cutting entailed. As Jasha retrieved her boomerangs, the upper deck was thoroughly obscured by blood and remnants of bodies. Among those who had rushed forward, most had been cleaved into pieces without a single cry of agony escaping their lips. Jasha was a master of delicate control. When employing the Typhoon, she either inflicted no harm at all or obliterated her foes, leaving them no time to suffer. The remaining armed ruffians collapsed in the face of such blatant slaughter, desperately retreating from the armored girl with the exquisite features and pale pink hair, many of whom had previously harbored ill intentions towards her, now trembling in fear. Blood splattered onto Ibu, yet Jasha deliberately ensured her blades avoided him, as she astutely knew to leave the main target for her master. The ship had come to a halt. Earlier, Jasha had maneuvered 1 Typhoon to circle the mainmast, severing the mainsail's ropes. The enormous white sail billowed out into the air and combined with the already lost foresail. The Grelevich had now lost its power, grounding itself in the snow. With the winds howling silenced, the ruffians' awareness gradually sharpened. They suddenly recognized a grave issue. These newcomers seeking to defend the girl were not merely skilled, but masters among masters. Even one of them had driven their spirits to the brink of collapse. Each of them felt the dampness of sweat soaking through their sailor uniforms. As the first people I've met upon arriving here, I feel we share a unique bond. Qin Lu smiled. I have come from above. My name is Ibalu. You may call me Baron, or affectionately, Lord Ibalu. The blind man smiled as he introduced himself, gesturing skyward. All present instinctively looked up, and at that moment, the night had yet to fully pass, with a slender crescent moon playfully observing the unfolding scene below. The watching maidens gasped, their mouths agape, enveloped by a profound sense of disbelief and elation that in stark contrast. The words echoed in the minds of many brigands. Damn it! Wasn't it said that the gods are rather dull? Indeed, legends cannot be taken seriously. Qin Lu stepped forward, his leather boots creaking upon the blood-stained deck. Before him sat a bewildered pirate sailor, who did not yield his path. A swift kick sent him flying. His body momentarily silhouetted against the ship's railing, a scream abruptly silenced in midair. Nearby, Eve cradled a young girl in her arms, observing the two usually unrefined and disorderly cis warriors transformed into fierce figures unlike their everyday selves. Had she not been familiar with them, she might have doubted that these formidable individuals were the same ones who merely cooked, mixed drinks, played cards, and indulged in romance. The crew, in a state of panic, realized their identities had quietly shifted from hunters to prey, subjected to brutal treatment in a manner they well understood. I grant you 5 deep breaths to lower your weapons. Qin Lu surveyed the pirate crew before him, resembling a great horned eagle gazing intently at a group of small monkeys, an expression of gentleness reserved solely for the presence of food. After a brief moment of chaos, the musketeers on the aft deck regained their formation. They were trained warriors of the tribe, their combat skills and physical prowess far superior to that of ordinary sailors. They had come to understand that the 2 girls behind them were undoubtedly formidable fighters. Yet the man before them was their leader. If they could eliminate this fellow known as Ibalu, perhaps the tide of events might turn. Under the command of their leader, the musketeers assumed a concentrated firing formation, their muzzles aimed at the audacious man before them as they pulled the triggers. Qin Lu's smile grew even more serene as the musketeers fired. Many of the maidens anxiously shut their eyes, fearing that they might merely be witnessing an illusion. If the next moment revealed a young man collapsing under gunfire, they questioned whether they possessed the courage to confront such a brutally harsh reality. The drawback of gunpowder weapons is that during concentrated fire, the smoke generated by the gunpowder is particularly thick, nearly obscuring one's vision. After nearly 10 seconds, the smoke finally cleared, revealing the astonished faces of all the musketeers, their jaws nearly dropping to the floor. Several rounds of lead hovered silently in the air before Ibalu, the surrounding air exhibiting glass-like fissures. It seemed to plead with everyone, explaining that these bullets had exerted their utmost effort. Showing not a hint of leniency, they had fulfilled their duty as bullets. Qin Lu snapped his fingers, and the suspended bullets lost their support, cascading to the ground like rain. The sound of their clattering echoed in the hearts of the musketeers like thunder. Within the confines of the cell, cheers erupted from the girls, who now harbored no doubts. Many felt as though they were caught in a dream. Qin Lu's grin revealed his tiger-like teeth. The defense of the original energy crystal wall was indeed formidable. Gentlemen, have you come to a decision? Qin Lu descended the deck step by step, the floor of the ship creaking under the mixture of blood and flesh beneath his leather boots that a tremendous pressure emanated from the force field surrounding him, accompanied by an inexplicable, tooth-grating friction in the air, as if the very atmosphere were generating friction among itself. As Qin Lu approached, the brigands began to collapse to their knees one by one. They could not comprehend why. They merely felt an irresistible force rendering their trembling legs incapable of bearing their weight. With each step he took, those within a few meters of him involuntarily knelt. A phenomenon so bewildering that it astonished everyone present. Yet perhaps a certain explanation could encapsulate this occurrence. Though the brigands remained silent, their thoughts converged on a singular notion. Qin Lu was elated. The years spent conducting experiments on himself to master the original force had exponentially expanded his capacity for it, rendering his proficiency in its application astonishingly powerful. The simple manipulation of the force enabled him to execute an extravagant feat, transforming a singular attack into an area effect while achieving an unparalleled level of control over its intensity. Although a skill originally requiring a mere 5 points of energy had been extravagantly elevated to a consumption of 20, this was trivial for Qin. A veritable prodigy of original energy. It was precisely the right moment to instill fear in these short-sighted brigands. The maidens of the Holy Maiden candidates gazed intently at Lord Ibalu's actions, their expressions brimming with inexplicable excitement. The second-in-command, IB, was the only one who attempted to resist after Qin Lu showcased the original energy crystal wall. He was the second-in-command aboard the warship, bearing the responsibility of leadership, especially as the renowned pirate chief commanding the floating vessel across the Emerald Realm. He was not one of those minor tribal leaders sheltered by the Guevara fortress, whose courageous spirits had been utterly stifled. IB was the strongest warrior of the Tarta tribe, possessing the physique of a great bear, coupled with the ferocity and valor of a grizzly. The bronze hourglass he held was a testament to his strength, a symbol of his third-place achievement in the annual Emerald Lords tournament, where only the most formidable warriors could claim such accolades, though he could not yet fully harness the powers contained within the hourglass. It sufficed to earn him the respect of the people of the Emerald Realm. Equally renowned as IB's prowess was his notorious cruelty and his myriad of torturous methods. Just 3 days prior, during a raid, he had personally executed over 20 individuals in his quest for treasure, even beheading the esteemed chairman of the Alliance, an octogenarian of great repute, with him aboard. Even if a genuine divine envoy were to descend, the brigands would waver in their resolve. Naturally, IB was unwilling to yield easily alongside his subordinates, especially as he was on the cusp of a significant reward, only to find himself on the receiving end of a beating. He desperately shouted words laced with threats and motivation, hoping to rekindle the courage and confidence of his disheartened crew. However, the pirates had long been cowed by the ferocity of the typhoon and the resilience of the crystal wall. Ultimately, they were merely pirates, not soldiers. Their battles lacked the underpinning of honor and self-sacrifice, nor did they possess the soldierly audacity to challenge overwhelming foes for the sake of victory. They could only display their might before the weak or engage in reckless bravado fueled by youthful bloodlust. Yet, when it came to life-and-death struggles, unwavering courage and steadfast will were universally required, and the pirates, lacking both qualities, appeared fragile before the seasoned killers like Qin Lu and Xiaosha, akin to locusts caught in the first snow of late autumn. The so-called desperate individuals now contemplated only preserving their lives, their valor rendered insignificant in the face of overwhelming strength. Qin Lu's steps continued forward, and all the crew members and musketeers before him instinctively knelt, hands clasped behind their heads, permitting his boots to tread heavily just inches above them. Wherever Qin Lu, veiled in white gauze, directed his sight, the pirate sailors dutifully lowered their heads, clearing a path. IB, passionately articulating his threats, suddenly noticed his subordinates retreating. The man with the white gauze over his eyes stood before him, a playful expression lighting his face as he regarded IB. Shout, continue shouting, do not hold back. I grant you the privilege to yell. Qin Lu was genuinely intrigued by the anxious IB. The intelligent beings of this planet were clearly a variant of humanity, indistinguishable from those of the galaxy save for slightly pointed ears, and they even communicated in a universal tongue. His interest in the connection between this planet and the galaxy had burgeoned immensely, and he now regarded IB with genuine excitement. IB, suddenly feeling a pang of insecurity, took 2 steps back, stealthily donning a brass knuckle behind his back. Let us duel, if you still consider yourself a warrior, IB declared. Qin Lu chuckled. What did this fellow think of himself? Some knight standing upon a dueling platform. He was merely a brigand, a scoundrel who preys upon unarmed women, unworthy of facing him in a dignified contest of swords like a Jedi. With a sudden swing, IB unleashed a punch, utterly confident in its potency. Even a beam as thick as a mast would yield to it. Yet, Qin Lu intercepted the punch with a single hand. Smiling as he exerted pressure. IB howled in agony, the pain radiating from his hand causing his entire body to bend and collapse. The brass knuckles twisted grotesquely into his flesh by the overwhelming force. Following was the sound of bones being crushed, crack, crack. This hand had been rendered utterly useless. Even if it could be healed in the future, not to mention forming a fist, merely lifting a cup to drink would be an impressive feat for Qin Lu. The holy maidens hastily covered their eyes with their hands, peeking through their fingers. They had witnessed the harrowing demise of 2 sisters at the hands of this malevolent bear, and today, seeing him subjected to the cruel punishment by Lord Ibalu. All the pent-up frustration and rage that had accumulated over the past few days seemed to dissipate with each contraction of Lord Ibalu's magical hand, allowing everyone to release a long-awaited breath of relief. The saying goes that every finger is connected to the heart, and the intense pain sent shockwaves through IB, leaving him unable to gather any coherent thoughts. Qin Lu raised his right hand high. To deal with such a person, one must utterly destroy him in his area of expertise to induce a complete collapse of both body and spirit. Qin Lu gathered his strength, preparing to unleash one of the 10 forbidden martial arts he had never dared to use lightly. The renowned Great Open Stone Hand, a hallmark of Chinese external martial arts. The reason this technique was forbidden and abandoned was simply due to the overwhelming fragility of human life in the face of such brute force. A single strike of the Great Open Stone Hand struck IB squarely in the back, causing him to emit a muffled groan, losing even the strength to cry out as he collapsed to the ground. Spewing a mixture of blood and foam, resembling a lifeless pig, Qin Lu expertly controlled his power, ensuring that despite shattering IB's ribs, he remained conscious. Qin Lu stepped onto IB's back, compressing his lungs and controlling his breath, making each inhalation feel like a divine gift to the man beneath him. That IB coughed up a mouthful of blood foam. His lungs had sustained severe damage, and now, not only was it impossible for him to boast about a duel, even the act of breathing had become an unattainable luxury. Qin Lu turned to face the trembling bandit sailors below and politely inquired, "Those who refuse to surrender, please raise your hands." All the bandit sailors immediately began to search for places to hide their hands. IB, struggling, managed to utter, "I surrender." The intense pain and suffocation rendered his voice faint and intermittent. Qin Lu exclaimed in astonishment, "What? You claim you would rather die than yield? Truly, you are a commendable man, that I must say. I regard you with newfound respect." With that, he increased the pressure of his foot. This time, IB truly lost consciousness. Whether from asphyxiation or fury, he could not tell. That moment, the large door to the aft cabin swung open. Qin Lu, suspecting it to be an ambush of bandits, turned to look and was met with the sight of a stunningly beautiful woman, holding a large candelabrum, gazing at him with tear-filled eyes. What transpired next left Qin Lu and his men utterly astonished. The enchanting beauty suddenly discarded the candelabrum and, like a fledgling swallow returning to its nest, rushed over, weeping, and embraced Qin Lu tightly, refusing to let go. What on earth is happening? Qin Lu thought, his heart pounding in alarm as he instinctively glanced behind him. Indeed, Qiasha's face was a shade of green, her eyes ablaze with a fiery intensity that illuminated the two embracing figures. The corners of Qin Lu's mouth twitched as he perceived Qiasha's hand involuntarily reaching for the typhoon at her waist.